it is Seth Manfield, a Pro Tour champion 2 times over.
Our Pro Tour champion, Yoshihiko Ikawa!
Congratulations to Simon Nielsen, the champion of Pro Tour Modern Horizon 3.
And that's it! Javier Dominguez is a 2-time world champion.
What's up, everybody? Welcome to coverage of Day 2 of Pro Tour Etherdrift, live from Chicago, Illinois. We started the weekend with 348 competitors. Now we're down to just 219 competing in standard and draft for the lion's share of a $500,000 prize pool, and of course, the title of Pro Tour champion. We also have more than 17,000 people joining us here in Chicago for MagicCon Chicago. Watching them stream in the convention center this morning was so very fun, and we are very excited to get underway with Day 2 of action here at Pro Tour Etherdrift. Hey everybody, Maria Bartholdi at the news desk alongside Monty DeVuti and Riley Knight. Riley, what are you most looking forward to today on Day 2?
Good morning, Maria. Good morning, everyone, and welcome along to Chicago here. It's fantastic to be here. Can't wait to get underway with draft. We're opening up today's action with Etherdrift Draft, Maria. We had all sorts of interesting things happen yesterday. Learned a lot about the format. I'm looking forward to learning a lot more today.
Yes, this draft format is so very sweet. Monty, what are you looking forward to?
Maria, I'm looking forward to seeing if this resurgence of the old guard can continue. Top of the leaderboards right now, Ben Stark and Matt Nass, Team Channel Fireball doing better than they've done in years, and I'm just really excited to see if this continues through Day 2.
Yes, some very exciting stuff happened yesterday. Let's take a look at our tournament schedule and find out exactly what we did yesterday and work our way through the weekend, starting with Friday, Monty.
Well, we kick things off as we always do with draft, and this weekend, as Riley mentioned, it is Etherdrift Draft for 3 rounds. Then we swap over to Standard for 5 rounds to round out the day, at the end of which all players with 12 match points or better came back for Day 2 today.
Yes, indeed. That's where we are Saturday, and we will be cutting the day's schedule from the same cloth. 3 days, 3 days of Etherdrift Draft. Imagine that. No,
Hey, I love
we'll
that.
restrict ourselves to just 3 rounds. We'll be more disciplined. 3 rounds of draft, and then 5 more rounds of standard. But then, Maria, comes the most important cut of them all as we determine our top 8 for the competition.
Yes,
tomorrow.
indeed. By the time we finish today, there will only be 8 players left standing. You don't want to miss it tomorrow. Single elimination standard, playing best 3 out of 5 games. There's a lot of money on the line as well as that title. Let's take a look at the prizes. First place goes home with a cool $50,000, $30K for second. Third through fourth gets $15,000, and fifth through eighth, $9,000. Not bad for a weekend of work. Well, if you missed any of the action from the feature match area yesterday, Riley's got you covered with some highlights.
Yes, indeed, and there were so many for us to talk about as well as we piled into the convention center. Very cold and frosty Chicago morning it was, but we had the action heat things up here inside our Pro Tour feature match area. Getting across Etherdrift, the new limited format. It's only been out for, less than 2 weeks. And so players still learning things as they explore the format at the highest level before moving on later in the day to Constructed. Standard, of course, has been well and truly established as a format for quite a while now. And we didn't have any revolutionary archetypes break through, but certainly there have been some very important updates made to existing Standard decks thanks to the new cards from Etherdrift. And of course, all of this set against the backdrop of MagicCon Chicago. Thousands and thousands of lovers of this game have gathered here to get stuck in to all of the action that these conventions involve. But of course today, we'll be returning back here to the feature match area as the best players in the world duke it out to secure their spot in our top 8 later today.
Absolutely, some very exciting stuff, and we've got 2 undefeated players left in the building. So let's take a look at our leaderboard right now. But first, we're going to show you where our top 8 players were after 2 years of these paper pro tours, after 8 rounds of play. So these are the players who ended up making the top 8. 3 of them started Day 2 with perfect records at 8-0. Most of them were 7-1, 19 of them. A couple 6-1-1s, a fair number as well at 6-2 starting Day 2, 14 of them. So that gives you a sense of where you can be on the leaderboard with a good shot of making the top 8 here on Day 2 of competition. Let's take a look at our standings. Like I said, 2 undefeated players in Matt Nass and Ben Stark. Both have been playing the game for a very long time and have had epic success at the Grand Prix level. Ben Stark at the Pro Pro Tour level, as well as being a member of the Hall of Fame. Alan Wu, a Pro Tour champion there as well, sitting at 7-1. Fan favorite, Reed Duke, another Hall of Famer, also has a good shot here, sitting at 6-1-1. Mani, take it on.
Well, I'm taking a look at Scott McNamara. We saw him have great success at Spotlight Foundations in Atlanta last month. I have my eyes on Kenta Harane, Nicole Dubin, Gray Payne, also successful at Spotlight Foundations. And then 25th through 32nd, well, that is a murderer's row. Lucas Ducau, Ely Cassis, Matt Sperling, Ken Yukihiro, Paul Rizzo, Hall of Famer, Adam Middleton, Luna Eason, and Matthew Barros. Really impressive bunch here.
We move on to have a look at our third page of standings here, and there are still some huge names tucked away in the remaining 6-2 players. As you can see, Simon Nilsson, Yuta Takahashi, Hall of Famer Gabriel Nassif. Lots of big names to keep an eye on, Maria, as we continue with these players at 6-2.
Absolutely, and like we showed you earlier, all of these players have a definite shot to make the top 8 based on the history of our data. Here we can see a bunch of 5-2-1, some 5-3s. David Frischer in his first Pro Tour here, currently sitting at 5-3. Derek Davis at 5-3, Hall of Famer Shota Yasaoka, and Hall of Famer Martin Yuza also sitting at 5-3. It's time now to check in on some of our teams in the building and find out how they're doing after day 1 of competition, starting with Team Handshake, Moxfield, Mani.
Yeah, Team Handshake, Moxfield, the team of last year, and definitely still keeping that energy going as we see Alan Wu nearly back on the Pro Tour, leading things off there at 7-1. Ely Cassis and Simon Nielsen right behind him in 6-2. And the most important thing for this team, I would say, is the fact that all of their players have come back for day 2. No one is eliminated just yet.
What about Cosmos, Riley?
Mixed results for Cosmos. Heavy play here. Yuta Takahashi and Sean Goddard leading the charge at 6-2, but a lot of 5-3s, a couple of 4-4s, and 2 players who unfortunately will not be returning for day 2 play here. But good to see players like Anthony Lee, Marcio Carvalho, and Willie Adel in the mix at X and 3.
Team CFB Ultimate Guard absolutely crushed it on day 1 of competition here. These are their best limited and constructed day 1 results in recent years. They have a 67% win rate in limited and 68% win rate in standard this weekend. The boys are back in town. All right, what about Moriyama, Mani?
Moriyama, Japan, doing quite well, poised to make a deep run here. We do see Kenta Harane, Ken Yukihiro, and Kenta Masakado leading the field with last year Pro Tour champion Yoshiko Ikawa right behind them at 5-3, and Rei Hirayama, the only player eliminated.
How about Sanctum, Riley?
Huge team. We weren't able to fit all of them on the screen. The team is that big, but you can see Tony Portland, Ryan Condon, Helena Brake, Gray Payne, Eddie and Eggenschweiler, all really, really well positioned as we head into day 2, 7-1, 6-2. And again, these are the players we keep an eye on, Maria, as we look towards that top 8 cut.
Absolutely. I'm going to call out Team System Magic here, a Minneapolis-based team. Yes, let's go Minneapolis. Greg Michael sitting at 6-2, Matt Sicking Johnson at 5-3, and Pro Tour champ Andrew Ellenbogen 3-5. Not so great here, but overall, really solid results from this Team System Magic. Somebody else we've been keeping our eye on is the Hall of Fame here, Mani.
Yeah, the greatest of Magic's history, coming back, maybe using their 1 Pro Tour invite for the year, and they are all making the most of it, all making it through to day 2. Ben Stark, of course, leading the field at 8-0, but Shuhei Nakamura still in it at 4-4, and Johnny Magic 5-3.
All right, what about Australians, Riley? You've had your eye on them all weekend. How are they doing?
Mate, listen to me. If Maria gets to show off a bit of regional bias, I'm going to... We did it. We did it. I wasn't sure if we were going to make it, but we did. Glenn Maxwell, he was spraying leather, he's smashing pickets, and we got there. I'm so sorry to all the English people watching, but I tell you what, you got what you deserve. 351.
I don't know what these numbers mean.
Not enough for the greatness of the Australian men's ODI team. We got you, and we'll be coming back to the Champions Trophy. Don't you even worry about it. And I tell you what, Maria.
What?
It's not just the boys over in Pakistan who are getting it done, because we've got a host of Australian players here. Team Bus Stop, named after the iconic bus stops in the nation's capital, led by Matthew Judas from Canberra. He's at 7-1. Matt Anderson 6-2 as well, and a host of other local talent from down under doing extremely well. So pleased to see these fellas get it done. But on the other hand, it isn't surprising that people like Matthew Judas, people like Dylan Kakawa are doing that well here at the Pro Tour. They are very, very good at Magic, and that's because they're from Canberra, and there just really isn't that much else to do other than sit inside and play games of Magic the Gathering when you live somewhere like there. So I'm not surprised to see them doing well this weekend, Maria.
Well, we've got our second draft to kick off this morning. I am very, very excited. This limited format is so very sweet. Walk me through some of the archetypes, Monty.
Well, Maria, the name of the game coming into this weekend was the color green, and that has definitely persisted. So Gruul, exhaust mid-range, Selesnya, vehicles and mounts mid-range, both archetypes the players are vying to be in, but I'm hoping to see some artifact shenanigans.
Really interesting to see coming into this tournament the established wisdom that green-based decks were the best, green, black, green, blue in particular. Here you can see these are some of the premier archetypes, but I'm interested to see whether the aggressive decks can actually put up numbers in our second day. We've been told to sort of stay away from the Boros-based aggressive decks, but Maria, as we've seen, there's a little bit more that we have left to learn about Etherdrift Limited. Lessons I'm sure we'll be learning as the day's play continues.
Absolutely. We're only, 10 days into the format here. The pros have had a lot of work cut out for them to get their feet under them in this draft format here this weekend. Let's take a look at our top draft tables this morning. Of course, we're playing in pod play here at the Pro Tour. Monty, talk to me about the top table draft pod 1.
Yeah, as it is, no surprise, this pod looks absolutely stacked. Ben Stark and Matt Nass, the highlighters, leading the field at 8-0. But Pro Tour champion Alan Wu right behind them at 7-1. And special shout out to my countrymate Dawson Forson. First Pro Tour for him, 7-1, still in there.
What about draft pod 2, Riley?
Draft Pod 2's got some great names in it, and I'm looking at these 7-1 players. Jun Lee, Matthew Costa. It's good to see him back again. Many players remember him from many years ago, a leading professional Magic player who is back on the scene in a big way. And of course, there he is, the big fella from Canberra himself, Matthew Judas, 6-1. A huge improvement to his limited record. Came into this event 3-6 in limited at the Pro Tour, so he's really turned things around today.
All right, let's take a peek at draft pod number 3. Here we see Scott McNamara came in second at Spotlight Foundations, translated that into his first Pro Tour here this weekend. Gray Payne also in this pod, top 8 at that same event and is here at the Pro Tour playing in a very good spot. Both of those players currently sitting at 6-2. Kenta Harana also at 6-2. What about draft pod number 4, Monty?
Well, Maria, I would highlight the players to watch in this draft pod, except it's all of them. This pod is absolutely incredible. We have Hall of Famers. We have just an absolute stacked number of top finishes and some of the best to ever play the game. Matt Sperling, Ken Yukihiro, Ili Cassis, the list goes on. This pod is going to be one to watch, as only one person can come out of it 3-0 at the end of it.
Absolutely. All of these pods are just stacked this morning here at the top of the leaderboard. Well, let's take a look as the players get ready for the second draft here of Pro Tour Etherdrift. Walking in this morning, these are our top 8 players currently in the tournament, and they've got to sit down and draft together. Good news, the draft format is very, very sweet. This pod includes our 2 undefeated players, Matt Nass and Ben Stark. And there's a look at Ben Stark at the head of the table right there, known for a long time as one of the greatest limited players to ever play the game. Take a look at his stats here. Started playing all the way back in 1994, so has played basically forever, has had tremendous success in the game. 27 Grand Prix top 8s, including 2 wins, 1 Pro Tour Paris in 2011, so knows how to get it done at the Pro Tour level. Taking a look at his round by round here, you can see nothing but dubs in that results column for Ben Stark. Unblemished record. Can he keep it here after draft this morning? Well, everyone, it's not just us bringing you all of the action from the feature match area this weekend. Let's check out the rest of the broadcast team. Marshall Sutcliffe and Paul Chian are here with you, as well as Ailey Loney and Corey Baumeister in the booth. All right, everyone, it's time for draft number 2 here at Pro Tour Etherdrift. Marshall and Paul, take it away.
Thank you, Maria. Welcome back to the booth here at Pro Tour Etherdrift. Marshall Sutcliffe with Paul Chian, and it is just about time to crack some booster packs, Paul. This is the best part. It is. And, you know, this is also the day 2 draft where the players with the best records have now bubbled their way to the top. Our feature pod is crazy. It has 2 8-0s and everybody else is 7-1 at the table.
Yeah, it's incredible. And if you just kind of see the names of the players here, it's kind of a blast from the past, right? We have Matt Nass and Ben Stark sitting at 8-0 here. And just take a look at that bottom right corner here. Woo. We have Matt Nass passing to Alan Wu, passing to Ben Stark. Pro Tour champions here, just a really, all the super accomplished players here all passing to each other, and Ben Stark is on the tail end of that, so he's not going to be getting anything late because Alan Wu and Matt Nass are definitely going to be just taking all the good cards out of the packs.
Nothing easy here for our featured drafter, Ben Stark, but he likes to draft the hard way anyway, Paul. It's kind of part of his theme. And that usually means trying to stay open for as long as possible and let the table seat dictate where you're supposed to end up rather than sticking
Players,
stubbornly to your
welcome to draft
first
two
few
of
picks
Pro
or
Tour
deciding
Etherdrift.
what you want to draft
Please
before
pick
you
up the
sit down.
pack labeled A.
All right, let's get into pack.
Open it and count
One.
14
Pick one
cards
here.
face
Let's see
down,
if he can
remembering
open up
that one of
something
them will be
sweet.
facing the opposite way.
It's always so much easier, Paul, if you can just open up a great rare and kind of have a no-brainer decision to start off with.
Yeah, just open a Sky Sovereign.
Right. Well,
best
okay.
card, one of the best
Jeez.
cards in the set.
Paul's just,
What do you mean?
No, I like
You're
it,
8-0,
man.
you're trying to
Aim
top
for the
8?
sky. I
Why
like
not?
it.
Dream big.
All right, let's see what he's opened up here.
Okay.
Okay, good start right there. Hazard of the Dunes, that's your fallback plan regardless, but maybe we could do a little better.
It's a premium common. Now, there's Guidelight Pathmaker, which is a strong card. Glory Heath Links, excellent uncommon. I actually like it better than that Bulwark Ox that we saw. But there's also Greenbelt Guardian and Migrating Ketrodon. So 3 great picks at green and a couple of awesome options at white as well in the Bulwark Ox and the Glory Heath Links. Now, in terms of power level, I would say those white cards are comparable to green in a vacuum. But green is a much deeper color. So for me, if the pick is close, I will just opt for the green card.
That is much better. They have a deeper common
5
pool to pick
seconds.
from. Oh, what is he going to pick? He's got... Okay, he's reading the Greenbelt Guardian. Okay, yeah, I forgot.
Drafts.
This is how Ben...
Shuffle
he'll
and
take a
pass
card...
13
Like, most people
cards
pull
to
the
your
cards to the
left.
front.
Right.
And they'll kind of go back and forth between maybe their top 2 or 3 picks, and then the one in the front's the one they'll take.
Pick
But
up the
Ben
pack.
kind of
You have 35
throws a little
seconds.
curveball there, and he'll put sometimes a card in the middle down. So he did take Greenbelt Guardian, the highest upside card out of the green cards he saw there. Ooh, back on track, Pothole Mole, Rocketeer Boost Buggy, okay.
Yeah, there's
Oh,
a Ketrodon
but there's
here.
a Migrating Ketrodon as well.
And then there's a Voyage Home, which is a really nice card if you do draft the artifact deck. But given that you started with the green card, I'm looking at Migrating Ketrodon and Back on Track. Now, Back on Track has the most upside. If you do end up in Golgari, it
I'm
is
going
one of
upside.
the best uncommons in your
5
deck. But
seconds.
you know, the Ketrodon is a premium common. If you
Yeah.
take that, you stay open because any color
Drafts.
combination with green
Shuffle
is
and pass
strong.
12
That's true.
cards
So
to
just
your
taking the
left.
Ketrodon and staying green and just trying to figure out what your second color should be later in the draft, not the worst thing to do, to be
Pick up
honest.
the
You
pack.
talked
You
me
have
off the
30
ledge.
seconds.
Well, I was really interested in taking the Back on Track there for the upside, but you're right. That
And,
is not the
and the Ketrodon is also so strong.
Boom Scholar, he paused on. Ooh, this pack's not nearly as strong as the prior 2.
Yeah, I'm looking at Boom Scholar and Roadside Blowout.
Oh, Roadside Blowout, okay.
Yeah, and I have a really strong preference to blue-green as opposed to red-green in terms of what I like. I also think Roadside Blowout is just a stronger
5
card.
seconds.
Boom Scholar has good upside here if you have a ton of exhaust cards, but you don't necessarily always get them. And the exhaust
Shuffle
pick
and
part,
pass 11
the exhaust
cards to
cost
your
rather,
left.
is just so high for the card itself
put
because
your
you don't get the
drafted cards in a
discount.
single
Paying 6
face-down
mana to
pile.
give your Boom Scholar, turn it into a 5/5 is just
Pick
not
up the
that
pack.
great on
You have
rate.
25 seconds.
But it's still a fine card. You know, you could be seeing that card as going, okay, well, maybe this is a signpost uncommon that puts me into Gruul.
Okay. Ooh, there's a run over. That'll make this one easy if he doesn't find something better. Oh, Ooze Patrol as well.
Yeah, this has got to be a run over here for me. I think
Yeah,
Ooze Patrol, if you
yeah.
are in the Golgari deck, there is
5
some upside
seconds.
here, but run over, you can just never go wrong. And if you ever cast that thing for 1 mana, kind of feels like you're cheating.
Drafts.
It does.
Shuffle
It's
and
absolutely
pass
incredible.
10 cards to your left.
Okay. So 3 green cards and then a gold, green, red card so far.
Pick up the pack.
That's a pretty
You
good
have
start for
25
Ben.
seconds.
That's exactly where you want to be here. Starting it with 3 of your first 4 cards being green.
There's a Trip Up, Alacrian Jaguar. That's one of the few green commons that actually
Oh.
isn't good. Oh, there's Momentum Breaker. He
Yeah.
likes that card in Constructed as well, Paul.
Yeah, Momentum Breaker is fantastic. The thing is, normally Edict effects aren't so strong,
5
but this
seconds.
gives you just enough.
Yeah.
It starts your engines, it gains your life. So I imagine
I like
Momentum...
Trip Up or
Drafts.
Breaker.
Yeah, I Trip Up or
Shuffle.
Breaker is
Oh, he
fine.
took the
Cards to
Alacrian
your left.
Jaguar?
Okay, I can't say that I agree with this one. Alacrian Jaguar is a card
Pick up the
that
pack.
is a
You have
filler
20
level
seconds.
common that you just kind of put in. It's kind of a 23rd level card.
Yeah, if that.
The upside of Momentum Breaker or Trip Up is just so much greater in my opinion. I would have
Definitely.
probably speculated on one of those two.
Okay, maybe he'll look at these red cards here. There's a boosted sloop. There's a card from our past yesterday there, Paul, the Monument as
5
well.
seconds.
Now, Embalmed Descendant is the best card, but it's double off color, right? Given that you started green. You could speculate on a
Drafts.
Monument to Endurance, but this is kind of a tough pack. Like, what do you take? You can take Boosted Sloop, maybe.
Oh,
Oftentimes, oftentimes you can potentially end up in
Shuffle past
Teamer
8
because those are the
cards to your
exhaust
left.
colors.
Okay.
So if you do end up
Okay.
with enough
Back.
mana
You have 20
fixing,
seconds.
if your mana fixing is good enough, this is a powerful effect if you want to just get some extra value.
This could also just be, I mean, we haven't seen green cards in a couple of packs, and this could be Ben just trying to stay open, generally speaking.
Right?
There's a trip up.
Yeah, and had Ben taken
5
the
seconds.
momentum breaker, I'd be really tempted to take the Gastel Raider here, but since he doesn't have it, you could take the trip up or the
Drafts.
Gilded Goda. Okay,
Yeah,
so
Seven
this
Ben,
is going
cards
back
to your
towards
left.
red.
yeah, Ben looking to maybe just try to kind of plant his flag here and say, hey,
Pick up the pack.
Gruul is
You have
kind of where I
15
want to be.
seconds.
Push the limit, another card we saw yesterday. Okay, not much in this pack. This one's a bit of a empty.
5
Yeah,
seconds.
Javier actually played that in his
He did.
Jeskai cycling deck. Probably not interested in it here.
Draft.
You could just take the roads here.
Sure.
If you
Pass
end up in
6
blue-red or
cards to your
blue-green,
left.
you can still just play it format slow enough where usually you can
Pick
just
up the
get away
pack.
with
You
playing a
have
road
10
in your deck.
seconds.
Okay, that's
Oh,
a
is
late.
that a Nimble Thopterus?
Yeah, that's a pretty late Nimble Thopterus. You know, you rarely cut that card from your deck, especially in these 8-player Pro Tour drafts. This
5
is just going to be a
seconds.
card you're always happy playing with, even if you're not the artifact deck. So decent
Draft.
pickup here, and could be an indication that blue is open
Pass
because we're
5
looking
cards
at
to your left.
a 9th pick.
Pick up
That's
the pack.
that
You have
Thopterus
10
tabled.
seconds.
So that could be an indication that blue is open,
Interesting.
and that could be something that Ben should
5
keep
seconds.
in mind when he makes picks moving forward.
Looks like he's just going to take a Goblin Surveyor. You know, the thing to
Drafts.
note here
Pass
is that
4
green
cards
has
to your
dried up
left.
pretty significantly. You know,
Pick
he
up the
took the
pack. You have
Alacrian
5
Jaguar,
seconds.
but that's not much of a pick, and there hasn't been a green card since. There's another Jaguar.
Yeah,
Drafts.
there is another Jaguar. He has
Pass
seen a
3
smattering of
cards to the
black cards, but
left.
it
Pick
does
up the
look like
pack.
blue
You
and
have
red
5
cards
seconds.
also seem to be somewhat open. Those are the things that he's tabling. So that could give him a
Drafts.
potential window
Pass
to
2
pivot
cards
out
to
of
your
green.
left. Pick
It's
up the
still
pack.
really
You have
tough
5
just because green is
seconds.
so deep and your 3 green cards are still
Oh.
really strong.
Just
But
pass
a,
the final
but a
card.
trip up there with 2 cards left in the pack tells me that, yeah, blue is probably one of the
You will
colors
now
you want to
have
be,
60
given that you're
seconds to
seeing a
review your
totally
picks.
playable card table.
All right, so Ben gets to take a chance here to review his picks. You know, in a time draft, you get to do that in between packs, and that's what he's doing right now. And this is an interesting one. He has definitely not solidified himself in any particular color pair just yet. You know, if you had to guess, it looks like he's maybe leaning green-red, perhaps, but they're blue cards. There's actually quite a few that he got late in that pack. The Trip Up and the Nimble Thopterist are cards that, you know, regularly make the cut, and then, you know, if you have a reason to, you can play Hull Drifter as well.
Yeah, I think if you just kind of take a look at the power level of the cards that Ben has, I think he really wants to still stay in green, despite the fact that he only got
15
the 3 or
seconds
4
left.
good green cards. They're just so much better than a lot of the other cards he got late. Sure, you got a Nimble Thopterist, but Nimble Thopterist is not better than Run Over, Greenbelt Guardian, or Migrating Ketradon. So I think green and try to figure out if you should be red or blue. But red didn't really seem open.
No,
if
it
you talk
didn't.
about the
Return your
top
cards to
red
single
commons, we're
face
looking
down
at
pile.
Lightning Strike, Crash and Burn, and Thunderhead
Pick the
Gunner.
pack labeled
You didn't
B.
see any of those cards.
Remove the
So if
cards
I'm
from the
Ben,
envelope
I'm
and count
probably
14
looking at being
cards
blue
face
green
down.
or potentially blue-red if that archetype is open.
Okay, well, let's take a look at what maybe Ben might be thinking or hoping for as he enters into the second pack. You know, the first part of the second pack is the part where you, generally speaking, start to really solidify where your colors are. You know, if you have to put that decision off too much further, it can get kind of sketchy. So what are some of the commons, let's start there, that he may be looking to pick up, perhaps to solidify him in a color pair or get him, you know, moving in the right direction? So
Yeah, I think as far as commons goes, he really wants to pick something that's either green, blue, or red. Just looking at some of the top options for green, Stampeding Scurryfoot would be an excellent card. He has some top-end cards already, so that's just an excellent green common tool to take. Flood the Engine, excellent removal spell, even possibly splashable if you do end up in green, red, splashing blue. So that's something that you want. And then Lightning Strike, just to have another cheap interactive spell. He's only got the Run Over as a removal effect, so that's something that he could be interested in as well.
what about at the uncommon level, if I let you dream a little, Paul?
Yeah, if you want to dream, I mean, blue-green, I've talked about how much I love that color combination, and blue seemed kind of open, so Sky Serpent Seeker and Ranger's Refueler are among the best cards to have in blue-green. Ranger's Refueler being one of the best exhaust payoffs. Sky Serpent Seeker just absolutely incredible. 2-mana, 1/1 flying Death Toucher that lets you trade and then get you lands. And then, however, if you're looking for a red card, Greasewrench Goblin, I think, is a really interesting card because in green-red, it's great. It's just always a good card. It exhausts. But then if you do maybe pivot into blue-red, it's also got that discard element as well, where if you take this and you're going to be red, if you end up in red-blue or red-green, this is going to be a nice card to have.
Yeah, these are all cards that would at least bump you in a direction and hopefully solidify you a little more. Now, if we're dreaming,
Well,
give me a Sabsunin right now.
yeah, the frog god herself, Sabsunin, the best card in the entire set. Sabsunin is absolutely incredible, and the card basically everybody wants to open. If you have green mana in your deck,
Yeah.
you're going to splash the Sabsunin in
Absolutely.
any pack that you open. Now, there's another card here, a really exciting card, Loot the Pathfinder. Look,
Why limit yourself?
right, you know, Ben is some combination of blue, red, or green, and I typically don't advocate for taking a three-color card in any format, but this card is just so powerful, it makes sense to take this card. This is still one of the best rares in the entire set, despite being a three-color card, so Loot is a really exciting card to take. And then last but not least, Lumbering World Wagon, one of the best green rares in the entire set, and also if Ben's deck ends up getting a little bit weird where he has to play 3 colors, well, this card does everything for you. It fixes your mana, and if you play this on the play turn 3 and then play like a Hazard of the Dunes and attack, and they can't kill this, the game basically ends.
It smashes.
You're just too
so
far ahead on resources. You have this giant vehicle in play that can close out the game really quickly, and if not, you have a ton of mana, and this format's all about mana sinks. When you're up 1, 2, 3 lands on your opponent, you can just use that mana advantage to win the game.
Yeah, and you're forcing them to deal with the creature itself. Let's take a look at how this actually goes. We get Ben's pack 2 right now. This is going to be cool, Paul. I'm really curious to see what these packs give him. You know, Ben's a big advocate for letting the seat
Pick up the
dictate
pack.
where
You
you
have
end
40
up.
seconds.
Oh, well, okay. If he wants to stay in green, an Autarch Mammoth is a great start. There's also Ovia, which is actually proven to be like maybe a little better than it looked, but not nearly as good as the Mammoth.
Yeah, Ovia is interesting. I really like it in black-green because you typically play a bunch of large cycling cards that you can put into play at instant speed. But your Autarch Mammoth is one of the better uncommons in the entire set. When you play that thing, you're just getting so much stats. 6 mana for a 5/5 and a 3/3. And then if you can ever saddle it and make an elephant, that is just so much power and toughness that you're putting onto the
5
battlefield,
seconds.
spread between 3 permanents. This is just a slam dunk pick here for Ben.
Yeah, so Ben's going to take the Mammoth,
Draft.
further
Shuffle and
solidifying
pass
himself
13
in
cards
green,
to your right.
perhaps.
Yeah, it's going to be hard.
There's
to
still the
move off of
question
there.
of what the other color is that he has, but
Pick up the pack. You have 35 seconds.
all right, let's see what he picks up here. Anything good in green? Point the way. Oh, there's a
No.
Flood the Engine.
Yeah, Flood the Engine is an excellent removal spell. Would totally consider that. Is he reading this?
It looks like he's reading Point the Way. There's a lot of words on it.
Yeah, Point Away is not particularly good, but Flood the Engine has proven itself to be one of Blue's best commons.
Ether
really
Siphon.
good value card. Ether Siphon is a nice card draw engine, but there's also Thopter Fabricator.
Okay.
It's got the most upside, right? If you can find enough ways to cycle, it's also
5
just
seconds.
a giant flying vehicle. So I think you can't go wrong with taking either Flood the Engine here or Thopter Fabricator.
Draft.
And Ben is going with the
Shuffle
Fabricator.
and
Now, if
pass
Ben
12
does somehow
cards
pivot
to
into
your right.
blue-red, the Fabricator is kind of a bomb, right?
That's
because
right.
everything cycles and you make a bunch of Thopters, and it's never a totally bad card to play
Pick
in
up the
any
pack.
deck.
You have
So
30 seconds.
it's completely fine to take that as an option.
Yeah, nice pickup there for Ben, and maybe, again, veering him a little bit away from red. Oh, wow. Elvish Refueler. This is a good pack.
Yeah, Elvish Refueler is fantastic, especially if you're going to be in blue-green. You're going to have a bunch of exhaust cards, and this just makes sure that you basically never run out of gas.
That's right.
You're just constantly exhausting the
5
1-2 punch
seconds.
there. Now Ben Stark really wants to find a Stampeding Scurryfoot to pair with the Elvish Refueler. Being able to
Drafts.
activate Scurryfoot more
Shuffle
than
and
once
pass
just kind of
11
feels like
cards
you're
to
getting
your
away
right.
with something.
Absolutely. So good start to pack 2 here for Ben.
Pick up the pack.
Picking
You
up
have
a couple of
25
really good
seconds.
green uncommons and then a Thopter Fabricator there as well. There's a Howler's Heavy. Hey, that would already go well. Oh, Roadside Blowout, though. That's actually perfect for what he's got here.
Oh yeah, it's incredible. It's a great interactive spell that you're always going to play in your blue decks, and it draws you a card, which
Yeah.
works really well with that Thopter Fabricator that Ben has.
Beautiful.
I wonder if Ben is just
5
going,
seconds.
man, I really wish I took the other Roadside Blowout in pack 1 over the Boom Scholar there.
Would be nice to have.
Draft.
There was a Venom Sack
Shuffle
Lagak that
and
he would
pass
also
10
gladly
cards
add
to
to
your
his
right.
pile, but the Blowout's just enough better to take it here. So it does look like he's
Pick up the
much
pack.
closer
You
now to
have
just being
25
green-blue
seconds.
at this point. All of his picks out of this second pack have been either green or blue.
Yeah, it totally makes a lot of sense, especially if you just try to read the draft and kind of look at how pack 1 went. You know, Hull Drifter is not a fantastic card. Trip Up is not a top blue common, but when you get those with 2 or 3 cards left, that means very likely the people to your right are not in blue.
And incidentally,
5
both of
seconds.
those go well with the Fabricator.
Yeah, I imagine this is just a Midnight Mangler just to make sure if you
Drafts.
don't have enough 2-drops you like
Shuffle and
playing,
pass
you can always
9
just put
cards
Midnight
to your
Mangler
right.
into your deck.
Yeah, just make sure you don't get ran over early, have something to do on turn 2.
Yeah, especially because
Pick
the
up the
Simic
pack.
decks
You have
always just
20
have things
seconds.
to do with all the exhaust cards.
Right.
So you just, any 2-drop is something that you'd be reasonably happy.
Ooh, bounce off. That's good interaction here. Ben is a little short on interaction. He has a trip up and a run over, and then the
Oh yeah,
blowout.
no, bounce off. This looks like a pretty easy
Oh!
bounce off.
He
Wow.
took the Pit Automaton.
Okay, I love the first copy of Bounce Off is so strong. Now I do like Pit
Drafts.
Automaton in the Simic exhaust
Shuffle
decks,
and
but
pass
Ben
8 cards
doesn't
to
have
your
a
right.
million exhaust creatures just yet. Maybe he
No,
just wants to
but
have another 2-mana
up the
card
pack.
that gives him
Speculation.
20
some
seconds.
upside. But Bounce Off is a really, really strong interactive spell. I'm a little bit surprised with that one.
Yeah. I guess, you know, he is probably thinking, I'm just in the blue-green exhaust deck, and Pit Automaton does work there.
It absolutely does.
Defend the Rider, that would be a good pickup.
Yeah,
5
it's a reasonable
seconds.
combat trick here. There's also Wreckage Remover. If you want to sideboard that in against the Golgari decks, right? If
Drafts.
they're doing the Reanimator thing.
Oh.
Oh, wow.
Pass 7
No,
cards to
he
your
took
right.
the Glitch Ghost Surveyor.
Yeah, I'm generally not
Pick
a
up the
fan of
pack.
this
You have
creature just
15
because the
seconds.
stats are kind of underwhelming.
Doesn't really fit.
You know,
yeah.
it's a random flyer. It's okay. To be fair, that pack wasn't particularly strong anyways, but, you know. The second Reef Roads, usually the second road is not something you're too
5
interested in playing
seconds.
Right.
unless you have a lot of mounts and vehicles to allow it to come into play untapped. But hey, if you have a deck
Drafts.
with a bunch of
Pass 6
pothole
cards
moles,
to
they
your
do get a
right.
little bit better because in the late game you can
Pick up the
return them
pack.
into
You
play.
have 10 seconds.
Ooh, I do like the interference here. I actually
Yeah.
like interference a lot, and specifically blue-green.
Definitely.
Because oftentimes
5
the play
seconds.
pattern is pass with my exhaust creature up, counter your
Oh,
thing,
he
or
took
exhaust
Hull
my
Drifter.
Drafts.
He took Hull
Pass
Drifter.
5
Okay,
cards
that's
to
man.
your right.
He already has
up
one.
the
I don't
pack.
like that.
You
Yeah,
have
the
10 seconds.
second Hull Drifter, maybe the first one with,
Right.
you know, with what he's got,
5
but I
seconds.
really like that Spectral Interference.
Interference is very,
It's
very good. in
so good
blue-green.
with exhaust.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Drafts.
I
Pass
think he's
4
just cutting at
cards
this
to your
point. There's
right.
nothing really there for him,
Right.
so
Pick
he's
up the
just going
pack.
to take
You
the
have 5
aggressive
seconds.
glider from maybe an opponent. Oh, wow. This table knows what's up.
Yeah,
Pass
It's
3
all red
cards
and
to your
white
right.
cards at the end of the
These
pack.
are very
Pick up the
smart
pack. You have
drafters. It's
5
just red and
seconds.
white cards at the end.
No kidding.
Okay, Howler's happy.
Howler.
Yeah, that's a totally fine
Drafts.
playable card.
Pass 2
And
cards to your right.
Again,
Pick
anything
up
with
the pack.
cycling
You have
on
5
it
seconds.
With the Fabricator?
little nudged. Yeah, it's
Yeah.
not like the entire deck's built around it, but with Fabricator,
pass
it
your
gets a
last
little
card.
better.
Absolutely.
You will
I
now
can
have
see
90
that being
a good
seconds
pack.
to review
Yeah,
your
and I can
picks.
see that being the tiebreaker too. Just in a lot of instances, if Ben has a close pick between two things, he'll probably just take the card that actually has cycling, given the fact that if you ever go turn 3 Fabricator and just cycle a few things, you're just so far ahead, right? You just get free Thopters. It's so strong.
Interesting big picture here, Paul. You know, he did pick up those 2 green cards out of the first 3 picks, but then there was nothing. Green is heavily contested at this table, as you would expect it to be.
Yeah, here's the thing though. The green cards are so good, even if you have 9 green cards, as
Yep.
long as you can figure out what the second color is and fill out your deck with that, you can still end up with a strong deck. And blue certainly seems reasonably open.
Yes.
So if he just, you know, picks up maybe 3 playable green cards and then fills the rest out with the blue cards, he can still have a totally fine deck.
Yeah, I mean, the 2 green cards he picked up were Autarch Mammoth and Elvish Refueler. Like,
Yeah,
those
those
are
are
2 of his
fantastic.
best cards.
Right.
Yeah. I am curious, would you assume that he has abandoned red altogether at this
30
point? He
seconds.
has the Boom Scholar and the boosted Sloop as potential splashes.
Yeah, I don't even think those cards are really even that strong.
Okay.
I don't think they're just worth splashing unless you basically get them for free. Let's say you get some Rugged Highlands or Blue-Red Lands kind of late for free.
Then
That-
maybe.
and pack 3 ends up being really, really rough and you don't end up with enough playables, then I can see playing those cards. They're fine cards
5
to play.
seconds.
But certainly, you know, those are cards you kind of want to play on curve a lot of the time, whereas something like a Broadside
Return your cards
Barrage
to a single
is something
face-down
that
pile.
you would splash for, right? Because that's good at
Pick
any
up the
point
pack
of the game.
labeled C.
Yeah, he
Open it and
doesn't
tap
have much in the
14
way of
cards
fixing
face
right
down.
now either.
0, I think.
I think nothing.
Yeah,
I mean, he picked up a couple dual land, but it was, you know, green-black.
right.
Jungle Hollow or something in the first pack. All right, pack number 3 coming up here. We're watching Ben Stark draft.
1 second.
Yeah, Sabsunin.
Sabsunin, please.
That would be the actual dream,
Pick up
of
the pack.
course.
You
Yeah,
have
he should
40
be
seconds.
putting his mental energy into visualizing that.
Ooh, Perilous Snare, one of White's
Perilous
probably
Snare.
White's best rare. Very, very strong
There's
card.
Broadside Barrage that you were talking about.
Yeah, great removal spell as well.
Any good green cards? Keen Buccaneer would be totally fine.
Migrating Ketradon.
Oh.
Hazard of the Dune. So,
The classic.
Yeah, 2 really strong cards. This one's kind of close. The thing is, he's already got a Ketrodon and an Autarch Mammoth.
Yeah.
So it would make sense to take Hazard of the Dunes just because it's a 4-drop to play, and it's just better for the curve. But you do have the Thopter Fabricator, right? So that's kind of the tiebreaker, maybe.
I would. I think that's what he was thinking. I would actually still go with the Hazard. I mean, you have a Pit Automaton and stuff.
Shuffle
Like
and
you can
pass
kind of turbo
13
those
cards
things
to your
out,
left.
and you want to mind your curve.
Yeah.
But that's so close. It's a
Yeah,
Pick up the
that's
pack.
preference.
those
You have
2 cards are
35
both
seconds.
fantastic. You can't go too wrong taking either of those
Yeah.
cards.
There's Ben's favorite, the Alacrian Jaguar at the front.
Please don't take that one.
I don't think he will. Oh, whoa!
Wow,
that's a
a-
rough pack for
That
him.
is an awful pack.
This is
too.
pack 3, pick 2. Like there should be a common here.
Not a single blue or green common that you really want. He has a Jaguar already, and he's got 2 Hull Drifters. So
Right.
neither are really good options. And there's a Thrill
5
Roller, but that's
seconds.
not even that good in blue-green as a splash card. Comes into play as a 4/2, I guess.
Is
Are
he
you
just
hate
cutting
drafting?
something
Drafts.
here? Yeah, like just take
Shuffle
something
and
from
pass
somebody
12
else.
cards
Yeah,
to
take
your
the
left.
rare.
Yeah, that's
Cancel
really
Thrill Roller, sure.
yeah.
Boy, that's unfortunate pack there for Ben.
Pick up
I
the
mean,
pack.
just
You have 30
nothing.
seconds.
Yeah, this card's just not good if you're a blue-green exhaust deck. It's not the type of card that you want.
Right. I mean, this pack's already better. Oh, Bright Glass Gear Hulk.
Yeah.
And all of we've seen.
Oh.
Oh, there we go. Sky Serpent Seeker.
Well, this is going to be a very, very easy card. Yeah, this is extremely easy. This is one of Simic's best uncommons in the entire format.
Yeah.
Bright Glass Gearhulk, obviously very powerful, but just nowhere close to being able to play that
5
card.
seconds.
So good in this format. Giving it Death Touch was like nice,
Yeah,
right?
It's
It's-
really important. Sometimes you
Shuffle
just
and
got to
pass
trade.
11
You're on the
cards
draw,
to
your
left.
opponent plays just some large creatures, and you just get that as an
Pick
option.
up the pack.
So
You have
nice.
25 seconds.
Let's see if Ben can continue on a better path here. Oh, no. Broken Wings is the best card for him?
Well, he does need interaction, and Broken Wings is honestly a card that I'm very happy playing the first copy of in most of my decks.
Okay.
Just when you're green, and in blue-green specifically,
5
you kind of
seconds.
lack interaction. So Broken Wings does allow you to deal with some problematic artifacts. He helps you with some
Drafts.
flyers. I think
Shuffle and pass
you're not
10
happy to
cards
take it
to your
this
left.
I was gonna
early.
say positive, Paul. That was pack 3,
You're
pick
not,
4.
look, you're not happy to take it this early, but it was the only
Pick up the
card
pack.
in that pack,
You
and
have
that pack wasn't
25
particularly
seconds.
strong.
And it will make the cut.
Yeah.
Most likely.
Okay, now things are getting rough.
Defend the Rider, trade the Helm, or there was a Rugged Highlands if he's interested in those red cards. He was sort of pausing on them. Defend the Rider is nice, though.
Yeah, it's a totally
5
playable
seconds.
combat
Oh.
trick. I don't like multiple copies of it, but perhaps you just okay.
Oh, I think he
Right.
might actually be having his
Shuffle and
eye on a
pass
little
9
red splash
cards to
there.
your
Get the
left.
boosted sloop in there, maybe.
Boom Scholar?
Well, to be fair, a
Pick up the
boosted
pack.
sloop
You have 20
is
seconds.
nice with the Thopter Fabricator,
It
right?
is.
If you get that going, that's a nice combination. And that pack was kind of bad.
Wow, these packs have been tough.
Yeah, look at this. I mean,
Adrenaline
just
Jockey,
no,
Wreck Remover.
there's
Like,
just nothing in blue. He's seeing a bunch of red stuff.
there's no blue or green. There's
Yeah.
nothing to
5
take.
And
here.
seconds.
Adrenaline Jockey is not something you want to splash. Is he hate drafting?
Yeah, he is. He's just going to cut the Cloud Spire
Draft.
Sky
Oh,
Cycle.
wow.
Looks like just the
That's
best
a-
card in the
pass
pack.
That's an
cards to your
old school
left.
draft.
Hey.
Old school pick right there.
There
Pick up
was.
the pack.
I mean, there was
You have 20
actually
seconds.
no blue or green
Right.
cards. Oh, okay, there was a
Okay.
trip up there, but he almost had that happen again.
There's a trip up, a sky crash,
Camera
camera
launcher.
launcher to some broadcast rambler pretty late, right? Obviously, that's not something that he's going to
5
take. I think he's just going to
seconds.
take the trip up here.
Yeah.
It's an interaction which he needs. It also cycles for the Thopter Fabricator. But
Yeah.
this pack's certainly
Draft.
not going as well. Every
Pass
now and
7
then, Ben's
cards
just
to your
having a pack
left.
that has literally nothing for him, which is super
Pick up the
tough.
pack. You have 15 seconds.
Yeah, another pack with not a whole lot here.
Are you a Trade the Helm fan?
No, not at all. And I don't think Ben
5
is either. He
seconds.
just took a random Serpent with almost no artifacts in his deck.
Yeah, he just took a card.
He's like, I pass some affinity
Drafts.
cards. I'm not
Pass
going to give
6
people
cards
this.
to your left. Pick up
It
the
does have
pack.
cycling,
You have
but
10
just-
seconds.
Trade does, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, there's another Rugged Highlands.
I think he's just going to
5
take it here over
seconds.
the second Pit Automaton. He doesn't actually have a million exhaust cards. So I don't.
Drafts.
He might play the
Pass
first
5
Automaton, but I don't
cards to
think
your
this isn't a
left.
deck where you're happy with both Automatons.
No, and
Pick
that's
up the
funny.
pack.
You
You have 10
said, well,
seconds.
I don't know if he randomly picks up a bunch of fixing. He kind of did.
5
did?
seconds.
2 Rugged Highlands and a Mountain gives you 3 red sources, which is kind of what you want for your first red card. So if
Drafts.
he doesn't have enough
Pass 4
playables,
cards
which
to
right
your left.
now it
Pick
looks
up
like
the
he
pack.
might
You have
not.
5 seconds.
Then he
That
we
red
may see the
splash is, yeah, that red splash is getting more and more likely, especially with
Drafts.
the double rugged
Pass
Highlands.
3 cards.
He's
to
not
your
even going
left.
to take Bestow Greatness. Okay, he
Oh,
will.
yeah, he will.
Pick up the pack. You have
He
5
almost
seconds.
took the Gravestalker just to cut it. Okay, so this is wrapping
Draft.
up
Pass 2
our
cards
draft
to your
here.
left. You have 5 seconds.
How are you feeling about this one, Paul? This was a tough seat. I mean, this
Please
is
pass
what
your
you would
last card.
expect on day
Thank you all very
2,
much for joining
table
us for the
1 at the
draft.
Pro
Bruna will
Tour.
have some further
Nothing
instructions
easy
for
for
you.
Ben.
Yeah, nothing easy. And the only thing, if you're Ben here, is you have to be really disappointed with pack number 3.
Yeah.
Given how pack 1 went, and at the end of that pack, you just started to see a bunch of the blue cards, you would have expected some of the blue cards to flow a little better in pack 3, and that's kind of Ben's expectation, because the way that pack 1 started, green, 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 right? But then it dried up. So you know green is being heavily contested. That's the expectation going in. So if you want to see a green card, it's probably going to be in the first 3 or 4 picks in pack 3, but then you're hoping, well, you know what? It's okay. I'm going to get the blue cards at least. And all he saw were just all the white and red cards nobody else wanted. So he's probably going to have to dig deep here. He's probably going to have to splash red to make things work, because I'm not sure he's going to have enough for just a straight blue-green deck.
Do you think he wants to splash red given the cards? You know, sometimes we'll see somebody pick up a rare or very splashable card that you really want to get in your deck if you possibly can. These cards were kind of on the fringe.
Yeah, the thing is, look, we're talking about Boom Scholar and Boosted Sloop. Those cards are excellent when you play them turn 3, right, on the play or what have you. But when you're splashing it, when you're splashing for cards, you typically want cards that are good at all points in the game. So removal spells, for example, or bombs. Those are the cards that you want to splash. But when it's a 3-drop that's like okay, if you draw a Boom Scholar on turn 6 or 7, it's just fine.
Yeah.
But given the overall power level of Ben's cards and just the depth of the commons and how he got nothing in pack 3, I wouldn't be surprised that he just has no choice but to play these cards.
Yeah, you compared Boosted Sloop to Broadside Barrage, right?
Right.
Card you want to draw any time versus one that you kind of need on 3. Let's take a look. We get a chance to see his deck list here and see if those red cards did make it in.
It did.
They did, both
Yep.
of them. Pretty... Oh, weird. The Gear Seeker Serpent actually is in there too, and both Hull Drifters.
So what are we looking at for artifacts? I guess there's a Pit Automaton, a Fabricator, yeah, and a couple Hull
Mangler.
Drifters. Look, the Gear Seeker Serpent is simply just in there because he just did not have enough playable cards.
Yeah, that
right?
does look like it's the case.
And that is the case. There's also Glitch Ghost Surveyor in here. He has a pretty bad curve too. We're looking at 4 2-mana cards. Doesn't look like anybody was in Boros though, so maybe that's not going to be a problem. Now his top end is good, right? 2 Hull Drifters, 2 Ketrodons, the Mammoth. So if he can survive and not get run over and get to the late game, he has certainly a lot of punch at the top end of his mana
This
curve.
is the absolute perfect representation of a tough draft seat at the Pro Tour.
Right.
The low-end stuff that you just mentioned, not super great, right? He had to put in a few filler cards, basically, and he had to stretch his mana for a bit of a splash as well. But the fundamentals are there. The bones are there for him to, particularly if he draws the kind of good side of his deck, to get the job done.
Yeah, it is really difficult to just get that streamlined 2-color. Every card is awesome. I am not playing a 23rd playable level card in my
Very
deck.
rare.
It's just super rare, especially day 2 of the Pro Tour with the players that are in this pod. It's just not going to happen. So what's going to happen is you're going to have some, if you go green, a lot of the times it's going to be kind of messy.
Yeah.
You're not going to get the 2-color decks. It's going to be contested. It's still possibly correct to be green just because of how powerful it is. But I wouldn't be surprised with the evolution of this format in general, where 3-color green decks become the norm because of how contested it is. Veloheart Bike goes up in your rankings, right? You just start taking those cards just because you know that you're not going to have enough playables in just a 2-color combination. Now, Ben's deck still has a lot of power. And if he doesn't go into, you know, the Rakdos speed deck or some kind of Boros aggressive deck, I still think he has the tools to be able to get there. But he also has a real chance of just getting completely run over just based on the curve that we saw.
Yeah, this is a slow deck. He's got a high curve, bunch of Hull Drifters and stuff, but if it does get to the mid to late game, he's got a pretty good shot. All right, that's going to do it for the draft portion here in the morning. We're going to take a short break. When we come back, though, we've got Ben Stark against Matt Nast to see who remains undefeated in the field. We'll be back with more right after this. Welcome back to coverage here of Pro Tour Etherdrift. I'm Marshall Sutcliffe with Paul Cheon in the booth. It's cold outside.
Look at that. Look at that.
Paul and I went for a little walk this morning. It is cold out there, but in the convention center, we've got MagicCon happening. And one subset of the MagicCon is this, the Pro Tour. This is the competitive end of things. And this is what we love. The players are getting seated now to battle it out. And as it sits, we've got Matt Nass versus Ben Stark. These are two people, they've tested together for years. They have a long and storied history on the Pro Tour, and they still got it. 8-0 for our two undefeated players here coming in. And this is just a classic. There's only one person who's going to be undefeated after this match.
Yeah, what a matchup here. And keep in mind, Matt Nass was actually passing to Ben Stark. I think it was like Matt Nass into Alan Wu into Ben Stark. So curious if Matt's also in green, and that's a reason why Ben didn't get everything that he wanted here.
Let's take a quick look-see here. This is Ben Stark's list. We just saw this. He did have to splash for red, and he had to play a few cards you maybe wouldn't want in there necessarily. The Serpent, the second Hull Drifter, you know, the Mangler's not amazing.
Oh!
Matt Nass is straight up blue-red.
Oh, this is interesting. I mean, he got that Monument to Endurance late. He's got the Sloop and the double broadside barrage. A bunch of cyclers, a ton of cyclers.
Boom-mobile.
But he doesn't have the Marauding Mako or the Scrounger. So he really wants to draw that Monument to Endurance. Really curious how this deck's actually going to play out, because I personally haven't been able to make this deck work that often. You need to kind of draw those build-around cards to make it work in a lot of instances, the Monument being one of the best payoffs.
It is a finicky deck. The good news, if you are Matt Nass, is that if you do get that nice assertive curve out, Ben's deck is slow. Like, it's got some 6-drops in there. It's got some cycling. It has some, you know, vehicles that don't do much the turn they hit, and he may be able to get out ahead.
Right.
I'll do this one on the bottom.
But Matt's deck also
He's
didn't
going
look
to
like
6.
it had an incredible curve either. It's just trying to get it. You kind of want to play some Artillerist, cycle some cards, and ping Ben that way. And if Ben doesn't have enough removal, maybe the Artillerist could be key in just burning Ben down before he can kind of close the game out with his expensive creatures.
Engines one.
Now, he does have an Endrider Catalyzer to start things. Or, sorry. Yeah. And that gets his engines going, and it gets the other engines going on the other side as well. So, eye for an eye so far.
Yeah, and the nice thing, at least in the blue-red deck here,
I'll cycle this, deal one to you.
you get your engines going this way. There you go, Matt. The Artillerist is just a really nice way to get to maximum speed, and if Matt can utilize the mana advantage from the Endrider Catalyzer, might not attack here. Missed the land drop, though, with the cycle.
Yeah, he's on 6 cards, so maybe having to keep something a little sketchy. Oh, that's a tough one, though.
Yeah, very good against that Catalyzer. Catalyzer just doesn't have a reasonable attack here. Matt might main phase cycle again here. He doesn't have
I'll
land drop
cycle
number
this, deal
3.
one to you.
So
Engines
same
3.
play, and he missed again?
No, I think he found a land.
Oh, he did, okay.
He found a land, and now remember, if he gets to 4 speed here, that Endrider Catalyzer does tap for 2 red mana. Does he have another Artillerist? He does, it seems.
I'll pass.
But Ben's got a decent squad here. He's getting in for 6, and he's got some removal effects as well. And if he feels like Matt could be getting to maximum speed, you could just kill the Catalyzer. Get in for a ton of damage. Matt only is representing 1 red mana this turn, which means Road Rage is seemingly the only thing he can cast here for 1 red mana. Ben with that Boom Scholar in hand, not particularly strong here, but Ben can just go Midnight Mangler into Runover if he wants to take the ultra aggressive line, or alternatively just play the Midnight Mangler and just attack for the 3 creatures and see if Matt's just happy trading the Endrider Catalyzer with the Thopterist.
All right, Ben thinking over his turn, and now he will act. Oh,
Yeah.
he's going to get aggressive here.
Yep. Close out the game here.
Yeah, Matt Nass does not have Road Rage in his list, so Ben Stark with the green light.
Yeah, and he's got the trip up too, so if Matt Nass just plays any permanent, Ben can just bounce that and then just attack for 6 next turn.
Kind of funny, he's the one playing the tempo game this time.
Right. Actually, you can attack for 7 because you can crew the Midnight Mangler with the Glitch Ghost Surveyor. Get in for 7, put Matt Nass down to 5, and remove whatever permanent he plays here. So you can just use that as a tempo play, and Matt might just be too far behind here to come back.
Yeah, good news for Matt. He did find another land off the top.
Yeah.
Keen Buccaneer's going to hit the battlefield, but
Yeah,
only temporarily.
Yeah, Ben is just going to cast that trip up here and just play the tempo game here.
Yeah, this is a mana stumble by Matt Nass that Ben is looking to capitalize on.
And Matt Nass didn't have anything for 1 mana previously. The only thing you could be maybe concerned about is perhaps a bounce off. Oh, is he going to wait and maybe just go an end of turn trip up? Could also be a consideration. You can also saddle the Midnight Mangler and attack for 6 this way and
Crew it up and
crew it up,
bash.
and Matt just doesn't have good blocks. So yeah, max speed and trip up in case Matt plays something even bigger, or he can just hardcast Howler's Heavy and then trip up on the following turn, and that's
Yeah,
also
That's even
really,
better.
really great.
Yeah, the 2-3 just not getting the job done there for Matt Nass on blocks.
Although interesting, the other consideration would have just been to play the Howler's Heavy, crew the Mangler, and attack with everything.
Oh, sure.
Right? And then your Thopter's trades for the Keen Buccaneer, but you still have a great board. But both good options.
Yeah.
Okay, a second Buccaneer is going to hit the battlefield, but this should clear the way for Ben Stark. There are 2 mana available, though, for Matt Nass, so Ben
Right.
has some things to think about.
Yeah, 3 damage guaranteed to get through here. Trip up certainly going to be cast. He's going to let that. Okay.
And Matt Nass says, okay.
Too much.
Going to do it. Yeah, that was an interesting draw from Ben Stark. I wouldn't expect his deck to play out that way typically, right? It was almost like an aggressive tempo draw, but he
Yeah.
was really trying to pounce on the fact that Matt Nass missed a land drop and was behind.
Yeah. You could. Ben still has some 2 mana plays, some 3 mana. He's still curved out, and Matt just stumbled, missed land drop number 3 for 2 turns. So. Oh, Matt Nass has got a Draconautics Engineer in his deck.
Yeah, that's
really
a
good card.
nice one.
And this is the type of matchup where you might not be scared to just run it out turn 2.
No.
Right? Ben doesn't have a ton of ways to actually kill this in his blue-green base deck.
Yeah, you can see the red card there and think, oh, maybe something. That's not what Ben's up to with his red splashes. He's not splashing for removal.
Yeah, and Draconautics Engineer, one of the double exhaust cards in the format. If you pay the red, it's a +1. It gets a +1/+1 counter. A lot of people actually miss that part.
I've missed that part.
So you just can't get good blocks with it. And then, of course, for the 4 mana, nobody misses this one. You can just make a 4/4 dragon.
Yeah, and this is the type of card, too, that only costs 2 mana, so you can play it now. But if you draw this card late in the game, you can just do the things, and it is nasty.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Nothing here for turn 3 out of Matt Nass. Might just exhaust the Engineer to turn it into a 3/3 just for mana purposes.
Use up his. He's also on mono islands in hand, so
Right.
using up your red every turn is important.
Meanwhile, Ben's got the perfect mana, right? He's got red, blue, green,
He does.
everything he
Colorless.
needs here.
He's got it all.
Yeah. Next turn, he can play Boosted Sloop and Reef Roads.
Well, Matt
This
has
is
to
gonna
be happy,
very
though.
Confusing.
It's exhausted a little bit.
Okay.
Partially exhausted, yeah. But Matt has a nice little situation here because he can just play a land and pass.
And there's not much Ben can do here.
Nope.
Matt's not going to attack, I don't think. Oh, he's going to do something else
Oh,
here.
wow.
Is he just playing the vehicle?
Huh.
Glamorous Ironclad. The issue is if he doesn't find a red source, he can't just make a dragon on his turn and give it haste. Right? He really needs to find another mountain. Oh, no, he can't give it haste because he already exhausted
Yeah, so
the engineer.
I mean, the thought process on just doing the exhaust here, right, is you get a chance to do it. If somehow Ben untaps and says, okay, here's run over,
right.
you
so,
just never get your 4/4 out of the deal.
Right. Fortunately, the engineer is a 3/3, so
It
run
is.
over would not actually
So run over
work.
specifically wouldn't, but
Right.
But I mean a removal spell, right?
Yeah,
You're
yeah.
in Matt's seat.
So Matt's probably aware of the interactive spells that Ben can have, and I don't know that Ben actually has a way to kill the engineer other
Yeah.
than run over.
Trip up, but
He has a bounce effect in the trip up, but of course you don't really want to be tripping
does-
up the engineer.
doesn't solve the problem.
Yeah.
No. 18.
And just making sure that thing doesn't have flying on top of everything else. There's
Oh,
Boom
Boom
Scholar,
Scholar.
Tapland, go. So Ben using up his mana and setting things up. He has a Pit Automaton.
Does, and he does have the trip up for the token, but this is a lot of damage, right? If Matt just crews up the Ironclad, I guess Ben can double block, and then he would only lose one creature because it is a 6/3. But Matt Nass does have a crash and burn, so if Ben goes for the double block here, you crash and burn the Boom Scholar after the double block happens, and then the Pit Automaton dies for free.
Okay.
I think he's happy with that clean 2-for-1.
Those are very difficult to pass up.
Or no, it doesn't have trample. What am I saying? I'll play a
It's
land.
menace, but not trample. Now he's going to just play his land and pass turn back over.
It was a good turn there for Matt Nass. Ben has a lot of action still. If you can just get to land number 6,
Yeah,
does
that's
have the
the key.
Autark Mammoth in hand.
And we know that he has access to multiple migrating Ketrodons at some point, not in his hand, but in his deck.
16.
Does he have a land? He does. So he can just Hull Drifter here and
Yeah, but this
fuel the late game. Is he going to take too much damage?
He's
in
going
the
to take a
meantime?
good amount of damage here, depending on what Matt Nass plays. If he can play a different creature to crew the Ironclad, he gets to get in for 9 this turn.
This is the hard part about Hull Drifter, right?
Right.
Like it's just your whole turn, and then he couldn't even crew it.
The crew cost is so high on
It
that
is.
card.
It is.
Play this guy. Oh.
Okay.
6.
Look, yeah, so this is an attack for 6, and then he's just going to make a dragon at end of turn here with the Engineer.
This is looking good for Matt Nass. Ben's got some work to do to get back on here. He also, yeah, okay, so he did find his 6th land.
He did find the land, though. So Ben's hand is looking pretty good. Now, he's going to take 4 damage in the air.
He just really wanted a Ketrodon instead of the Mammoth here.
Yeah, but, well, yes, absolutely. Especially because Matt Nass has double Broadside Barrage in his deck.
Right.
And that doesn't actually kill the Ketrodon.
And it blocks the dragon, etc. I mean, not that there's much to complain about with the Mammoth, but Ben is very much in a defensive stance right now.
Yeah, it's so awkward, though, just because Ben's board is just really weak right now. All he has is a 2/2. Can't even crew up the Hull Drifter, so that runover only deals 2 damage. So you can't even kill the Draconautics Engineer this turn. For example, if Matt goes end of turn, make a 4/4, you have trip up, but your runover just doesn't do anything.
Right.
It doesn't actually. So then Matt can attack you for 6 again, and that's a
Yes.
bunch of damage. So that's what Ben's considering. The double spell of being able to go trip up into runover would be nice if you can kill 2 things.
If you could crew the Hull Drifter, it would solve that problem.
But he cannot. So
3.
So then it's just, do you just run out the Mammoth here? If Matt Nass has a Broadside Barrage, which he certainly could have at this point, it's kind of tough. But you do have a 3/3 in play, right, that you can use to crew the Hull Drifter. So I think the Mammoth is the only play
Yeah,
here.
so he's just going to go with Mammoth.
Oh, shoot.
It's going to get its friend.
And Matt Nass is going to...
It's rare that a Mammoth feels like not quite enough. And it might be enough, but this turn it doesn't quite solve all the problems.
Sure. Right. Yeah, I think Matt here just make a dragon. I guess you can go Barrage if you don't care about the 4/4 flyer, because you could have made the flyer first, then play the Barrage, and then you get in for 4 in the air. But I suppose there's a double block available for Ben Stark.
There is, but you would kill both things.
Right.
It's not the worst. Then again, I don't know. Killing the Hull Drifter doesn't feel quite the same as getting an actual creature off the board.
Oh, he's copying the ability here.
No way. Double
Pit
dragon?
Automaton, double dragon. That's what he was setting up for. Of
Nice.
course.
I did not see that. That's awesome.
Yeah, how does Ben come back from this? I don't think so. He needs a Ketrodon badly here to be able to
Yes.
just block these dragons.
And to get him some of the life he's about to lose.
Right. Yeah, the Engineer is fully exhausted now. Just 3/3 with 2 4/4 flyers. That's it. Not bad.
That was awesome for Matt Nass.
Double dragon.
So you go to 9.
So he just traded.
Yeah, and this is where you look at cards like Glitchko Surveyor and just the fact that its stats are just so underwhelming. That's kind of the reason why people, or it doesn't have as high of a win rate as you would expect, just because it's really bad on defense.
Right. Greenbelt Guardians. He just keeps drawing like big, powerful things for the ground.
Yeah, he just needs a big creature to be able to even try to cast Run Over, but he just doesn't have anything big enough here to kill a dragon. Now he can trip up one of the dragons. Still has to deal with the vehicle.
It just would be such a different game if the run over had been live, right?
Right. Yeah.
Because trip up plus run over is really nice to help solve some of the problems that he's facing, but and I don't suppose he would have considered running over the pit automaton last turn to prevent this 2-dragon situation.
Yeah,
You still have
he
to
could
face
have
a dragon.
Yeah, so what he could have done is play the boosted sloop, and then crew the boosted sloop, and then run over to kill the engineer, so that this turn doesn't happen, right? And
Right.
then you're just dealing with the ironclad.
So you just kill the
Right.
engineer and just cut it off.
Yeah, you just
entirely.
cut it off entirely, and then you just have to find a way to deal with the vehicle, and then you have a trip up in your hand. So perhaps that was the line that Ben needed to take.
Tough stuff here. Nothing easy in the feature match area. There's a Greenbelt Guardian. He does have the mana to exhaust it.
Yeah, so I suppose you can block, or even
You can exhaust and then crew the Hull Drifter for a block.
if you wanted to double block one of the dragons, go to 5.
Yes,
puts 3
and
counters
then
on himself,
untap,
right?
have trip up for the other dragon and hope that Matt Nass doesn't have anything else going on.
Now, Matt did have access to the broadside barrage, so if he went with that, that would have been pretty tough, right?
Right.
So I think Ben's line was just totally fine. Just Matt just being able to make the
play
double
this.
dragon, they're just so strong.
This is.
Wax and
Wax and
Shape Thief.
Thief. Mhm.
Is that another dragon?
Sure.
Or an ironclad, I suppose.
Copy a dragon.
Jeez.
This card does have flash, but he's choosing to main phase it.
Because he wants to crew the ironclad and
Nah.
attack for
I'll use it to
14.
Through this.
and this is
I'll
just.
go to
I mean,
combat.
how do you defeat this many 4/4
This is
flying
just too much.
dragons? Yeah. This
You
is
have a
overwhelming.
trip up, right? So you can kill one of the dragons, but then you just don't have other great blocks. Like you can, like I said,
So annoying too, you know, because if you're in Ben's seat again, the fact that he's got 2 dragons, like if he only had one, you could bounce a dragon in response to Wax and Shape Thief, and then make him copy something worse. But he just has a
but you
backup
can't do
dragon.
that. Yeah,
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah, it's 3.
yeah. It's so
No, all
so.
good.
Like, is the only option double block the ironclad and trip up a token, take 4, and then you still need to deal with 2
With
dragons,
2 more dragons. Yikes.
and you go to 5. And based on Ben's hand, I mean, he doesn't really have an answer to either dragon. He's got the run over, but needs to play something big. Ketradon. That is really the
Then
card
slam a Ketradon up
that
the
gets
top. He's got 2.
that gives Ben a shot, because when he draws that, all of a sudden Matt's got nothing, right? He's got a Keen Buccaneer, but no way to actually interact with the Ketradon. That'll get Ben back up to 9 life, and then you'll just have something that just completely brick walls all of what Matt can do.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, Ben basically has to make a game plan that assumes that Ketradon's on top of his library and set himself up to be able to stabilize, assuming that that's the case. Because if there's a land on top of the library, like, it doesn't look like there's any way he can actually stabilize against this.
Yeah. Yeah, and if you're Ben here at this point, you're just kind of playing like Matt has nothing.
And Matt has nothing,
yeah.
too. Yeah, you have a Ketradon on top. Matt has nothing. Now what do I do?
Yeah, and it's just like, what are the perfect blocks in this scenario? And I think it's probably just like getting the ironclad out of the way. I guess you could take 8. What happens if no?
Yeah.
Okay, so because if he does
This
this,
lets him crew the Drifter.
oh great, yeah, now you can run over one of the dragons, and you can trip up, but you're at 1 still.
Yeah,
right?
and
So
that
you
means
still
this
just
Buccaneer is also lethal.
yeah. I don't
And you
actually think
can't
this
cast,
works.
You can't cast Ketradon
Yeah.
and cast
I actually
Run
think
Over.
this was the worst of the options, because you have no outs. Because if you go run over and trip up, you're down to 1 and you just die. If you draw the Ketradon, you still die,
Yes.
right? Because there are 3 dragons in play.
So, that is game number 2 going to Matt Nass, and we get a game 3 to decide who's going to be undefeated. Both of these players came into day 2 8-0 overnight.
Ben
And
with,
even for players of this caliber, that doesn't happen very often.
Ben with no green. Oh, draws a forest right away, which is good, and he does have a 3-mana play, but that was a little bit dicey. Did have some cyclers there, of course, but
He did not let on,
yeah.
you know.
Draconautics Engineer,
And look at that, just perfect mana.
right?
He keeps drawing this thing, though.
It's a good card. It's good card to draw. If,
I don't know.
it's what gets you to 8-0.
I don't know. I like the mana. But Ben has played the turn 3 every single time.
Attack.
Yeah, easy attack here for Matt Nass. As
Good.
oh, he has 2. I didn't even realize he had 2.
Oh, that's incredible.
I just missed that when I was looking. I was looking at the monument. I didn't realize he had double Draconautics Engineer.
That's
unreal.
So he grew the first one and then just played the second one, and Ben already has his hands full?
Wow, this is one of those games where if you're Ben, you're just like, okay. Like I had to scrap this teamer deck, and my opponent just goes engineer into engineer. Come on now, right?
That is ridiculous.
18.
Oh, jeez. And Ben's deck just doesn't have too many answers. You know, if he had the opportunity, that one pick. I'm thinking about removal spells he could have taken. There's a Flood the Engine maybe.
Yes.
Could have taken. Could have maybe take it if he took the Broadside Barrage. At that point, he didn't know he was going to be 3 colors. Bounce off, sure.
So this is a post-draw step.
Yeah. Oh my, look at Matt's hand. There's a monument to endurance.
Oh, he ended up
4
with it?
cyclers, like 4 ways to cycle his deck with 2 engineers. He just drew everything.
That's incredible hand.
This is gonna be a huge, huge climb here for Ben to get out of this. 2, 3 bombs. I mean, that monument's basically a bomb in Matt Nass's deck.
Definitely.
I'll keep it on top.
Matt deciding whether he wants to keep the engineer.
15.
Should he
This
keep it on?
this can't be good for Ben Stark. And he did keep it, by the way.
Right. So now for Matt is, do you run out the monument or you just make 4/4? I think just making the 4/4, force Ben to answer that. If he does, still has plenty more action.
Looks like Ben's flooding out a little bit here, too.
16.
He's still got 3 more lands in hand. Now, he does have the migrating Ketradon that he hoped for last game that could help him stabilize the board if it stays alive.
Now remember, this engineer can still turn into a 3/3.
This one is the one that was not
It seems that
previously
way.
exhausted, yeah.
Matt's hand is just disgusting.
Yeah.
Broadside Barrage, Trip Up, Engineer, Monument, 2 more cyclers.
The question is, when do you want to get the monument going?
Right.
Like, do you want to take a turn off early, or do you just want to keep doing
I'll
things
attack
and
you
use
with
that
both.
to kind of clean up the mess?
Right. I think
In
Ben
the meantime, this is the easy part.
this is tough. I think Ben just takes it probably here.
Yeah, he has no good blocks.
No box. I'll pump this guy.
So I guess we are going to see the monument here.
7 down.
This seems like a pretty
9.
decent time to run it out.
I mean, he has so many great options, but there it is.
Gosh.
Yeah, Ben. If Ben draws a land here,
He does
it's
have the
going to be
Ketradon.
extremely difficult to survive.
Yeah, he does have the Ketradon, which does help stabilize the board. Now, Matt Nass does have a Trip Up.
13.
But Ben-
Hull Drifter.
Ben does get the life back, right, if you bounce it. So it's not the end of the world, but there's an active monument here.
I mean, the
to play as
monument's
well.
the problem, right? And this is like exactly Matt Nass's vibe. Like, he loves these type of decks.
Right.
Normally he builds them and they're 60 cards, but you know, sometimes you draft one.
Yeah, that monument, Ben saw it kind of late in pack 1 and kind of made its way into Matt Nass's deck, it seems. So when you
Came
get
all
that
the way
monument that
around.
late, you just go, you know what? All right, that's got to be a sign. This archetype's open.
Because it was Matt passing to Alamu, passing to Ben
Right,
Stark.
so-
So that
so
thing
Matt
went
got it, like,
all the way
11th
around
or
the table.
something,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, if you get a 10th pick card that's like the best card in your deck or one of the best, like you're doing some stuff.
This monument, a lot of good modes. Treasure is nice. Of course, drawing an extra card is also nice. Now, Matt's hand is full of cards, but do you just bounce? Do you just bounce and attack?
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting because I think he was probably going to go with the damage plan before because he
Right.
did have Ben at a nice even 9. And
I'll
the monument could do some serious work there, but no, he's going to tempo it out.
6.
7, and
That does net 3 damage.
it
right?
does, and it just eats up so much time from Ben having to recast that thing.
Yeah, and that gives Matt the opportunity to draw another land, right? To just play additional spells on following turns. And those artillerists could also just potentially end the game. Once you get
Yes.
Ben Stark low enough.
Yeah, the monument could, the creatures could, the artillerist could.
Ben just like, don't have a thing.
Yeah, please just be out of gas. And then you look at his hand from our perspective, it's like,
Hey, you could just
5
throw away.
spells.
You could just throw away the engineer. Just attack, broadside barrage, get the Ketradon off the battlefield.
Yes.
Trigger your monument.
I'll
yes.
cycle
not bad.
and hit you for 3 more.
So
Oh,
he is
burn
going,
him-
he is
burning
going
him out.
damage. This looked like where it was going.
So
Remember, you can
total
only
take
use
4
each
down to
ability
6.
once on your turn. So you can't just deal 3 damage again, I don't believe.
I'll attack you with both.
Yeah.
So you take 3 down to 3.
And now we're going to see the barrage. No.
I'll play this guy, and then I'll pass in your upkeep. I'll cycle.
Yep.
And deal.
And kill you.
Wow.
That was
What a deck. Oh, my
absolutely
goodness.
brutal from Matt Nass. Casually dispatching of Ben Stark and improving to 9-0, Paul. Matt Nass is our undefeated player.
I was going to say, blue-red is a really hard deck to kind of have come together, at least if your deck is mostly commons. It really relies on your bums. Matt Nass has plenty of them, right? We got the monument with all the cycling stuff that he has available to him, and then probably Red's best rare, or, you know, in the running for Red's best rare, double Draconautics Engineer against Ben Stark's deck that has no real great ways to deal with it other than the run over, and he just didn't have a way to kill it.
No.
I mean, that's just going to win you the game right there.
That is, and that's exactly what happened. Wow, that was impressive stuff. I would not be surprised at all to see Matt Nass in the finals of this pod. If he can put together a 3-0 coming out of this, that puts him at 11 wins. And now we're talking about top 8 very much
Right.
in sight for a player like him. All right, that's going to do it for this one. We're going to take a short break. When we come back, we'll be back at the news desk. Don't go anywhere.
Hey, what's up, everybody? Welcome back to day 2 of coverage here at Pro Tour Etherdrift, live from Chicago, Illinois. 219 players back here on day 2 to dual battle here for a $500,000 prize pool. That's what's on the line. Of course, the title of Pro Tour champion as well. And this trophy, more than 17,000 people here for MagicCon Chicago as well, which is very, very exciting here this weekend. Hey everyone, welcome back to the News Desk. Maria Bertholdi, Monty DeVuti, and Riley Knight hanging out with you here. And by the way, Standard Showdown, everyone at home. Feel the wind in your hair and your foot on the gas at Standard Showdown, now through April 3rd. Update your deck with new Etherdrift cards and face off against your fellow racers each week for your shot at glory and sweet prizes. Weekly winners will take home a Lightning Strike promo card while supplies last. So we are here on day 2 of competition at the Pro Tour, where the pedal hits the metal. Let's take a look at our leaderboard. But first, we're going to take you through the top 8 people who have top 8'd over the last 2 years at Pro Tours and how they were doing after 9 rounds of play, and they ended up making the top 8. So let's take a look. Two people were at 9-0 after 9 rounds of play. 14 were sitting at 8-1. 17, though, majority were at 7-2. And look at that, 10 of them were at 6-3. So you can really be in a lot of different places on our leaderboard right now in the tournament and still have a great shot at making our top 8. Speaking of that leaderboard, let's find out where we are at after 9 rounds of play here at Pro Tour Etherdrift. One player left undefeated. That is Matt Nass, pacing the field at 9-0. Congratulations to him. A great start here on day 2 of competition. Pro Tour champion, Pro Tour 25th anniversary, Alan Wu, currently sitting at 8-1. Team Sanctum, Tony Portolan at 8-1. Yuchen Liu sitting at 8-1. Matt Costa 8-1. And Hall of Famer Ben Stark at 8-1 fell to Matt Nass last round. Matthew Judas at 8-1 as well. Lots of 7-2s on the rise as well. Monty, talk to me about some of these players.
Yeah, Matt Sperling, Lucas Dukow, Adam Edelson, all from that stacked pod 4, coming up to 7-2 now. Yuta Takahashi, world champion, 7-2, said that he wanted to improve drafting this year. So far, 4-0 in draft, and
nice.
That is coming from teaming with Marcio Carvalho, who he thinks is the best drafter in the world.
All right, Riley, what about the top tables? How are we doing in our pods?
Let's have a look at what's been going on at the top tables here at Pro Tour Etherdrift. On table A, we saw Matt Nass and Alan Wu go at it here. And of course, Matt Nass emerging victorious at 8-1. Oh, sorry, at 9-0, I should say. Matt Nass still undefeated. Alan Wu also picking up a win there to move to 8-1. On table B, Matt Costa and Matthew Judas both pick up a win, and we see the two Matts here at 8-1 as well. So great start for both of them as they lead the field, pace the field on pod number 2. Pod 3 here. Connor McKenzie improves a limited win rate that was under siege heading into this tournament, picking up a win to move to 7-2. But it's on table D that I want to focus on one player in particular, and that's Matt Sperling. Matt Sperling moving to 7-2. Now, at the last PT, he ended up in a heartbreaking 9th place after going 10-0 in constructed. He had the best constructed deck in the room and he had to watch on the sidelines on Sunday because he missed out because of a lamentable 1-4-1 limited record. I spoke to him after the match to get a sense of where he was at with limited, whether maybe he headed into this tournament hoping to focus on the format a little more closely to try to avoid what happened at the last Pro Tour. Nope, not at all. He said no, he focused on constructed. He said that's where his time is best spent. Now, this is a bloke who's got a young family, he's got a full-time job, he's got a limited amount of time to put into Magic preparation. And so he said that he leans very heavily on his team when it comes to limited preparation. Obviously, he's working with some of the best in the business. He said that his hours are best put into constructed so he can help them out and be a good teammate while he relies on the learnings and the wisdom and the expertise of the people he's working alongside to make sure he can do the best in limited. And it's 7-2 right now after a 2-1 finish in day 1 draft. Things are certainly looking a lot better for Matt Sperling. He won't be sick of it just yet with the record that he's putting together.
Very nice.
Look, it's something that sort of falls through the cracks a little bit. There are people, some of the greatest players in the world, who are juggling full-time workloads, family commitments, all of that sort of stuff, and still putting on clinics here at the Pro Tour. So huge credit to Matt Sperling. And as we head into the next round, I hope we get to see more of him playing Limited, because he really does seem to be in a great position this weekend.
Absolutely. And hey, if you at home don't have a team to test with here in Limited this weekend, like a lot of us don't worry. We've got some Hall of Famers who are on your side to give us their tips for Etherdrift Draft.
I'm here with the Hall of Famer Willie Adel, who joins us to share his perspective on Aetherdrift Limited. Willie, what can you share with us?
I think on this draft, usually wants to draft like the Sultai colors. I think they're like the most deep colors. Like any combination is pretty good, especially green. Like we can have like 3 or 4 green drafters at the table, so we shouldn't be worried about drafting green. And on the other side, the bottom colors are the weakest in my opinion. So, and above all things, I think you need to have a plan to win the game long game. For example, if you draft a very fast deck, usually you need something on the late game, either a mana sink or some drip threats, and that's all. And the Sultai colors, the combos on the good cards are naturally good at ending games. That's why I really like that.
All right, Sultai colors and have a plan for the long game. Willie, thanks very much for joining us.
Thank you. Right.
I'm here with Hall of Famer Reed Duke, who's been kind enough to join us here to share his perspective on Aetherdrift Limited. Reed, what are your perspectives on the format so far?
I'll start by saying that Etherdrift Limited is the most wrong that I've ever been, at least in recent memory, about how I evaluated the cards during preview season when I was first reading them and how they actually play out in practice. A lot of that is about pacing. So for a set that's billed as a speed race, it's actually kind of a slower, more deliberately paced format. So what you want to do in that case is prioritize long-term value, get the most out of your cards, play some bigger creatures, have ways to leverage an advantage if the board stalls out. So that means having some strong activated abilities, a little bit extra card drawing. I think that's what it's all about.
All right, a slower format than we thought. Reed, thanks very much for your time, mate. I'm here with Hall of Famer Seth Manfield, who's been kind enough to share some perspective on Aetherdrift Limited. Seth, what are the secrets that the Hall of Famers don't want you to know about this format?
I mean, honestly, there's been a lot of talk about how great green is and deep, and that's true. The blue-black artifacts deck has been really, like, I think that's the best deck when you can get it. But for me, I'm just, like, staying flexible and drafting things that people don't like. Like, I like actually drafting white, which I think is maybe considered the worst color, vehicles, mounts, and just, like, that's been good for me. So I like kind of drafting the underdrafted color combinations.
All right, maybe not just sticking to green, everyone. There you go. Thanks very much, Seth, for your perspective.
Yep, thanks, Riley.
Some tips from the pros there on Etherdrift Draft. Well, let's get ready here for round number 10 and find out who'll be watching in the feature match area coming up here. Round number 10, we're in day 2 of competition here at Pro Tour Etherdrift. Let's check it out. It's our lone undefeated player, Matt Nass, up against Alan Wu, who's currently sitting at 8-1. Let's get to meet our players a little bit better. Matt Nass has been a killer on the Grand Prix circuit for years, 13 Grand Prix top 8s and 5 wins. Loves playing combo. Not really doing that here this weekend, but still an excellent Magic player with any deck in his hands. Up against Alan Wu, Pro Tour champion, winner of Pro Tour 25th anniversary in 2018 in Minneapolis, Minnesota. 4 Grand Prix top 8s and 3 wins to his name as well. Qualified at a DC RC. Those are the players. What about the decks here, Lonnie?
Okay, well, we did see Matt play in the feature match area the previous round against Ben Stark. So let's start by taking a look at his blue-red deck. Now, blue-red is the discard strategy, and Matt definitely has that in spades here. 4 copies of Magmakin Artillerist as a common to fuel the strategy. But the highlight of his deck are absolutely the rares. 2 copies of one of the best rares in the format in Draconaut's Engineer, sitting there in the 2-drop slot, as well as a Monument to Endurance in the 3-drop slot. When you have this discard deck really roaring, the Monument to Endurance becomes an absolute bomb, and that is the case in this deck. Now, on the other side, Alan Wu has gone for a blue-white strategy, and this deck has a very solid and consistent curve, a lot of removal and interaction to work with, but the highlight for me is absolutely another one of the best cards in the format in Riptide Gear Hulk there in the 5-drop slot. And what's really cool about this deck from Alan is not only does he have the Gear Hulk, but he also has a copy of Transit Mage as well as a Guidelight Pathmaker. So 2 additional ways to go and find the Gear Hulk out of his deck and maximize the ability to end the game with that card.
All right, so who do you think is going to win? Is Matt Nass going to remain undefeated?
I think the overall power level of Matt's deck is just a little bit higher, and the different ways that he has to get through to Alan's life total using the Magmakins are going to go a long way, I think. So I'm going to opt for the blue-red deck, but this is going to be a really tight one.
Ooh, I'm excited to see this match. It's time for round number 10. I'm going to pass the baton to Ailey and Corey.
Thank you so much, Maria. Hello, everyone, and welcome to round 10. It is the second round of draft for the day, and we are super excited to watch this matchup because this deck looks absolutely insane. Matt Nass drafted a heater, Corey.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Highlighted by those Draconautics Engineers. I mean, such a phenomenal card. Yeah. You can get it down early, and your opponent doesn't have a lot of removal, which Alan Wu doesn't. But Alan's deck, of course, looks really strong, and he's a phenomenal player as well. So, yeah, going to be a great one.
Yeah, absolutely no slouch here up against Matt Nass in the form of Alan Wu. So will Alan be able to tie things up here in terms of our tournament leader, or is it going to be the Matt Nass just gassing all the way to the top 8 today?
Yeah, I guess. We're going to find out. And Alan has been on quite a heater as well here. Not too long ago at the regional championship here in Portland, you know, made it to the Pro Tour for Las Vegas as well. So he has been just absolutely crushing it as of late. And he's got all the momentum here for sure.
Absolutely. Country roads to start things off there for Alan Wu. Getting those tap lands down early. That market as well.
And we were talking all about the Draconautics Engineers, but there is still a Boommobile, which is phenomenal rare here in this set as well.
This is a sick deck, you know.
Matt's got a nice one.
In terms of what you want to be doing with the Izzet deck or the blue-red deck, this is pretty much it.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, a lot of really, really strong cards here in Matt Nass's deck.
Riptide Gear Hulk off the top there for Alan, so he'll be working his way towards that, which will be sweet. And we start to see the artillerists line up here.
Ooh, and Alan drew the land off the top, didn't have a 4th land, so that was huge, especially when you got 2 5-drops that you very much want to get down. Does need the 2nd white source so far to be able to get the Gear Hulk going, but any land allows you to cast the draw too.
Flood the engine, taking care of the artillerist for the time being. So won't be doing any dinging when Matt Nass inevitably starts cycling. So just land go for now. Has a crash and burn in hand, a trip up, as well as a broadside barrage. So plenty to do and not running to run out the Boommobile just yet.
Yeah, and just a pass, drew the 7-drop. Of course, you know, that is cheaper with the affinity to artifacts. But, yeah, not great here. Alan really wanted a land to be able to push his advantage before Matt gets a battlefield going.
So 2 trip-ups, this is like a control matchup.
Yes,
go.
I love it.
Land go.
Matt didn't want to just play the Boommobile for really no value here. Wants to be able to kill a creature the turn you play it.
Voyager Quick Welder, making all the artifacts cheaper, and Matt Nass doesn't want any of that, so gonna attempt to kill it, but the bounce off is going to bring it back to Alan's hand.
And that does prevent the loot from the barrage, so no extra value there.
What you got against loot, huh?
I guess.
He's so cute.
The thing is Matt didn't really want to discard any of the cards in his hand, so he's probably okay with it, but this is a phenomenal play.
All right, now we're cooking.
Now, no matter what, we're going to be able to get this 2/2 plus the 4/4 flyer. And, you know, the main ways that Alan has to deal with this, there's some Ride's End in the deck, but being able to just bounce the 4/4 flyer as he has 2 bounce off is a good plan, but got rid of one of them here to save Alan's creature.
Yeah. Hull Drifter hits the board here, getting some cards out. Unfortunately, like its predecessors, the Mull Drifter and the Null Drifter, it's not a creature just yet.
Yep, poor Mull Drifter definitely got a bit of a downgrade here, I would say, in this.
But as you mentioned, we do now have a dragon hanging out on the board, and no real way to deal with it cleanly just yet. There's Collision Course and Ride's End, but those require a little bit of work to get. going.
Let's just pedal to the metal here, giving every creature haste plus pumping up the Draconautics Engineer. And yeah, everything looking great here for Matt to try to remain undefeated here at the Pro Tour.
Yeah, and he's got the deck to do it, honestly.
Yes. Yeah, his deck is sweet. Now, that being said, Alan does have Riptide Gearhulk ready to go for this turn as one of the options, and just a plethora of other things. The Ride's End only costs 2 on any of these creatures. Being able to get rid of that dragon is great. Just Riptide Gearhulking away the dragon is perfectly fine, too.
Yeah, that seems probably where he's going to go for this turn.
Yeah, more than likely. Just 5 mana, kill a dragon, have a really big creature to defend. Now, that being said, I believe there was another deal 5 from Matt's side. The Broadside Barrage number 2.
Yeah, this does have prowess, so if we have mana available...
Yeah, we got 1 available.
1 blue, but not really anything to cast with that.
Oh, and I think we did just top deck the Monument.
Oh,
yes, so time to get some stuff going.
Cycle, cycle.
So here is Matt debating, okay, if you do have a 1 mana spell, which open deck list, Matt knows the possibility is the other bounce off, but decides that the risk was worth it.
Yeah.
Lose 1 from this and lose 3 from this.
Oh, wow, just going hyper aggressive here.
Another 4 down to 3.
Yeah, and now that just represents any cycle, any discard, and this Monument just finishes the game here.
Yeah, like Monty was saying at the news desk, you know, there's so many different ways to attack the life total of the opponents that Matt Ness doesn't even have to do it through combat, but you know, he's just got multiple options open to him right now.
Yep, absolutely. And the Boommobile can just go face as well, so this will be all ready to go, unless Alan has some incredible way to come back here.
Okay, Collision Course dealing with the Monument, and then Ride's End dealing with a creature. Hang on for dear life.
Just shows the Boommobile. Wow. Just an incredible draw from Matt. You know, Matt wasn't really doing anything to progress the battlefield, and then you just draw 1 Draconautics Engineer, and you're able to put 6 power onto the battlefield for 6 mana.
That's cool.
And diversify the threats. That was really the changing moment of that game.
Sweet game there between these two players. Matt Ness, you know, never really looked out of the driver's seat for that one. So game 2, here we go.
All right. Good-ish opening hands from both players. Matt having a 5-lander and then drawing land 6 is always kind of brutal. And then just kind of has the medium start. But it is a good curve of being able to play a 2-drop into a 3.
Yeah.
And at least it blocks the links, you know? Like, any time... Ooh, nice top deck.
Very nice.
Anytime that links can attack, get a land, and you know it's going to attack next turn as well, you always feel really far behind.
So the saddle up for the Lynx, going to go and find a Plains and gain some life here as well for Alan. So good start for him.
Yeah, so looks like Matt is just recognizing there's not a lot of ways to deal with this Engineer, but you know, definitely could have played the 3-1 to be able to block it here if you wanted, but.
Keen Buccaneer of his own hits the board to join the Engineer.
So it doesn't look like Alan has any removal right now for the Draconautics, but does have just the ability to bounce the dragon whenever that comes around. And with the best card to bounce, the Roadside Blowout is a pretty aptly named when you hit a token, that's for sure.
No, that's sweet because it's just the 1 blue. It's only sorcery speed, so you know you don't get to do the gotcha, but it is a pretty big blowout indeed.
Exactly.
King Buccaneer.
Okay. 4 damage.
Getting frisky. Does Alan want to respond anyhow?
Actually, this is fine. So
just debating if you want to exhaust and loot here or just play this optimizer. And then you can start doing the loot to get rid of all these extra planes that you've been searching up.
Yeah.
Now it feels like Matt's very much going to want to just put a 4-4 into play. as a blocker, so he can at least shut down combat for one turn.
This interface ace, you know, it looks very innocuous, or don't worry about it, you know. But 0-4 being able to crew almost anything.
Yeah, crew and
twice
then
on a
untap.
turn. Yeah, it can be pretty nasty if we see a bunch of vehicles hit the board here for Alan.
Yeah, I think the most important part in Alan's deck with that card is just the 4 toughness to be able to get to the late game where he has a very robust plan. But also the free saddles, free crews definitely comes up. And it's an artifact, so affinity for artifact helps you out there. Ooh, okay, so Alan has a nice little play that's possible here if he wants to go for it. It would mean a lot of his resources, but you can collision course on the Draconautics Engineer, force the action to put the dragon into play, and then bounce it. Otherwise, Alan won't be able to bounce the dragon until his next turn. So this is a way to really get the value here.
Nice. So Engineer down, Dragon left behind, and Dragon is dealt with immediately. So things looking excellent here for Alan Wu.
This thing again, attack, trigger. You take 2.
Here we go, no risk of the Glory Heath Lynx dying, so.
And a pretty solid top deck there with the Riptide Gearhulk, and we do have the second blue to be able to activate thanks to that artifact, but otherwise it's all plains here. So this game's looking great for Alan.
Yeah. Okay, another Magmakin Artillerist.
Ooh, I think that was Monument off
Oh,
the
and
top.
a Monument too.
Okay, that was big. I was going to say Matt's draw so far is just a lot of the, you know, more filler cards of his deck. Obviously, the Draconautics not necessarily filler, but that was something he very much needed to be able to do something a little extra.
Choice here between a Magmakin or the Monument.
Yeah, so it feels like, does Matt want to get the Monument down or get both creatures down? And if you're going to Monument, you probably want to just exhaust right now. And get the value, but that does play pretty well into Alan's Gearhulk here, as that'll bounce the only threat. So that is probably what Matt's thinking, like, wow, the tempo I lose here, if this one creature gets bounced or Ride's End or Gearhulk is the worst scenario, then all of a sudden, you know, you have 6 damage coming in, maybe 7, and you could be put a little too far behind.
Yeah, this is going to be a bit close here for Matt Nass. Another Magmakin Artillerist, a King Buccaneer.
Another great top deck there, being able to have another piece of removal, but I think it's just Windmill Slam the Gearhulk here, crew up the Lynx, and get in for a large chunk of damage.
Yep.
Okay.
Ooh, okay.
Interesting.
Third.
Okay.
All right, so Alan determining that is the bigger threat, passing the turn back. So maybe it feels like Matt got away with something there.
Yeah, maybe. I suppose if Alan had a blue source that didn't involve his artifact, then maybe you want to start getting aggressive, because then you get to pressure, you know, 6 points of life. But now, since it's only 4, Alan's just wanting to get rid of the more powerful card for now.
The one that could definitely, you know, tip Matt over the edge.
Yeah, and Keen Buccaneer, you know, if you get the value again, that's an upside for Matt, for sure.
So we can get both of the artillerists out now, if Matt Nass so chooses. I'd be so tempted, you know, just start cycling things and dinging the heck out of everything.
Yeah, absolutely. And now it's just, you know, get a bunch of toughness on the battlefield, you know. And Matt's hand is 3 of their artillerists.
That's 12 toughness right there.
There we go. Yeah, and I mean, getting 2 creatures on the battlefield here and getting enough toughness down is great, because if this Gearhulk can ever connect after you play like 2 spells, you know, I mean, that is a large chunk of your life total. And it's just really impossible to draw, or really impossible to block that card.
Yeah. Now I guess the next question is, how many artillerists are you dumping on the board, and are you going to cycle any?
Yep. It's that extra loot through 1 land, and then the Matrix, I believe.
Matrix, rock.
Yep.
Okay.
And that triggers prowess as well. So then the flood the engines if Alan wants to do that triggers prowess, and now you have a 4-power double striker. There's no taking down that Gear Hulk. Yeah, too tempting here because you basically force a chump block. You can take 8, but you do get put into a bit of a rough spot.
Yeah, that is rough indeed.
Casting this for sure. Okay.
Definitely casting it, so it's not a... Oh, forget you saw that.
Yep.
Just has to be the one that's exhausted.
Okay.
I'm going to go to combat.
Lynx stays back.
5.
You could go with the Lynx if you wanted.
Played Guide Light. Or sorry, 4. Yeah, 4. You played Guide Light and Flood. Okay. I knew he exhausted.
4.
It's a thing, but it's not. Okay.
And I think it's pretty safe to attack with
5,
everything
3,
here.
4, 3, 11 damage.
As the only bad block would be like double blocking the Lynx,
Yeah.
and then Matt doesn't lose any creatures, but take 8, 9, 10, 11. So that is the exchange, and maybe Matt would take that.
Yeah.
But yeah, now there's just no blocks.
this.
You probably just have to take 8 here. And be sad about it.
Yeah, just a little. But it doesn't feel like Matt's doing enough now, because even if he's setting up here nicely for, you know, all the Magmakins on the board, as well as, you know, the discard, it's not going to do anything. Look at his life total. Alan Wu's sitting at 26.
He needs a broadside barrage, like right now. That would be great to deal with the Gear Hulk.
Yeah.
Or, you know, another
Crash
Draconautic.
and Burn.
Okay, I
That'll
mean, that's
do.
great. And now I believe the Monument is the next card, so you have that to plan around.
Yeah.
So Matt basically had to draw a removal spell now for the Gear Hulk, because you know you're not drawing it next turn. So, I mean, that's really huge.
That was a great draw there.
I mean, I think it just seems like a slam. Crash and burn the Gear Hulk, play your 3/1 for now, and then save your cyclers for next turn when you have the Monument going.
And Alan's tapped out, so no, you know, potential.
Could have the
prowess
bounce.
trigger.
Could have
Oh no,
one.
he doesn't want up.
Yeah.
Deal 6.
Doesn't have the unsummon at any point is just so brutal.
Jeez, yeah. Nice. All right, so problem dealt with. Androtic Catalyzer hits the board, and 2 Magmakins hang out in hand for Matt Ness. On the other side of things, Guidelight Optimizer, not really what you want to be drawing at this point. Did Alan get anything else of interest?
We have Sucklift's vehicle here.
Oh, it's
the Marshall's Pathfinder. I mean, that was a really nice draw. Just having a big body here to be able to get through is really strong. You have the basically free ways to crew it with the Matrix, and the Ace can help out as well. So a really nice draw.
I don't think we're ever going to see the exhaust on this guy, but...
Not from this deck, that's for sure.
So if that's Marshall's card, which is yours?
You know, they haven't made a Corey's anything yet,
What
you
about,
know?
What about the Broadcast Rambler?
Wow, harsh, very harsh.
To be fair, you do a lot of speaking. That's because you know all the things.
Okay. I am a rambler. I can agree. Ooh, there is the Draconautics Engineer.
Oh, sick.
That is going to be huge.
Think about what to do with the other part. I think I'm going to draw.
Probably just draw, yep. You could get a treasure, and then you could cycle again, but I would think just getting the value here. Alan's life total's too far, so you're definitely not doing the 3 damage thing. And drew a 1-drop to play here, at least.
It's dynamite.
Which is not bad.
It's a good jump blocker.
Yeah.
Ping off one of these 1 toughness creatures on the other side.
Yeah, I mean, now you can put your End Rider Catalyzer and your 1/1, your Dynamite Diver in front of the 6/5 and actually take it down.
Yeah.
So, you know, your 2 worst creatures can take down Alan Wu's biggest threat right now. But, there is a nice one. One good draw deserves another. Alan really needed that.
Yeah.
Really needed something here.
That is a big one. Guidelight Pathmaker.
Oh,
I wonder
that's
what he can
huge.
find with it, though.
Can't find the Gear Hulk. It's basically a Gear Hulk finder, but just gets the classic Hull Drifter. Yeah, it just goes to hand if it's bigger, but if it's a 2-drop, you just put it right into play. So no land to play this right now, but another huge body that essentially draws you 3 cards. as you get the Hole Drifter plus the 2 cards that
Yeah,
brings. So
that's
a
sweet.
huge draw for Alan.
Sure.
Battlefield getting pretty congested now.
Yep.
And Croon summon here?
Yep, we're getting Marshall's Pathfinder going.
And 6-5 and no trample or anything.
6-5, no trample. There's a little dynamite bud that just got squished.
Just goes for the chump block here. Doesn't want to try to take it down.
Does he not do 1 damage somewhere?
It did. It took down the 2-1. Yeah.
Okay, gotcha.
But didn't want to pair that. Oh man, broadside barrage as well. Like Matt has a lot of great options here. I mean, it's hard to just deny casting your engineer and making a 4/4 flyer here. Whenever that's one of your options and you don't immediately slam it, you know you have a lot of good stuff going on.
Yeah. Also the drawn
I'll
discard
cycle this,
off the
so you
barrage.
take 2, my engines go to 3, and then I draw for the cycle. I think I'll draw for this.
Draw again. Yeah, he's digging.
Yep.
At this point, it's going to become a game of who's got the most cards, who can do the most things on a turn.
Yeah, and if Matt Nass can deal with these artifacts, and this is a real risk here with Matt playing this Draconautics Engineer. You know, if Alan can find a Raizen or something and can deal with it before you have the ability to exhaust this for your 4/4 Dragon, like that will be something Matt might regret for sure if Alan's able to find that.
Well, Alan's going to be tapping carefully here, making sure to leave up options. Hull Drifter is the 1 card in hand. Not sure what he's drawn just yet.
Nope. And start with Hole Drifter and leave up 4 mana, so that way if you do find land 5 and one of the 2 rides ends, that should still be in the deck from Alan. You can deal with it.
3, I have 3 mana. Yeah.
But if you don't tap your 2/1 to be able to pay for that Hole Drifter, that would be off the table. So I like that he's starting with that.
Nice. All right.
How's the Hole Drifter? Yeah.
Hull Drifter. Draw 2. What is that other card in hand?
Looks like one of our gold cards, maybe Voyage Home.
Night Market.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh,
And,
yeah. Okay.
Kilorna, 0/8.
Yeah, not the most exciting of draws, but did just draw one of the bounce offs. So even with the dragon coming down, you have that 1 mana way to kill a dragon, which is perfectly reasonable. Now we'll see how aggressive we want to get. Now Matt does have this barrage all ready to go to deal with one of the vehicles.
Yeah.
Ooh, but the one thing that can be brutal, if he goes to barrage the 6/5, the path maker, and you get to bounce that and get the value, that's brutal.
Oh.
If you bounce the Marshall's Pathfinder, that's bad, but yeah, smart play by Matt.
All right, so it's not as bad. It's
Yeah.
not a big of blowout. Matt Nass does lose out on the draw and the discards, so.
Yep. But now that does mean that dragon is good to go here. Yeah, you definitely have to double block. You have to try to kill it. Chump blocking at this point is not great.
Yeah.
You want to be able to 2-for-1 yourself. I mean, 2-for-1 is a little extreme. That card found so many cards. It's a solid 5-for-1 here. That was incredible.
That card's a bit of a beater, and luckily Matt has the power in the deck and the creatures to be able to deal with it, and 2 islands in hand.
Yep, there we go. There's the bricks a little bit here.
That's rough.
Matt does have the ability of, putting a dragon into play, giving it haste, but Matt is firmly in the defensive here and needs to be holding back to find more cyclers.
Yeah,
more
because
things to do.
now there's aerial threats too with a Hull Drift on the boards.
Yep.
No dragon for now, at least not on Matt's turn. Gets to see another card.
I would say this battlefield still is pretty stable.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Okay.
All right,
Another
what are we
great
finding?
draw. You can find Hole Drifter number 2.
Yeah. I'm pretty much guessing that's where we're going to go.
Yeah, that seems like the thing to be starting with.
Because the Gear Hulk is gone already. Yeah.
Yep.
Doesn't go, okay, doesn't fetch from graveyard.
God, that card would be so good. It already is so good.
It's already pretty good, yeah.
Okay.
Wow, this has been a great match.
It has, yeah. It's only game 2. We might get 3.
Alan firmly in control here, that's
Absolutely,
for sure.
Island.
Seeing what's left in deck, you know, at some point Alan does have to worry about decking. His deck draws a ton of cards.
Yeah, well, hopefully he's not anywhere near that at the moment, but is going to find the Helldrifter, draw 2 more cards. One of those look like an island. Ugh.
Oh,
What is
okay.
with these islands?
That is about as bad as it gets, so no more pressure coming from Alan as, you know, the only card in hand has, well, 8 toughness. You can imagine how much power it has.
Yeah, that card needs
Dragon, and I'll pump this.
Arcades or something along those lines to make a hit with its toughness.
Yeah, there you go. And another island from Matt.
Too many islands in this stream. Come on.
Wow.
I'll play a land.
Jeez.
And I'll best you.
Okay, big draw for Alan. See if he can push the advantage at all. And if you
Rides
can
end.
just deal, okay, that should do it. You can rides end the dragon and just attack for 6 in the air and end this game. And we're gonna have a game 3 between these two.
Okay. Good combat.
Brutal.
Yeah. Everything.
You know, I don't like it when a game ends with just top deck lands, but, you know, at least we get to see a cool combat trick with Rides End here,
Yeah.
taking care of the dragon, and in for 6 with the Helldrifters.
Yeah, and to be fair, Alan, you know, did draw pretty, like drew just about as many lands
yeah.
as Matt. He just drew so many more cards. That card advantage truly took down that game.
Yeah, and I guess that's the fragility with the cycle deck as well. If you run out of cycles and you don't have an engine on the board,
Yeah.
nothing else going for you, you're just, just top
Exactly.
decking. One
And then-
card a turn isn't going to do it.
Exactly. All right, a mulligan to 6 from Alan here. This is going to be
Red.
Matt on the play.
Oof, that's a nice curve.
Yes.
Jeez. Optimizer, so you can ramp into the Riptide Gear Hulk, a snack off the top, and then Transit Mage to go and fetch a big idiot from the deck. Yeah, that seems pretty good for Alan.
And Matt's hand is just as good. You know, having the engineer plus the vehicle to be able to do some looting to get all your draws set up.
Nice.
Very strong. I did see the collision course for Alan, but you need to get some creatures down. And yeah, Alan does not have land 3, and like no way to draw any cards or anything. So yeah, Alan very much needs a draw right now. And Matt Nass correctly didn't attack there.
Yeah.
I mean, correctly in the sense like doesn't want to lose to Rides End. It wasn't there.
Yeah.
But the island off the top for Alan is so huge.
Alrighty, we got a game here, friends.
All that
Transit
being
Mage, let's go find.
all that being said, Matt does get to just, you know, play exhaust, get the dragon out, and attack for 3 next turn no matter what. Just on surface value with what he has in play.
Yeah. Alan luckily finding the island, so has more to do with the turn besides just, you know, collision coursing the artifact, for
Yeah.
example.
And Matt should be able to take that fetch, you know, as a very clear sign like, oh, you already have Gear Hulk in hand. There's no way you don't get that first
Yeah.
if you don't, so.
Discard. Okay.
Giving away
Some monuments as
secrets.
well.
Oh. So just the sloop getting in.
Take 3 down to 17.
And now I think, yeah, this is the correct play. Make sure to just pass and exhaust, because if Alan drew a land, could go Optimizer and Collision course the Draco Nautix Engineer, so. And drew it, so good play by Matt, getting the value where he can.
If you're just joining us, Matt Ness is our undefeated player here at 9-0. Collision course dealing with our boosted sloop. And
There
dragon on the
is the
instep.
dragon. And now has the ability to play one of the 3 drops and give it haste and get in a big attack, let's
Yeah.
say with this Keen Buccaneer.
It's pretty sweet.
And then have a barrage to follow up. That's pretty tempting, especially because you get all the value from the engineer, where it would be a 3-3 and it would have to be double blocked by Alan. So looks like Matt wants to get more value, but that would have been a really aggressive, nice play as well.
2 to 11.
He's just getting in there. I like it.
This guy.
Follows up with the 2-2 flyer. Just let me remind myself of his name. There it is, Sabotage Strategist.
Okay, Gear Hulk was huge, very much needed.
Boing. This poor dragon has been bounced so much.
Yeah,
It's got
Alan.
motion sickness.
Alan does have 4 ways to bounce tokens and stuff, so very strong
Yeah.
there. Now we're probably going to see this barrage immediately. Well, Alan's tapped out, and you don't have any ability to deal with it. Do some cycling if you want.
Absolutely. So it does just that. What does he want to ditch? Has he played a land for turn yet?
Hasn't played a land. Probably, yeah, just getting that automaton into the yard. Then can attack. The block is pretty bad as you have the ability to make this a 3-3.
Yeah. Land for turn, possible turn back.
And now Alan's down to 5, with Matt for sure having the ability to play Monument and cycle immediately to deal 4. So Alan is, okay, Alan's at 6 right now, so Alan's at an effective 2.
Mm-hmm. That's not terrifying at all.
Yeah, and then a Monument is going to stick around. So.
All right, here's a flying blocker at least for the strategist.
Yeah, not dead immediately, but that is crew 3. Actually,
Yeah.
I think we are just dead immediately
yeah.
unless we have a bounce off.
Let's see if we found one. Is it in hand? Oh, yeah.
It is, okay,
Yeah,
so we're still
not dead
playing.
yet.
You do not want to bounce the engineer, that's for sure. Resetting those.
Yeah,
is
that would
really
be
brutal.
that would be rough.
And then the voyage home to be able to gain some life can help you get out of immediate range of this monument, but still huge advantage to Matt Nass.
Combat.
Yeah, 3 cards and 3 life. You can get that for just 2 mana. You are very happy indeed.
Yep.
Blocks.
Okay, so here's the block. If Alan doesn't cast Bounce Off right now, the game is over and Matt Nass is going to go to 10-0 because he's down to 3, no way to interact.
Oh, he's going to
And
go
that's
for it. That is going to do it. Matt Nass getting the win with a Monument to Endurance and remains our undefeated player in this Pro Tour. That was sweet.
That was sweet, I gotta say. I mean, Matt's deck is awesome. Alan drafted a really nice one as well, and anyone who loves to draw cards, which it's gotta be all of us.
Yes,
if we,
if we're honest, yeah.
If you're a Magic player here, but wow, Matt Nass's deck is incredible. I'm excited to see if he can get the trophy this next round.
I'm excited too, friends. We are going to take a very short break, and when we come back, we're going to join in Matt Sperling versus Lucas Dukow in game number 2. So do not go anywhere. We'll see you after this. Welcome back to coverage of Pro Tour Etherdrift here in a chilly Chicago, Illinois. I'm Ailey Loney alongside Corey Baumeister, and we're in round 10 of competition, and we're enjoying the Magicon that is happening at the same time as the Pro Tour. We're also enjoying Limited because it is such a cool format, Corey.
Yeah, I've been
Turning
loving
things sideways.
it. I absolutely love this format. It's so much fun having a nice slow format where you got a lot of things you can do in the game, draw a bunch of cards. Yeah, I'm a big fan of Etherdrift.
We have more Magic to show you from our feature match area, and we're going to jump in here to game 2. It's Matt Sperling up against Lucas Ducau. Both excellent players, but Matt Sperling is on a bit of a rampage because he wants to make sure that his limited record this time around doesn't replicate the 1-for-1 that he got at Modern Horizons 3.
Yeah.
That was his downfall, unfortunately. He went 10-0 in Constructed, but Draft is where things fell apart.
Yeah.
So, if he can get that part right, I think he's in a pretty good shape this weekend.
Yeah, and he was 10-0 in Constructed with everyone's favorite flying creature from that Pro Tour. Not Nadu, it was Gristlebrand.
It was, yeah.
He was doing a lot of Goryo's Vengeance, Gristlebrand shenanigans.
And you know what he did? You know what he did after he went 10-0?
Huh.
He gave the deck to one Kai Buddha and said, here, go play the PTQ. And Kai went 5-0 with that, so...
Just imagine being in a PTQ, you're 4-0, and you're like, oh, who am I going to play to make it to the Pro Tour?
Oh,
just the greatest pro player of all time. No big deal.
Just one German juggernaut, no big deal.
So looking at these two deck lists from Matt and Lucas, they're both on Demir, and I got to say, one of them is like, okay, you know, you can tell the draft didn't go great, and the other one's like, wow, you got everything, and everything's perfect. Matt Sperling's deck is far superior here. And we're even looking at the hand here. We see a lot of good stuff.
Nuts.
Yeah, Matt has 3 Packdoll Terrors, as well as we see the last ride in play, the classic Death Shadow type creature. Matt also has Debris Beetle in the splash, so Matt's really got it going on here.
Yeah, this deck looks absolutely awesome.
Yep.
And the thing that I was like, okay, that's sick, is the 3 Packdoll Terrors. If he can just get 2 of those down and then start playing artifacts, oh boy, you're in trouble.
And that's how we see Lucas take one of them immediately. But Lucas did miss a land drop here, so very much needs to get something going.
16.
Or Matt's deck, which is already much better, is going to kind of have an easy time. And there is an island on top, so no matter what, you have 1. And then when you got to bin your transit page, that's always really brutal.
Yeah, that is rough indeed. Shepherd Archfiend ended up in the yard there for Matt, but you know what? I think we might be seeing that a little later on because he does have ways to bring things back from the graveyard as well. So.
Yeah, that's terrifying.
No biggie. Back on track.
Packdoll Terror, trigger it.
And the fact that you just have the last ride on the battlefield, this card seems like it's just okay. It's really good. Like, if you've ever had to play against Death Shadow in Modern, you know, it's really tough to attack that deck because you're like, okay, if I pressure you too much, now all of a sudden you got a 6-6 or you have an 8-8.
Yeah.
So, you know, you kind of want to pause around 13 and kind of attack when you can deal a ton of damage over 1 or 2 turns. In Limited, that's just not a luxury you have most of the time. So it's a vehicle for 1 mana. You get so much mileage on it.
No pun intended.
Pun intended.
Pun intended, actually. There we go. I mean, yeah, pay 2 life, draw cards. I would just be jamming if I had the mana available every time. So.
Exactly.
Or nothing else to do, at least. So, Lucas doing a decent job coming up the board here with his artifacts.
Got a couple of vehicles. We're max speed, so we do have a 3-3. And, you know, got a nice ability to exhaust that vehicle to make it a 4-4 draw card next turn. And we know Lucas is on a lot of spells, at least, as
trigger, exile your creature. I'm going to gain 2 life. You're going to lose 1. I go to 16. You go to 17. So you have... Or sorry, I
go to 15. You go to 16? Is that better?
I wrote really sloppy. So you went from 19 to 16. Now you go to 15.
We've all been there.
I was at 14. I gained 2. I go to 16. Sorry, I couldn't read my handwriting. Name green.
Okay, name him green for the Beetle if we do find it, or maybe already have it. The old Siege Rhino card. Siege Rhino car, excuse me.
Yeah. Debreetle for short.
Debreetle, yes, that's a good one.
So artifacts continue to flow here from Matt Sperling, dinging away at Lucas's life total and padding the life total of himself too. So, you know, I don't think he's ever going to run out of gas at this point.
No, definitely not. And on top of the 3 Packdoll Terrors, we also have a Haunt the Network from Matt. So, I mean, at any point, if you get too low, that's brutal. Too bad the gaining life with Haunt the Network and the Packdoll Terror is kind of a numbo.
It's a numbo. I
with
mean,
the old last ride.
How, geez, could you not see this thing here, Matt? No, this is very good.
Yeah.
That card's just going to sit there for the time being. He doesn't need to win with it.
Yeah, and I mean, if you just start gaining a bunch of life, you can just lose life to every 3 mana you have. You can just draw a card. So Matt's got infinite value here.
Oh, baby. Back on track.
Trigger. Correct.
Nice.
Your turn.
It is just a 5/5 at this point, but yeah, if you're ever up against an aggressive deck and that lands,
it's tough.
You can just hear your opponent die inside when that happens.
Yeah. And we've talked a lot about Matt this round, but Lucas Dukow is a phenomenal player as well.
Yeah.
Kind of made his, I wouldn't say Pro Tour debut because it wasn't his first, but jumped onto the scene in OTJ with his first Pro Tour back, top 8s immediately, really used all his value off his invite. And anybody who has played him online, Duke 1-2, I'm sure you've lost to him plenty of times, just like I have.
Yeah, excellent player. It's great to see him still, you know, putting up really good results at the subsequent Pro Tours.
Yeah, basically every standard Pro Tour that we have, or every standard event, Lucas is always at the top, definitely specializing in standard and limited, it would seem.
Right. So we have max speed, can start chomping on a couple things. Only 3 lands on that side of the board. Look at all the light.
I'll pay 2 life, but a 14 draw card.
Okay, that's at least a decent sign for Lucas. You know, you have a little reprieve here, at least knowing Matt's hand is not just perfect, and he's going to just use that 7 mana to get even farther ahead on the battlefield. But as it stands, Lucas is still very far behind, and it looks like Matt is able to you know, get rid of this limited blues that he's had the last couple Pro Tours.
Hell yeah.
And that screams something very scary for the rest of the players as he eyes his sight on the top 8 here.
Absolutely. If he picks up this win here against Lucas, he'll go to 4-1, which is superb.
In limited, yeah, absolutely.
So double blocking.
It's like
Packdoll Terra trying to just limit the damage that this thing's doing.
Looks like I see
Oh,
bounce off.
So
it's like, okay, I'll put this first. Be like, nope.
Oh, yeah. That's not a thing anymore for anyone. Just, or coming back to Magic, you no longer assign blockers.
Exactly, just assign damage upon going to combat damage instead of ordering blockers.
Pretty recent change. Was it the end of last year, I believe?
Yeah, pretty recent for sure.
Go.
Turn passes back. Lucas is at 1. The Packdoll Terra's off the board, but we know there's another one. Not in hand, it might be. Who knows?
And Matt did make a conscious effort here to not use that bounce off, which I'm pretty sure I saw in his hand. So just trying to... Yeah, especially with being able to bounce it and then recast it would be the final drain. But, you know, Matt does have the ability to just draw a card with last ride and bounce something at end step. So gonna be tough here for Lucas to not die on his next turn.
Yeah, Packdoll Terra of Lucas's own.
11, draw a card.
Gains a life. Matt Sperling pays 2, draws off of the last ride.
And can
That's
just
a Haunt the Network.
Yeah, Haunt the Network also had the ability to just bounce the only flyer and get through for lethal. So yeah, nice deck from Matt.
Many paths to victory there for Matt Sperling.
Yeah.
So improves his record, is sitting at 4-1 in limited, and he's going to be feeling excellent about that. So one more round of limited to go for him. I bet he would love a 5-1.
Yeah,
That
no
would be
kidding.
sweet.
5-1, and then he clearly always has it going on when it comes to constructed. So yeah, Matt Sperling,
he's a beast,
a Hall of Famer. You know, with his eyes on another top 8, you love to see it.
Well, best of luck to our players in their final round of draft. That'll be coming up next. We're taking a short break, so we'll see you soon.
Welcome back to coverage of Day 2 of Pro Tour Etherdrift, live here from Chicago, Illinois. 219 players battling here on Day 2. By the time we're done today, only 8 will remain. A lot of people having fun over in the MagicCon Chicago area as well. 17,000 to be exact. There's a look at the Art of Magic area right now. Drivers at the ready. Commander Party events are rolling in February 21st to 27th and March 14th to 20th. Immerse yourself in the world of Etherdrift with a special rule set that brings some of the set's high-octane fun to Commander. Go for the gold at one of these events and receive a Rishkar's Expertise promo card for participating. Hey, what's up, friends? Welcome back to the news. That's Maria Bartholdi, Mani Davuti, and Riley Knight with you here as we get ready for round number 11 on Day 2 of Pro Tour Etherdrift. Things are really heating up here in the building. Let's take a look at our leaderboard and find out where we are after 10 rounds of play. Matt Nass, the lone undefeated player, continues his winning streak here, pacing the field at 10-0. And remember, 12 wins is the magic number. If you're able to lock that up before the final round, you have stamped yourself a spot into our top 8. 2 players follow Matt Nass, Yu Chen Liu and Matthew Judas, both at 9-1. Then we have a whole mess of 8-2s. A lot of players climbing their way up the scoreboards here. Matt Costa, Matt Sperling at 8-2, Adam Adelson, Ben Stark, there he is at 8-2, was undefeated as we started the day today, so a bit rough start of the morning for him. Keeping our way on through the leaderboard, Monty, what do you see?
I see Sean Goddard, the Beekeeper, rounding out the 8-2s, and then we get into some 7-2-1s. Ely Cassis, 7-2-1. Samuel Estradi, Pro Tour champion from Philadelphia, 7-2-1. And then the 7-3s, you're still in it, but you have some work to do now. We see players like Gray Payne, Jacob Nagro, Lucas Ducal, Kenta Harane, and Andrea Mengucci in 32nd place.
Some big names at the top of our leaderboard here on day number 2. Riley, walk us through these draft pods this morning.
Yes, indeed. It's time to have a look at how things are shaping up on the 4 featured tables that we've been getting across this morning. And I want to draw our attention to the players who are currently 2-0 on these tables, because they will be facing off against each other in the feature match area, 1 match from each of these tables, to determine who trophies the draft. This is the nickname that we use to describe someone who goes 3-0 in a draft. And it is either going to be Matt Nass, whose undefeated run remains unbroken as of yet, or it's going to be Yu Chen Liu, who is on 9-1 here. So these are the 2-0 players in draft pod number 1. In draft pod number 2, Jordan Lidsky facing off against Canberra's own Matthew Judas. Big Matty here coming up at 9-1, a terrific performance from him so far, and 2-0 so far in this draft as well. Scott McNamara and Helen Brake are our 2-0 players in draft pod number 3. Which one of those two will reign supreme in our 3rd draft pod and take the whole thing down 3-0? And finally, Table D, Matt Sperling and Adam Edelson. Sperling has certainly turned things around based on his prior performance in Limited, 1-4-1 at the last Pro Tour, and he has only picked up 1 loss, I believe, so far in Limited here in Chicago. So he's doing terrifically, as indeed are all of these players that are 2-0 in draft this morning. And we'll be finding out at the end of this round which of these players will be taking out the coveted 3-0 draft trophy here, Maria, which will be obviously coming our viewers' way very soon.
Yes, indeed. And Matt Nass is one of those people poised to take a draft trophy home from this draft here on day 2 of the Pro Tour, sitting at 10-0, our lone undefeated player. What does it feel like? We talked to him just now.
I'm here with Matt Nass, our lone undefeated player here at Pro Tour Aetherdrift. 10-0. Matt, you must be feeling great. Tell us about the deck you drafted and how it's gone for you.
Yeah, I'm on top of the world. I drafted blue-red again, so feeling good about that. Maybe I'll get another trophy with it. We'll have to see. I got past a Draconautic expert. I know a lot of people just don't want to play red in this format. They might have also had a double rare pack, since those are more common now. But either way, that was pretty awesome. And then I got past another one in pack 3. So double Draconautics. I have the Monument with all the cycling, and it's just a really sweet deck that has a lot of cool combos. So it fits my style as well.
Well, it's really come together for you. I want to ask you about your preparation. I know you've got a lot going on at the moment. Was Limited a focus for you heading into the tournament?
So my usual strategy for preparation is I mostly focus on Constructed and then do a little bit of Limited, and then I kind of leverage my teammates for the Limited. I pay a lot of attention in the Limited meeting, and I have enough lifetime draft reps that I kind of understand the fundamental theories of draft, and so if they can help me with the specific card evaluations, that usually gets me where I want. But yeah, super busy. My game is coming out on Monday, the demo, and so I'm like slacking with my teammates while I'm testing some draft or constructed. Yeah, it's called Zoominos, and it'll be out in the Steam Next Fest, so excited for that as well.
Not that you'd know that you're preoccupied with a 10-0 record, Matt. As we look to the future now, both, I guess, for the short term and the medium term, top 8 looking pretty good. But you pointed out to me with a 10-0 record, you're re-queued for the next PT.
Yeah, so even if I lose the last 6, which I have no intention of doing, believe me, I am queued for the next PT, but, you know, the goal is top 8. At the end of the day, the way Magic players are evaluated, their careers is really on how many Pro Tour top 8s you have. Right back when there was Hall of Fame voting, 4 was the cutoff kind of roughly for that. And so top 8s at the end of the day are what I want. You know, I've had enough success at Grand Prix and other stuff. Pro Tours are where it's at.
All right, well, best of luck as we head towards our top 8. Matt Nass, 10-0. What a performance.
There is Matt Nass, our lone undefeated player, thinking about that top 8. Needs 2 more wins to lock up his spot. Let's take a look at our feature match for round number 11 here on day 2 of Pro Tour Etherdrift. Indeed, we'll be watching our undefeated player to see if he can trophy this draft. Matt Nass on 10-0 up against Yuchen Liu at 9-1. Matt Nass started playing the game in 2004, has been known as a combo killer at GPs. Top-8ed 13 of them and won 5 outright. Qualified for this tournament at a Las Vegas 100K Open. Yuchen Liu qualified at an RC, has 5 Grand Prix top 8s to his name, and 1 Pro Tour top 8 in 2017. All right, those are the players. Talk to me about these limited decks, Monty.
Okay, well, we're going to start by taking a look at Matt Nass's deck. Not even getting tired of it at this point, even though we've seen it twice already, because this deck is just such a delight. He managed to draft a blue-red discard cycling deck, and really the highlight of it has to be those 2 Draconautics Engineers sitting in the 2-drop slot that he highlighted as well. The Monument to Endurance in the 3-drop slot, an absolute bomb in this deck. And then the Magmakin Artillerist. 4 copies of this card really make this whole cycling shell come together. And I do want to give a little shout out to the Boommobile hiding in the 4-drop slot there. That card doing quite a bit of work as well. Now, on the other side, Yuchen Liu's deck we get to see for the first time here, and this is a cool one. This is the Golgari strategy that we've talked about quite a bit, utilizing the graveyard. No reanimation shenanigans coming out here, but it's just a lot of very solid cards and an absolute bomb in the form of Sitavarma Mass Racer there in the 2-drop slot. So good, in fact, that Yuchen is splashing it alongside 2 copies of Trade the Helm. So Yuchen, very solid deck here, very solid curve, and some bombs to go on top of it. So pretty cool stuff.
Yeah, which of these 2 decks do you think has the edge here? Are we going to remain undefeated with Matt Nass?
I'm all in on the Matt Nass train.
All
This deck
right.
is unbeatable to me.
Let's find out what happens. It's time for round number 11. I'm going to send it on over to the booth.
Yeah, thank you, Maria. Welcome back to the booth. Yeah, we see you, Maria. Thank you. Welcome back to the booth here at Pro Tour Etherdrift. Marshall Cyclone with Paul Cheon. And, well, they just laid it all out for you right there. These are 2 heavy hitters, Matt Nass versus Liu Yuchen. And the decks both look very strong as well. We got a chance to see Matt Nass's deck in action, you know, in that first round that we covered earlier, Paul. And then we saw it last round, too. This thing is a house. It does the thing that it does very, very well. You can see their records are stellar, and that's for both of them. 9-1 at this point in the tournament. That record is already thinking like, hey, I don't exactly have to crush Constructed if I can win this last round, and I can find myself in a top 8 pretty easily. If you're sitting in a Matt Nass's seat, it's like tantalizingly close.
You are extremely close. I believe if you get to 12 wins before round 16, you're locked.
Hard lock.
So you're already 10-0. Your deck is fantastic. You have double Draconautics Engineer along with a Monument in your blue-red cycling deck. This is just the ideal deck that you want. And when you take a look at Yuchen's deck, he doesn't actually have a lot of great answers, just not a lot of great removal. Actually, to the point where he's splashing blue for something interesting. 2 copies of Trade the Helm. It's not a card I even like playing in my normal blue decks.
Main deck at all.
And he is splashing for 2 copies of that card.
Really interesting. I think it shows a desperation of sorts about finding some way to interact, because that's the only thing that Liu Yuchen's deck is missing. everything else is here. Power level's there. He's got a couple of bombs. He can certainly close out a long game. It's just a matter of if Matt Nass is unchecked with his plan.
Right.
We see Elvish Refueler kick things off here for Liu Chen. Really good place to start. A nice place to put your mana.
I wonder if Matt
is it going to draw the barrage?
Yeah, does he just fire it off right away? He doesn't have a great play here. There's a boosted sloop, but he doesn't even have a creature to crew the boosted sloop. The Pit Automaton has no power.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so he's going to fire broadside barrage. It is an instant, but there are two different ways that Liu Chen could protect his card in the format.
Right.
And so he's going to go for the main phase. That's always something you want to pay attention to.
Yeah, we saw a bunch of Defend the Riders in the draft too, so there's just that with Maximum Overdrive, Bestow Greatness, just a lot of reasons to not just fire that off. You just want to fire it off in your main phase.
And by the way, same exact logic here, because Liu Chen fired off another one. I mean, look at those two threats he's put out, right? Hazard of the Dunes. That's another big hitter. And Matt Nass, he did have the answer for both, which is really impressive because those, particularly the Dunes of 4 toughness, those are tough to answer. There's a Chitin Gravestalker now.
Pressure keeps coming here.
Man,
from
that is a 3-4-5.
Yeah. Yeah, look at that. It's a 5-4, and then he can slam the Migrating Ketrodon, which Matt Nass's deck does have a tough time dealing with. He's got the broadside barrages, but no great way to deal 6 damage. I don't think there's a crash and burn that he's playing. So
yeah, I would say the format has a hard time dealing with that, and particularly if you're red base, that gets difficult. Flood the Engines is a good way to do it, but I don't think Matt even has one.
It looks like he does have one.
He's got
crash
one copy?
One crash.
Oh, one crash and burn, okay. But we did see this Gravestalker come down, and it looks like it's ready to rumble.
15.
Now, Yu-Chen does have 2 copies of Grimbauble, which is an excellent way to deal with Draconautics Engineer. Curious to see in a future game if Matt Nass chooses not to play the turn 2 Engineer in this instance, maybe play a turn 3 with red up to turn it into a 3-3 to play around the bobble.
Great point, Paul. That is absolutely something that Matt Nass will have in his mind if it comes to that. Right now, though, he's got all he can handle. 3-drop, 4-drop, 5-drop, 6-drop from Liu. That is exactly how you want to play this format. And even though Matt was able to deal with the 3 and the 4, 5 and the 6 are still here.
Yeah, the hits just didn't stop. Matt had 2 fantastic removal spells. He can loot here, but just he's dealing with 11 power already. The Engineer here, for example, just doesn't even necessarily do enough.
No.
I wonder if Matt's just contemplating just playing out creatures to just potentially double block and just hope that Yu-Chen has nothing here, right? You just go, hey, maybe I just play a Swashbuckler or Draconautics Engineer. I can crew it up, and then I'll have 2 3/3s in play. Double block the Chitin Gravestalker. Hope you don't have something.
Cross your fingers?
Yeah.
Ooh. He's going to dig. Plays out the Engineer. He's going to jump in the boosted sloop. It cannot be blocked because it has Menace, so he will get to draw a card, discard a card, and get in for 3.
Oh, I think Matt's going to try to set up for double Dragon again. To play Pit Automaton. Needs land number 6 here, but still has the red mana available to make sure that the Draconautics Engineer doesn't die to Grimbauble.
So that could protect the Engineer.
21.
Yeah, so here Matt Nass might just put the Dynamite Diver in front of the Ketrodon just to prevent 6 damage, go to 10, and then just try to win off a double Dragon if he can find land number 6 on top of his deck, pay 2 mana, use Pit Automaton's copy exhaust ability, and then make 2 4/4 flyers.
Interestingly, Grimbauble in hand here for Liu.
Yeah, but
he could get proactive with it.
He could, but the problem is you can't kill the Engineer because Matt pays red. He could target the Dynamite Diver just to get in for maximum damage.
That's what I mean.
Right?
Yeah, that's what he's going to do.
And this means Matt will take 11 damage here.
And this is interesting. He drew Ooze Patrol for the turn as well. So even if one of his creatures were to die somehow, he would still get to turn that into another counter for the patrol. And these are just huge cards. I mean, there's already 2 creatures in the graveyard here for Liu Chen.
Yeah, this is the power of green. This Ooze Patrol is at the very least a 4-4 with the potential to be a 6-6 here. And Matt's going to be down to 4 life here because I do not think he's going to block these creatures.
Right, and you know, nowhere to go with the damage but upstairs there. Boom, boom, take it all. Down to 4. And then he gets to follow up with at least a 4-4.
At least.
Let's see if he can even grow this Ooze Patrol a little more.
Okay. Hit 1.
1 out of 2.
3.
So it is a 5-5.
Okay, that's
Look at
pretty
this
good.
board.
Too.
Oh my goodness. Now, Yu-Chen does no longer have, just no longer has any follow-ups here, right? So Matt does cycle here, utilizing the Pit Automaton's ability. Really needs to find land number 6. He does find it here.
I mean, are the Double Dragon enough? They don't even do that much.
He's not dead.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah, okay.
You have 3 blockers, but they have to all individually block each creature.
Right. One of them will trade off for the Gravestalker, but that actually hitting an additional creature on that Ooze was huge. Having it be a 4-4 versus a 5-5 could be the difference.
So you can use a 4-4 to trade at least with with the Gravestalker.
Right.
You can, if you want to keep a creature instead of a vehicle, you can crew up the boosted sloop, but that would still just be a chump block here.
Yeah, and then the question becomes, what does Matt do after? Right? I mean, he still needs to find a way to fully stabilize or turn this thing around, and that's if he can even survive next turn.
Yeah, and given the land in Yu-Chen's hand, I imagine very high likelihood that he just upkeep, sacrifices the bauble, goes for a Surveil 2 to just try to find another interactive spell. Matt's got a Swashbuckler. I don't think that does anything here. Matt just weighing out his options, and yeah, he's just going to try to make a pair of dragons here at instant speed. Just block everything.
Worked for him in round 1.
So Yu-Chen's looking for, he's got Broken Wings.
He's thinking about bobbling here.
Well, yeah, he's got no other plays, and he still has, if he draws anything that costs 4 or less, he can still play it with that bobble. Finding a Broken Wings is really huge because you just win on the spot.
Yeah, that's
being
gotta
able
be
to kill
worth
one
it.
of the dragons.
Upkeep.
As upkeep. This is pre-draw step.
He does have Regal Imperiosaur, really heads up there as a 3
And
mana.
look at that,
Yeah.
it's going to pay off for him. 2 lands on top, exactly what he didn't want to see.
Little squeeze.
Is it Broken Wings?
It might have been, I couldn't really tell.
Good comment.
No, he's just going to go to combat. Oh. Double Dragon for 4 blocks.
Doesn't look like he's got anything.
Okay.
Oh, because you can still crew the boosted sloop, so you're not just dead. He
It
did find
was
Broken Wings.
Wow.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, it was. It kind of looked like it.
Yeah, it did.
But he only gave us a little glimpse.
But here's what happens. You Broken Wings the 4-4. Matt crews the boosted sloop.
Okay.
Both engineers just chump block, and then your dragon trades with a Kite and Gravestalker, and all you have a 5-5 and a 6-6, and Matt Ness, all he has is a Pit Automaton in play.
Yeah, that's worth. You just do that. I think Liu Chen's trying to say, well, would there be a double block opportunity with a dragon that I could break up?
You can't double block. You're dead.
And he's coming to the conclusion, no.
So is he letting Matt just block here?
Yeah, I mean, he's probably just saying these are terrible blocks for you anyway. I mean, wait, Matt's tapped out, though, so you would just go for the win.
Well, Matt will survive because he can crew the boosted sloop in response to the Broken Wings. But now,
he didn't. He proactively crewed.
Yeah.
So Liu Chen must have decided this is what he's going to do.
Right.
And once he does, then I get to win for sure this turn.
Yeah, really heads up line there by Yu Chen. He goes, you know what? He's got a crew here. He'd rather just chump with a 3-3 than a 4-4.
Right.
But that Grim Bubble, right? That Grim Bubble won him that game on the spot there.
Absolutely. He needed to find Broken Wings to win that turn, and he did. Game 1. Goes to Liu Chen, and he's trying to, wrestle Matt Nass down to his X and 1 level. It's like
he had a really great
join
curve
me
there. Just so many large threats back to back to back. Now Yu Chen does have a solid hand. Needs a green source though. There's a pothole mole, just all black sources in hand. Does have a couple of cyclers though. Fearless
Swashbuckler is just going to get right in there.
And next turn, we got the combo. You can run out the boosted sloop. That also gets haste, although you can't crew the boosted sloop.
Oh.
And also attack with the Swashbuckler, given that the other creature in play is a Pit Automaton.
Yeah, that's tough. Another Deathless Pilot, so there's 2 of those now.
Could double block the Swashbuckler, and you don't even lose that much if Matt has something, right? You're just like, okay, if the game goes long, I can just get these pilots back.
Right, they're expendable. I have to say, though, this opener from Liu Chen, much worse.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, last time, this was just where he was getting going.
Yeah, the game's completely different if you can play a forest on turn 3 instead to run out the mole.
Yeah, he's desperately hoping for a forest in the next turn or 2. He does have some plays he can make in the meantime, but they're getting worse.
Yeah, here's the thing. You play boosted sloop, but then I don't think you want to attack, right? There's just no good attacks. If you crew the boosted sloop and you attack,
yeah, you don't.
Yu Chen just has a double block available here. You can just single attack first with the Swashbuckler and then go for a trip up on a 2/2. All right, setting up. Okay.
Sloop's going to stay in hand.
Yeah, because by playing the 1/4 here, the artillerist, next turn you can run out the sloop and then get you attack with a pirate and a vehicle trigger to happen, and then you draw 3 cards and discard 2 cards. Okay, needs to cycle.
This is cycling for a forest.
Oh, and he misses.
Titan Gravestalker.
Wow.
He already had another one in hand as well.
That is huge.
Matt Ness. There's blood in the water.
Oh, absolutely.
Desperation there from Liu Chen, trying to find land number 4, particularly a green mana source.
Now Matt's got a trip up here too. He's got a crash and burn. No great blocks available. Is Matt Nass happy just trading one of these creatures for a Deathless Pilot just to get that trigger?
Probably.
You draw so many cards.
It's so many.
Yeah.
And his
still deal damage.
He has so much power left in this library of his.
Draw 3 for resolves first, then draw 1, discard 1 resolves.
A draw 4, discard 3 is pretty good.
Yeah. So draw 3, discard 2, and then draw 1, discard.
And that's a Clamorous Ironclad, which is really nice with Swashbuckler in play. Although you have to imagine it'll likely die here.
1 to 16.
The Swashbuckler.
Right.
Yeah.
Then loot. Did he loot as well?
He does get 2.
I'll cycle this with this one still on the stack.
Okay, so he's still waiting for the loot to resolve, and in between he's cycling.
So I draw for the cycle, then
more
I draw for the
information.
And now discard a card.
Oh, and he found a Boom Mobile. Wow, Boom Mobile with Pit Automaton can also be really, really strong, assuming you have a lot of mana available.
Yeah, you do need a lot. He's going to discard King Buccaneer.
I think I resolved everything.
You did.
So yeah, you can block.
Yeah, that was all after declaring attacks.
Yeah, Matt just sculpting the perfect hand here, throwing away just random creatures, but plenty of interaction, double trip of Crash and Burn and Boom Mobile, with Yu Chen just stuck on black mana here.
Yeah, it's going to have to be a forest off the top, or he's going to fall too far behind, it looks like, because a swamp doesn't actually get him anywhere, right?
Well, with the swamp, because assuming he blocks here, he's going to have 2 creatures in graveyard, so then he can play the Titan Gravestalker.
The Gravestalker would be 4? Okay,
yeah,
okay.
And if he draws a swamp, there's even a chance if you get lucky with a Quack Feast, maybe you play Quack Feast, if you hit some creatures, again, you got to get super lucky.
Hey, well, that's where we're at.
Play the Gravestalker.
He's going to double block the sloop.
Okay.
So lose one of them. That will open up the Gravestalker if he can find a land. Forest ideal. Is there a forest? It was a swamp.
It was a swamp. So there's 2 creatures in the graveyard.
That's a decent backup plan if you're not gonna hit a forest, it better be a land.
Now, do you want to fire off this Quack Feast? You just get the Swashbuckler off the battlefield. If you do, you don't have a good follow-up, right? That's just kind of all you can do. unless you somehow hit 2 creatures or artifacts off of it, then you can also run out the Chitin Gravestalker.
How do you feel about having a Chitin Gravestalker plus the Deathless Pilot?
Just playing both of those?
No, just playing the Gravestalker here. Like,
oh,
just
as far as blockers?
Yeah.
You have to think, given the number of cards that Matt Nass saw, he's going to have removal. So the best way to combat that is to just kill the creatures in play instead of just hoping to rely on playing out creatures.
That's where I would start, but sometimes you look at it and go, okay, I've got a 5/4 and a 2/2. That's actually fine. In this case, it's not. But all right, Matt's going to cycle. And Liu Yuchen hit 2 lands, a forest and a swamp off of the Quag Feast. Still plenty enough to kill the intended target, but it did not help things as far as the Gravestalker goes. It wouldn't need to be creature there.
Yeah, there's a boom mobile here for Matt. He can just run it and just run it out and just have a big vehicle in play and also kill the pilot. So that might be what he does, right? You play the boom mobile, and then you'll have 4 mana. Pit Automaton gives you up to 6. But you might just deal 2 damage here to the pilot just to get in for 1.
2 damage. So 4 mana, 5 mana. Yeah, X equals 2.
That'll leave him with a 6/6.
And then I believe it has a crew cost of 2. So the Keen Buccaneer on the following turn can allow Matt Nass to attack for 6. Yuchen, if he finds a forest though, he's got a Broken Wings. Broken Wings will deal with the boom mobile, and then Matt Nass won't have that much pressure here. And Yuchen actually, cycling the Chitin Gravestalker here, really looking for a forest.
Jeez, he did find it though, right?
He did find it, so he does have the answer to the boom mobile. So the only thing that's pressuring Yuchen at this point is the Magmakin Artillerist.
So, but Liu Yuchen has to play a forest and then just be like, go ahead?
1, 2, 3, 4.
It's going to stand out to Matt Nass. Like, you didn't want to play a green card?
Right. Although, what's the other line here, though? Like, do you just, I guess you can play
the mole or something.
Yeah, you keep up Bestow Greatness or what have you.
But those don't.
Right.
Those don't seem as good. And you would, of course, much prefer, Matt, to have to commit something to the board to get the Boomobile up before you use Broken Wings on it. But I am curious to see what Matt does. I mean, the truth is, Liu Yuchen can kill it either way.
Right.
Like, he can just end step kill it or whatever. So it's not like a huge difference if you crew it and get it in.
But this forest was a big draw. Yuchen just not going to take any damage here.
And his hand's stacked. Right. I mean, that's what happens when you miss land drops. You got all spells left.
Right. So his hand is great. And now kind of Matt's kind of at that point where he goes, is my game plan here now to just kill you with the Artillerist? Do I just play the other one out and just cycle and just burn you out? Is that the best way to win this game?
Okay, he's going to crew the Boomobile and get in. I assume Matt thinks, okay, it's probably going to die.
Broken Wings gets it. Yeah, and that's kind of it here now for Matt. He could cycle, I suppose, to deal 2 damage to Yuchen with the Artillerist, but or do you want to just play it out?
Cycling, yeah. Yeah, he's just going to pass because Liu Yuchen's at 9.
Yeah, and now he's
he saw Ketradon before, although he did cycle 1.
Yeah, now he's going to start running out potentially some bigger cards. Actually, he doesn't have any, though. And the Grim Bauble, no good targets here. Everything has 3 or more toughness.
Going to go for the mole.
Get a forest back here. Oh, actually, no, get back the island because he has a Seat of Varma in hand.
Yeah, the turn that he drew the forest, he also drew Seat of Varma. So it's just like, okay, I finally got green, but now I drew my splash card.
Yeah, the issue with this is just he can't play Bestow Greatness this turn, but I don't think that's a big issue anymore, given this current board. Now, on Matt's side, he does have a Crash and Burn, which you can use to get the Chitin Gravestalker off the battlefield. And if you do draw, actually, you don't even need to draw a land. If you just use Crash and Burn on the Chitin Gravestalker, you can attack with the Keen Buccaneer through the Pothole Mole. With the Pit Automaton and the island in play, that's representing a 3/4. And additionally, Matt Nass can just copy Keen Buccaneer's ability, right? And that's a 4/5 that attacks with a double loot trigger.
True. We are going to see the cycle here down to 7.
That was a Draconautics Engineer.
Oh, geez. Wow. How much mana does he have right now? 5 plus the
Can he
automaton?
give it haste with the Automaton? Let's see. That's 7 mana. So you can play the Engineer. You
That's
can make a
7.
dragon, and then you give it haste.
Yes.
That's 4 damage, and Yuchen's down to 7 with an artillerist in play as well. Use the broken wings too. Not a ton of good ways to kill a dragon.
Yeah, this is what Liu Yuchen had. This is why he's splashing around for.
Oh my gosh!
Trade the helm.
A backup Draconautics engineer.
Really, Matt Nass.
Jeez. Yeah, you just make a flyer here and just crash
and
in.
then haste it up.
Yeah.
There it is, 4/4 flying, and now he has the additional red mana for the engineer.
Haste.
That'll give it a counter. It also has haste, although no good attacks here. So in it comes for 4. You're down to 2. Matt Nass trying to even things up after a rough game 1. And that's going to do it. Matt Nass picks up game number 2. And we're going to get a game 3 decider between these two. This is a good matchup.
Absolutely. Both decks really, really solid. Matt Nass does have a few additional bomb level cards that can just single-handedly win him the game. But just good interaction from both sides. That main deck Broken Wings extremely powerful in this matchup. Matt Nass has double engineer and the monument.
Mm-hmm. Boomobile, I mean, there's a ton of targets. He'd love another copy of Broken Wings if he could get it. Okay, both players keeping 7 cards here.
Nice curve here out of Matt Nass. Catalyzer into boosted sloop. Oh, also has monument to endurance.
And there's the Endrider Catalyzer.
Ooh, really nice. Oh, that's a Veloheart bike, excuse me. I thought for some reason he had a Grim Bubble there. Probably just a couple of interesting options here, right? You can just go bike, or you just run out the Pothole Mole just to have another creature in play. Hit your land drops.
Pothole Mole also sets up for the Quag Feast in a little while.
Right.
It is one of his, maybe it's his only like straight up removal spell or one that could be.
Right. Hits a land there. As you can see, Regal Imperiosaur, very strong card.
And then an Engine Rat as well. So 2 creatures in the yard's a good thing for Liu Yuchen generally. He's got the Gravestalkers and the Ooze Patrol.
Really curious to see if Matt Nass just chooses to slam the Monument Endurance to get things going, or just run out the boosted sloop here and attack. But if he does, Yuchen has the Broken Wings in hand.
That's
to
true.
Kill the monument there.
He would actually get nothing out of it.
Exactly.
So if you sloop first, you could just play Monument next turn and then sloop again. Okay, you've talked me into it, Paul. I'm pro sloop at this point.
Also, just playing out Artillerist isn't terrible. It just blocks everything that's in play on the other side if you are a little bit concerned about the 2/2 and 2/3 that's coming in play.
No concern. Boosted sloop, go.
Boosted sloop also does a great job of blocking here. But Liu Yuchen has several ways, right? You have the Quag Feast and the Broken Wings as options here. I mean, if anything, you can go bike into Quag Feast. That's a nice way to spend your mana. Ooh, attacking with the pilot here. Did he draw Grimbauble?
I don't know, but...
Oh, he has Bestow Greatness, of course.
Okay, sure. So he wants to turn his combat trick into a removal spell, which is exactly the type of thing he needs to do because he doesn't have that much removal.
Yeah, no, this is actually really, really great. And still has a follow-up Druid Engine Rat here to block the Catalyzer.
Very nice.
Matt's down to 13.
That was a good turn there. Yeah, the trample from Bestow Greatness adds up really quickly.
Yeah, this is tough. Matt Nass is a step behind here. And look at Liu Yuchen's hand. Broken Wings plus Quag Feast.
His actual removal spells.
Right.
That's them. He has baubles, but those only kill small things. And surprisingly, not that many targets on Matt Nass's side either.
And Matt Nass choosing to be as defensive as possible here. Scrap Compactor off the top.
Another air quotes removal spell. He's just going to fire it off here on the Catalyzer. This is aggression now from Liu Yuchen. He's attacking with everything. 5 damage coming across.
Yeah, he has no choice but to just cast Trip up here.
Yeah, is he going to bottom?
Probably doesn't. Oh, actually does want it here. I guess you
just
can go
every thread.
You can go bike in the pilot next turn.
Okay, sure.
Good curve.
Use up all your mana.
So here you can go Monument and at least get value for 1 turn. Oh, that was a Boommobile off the top.
Does that help stabilize here?
It deals 2 damage with 5 lands in play, so you can kill the Engine Rat.
It's handy.
but you will still take 2 from the Pothole Mole. Alternatively, you can just go Monument to Endurance and cycle the Magmakin Artillerist, and that'll get you 2 cards, right? And so even if Yu Chen does have a way to kill your Monument in the Broken Wings, well, you're still you're not down a card on the exchange
That has
because
to be
the
tempting.
Monument gets you. Right. And then on the following turn, you can go Boommobile for 3 to kill potentially the bigger creature that's in play in
That has to be the
Pothole
right
Mole.
way to go.
Nope.
He's going to boom right now.
All right.
I mean, he's only facing 3 power at this point, and this only makes it 2, and he still has to take the 2.
Yeah, and it is very
interesting.
It is very tempting to go after the Boommobile, but don't quite have to yet until Matt plays a creature, right? So I think you just go bike into Pilot here, and just, it's like, Matt's not going to attack with this Boommobile.
No. Threat. Go. Plus, Liu Chen's at 22.
I mean, look at this board. Liu can attack for 6 next turn and has 2 removal spells in hand.
Right.
Oh my gosh, Matt just drew Draconautics Engineer.
Really?
That's one way to stabilize the board.
Wow.
Really, really strong.
He doesn't have quite enough mana to do all the things, but he has enough to do the important things.
Right, you make the dragon here, and now the Broken Wing, like,
wow.
If you, now, Liu Chen does have the answer for both, right? You do have Quag Feast and Broken Wings, and have the mana with the bike to kill both. For example, you Quag Feast the Boommobile, and then attack with your creatures. Matt Nast will make a flyer, and then you can Broken Wings. Although it would be really awkward if Matt Nast just turned the Engineer into a 3/3, and then just blocked the 2/3 and the 2/2 in play. Yeah.
That sounds like something Matt Nast would do, by the way.
Right, just like playing around a Broken Wings and just eating one of the creatures. So Lou might actually have, not even clear if he has a great attack on this board. You know Matt's going to make the flyer here, no matter what. So then what's the better thing to do? Do you just play Hazard of the Dunes and then wait till the following turn to have a really good attack? I like this.
Yes.
You figured it out.
Some patience here.
Yeah, I really love the way that Yu Chen's been playing this entire match.
Taking a little bit of medicine here, realizing that the brakes have been pumped ever since that Engineer hit the battlefield. So he's going to build out his board.
Yeah, because now you don't really care about the Engineer that's in play. You just get the flyer and the 6/6 off the battlefield, and then Matt Ness only has a 3/3 in play. Now you've stabilized. It is the time to run out the Monument here, try to find some extra action.
1 to you.
Draw cards.
And get the engine. And
draw an extra card.
This I'll draw.
Got to be better than the other options, especially given cards in hand here for Nas. Take a look at that. 3 lands.
Yeah, no cycling available here.
In the future,
Yeah.
you pick the mode on
Oh.
the monument before drawing
I don't.
a card.
Oh, because the cycle's the cost.
It says whenever you
Yeah.
discard a card, correct?
Yeah, so,
So
discard's
cycling
part
is
of
on
the
the
cost.
bottom,
Sorry,
and then-
sorry.
Okay. Right?
Yeah.
It
yeah.
seemed like you did it basically at the same.
Yeah,
moment.
sorry.
Usually
I did see the
do a
card
little more.
first.
I understand.
But
Yeah.
I was going to choose draw no matter what.
Okay.
But yeah. Okay. Go ahead.
I think Matt believing that he had the option to choose until after he looks at the card from the cycle, but with the Monument, you have to choose immediately.
Yeah, it's not, yeah.
It goes on the stack. You choose which mode, but it does go on the stack before resolution.
Back over to Liu Chen. Trying to even up the record at 10-1 with Matt Nass. Matt Nass with a victory here would be 11-0 and would need 1 win.
So kill the 4/4 and the 6/6. What does Matt have? Just the 3/3 available here. If you kill, and he drew the land here.
So he can actually do both.
You can do both, and you can crew up the bike. And so the Hazard of the Dunes is going to get in no matter what. And then the bike could potentially trade with the Draconautics Engineer. And then Matt's going to be left with no board. And Liu Chen's going to have a 2/2, a 2/3. Matt's going to be down to 4 with the Hazard of the Dunes that can potentially get exhausted depending on whether or not the bike gets blocked. Well, actually, no, the bike is a force block given that you're attacking for 8.
Yes.
So.
And here's the Quag Feast targeting the dragon. You do still mill 2. But, wow, that was 2 lands again. You see the Broken Wings in hand.
Yeah, interesting. I wonder. Okay, yep.
And he's just going to proactively fire
Just
it off on the Boommobile.
Crew things up. Attack with.
Through the bike.
you can attack with everything here because he can't block the pilot.
Right.
Right? So you have to block the bike here, and you go down to 2.
6 damage coming across, even after the block.
Matt needs an epic Monument Endurance here to come back here.
Yeah, I mean, there are ways. He's got, what, 7 mana available and a Monument. He needs to find something right now, though, or he is going to fall down to 10-1. It was Pit Automaton off the top.
That is not going to do it here.
Wow.
Matt Ness will no longer be undefeated.
Liu Yu Chen is going to even up the records with Matt Nass here at 10-1.
Matt Ness was the only undefeated player, I believe.
And that's going to do it. Liu Yu Chen evens it up. But I have to say, coming in here, you know, it felt like if Matt Nass picked up a win here, it would be really difficult to keep him out of the top 8. One win literally guaranteed it from that point. But I have to say, we're very likely to see both of them here. I mean, they have to have a fairly disastrous afternoon to not be able to make it in.
Yeah, we have 5 rounds of standard constructed left, and oftentimes 12 wins put you in a really excellent position. So we're talking about a record of 2-2-1, right? If you win 2 out of your next 4, very likely to possibly draw into the top 8. So both players, of course, in excellent position here. But the thing that I really just want to call out is Liu Yu Chen just played a beautiful game. There were so many instances where just anybody watching can be like, oh, I have Broken Wings. Oh, I have Quag Feast. I better cast this card and kill the thing that you have. But Liu just being patient, timing things perfectly, utilizing his combat tricks when he needed instead of removal spells, and just getting every point of damage through. I just really liked how he sequenced basically every single game that he played, especially that one game where Matt Nass had the double dragon and was like, you know what, Matt Nass is 100% going to crew this boosted sloop.
Really
So most people, even myself included, would have just used the Broken Wings to kill a flyer, and he was like, no. Matt's definitely crewing here. Got the read, got him to do it, which guaranteed the win on that turn.
That's right. Really great stuff from both of those players, putting themselves in a good position for top 8. A lot of work to do, though. We've still got Constructed. We've still got more draft to bring you. We're going to take a short break. When we come back, we'll have Matt Sperling versus Adam Adelson. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back to coverage of Pro Tour Etherdrift. I'm Marshall Sycliffe. I'm with Paul Cheon, and we are in Chicago, Illinois. We've got a Magic Con happening. You can see all the people browsing the booths, playing Magic, meeting their favorite influencers. But over here, we're playing draft. We've got the Pro Tour happening. It is just one part of a very large event here that is a MagicCon. If you've never had a chance to come out to one, I do encourage you to do so. They're really cool. There's something for everybody at a MagicCon. For us, though, we like these competitive games, you know, we want the hyper competitive stuff, and that's what the Pro Tour is all about. And in fact, we've got the finals of a pod that we took a quick look at earlier, Paul, on camera. Nasty pod. This was pod 4. Here's who made it to the finals: Adam Adelson versus Matt Sperling. But there was huge names in there. Eli Cassis was at this pod, Paul Rietzel.
There were so many players with top finishes in this. Adam Adelson top 8ing the Pro Tour last year. Matt Sperling, of course, with just a very storied career. Lots of consistent success over many Pro Tours in years past here. So really, really nice matchup here. That was probably the hardest draft pod in all of day 2 if you just saw kind of the resume of everybody playing.
Yeah, Lucas Dukow was there. Yeah, really, really tough pod. But we're going to get a chance to see the finals here. This is game 2. You can see that Matt Sperling won game number 1. 2 very different archetypes battling it out here. The colors are represented there. Green-white with the Gibberic Omnivore here from Adam Adelson kicks it off. Matt Sperling on the other side. Oh, hello. How about 7 power on turn 3? Afterburner Expert.
Yeah, Afterburner Expert is
fantastic. And then the
fantastic.
random forest there for Sperling.
Matt Sperling with kind of a Demir deck splashing Debris Beetle, very, very strong. Also actually playing Migrating Ketrodon in the main. He does have a back on track in his deck, and so I think the plan is to just cycle it away, reanimate it. Very, very powerful combination. Yeah, Matt Sperling just trying to stay alive here. Casting Bounce Off as a tempo play to bounce Afterburner Expert.
Then he follows it up with Pactol Terror. This is the card that he more or less built his deck around. He's got 3 copies of it.
My opponents always have 3. Like if
3 Pactol Terrors?
If they play one on turn 4, you better believe there's one coming on turn 5. Very likely on turn 6 as well. That's just kind of how this deck works. But yes, Pactol Terror extremely powerful in this Demir Artifacts deck if you draft around it accordingly. He also has a Haunted Network to go with that as well, which is kind of the new Gray Merchant of Asphodel. Like you play that thing in a Demir Artifacts deck, oftentimes you can drain your opponent for 5 or 6 life.
Oh, it ends the game. By the way, what a turn there from Adelson. Gets in the air, recasts the Afterburner Expert, even has Venom Sac Legak to use up all of that mana.
Yeah, the thing with the Legacta, you can even just saddle it, right, with the Gibberic Omnivore, and Matt doesn't even have a good block with that Pactol Terror. Ooh, that's a way to come back, though.
Yeah, this is the type of card that you can use to, you know, stabilize your board. The Spike Shell Harrier there.
Yeah, so now this is a very, very large board. Now with the Afterburner Expert, I think that just always gets in. One note, Adam Adelson has 3 copies of Bestow Greatness. He is not messing around.
Wow.
He is beating down, and in a spot like this, it is so strong.
Yeah, this deck looks pure, right? Like this is the, you know, on the podcast we call this the cards that affect the board state style deck, right? Every card is meant to either be a creature, be a removal spell, or be something that augments a creature like a combat trick. And if you can build a deck that is almost all of those, you have a game plan at the very least.
Yeah, he's even playing 2 main deck copies of Brightfield Glider. So really looking to punish the slower decks that have tons of mana curve. Oh,
Pactol Terror.
That's number 2. Good luck racing that one.
Having 2 of them on board is a big problem. Adelson would really be good if he could either force a block or have a removal spell at this point.
It gets in for 5, the saddle, making the Legak very hard to block here. No, excuse me, not that. Camera Launcher here as a way to just make another Thopter and spend your mana here. But if Matt can just follow this up with a couple of artifacts, boom, he's back to 12.
Yeah, that is a relatively unexciting play at this stage of the game. And there's the Hull Drifter to reload plus the double drain. Uh-oh, is this Matt coming back?
That's another artifact. That's the last ride. And will Matt even potentially consider attacking? Or it just feels like if he plays the long game, it's going to be very hard to lose. But Afterburner Expert coming back here because of the Camera Launcher. So this is a huge, huge board from Adam Adelson. If he does have one of his 3 copies of Bestow Greatness, this could just be over.
He might just be able to turn everything sideways, pick the right block. Right now is the time as well. Matt Sperling is tapped out.
And Matt really only has 2 blockers here. There's 2 creatures in play and 2 vehicles. If Adam attacks with everything, you can block a 4-power creature and a 3-power creature, and you take 3, 4, 5, 6. You take 9 damage. And Matt's at 12 currently, so wouldn't be lethal. So still needs to be mindful of the crackback, especially with some potential drain opportunities. Also, the last ride, if you take a bunch of damage, you can crew that thing, and that thing hits very, very hard.
Yeah, it gets -X, where X is your life total. So currently, and it's a 13-13, by the way. So currently it's a 1-1.
Adam currently on 3 speed here. So his flyer does not have vigilance here, which is actually big because it can be blocked by the Hull Drifter.
So saddle attack with everything
but the camera
except for
launcher.
the launcher.
Oh.
Why is that sitting back? This is interesting stuff. You can see Matt's doing the math that Adam was just doing.
I wonder if this means that Adam doesn't have a combat trick here and just is making the obvious attacks. All of these are reasonable attacks. Although, to be fair, the Thopter can get blocked by the Hull Drifter. But if you block the Thopter with the Hull Drifter and put Pactile Terror in front of Afterburner Expert, I guess that's just a horrible block, right? Because Adam is representing an exhaust
6
with the Afterburner Expert.
Yep.
Yeah, Matt just does not have particularly strong blocks on this board.
Yeah, 2 vehicles makes it very difficult.
Yeah.
There's also, of course, the risk that Adam has some instant speed way to interact, and you go to crew, and then they kill the vehicle, and all of a sudden you're down another blocker.
Yeah, I mean, you could just chump with the last ride. I believe it's a 1-1. So if you crew the last ride and you're
it's a 1-1, yeah.
Yeah, it's currently a 1-1, and then you can maybe just choose to basically chump with both or trade with your vehicles. But not doing that here.
So Hull Drifter gets crewed up in 1 Pactile Terror, jumps in front of the Afterburner Expert.
So for Adam, this is just an easy exhaust on the Afterburner Expert, making it a 6-4. So now you have a 6-4 in play, and Sperling only has a Pactile Terror available and is taking 5 damage.
Wow. Oh, and even had a follow-up play too. Man, the curve outs here from Adam Adelson have been impressive. I think he's used up all of his mana every turn.
Yeah. Matt's also been doing a pretty good job at that as well, and it really just kind of comes down to how many artifacts he can deploy. Now, with only 1 Pactile Terror in play, it's not quite as explosive, but I see a Haunted Network in Matt Sperling's hand. So does he have enough? What if you crew up the Hull Drifter and attack, get you down to 6? Is that enough?
That's Haunted Network.
That's 5. That's 5, 7 damage.
1 trigger and an extra 1, and Matt Sperling steals the victory. And it improves to 9-2 with the 2-0 win in that incredibly difficult pod that he found himself in. I mean, that's the kind of thing where you sit down and, I mean, he sat right next to his best friend, Paul Rietzel. It's like he was passing to him, though.
Sure.
So he got to give him a little, like, hey, nothing good coming this way.
Well, and if you just kind of look at Matt's deck, that's just the power of the Pactile Terror. You kind of look at it and you're like, oh, it's a 3-4. But it just adds up.
It does.
The damage just adds up. You get to kind of race your opponents. Matt didn't even do a ton of attacking in that game, but just having the terrors in play, getting your opponent low enough, and if your opponent doesn't have a way to get those off the battlefield, well, if you have a Haunted Network in the hand, that is just game. That was 7 damage. 5 mana, drain your opponent for 7 and make 2 Thopters. Really, really strong.
Really great stuff there for Matt Sperling, finding the win. That's going to do it for draft here. We're going to take a short break. When we come back, we'll be back at the news desk, and we're going to set you up for Standard. Don't go anywhere.
It is Pro Tour Day 2 here at Pro Tour Etherdrift live from Chicago, Illinois. 219 players battling here. By the time we're done today, only 8 will remain standing. We've also got MagicCon Chicago happening right next door. I went over there and took a lap around the area. It is extremely awesome to see all of these people here celebrating the greatest game of all time. Get behind the wheel in Etherdrift, available now on MTG Arena. Crew your ride, ignite your engines, and start earning achievements and experience new mechanics like max speed and exhaust today. Log in now to get 3 packs in your inbox. All right, we're ready to burn some rubber here at the news desk. Maria Berthaldi, Monty DeBooty, and Riley Knight with you here as we are now out of draft and transitioning into standard here on day 2 of competition. But first things first, we need a roundup of how everything shook out in draft. Riley.
Yes, indeed. Let's cast our eye over the players who found the most success in our feature match area when it comes to our featured pods. Of course, these players who trophied the draft, that's what we call it when someone wins a 3-0 victory in a draft here at the Pro Tour. And it was Yuchen Liu who unseated our lone undefeated player, Matt Nass. Both of these players now at 10-1, but Yuchen Liu winning out in draft pod number 1. Congratulations there. We move on now to our second draft pod, and I'm very happy to tell you that on draft pod number 2, it was none other than a good mate of mine from Canberra, Australia, Matthew Judas. I'm very happy to say that the big fella from Canberra got up 3-0'd his draft. A remarkable turnaround for this fella because heading into this event, a limited record of 3 and 6. So he's obviously put the time in and improved his limited game. So really, really well done to him. Helena Break on the third table managed to pick up a 3-0 win. And on table D, Matt Sperling took it out. We'll talk more about Matt and his victory in just a little bit. But Marnie, I believe there was some stuff the way the colours broke on our first table that we wanted to get into.
Yeah, we're actually going to look at our feature pod here, but we're going to lay it out as we look at the colors around the table, where everybody ended up. And Yuchen Liu, of course, was our 3-0 drafter at this table. But I think the one thing that I really want to point out is the color green may be a little underperforming, and that isn't an indication of the color itself, but the fact that it is so highly sought after. Ben Stark, one of our 5 green players at the table, did go 0-3, but also Tony Portland, Adam Brace, and Kyle Gonzalez, they all went 1 and 2. So there is a bit of a pattern that other than Yuchen Liu, who did get the win, all of the other green drafters had a negative record at the table. On the flip side of it, Red doing fantastic. 2-1 for Matt Naz. We talked about getting past those 2 copies of Draconauts Engineer, maybe because people were trying to avoid the color. So maybe things are a bit more playable and a bit more evenly spread out in this pod format where people are going to be competing at a higher level than previously thought.
It'll be interesting to see the way that our evaluation of the respective colours changes in the wake of this event. But that's how things broke on pod in pod 1. Very quickly running through the results of the other pods as well, just to give you a sense of who was sitting where and how they went. Again, Matthew Judas from Australia, local fellow from Canberra. Very happy to see him get up and about at 10-1. He took out the trophy on pod 2. Pod number 3, our third table, as I said, Helena Break at 9-2 trophied the draft here. So very well done indeed to her. And finally, on table D, Matt Sperling, table 4, I should say, draft pod 4, Matt Sperling. And I got the chance to catch up with Matt and get his thoughts after his 3-0 performance on in our 4th pod. So let's head down and see what he had to say after his win. I'm here with Matt Sperling, who has just cleaned up his 3rd win in today's draft and 5th overall at Limited in this tournament. Matt, 5-1 across the drafts this Pro Tour. You must be very happy with this sort of result.
Yeah, thrilled. I go into Pro Tour drafts hoping to get 2-1, understanding the level of competition and how hard it is to consistently do that. If I can get a 3-0 and a 2-1, I'm thrilled. So, yeah, I'm very happy with that.
We caught up off camera earlier, and you were telling me about some of the preparation hurdles you have to jump over. You know, you've got a full-time job, you've got a young family. What has your preparation been like for this event, and how have you managed the real-life obligations you have against preparing for the Pro Tour?
Yeah, you just have to sort of learn how to do more with less, and didn't get to do many drafts, but had a great team of players who were sharing their experiences, posting their lists of decks that went 3-0, compiling their records and discussing the format. So you get a lot of leverage out of what other folks are doing and sharing information, and that's a big way to do more with less time. And then just try to use the intuition that I've developed over playing this game for 30 years and say, hey, even if I don't have some intuition, can fill in the gaps where I don't have the experience. And that's kind of, when it goes well, it works. And sometimes you go, man, I wish I would have gotten 20 more drafts in, but this weekend it didn't work out that way.
Well, speaking of going well, at the last Pro Tour, 10-0 in Constructed, a huge result there. Are you feeling similarly confident about your chances in Standard in this tournament?
I really like my Standard deck. I'm playing Esper, Pixie with some extra tuning against Domain. I think the way that the metagame shook out and the winner's metagame, I think I'm well equipped to do well. So, yeah, I think, again, the team was really helpful in helping predict what folks would show up with, and it was mapped pretty closely to our predictions, and so I feel pretty well prepared.
All right, well, Matt, congratulations on the results so far, and looking forward to seeing how you go for the rest of the day.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, everyone, it's time for the big question. Where do you want to be at this point in the tournament if your goal is a top 8? Let's take a look on some of our top 8s over the past couple of years and where players were after round 11 who eventually made the top 8. One of those players had a perfect record at 11-0. 4 of them were sitting at 10-1. A couple at 9-1-1. 14 of them at 9-2. And check this out, 18 of them we're at 8-3 at this point in the tournament. So it is definitely possible to still make the top 8 from those records. Let's check out our leaderboard and find out where we're at in this tournament here on day 2 as we turn our attention towards Constructed. No more undefeated players left in the building. 3-way tie for first here, 10-1 for Yu Chen Liu, Matt Nass, and Matthew Judas. Then we've got a whole mess of 9-2s as well. So our top 16 players currently in the tournament here that you're looking at, folks, you're going to be seeing a number of these players again tomorrow in our top 8. Now through our top 32 here, we're starting to get a little bit nervous with a bunch of these 8-3s. 4 losses is right on the line of maybe not having a chance to make it into our top 8. Now our 8-3s go all the way down to 38th place currently, I will note. And I will also note that one of our undefeated players overnight, Ben Stark, went 0-3 in draft, so not a great start to the morning, unfortunately, for Ben Stark. Well, as I said, we now turn our attention to Standard for the rest of the tournament, and it's a big format, Riley.
Very, very big format indeed, Maria. Over 3,500 cards are legal in Stand at the moment, from Achik Emerald Radian all the way through to Zergo and Ojutai. A lot of different sets that have been released over the last couple of years, including recently, of course, Etherdrift. But my favourite set in Standard is Foundations. It's been great to see some of these older cards make a resurgence in Standard's most recent format. But as you can see, Dominaria United, Brothers War Phyrexia, we've got Wilds of Eldraine, Lost Caverns of Ixalan. A lot of cards that have been out for quite some time now, still very, very relevant, Maria, when it comes to competitive professional Magic.
Absolutely, so much you can do in this format as well with so many options. But what did the players do this weekend? Let's take a look at the metagame, Monty.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks, Maria. When we look at the Standard metagame this weekend, we are really looking at a story of the big 3 versus the rest of the field. And the big 3 this weekend were Gruul Mice coming in at 19%, Esper Pixie at 16.7%, and Domain Overlords at 14.9%. The collective of these 3 made up just over 50% of the field, while decks like Jeskai Oculus, Mono Red Aggro, and Dimir Bounce, they were part of the big scrum of decks in the other 50%. And I can tell you that overnight, the only deck of the big 3 that really performed as expected was Domain Overlords. The others struggled a bit.
Ooh, excellent. So Overlords potentially a very, very good choice for the tournament this weekend. All right, it's time for round number 12 as we turn our attention to Standard. Let's find out who'll be watching do battle in the feature match area coming up this round. We've got a very good match for you, everybody. Check it out. We have Yu Chen Liu on 10-1 versus Etienne Eggenschweiler on 9-2. This is a Gruul Mice Esper Pixie matchup. So 2 of the 3 big decks here in the room. Take a look at Yu Chen Liu. Started playing in 2001, qualified for this tournament at an RC, had a top 8 at Pro Tour Ether Revolt back in 2017, 5 Grand Prix top 8s to his name as well, so no stranger to success in Magic. Up against Etienne Eggenschweiler, started playing in 2006, qualified via a good performance in the 2024 season, has a top 16 at Pro Tour Thunder Junction. Those are the players. What about the decks?
Okay, well, we're going to start by looking at Liu's Gruul Mice deck. This was the most played deck in the field, performed just under 50% over day 1. But of course, Liu has been doing a great job with it so far. Looking at this deck, it is built around the core of 3 cards: Heartfire Hero, Manifold Mouse, and Emberheart Challenger. The rest of the cards in the deck are really there to support this package. This deck is about putting on consistent pressure regularly, using cards like Monstrous Rage to push more damage through and still be able to rebuild. This deck's resiliency has been the thing that a lot of players have been drawn to, and we've seen it perform time and time again. I will note, Liu's only loss in the entire tournament was to this deck, not played by Etienne Eggenschweiler, but Esper Pixie. Esper Pixie, the second most played deck of the room, definitely underperforming, and this deck is all about attacking your opponent's resources. You're trying to use cards like Nurturing Pixie, Fear of Isolation, and Discounting Big Enough to reuse permanents that are giving you enters abilities like Hopeless Nightmare and Nowhere to Run. This deck is really trying to prey on Gruul Mice, so it's going to be a bit of an uphill battle for Liu.
All right, let's find out what happens. It's time for round number 12, and it's standard the rest of the way out here at the Pro Tour. Take it away, you two.
Thank you so much, Maria. Yes, indeedy, it is time for Constructed. No more draft. Everyone is very upset about that, I know. Alien Learning alongside Corey Baumeister, and we are in the construction portion of this, Corey.
Yep.
This matchup should be pretty cool.
Yep, this is kind of the bread and butter of Standard here, so this should be the good advantage for, or a good matchup for the Esper Pixie deck, but once again, everything's so close. These players are so great. It's going to be a close match for sure.
Etienne Eggenschweiler on Team Sanctum of All, not opting to play the Paragon list that a few members of the team iterated on and brought to the challenge this weekend. And Yu Chen Liu is one of our co-leaders, 3 players sitting at 10-1 currently. Choosing good old Gruul, Mice baby.
Good old Gruul, yep. And we saw him play that Gruul deck a little bit yesterday and just really showed some mastery with the deck. You know, felt like all the lines, you knew exactly what he wanted to be doing. So it was really impressive to watch.
Absolutely. Let's get things underway here with a Hired Claw. This little lizard is going to get some extra damage in.
Yep, so it looks like a mulligan here from Yu Chen, but does have the claw into claw to get some good damage going there. But that being said, on the other side, we do have Nowhere to Run, which has got to be the most important card in this matchup, and then ways to bounce it. So if Etienne can ever find, you know, a Pixie or anything to bounce it and have a repeatable removal spell, that's how these Pixie decks win.
Yu Chen opting to ditch the Monstrous Rage to the Hopeless Nightmare, and is going to start off turn 2 with Innkeeper's Talents in for 3. Goes a little lizard.
And that was a great draw. Being able to curve out here and be mana efficient, just playing a Hired Claw there would have been so-so. You know, that being said, there is only one threat on the battlefield here, so Etienne has that perfect Nowhere to Run right now if you want to, or Etienne can be a little more patient and wait until this Innkeeper's Talent goes to target it again. But that does run afoul of maybe a Monstrous Rage, something like that. But that is not the case here in Yu Chen's hand.
What about his juicier target in Emberheart Challenge?
There you go. Yep.
Because the lizard is cool, don't get me wrong, you're great. But Emberheart Challenger is really the engine that keeps this deck ticking.
Yep, absolutely. So a weird spot here for Yu Chen. You don't have any great play to do, you know, having a Monstrous Rage is really the ideal thing that you can have. So even if we play Hired Claw and then we go to combat, if that Innkeeper's Talent goes on the bigger claw, it's not ideal. So goes for the level here, which doesn't really matter when you do have Nowhere to Run as the way to interact.
It's basically, I see your hexproof and say, I care not, good sir. Follows up with the second hired claw. Does Etienne want to respond now?
So I think the only reason you'd want to respond now is if Yuchen has land Monstrous Rage, but there's no way Yuchen's, making himself vulnerable to here. So I think you just wait till combat, see where this Innkeeper's Talent goes. And the best play for Yuchen is to put it on the smaller claw.
Sure.
And the best thing for Etienne is to put it on the bigger one here, as they would get more value.
Yep. Targets the bigger one. In response, Hopeless Nightmare comes down. Excuse me. No, it's a run comes down and takes care of the bigger critters, so no damage this combat for Yu Chen Liu.
And of course, don't have to pay the ward with that extra text on Nowhere to Run.
Optimistic Scavenger hits the board.
And looks like we have another Nowhere to Run, plus this town ain't big enough. So just on surface value right here, Etienne has the ability to go Nowhere to Run, and then this town ain't big enough, bounce both of them, and then replay them. So, I mean, that is just another 3 removal spells with 2 cards being cast from hand.
Yeah, just ready and waiting to pounce.
Yep.
Emberheart Challenger hits the board here, and Yu Chen itching to get to combat, not finding land number 3 to do anything more than 1 action per turn.
Yep, and Etienne has a nice play here of going to combat. I was wondering if we were going to wait here. Yeah, because now what happens here is if you do this pre-combat, you get rid of the challenger, you don't have this ability going on the stack, and now you kind of have to kill it anyways, so that ends up being a little brutal.
Yeah, and it also finds the 3rd land, which we've been missing.
Yeah, so I think that was a little... But then again, if you do kill it pre-combat, the hired claw gets that extra counter. So there was a give and take.
Tap land found here for Yu Chen. Has an Obliterating Bolt, a card that we don't see very often in the Gruul decks nowadays. And the Manifold Mouse.
Yeah, definitely a card we're probably going to see being sided out as it's not the best card in this matchup.
It's kind of unfortunate that everything that Yu Chen has discarded has been gas because, well, there's been no Latin drawn.
Yeah, exactly.
I think you're 3. 13. Right.
And now has the Destroy Evil available to deal with the Innkeeper's Talent if you want, or you can, this town ain't big enough to really interact with pretty much anything.
Carplusion Forest, Obliterating Bolt on the Scavenger. Anything in response that Etienne can do?
Etienne could save the Scavenger with this town ain't big enough and bounce a removal spell, but then you are wide open to take, well, let's see, 4 damage with the hired claw, which, they're out 17, so they do have a lot of room to play with, but I don't think the Scavenger is that important. I think you just let it die.
Yeah.
It's exiled, right?
He gets exiled with Obliterating Bolt. So still 2 pieces of interaction for Etienne. And Yu Chen is trying to reestablish his position as the beatdown in this matchup, which is what he should be, but life totals say differently.
Yep, absolutely. So here is the claw getting up to 4 toughness. So you do have the ability to destroy evil it or just bounce it.
Yeah. Alrighty, so claw back to hand as well as a Hopeless Nightmare.
So the Hopeless Nightmare able to come down and get rid of it.
Oh, sorry, little claw. You're getting out of there if Etienne so chooses. But Overlord is here.
I was just going to say, Etienne really needs a way to find some value. But
and
one
Pixie, gross.
One thing we have seen so much yesterday with these Overlords is this beautiful combo of being able to get ways to bounce it, and then you just put that Overlord back, replay it, then you get Fear of Isolation out of the yard, pick it up, replay it, and this value engine, it's just as good as the Storm Chaser's Talent. This town ain't big enough thing once it really gets going.
This is a bit of a stretch in terms of comparisons, but it kind of feels like you're playing Lurrus.
Yeah.
Lurrus, so you're a puppy dog that keeps it alive, dies, you bring it back, and then you just keep this value engine churning the entire time.
Yeah, if you can compare anything to Lurrus, you know you're in good company, that's for sure, as that card.
Hey, it's the right colors, just saying.
There you go. And another Pixie.
Wow.
So Pixie Overlord over and over and over again, as much as Etienne wants to do.
Sounded like you were starting a theme song there for them.
Yeah, pretty much.
Bouncy bounce, here we go. More things in the bin, more value in hand. Etienne is running away with this game at this point, you've got to think.
Yeah, and wow, just look at this value. You know, you can, with just what Etienne has, with the Pixie and the Fear of Isolation and the 2 in the graveyard, you have the ability to just on surface value, Overlord 5 times, and then go from there.
Good grief.
Yeah. Now the creature land, though, from Yuchen is able to get busy here.
Yeah, it's something at least.
Yep.
The dinosaur it comes out as a, what, 2/4 or something? And gives +2.
Yeah, 3/4, but it
3/4.
doesn't pump itself is kind of the big thing, where it is only attacking for 4, but you know that is still very, very good. Now there's this Destroy Evil to be able to interact with it.
Yes. Yeah, you've seen, right?
Yep. So it doesn't stay a land.
Nope, it does not stay a
Yeah,
land.
you take one from the... Sorry, okay. I'll trust you. Sorry.
Just making sure life totals are where they should be. So Destroy Evil can take care of the creature if it attacks, or any consideration to go for the enchantment, the class.
Yeah, it's worth thinking about, but now Yuchen for sure knows there's something up, so it wouldn't be too out of the realm instead of animating this creature land to just level up the Innkeeper's talent. But drawing Screaming Nemesis, that's a solid play as well. But if we just drew a land, I wouldn't be too shocked if Yuchen just actually went all the way up on the Innkeepers.
Sure.
Sure.
Screaming Nemesis hits the board.
Combat. Yeah.
2 combat. It gets the counter off of Innkeeper's talent. This sounded big enough. We'll say, back you go. See you again next turn. If there is a
Or
next
will
turn.
be, yeah. I mean, that Hopeless Nightmare making Yuchen discard it again is so sweet.
I'm actually very interested to know how much damage Hopeless Nightmare has done at this Pro Tour alone.
Yeah, and if it's more than the Screaming Nemesis or not,
Oh,
you know?
absolutely. You know, it's so much more difficult to interact with because, you know, not everyone's running main deck Enchantment Hate.
Yeah,
But
absolutely.
they're prepared to kill creatures, I'll tell you that much.
And now we pretty much have it all ready to go with 4 power flying in the air plus the Hopeless Nightmare in hand. Egan Schweiler has lethal, and with just a land off the top,
Doesn't matter, right?
it's all good to go.
Yeah, you just saying, it doesn't matter really. Copperline Gorge in hand. Sure, the dinosaur can block, but there's nothing on the floor that needs blocking, so yeah.
Yeah, all
It's
done
just
here.
All done and dusted here in game number 1, so just making sure Yuchen that he's not missing anything. But Etienne, you know, proving again why this deck is so powerful and so popular.
Exactly. Etienne played this very well, played it pretty aggressively.
Yeah.
But when Etienne had so much life to play with here, they just had the ability to get aggressive. And drawing that one of Overlord really changed the game. Yeah, some lists are playing 2. This one does play only 1 from Etienne, and it was amazing. It was absolutely phenomenal.
You know, a lot of people say love is all you need, but I'm going to say one of those is all you need.
Overlord is all you need, absolutely.
It is a very powerful card indeed. And, you know, like you mentioned, a lot of players are including more than. A lot of players have none of them. It just all depends what they prioritize. But I love this ability to just play around in your graveyard and bring things back. There's so many different ways to do it. It's too much value.
And it's really good at playing around some of the more popular hate cards that people bring in against you. Like, your opponent has temporary lockdown and stuff, and you're like, okay, no problem. I'm playing a 5-drop. You know, so it's a good pivot against a lot of matchups. So I've loved 2 in those when I was kind of practicing for this. But looking at this, Yuchen has a solid hand, but it's all reactive stuff. There's no creature besides that mouse we played on 1.
Oh, hello. Manifold Mass, though.
A great top deck, but
it's going to be a very dead top deck as 2 removal spells back-to-back here from Etienne.
Oh, yeah, and Etienne's hand is great. You know, if Etienne ever has that beautiful...
Pixie Nightmare. Pixie. 3?
Yeah.
Excuse me?
If Etienne ever has that 1-turn reprieve where Yuchen just doesn't play a creature, you know, then they're just going to know it is free to just go as aggressive as possible. So, I mean, this game is huge advantage to Eggenschweiler already.
I was about to say, you're going to say it's over, right? Because that's what I'm seeing. This is just, how do you overcome this?
I don't think you do. The value is just too high.
And again, no land.
Yeah, you need to be having an aggressive start from this Gruul deck to be able to beat a hand like that. But honestly, all these Pixies and all these baubles and nowhere to run, this would have been tough if Yuchen had a great draw, let alone this very lackluster one.
Yeah, this is rough indeed. But yeah, even if this Pixie dies to the Pole Patch formation, cool, sure, whatever. There's 2 other ones.
Yeah.
Another Hopeless Nightmare. And then you can just play... I imagine this Pixie's just in the air, sitting there juggling, you know?
Yeah.
Which one would we like to deploy next?
And all that being said, I mean, there is a lot of removal here from Yuchen, so you can deal with these flyers, but that's not really the access you want to be attacking this Esper Pixie deck. You want these removal spells to push through your final points, not to, you know, stop yourself and put yourself on the defensive.
Yeah.
But cycling essentially into an untapped land was great
that was
here.
Good, yeah. Probably the best you could hope for in that situation. 16. Takes care of one of the Pixies.
Now, if we have another black source, which I don't think we do, we could have got the last card in hand. So that is a nice reprieve here from Yuchen, and basically the only good thing that's happened for Yuchen so far this game.
Yeah, you can say that again.
Go ahead.
Ooh, that's rough.
But with having a Go for the Throat in hand, you have the ability to deal with this now out-of-range creature from the Nowhere to Run, so that is really big for Etienne as well.
Yep. Yuchen fighting his way back into this just to try and get something on the board and, you know, have it stick. So Sentinel, the Nameless City, is going to survive for the time being, but there is a Go for the Throat in hand, so probably not.
Yep.
Here yet.
Doesn't die to the permanence, but the instant will get him.
Yeah, and now the one thing that's awkward with returning the Nowhere to Run, I guess the Innkeeper's Talent is not leveled yet, so you can still just go for the Throat it straight away.
Looks like we're going to kick things off with Fear of Isolation, bouncing Hopeless Nightmare. Hopeless Nightmare back down, Heartfire Hero goes bye-bye.
All right, Etienne deciding to attack the hand first before dealing with this creature.
Take it for 2, sorry. 12? Yes. Go ahead.
All right, but now Yuchen being able to attack, get a map here, you know, get a little bit of value going, and the Soulstone Sanctuary to be able to animate, not so bad.
Land on top, that goes to hand. So no counter, but...
It's to basically draw a card, not so bad.
Now I think we'll be leveling up.
Yeah, nothing else to do with the mana unless you want to, like, sack a food. We're going to get a map after we attack. So there's the ability to sack that map, which you almost assuredly want to do because drawing a land would be a train wreck.
How many? Yes. Yep.
Sentinel getting in.
15? Yes.
Getting some damage. Okay. Manifold Mouse on top of the library here for Yuchen, so that's another counter on the Sentinel.
Yep.
Oh, too many eggs in one basket, though.
Yeah, and this is very reasonable to keep on top, but it isn't amazing by any means.
Yeah, so that's going to go into the graveyard. Kind of like a pseudo-surveil.
Yep, and now we have the ability to crack this food to stop the bleeding a little bit. But Etienne has perfect information right now, knowing that it's a mountain in hand, as it was revealed off a map. And they also drew second black source, which is going to help a lot.
Nice. Oh, down to 6 goes Yuchen Liu again.
9?
I think our co-leader of the tournament is in a bit of a pickle here.
Yep, absolutely. And Yuchen played down. There were 3 people at 10 and 1. And so it looks like we will have only 1 player with 1 loss after this.
Yep.
And those players, that 1 player will be playing a win-in and have many win-ins.
Oh, yes.
Once you hit 12 wins before that last round, of course, you're removed from the tournament in the best way. As you go straight to the top 8 and you get to relax.
Sit down and, you know, have dinner and relax.
There you go.
It's always the nicest thing to do at the end of day 2. Just a reminder for everyone who's going to be tuning in tomorrow, it is best 3 out of 5. Single eliminations, so you play that match, you got to win it to keep playing Magic.
Absolutely.
Sideboarding will start in game 3. That's for tomorrow's top 8.
So we got the level up, and we're just going for max level here, and that... Yeah, this should be it, because you have the Go for the Throat for the Sentinel, and now you're going to be able to animate your creature land, attack for 8, and play Hopeless Nightmare for 10 damage. Eggenschweiler's got this with a relatively easy win from them.
Yeah.
This was kind of a beating.
Yuchen put up a good fight there.
Yeah.
You know, got a little lucky that Etienne didn't draw absolutely perfectly, but that is going to be enough to get the win here for Etienne Eggenschweiler. 2-0 with Esper Pixie, making it look very, very gross, but very easy.
Yep. And Yuchen's only losses in the tournament so far. Didn't lose at all in Limited, so had the 6-0 for Limited, but lost twice to the Pixie deck, and that is kind of the dynamic of this matchup. It is really tough. If the Pixie player draws well, the Gruul player almost can't do anything, you know? But if you stumble at all as the Pixie player, Gruul can just, of course, still run you over, as it's a phenomenal deck. But.
All right, well, Esper Pixie doing very well indeed. Congrats again to Etienne. We have one more match to show you from this round. We'll be right back after this to see who is going to be our tournament leader. Welcome back to coverage of Pro Tour Etherdrift here in Chicago. It is round 12, all constructed all the time from here on out. The standard format is spectacular, and we've seen some amazing things here this weekend, not just in the Pro Tour area, but also at the Magicon happening alongside it. Ailey learning alongside Corey Baumeister in the flesh. And we are super excited to get to the next match, which is going to feature our 2 co-leaders.
Yep.
2 Matts. Apparently, if you're named Matt, you do well at Magic.
A lot of Matts doing well. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Sperling as well. I mean, come on.
Good grief. All right, Matt, save some for the rest of us here. Matt Nass, of course, our overnight leader alongside Ben Stark, undefeated. Lost a matchup to Yuchen Liu. Is sitting at 10-1 now, playing my favorite deck of the tournament, Domain Overlords, and Matthew Judas is on the Gruul Mice. Let's see if the Mice can get one back here, Corey.
You know, this is the good matchup here for Gruul. You know, this is what these Gruul decks are supposed to be taking advantage of, because if you don't have that great matchup against Pixie, there's got to be something that you're doing well against in the top 3.
Yeah.
And this is supposed to be the matchup. That being said, Matt's list is definitely adjusted for aggressive decks, as he recognizes, you know, hey, I'm pretty good against these bounce decks. I just want to be good against the aggro decks. So his list is featuring 3 temporary lockdowns and 2 Day of Judgments as some extra ways to interact. And yeah, you said it right. Domain has been having a great weekend so far.
Shadowy backstreet to start things off here for Matt Ness. Likes what he sees on top of the library. And passes the turn to Matthew Judas, who gets our little hired claw down on the battlefield.
Absolutely. Both these players doing incredibly well. Matt just picked up his first loss last round in Limited with that really sweet Is It deck.
That deck was very cool.
Very nice, yes.
You know, it's always a good feeling when you have a great draft deck and, you know, you just rock with it. And, yeah, so, you know, going into Constructed, you got to be feeling a little like, you know, gassed up about that.
Yep,
so.
absolutely.
Oh.
And Matthew up top did qualify for this event by top 8ing the Australian Regional Championship with Mice, but Rakdos there in Pioneers. So no stranger to the Mice aggressive package for sure.
Little Lizard getting in there, getting upgraded as well, courtesy of the Innkeeper's Talent. And up the Beanstalk in the bin. That's not where you want to see it.
Yeah, that's kind of where you want it in this matchup. It's just sometimes too slow. Of course, if it was in play here, you had the Ride's End, and that would have been amazing. But, yeah, as it stands, you just don't have time to play up the Beanstalk all the time, especially when you're on the draw. Matt was on the play here. But
Fair. You got to put beans in the dirt to make them grow, but I understand what you mean. Yes, this matchup can be over before you get any of the value off of the Beanstalks. So prioritizing digging for the Day of Judgments, like you mentioned, the lockdowns, because that pretty much just shuts things down entirely.
Yeah,
for
absolutely.
Matthew.
And I do see an up the Beanstalk we just drew now, so we're all good to go. I see Zur as well, but maybe not a ton of lands. See Matt Nass do the trick that you see from a lot of high-level players. Drew the land, put it to the middle of the hand, and then played it just to make sure it wasn't a, hey, I needed this land. Here it is right off the top.
Yeah.
These kind of minor things that you see from the players at the highest level, you really add up to not giving your opponent any information while they're playing.
Absolutely. It's like, you know, auto-passing the turn in Arena or MCGO. Like, I don't have anything, no.
Yes, exactly. All right, so, I mean, this creature is gigantic, so Matt really needs, like, a Ride's End here, some way to exile it. I did see a Sunfall, and I think we just top-decked a Verge, too, so, wow. That,
lovely.
That was gigantic, because the other removal spell I saw is Get Lost, and, no, that ain't it.
Yeah. That'll hurt. Nice. Sunfall.
Now,
Little Incubator.
That by no means guarantees Matt the win here, as this Innkeeper's Talent is going to boost up a lot of creatures.
Yeah.
We see Screaming Nemesis, which can come down right now for 5 damage. So Matt Nass is still in a rough spot here.
A Matt and a Matthew.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hardfire Hero hits the board here for Matthew. Jeez, that's enormous already.
Yeah, that is gigantic.
Oh, Valiant and the double counters, courtesy of Innkeeper's Talents. So, oh boy. You got any more of them board wipes that exile?
Exactly. Or, you know, worst case, you can just chump block. I saw the white Overlord. And there is Zur ready to just, you know, create some havoc at any point. But the one thing different with Matt's list from the other ones is there's no Cavernous Souls, which, you know, Matt was just saying, hey, I don't really care. Nothing's really countering my things. But it does fix your mana a little bit. But you still have Zur all ready to go here as well if you need. Ooh, there's a lockdown.
That is tempting.
You have how many in hand?
Okay. 2.
So Matt does have the ability to go lockdown and then hold up mana for Get Lost here for the Screaming Nemesis.
That would effectively wipe the board of everything except the lockdown.
Yep.
Has Matthew got anything main deck to deal with an enchantment?
Not usually. But the one thing about Matthew's list is he does have some reach. Instead of Torch the Tower, we do a Burst Lightning and a full 4 of.
Wow. Oh, yeah, okay. That could be a fun game plan to work towards.
Oh, I think that was a monstrous rage off the top. So good temporary lockdown.
Ooh. Yeah, imagine that guy could have been enormous.
So this is going to be interesting. Matt's probably not going to want to block, as it would be dealt damage, and then you get that really fun emblem of you can't gain life anymore.
Yeah.
And Matt is in the market of gaining some life this game.
Abso-freaking-lutely. With Zur Eternal Schemer on the board here, we want to be animating a big-ish enchantment just to pad the life total here a little bit. But the only thing available right now is temporary lockdown.
Yeah, and lockdown's not so bad. You know, you can at least attack for 3, go up to 10 here, and only attack when it wouldn't die, because you never want to give Matthew those cards back underneath it. Worst case, you do get a beanstalk of your own, but yeah, it's looking very good for Matt now so far.
Looks like Get Lost is going to take care of the Screaming Nemesis before it can do any nonsense with a Witch Stalker's Frenzy, for example. There's a couple map tokens. Hired Claw could still get pretty big.
And now we'll see. I think Matt has the ability to impending an Overlord if he wants. And maybe this is a little
just
riskier.
A hard cost? No, he is impending it. Okay.
Impending it, so now this is a little bit of a cost. We do see the last card in hand is kind of the card Matt doesn't want to see, and that is a Monstrous Rage. So if you can map this Hired Claw up a lot, and then Monstrous Rage, there's a chance that this could be a lethal swing. You don't want to be hitting lands, that's for sure.
No, absolutely not. Oh, come on.
Brutal.
Jeez.
Yeah, let's see. If that Hired Claw would have got the 2 counters, you would have been able to get it to 3, pump it itself to 4, 1 damage with the ping. So that's 5, and then Monstrous Rage is +3. So would have been 8. Still wouldn't have been enough with the blockers here from Matt, but it would have gotten very close.
Zer's got a big old booty, and then the 2 ones, you know, they do their best.
Exactly, and maybe Matt Nass doesn't make the correct amount of blocks, but let's get real.
Yeah,
it's Matt Nass. He knows about Monstrous Rage. I can say with some large confidence.
Yeah. That is certainly a card you play around anytime you see a mountain available.
Yeah. And that was a big game for Matt Nass to win. You know,
absolutely.
The die roll in this match is huge, which Matt got, and then winning that first game is big. Now Matt's deck gets to be a little more focused. You get some more Elspeth Smites in, maybe some Obstinate Balos, and his deck really does seem pretty much ready for the Gruul matchup in the main deck. There's not a lot Matt actually changes post-board.
I will buff.
Okay.
Yep. So take another 2, 4.
11.
Getting a lot of damage in there.
Okay, and no play from Matt here in the first 2 turns, so really brutal here. You got to have something good here, and something good was played.
Temporary Lockdown MVP.
Lockdown has looked amazing all weekend, whether it be from Ben Stark's Orzhov deck or here from Matt. So really, really strong to be able to exile these threats instead of just destroy them.
Yeah. The Gruul deck, though, the way it's comprised, you know, it puts up a good fight even if it gets locked down like this. And you can see, you know, Matthew Judas has got a board reassembled.
Yeah.
Now just has to get lucky and avoid board wipes.
Exactly. And we have a Zur here from Matt Nass as at least something to do here. It's not great as it can't block this Heartfire hero like at all. And we at least saw an Emberheart Challenger here from Matthew, so you can play that, target it with the Innkeeper's Talent, and essentially draw an extra card here, which is always nice.
Okay, going for the level up first.
Okay.
I'll be in combat. Double strike counter. Valiant.
Yeah.
Attack.
Good.
Basically have to chump black that.
I don't think I want to go to 1.
I would think not, sir.
The one thing that Matt has here, I believe we saw a Biza and a Leyline Binding, so that's some good stuff to play, but you know, if you can give this Heartfire hero trample and double strike, Biza looks embarrassing.
Poor elk. It's doing its best. 3 tapped here for Matt Nass. Where does he go to first? There's an Overlord of the Hauntwoods, which can, you know, provide a little ramp. Doesn't do much in the way of blocking, though.
One thing it does is it makes Leyline cost 1.
That is true.
So Matt Nass is trying to line up Overlord and Pend, Leyline Binding, the gigantic Heartfire hero, and then pay the 1 ward. That's a nice little play. And
I'll
if
suspend this thing, I get it everywhere.
classic gamer that's been around for a while, I'll suspend this. It's close enough.
Yeah. Impend, suspend.
Yeah.
It all ends the same.
Did that, paid for the ward, so did it aggressively
Yeah,
there.
didn't even wait for combat or anything.
Yeah, didn't wait, you know, and I think, you know, Matthew probably wouldn't be putting all his eggs in one basket,
double
but
strike Valiant trigger.
Yeah.
Exiles the land off the top, restless
I will hit
ridgeline.
you for 6.
6 down to 5.
didn't attack with the
Manifold
mouse, which is interesting. Trying
Yeah.
to hold back for Zur, but I mean, if Zur comes, it's basically over.
Yeah.
As it usually is.
Yeah, gain some life.
Yeah.
What would it gain there? 5, 6?
Yeah, would do some damage for sure. If you had an untapped land, you'd just, you know, gain 11.
Yeah, no big.
Oh.
It's another Leyline Binding.
This
Excellent. And then Biza, where you can get the life and the card.
I'll play this.
That's cool.
I gain 4 to 9 and draw.
Yeah.
And then
Ah, Biza.
Beautiful.
What a great catch-up card you are.
Yep.
Very nice sequencing from Matt Nass to put himself in a good position here. And now Matthew is in a really rough spot. I saw Screaming Nemesis. And yeah, you can pump this, play the Nemesis, put the counter on it, give it double strike. And yeah, that's just really not close.
Big thing here from Matthew Judas. Trying to level or even things up here against Matt Nass. Screaming Nemesis hits the board.
Uh-huh.
4.
And you have me at 9.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll take 4 down to 5.
Yep, so Matt just saying, hey, I want to gain some more life if
Yeah.
possible. We'll see. If there's a Zur in hand, it's just over.
You just basically treat the Screaming Nemesis like it is Death Touch, because
Pretty much.
in essence, that's what it spells.
All right, that's game.
Good grief. 2, what, 7 sevens?
Yeah, I mean, 2 6/6s for the Leyline
6/6s?
Binding. Yeah.
Grief.
I think that might have been a top deck as well. I did not see that in hand before. So far, you know, Matt has drawn Zur at some opportune times. And, you know, when you're doing this well on a Pro Tour, you got to be playing well. You got to get a little lucky in some spots.
Oh, don't you know, Corey? A wizard is never late.
There you go. There you go.
Arrives precisely when he means to. So down
Right
to
on
4
time.
goes Matthew, up to 17 goes Matt Nass. And you got to think that is all she wrote for this one.
Yeah, whenever you have that one connection against the aggressive deck, it's too much to come back. So
Here's the game.
Matt Nass is still our tournament leader.
Heck yeah, Matt Nass. He's like, you know what? I don't like sharing this podium. I'm going to take it all to myself. And improves his run, and he's now 1 match win away from locking up a top 8.
Yeah, has 4 win-in-ins, essentially. 3 guaranteed win-in-ins.
Yes.
If you have to wait for that 4th one, then it gets a little shakier. But Matt has a solid chance to be our first player into the top 8 tomorrow, which is really exciting. Good for him.
That is awesome. So congrats to Matt Nass. Matthew Judas still doing exceptionally well, so keep going there, sir. We're going to go to one more match here from our feature match area. It is going to be Dawson Corson up against Christopher Leonard. We're going to jump into game 2 here. Another Domain Overlords deck for my pleasure alone, and Esper Pixie on the other side of things in the hands of Dawson. I don't know who to root for here, though.
There you go. Yes,
They're both Canadian.
Gotta love it. And we've really seen all the big 3 in action so far. The Pixie against Gruul, the Gruul against Domain, and now we have the Domain against Pixie.
Yeah.
And so far, based on how these matches are quote-unquote supposed to go, they've went that way for the first 2 matches. Pixie's supposed to beat Gruul, Gruul's supposed to beat Domain. Oh yeah, never mind. Matt won with Domain. So yeah, it's been split on that regard, but Domain should be favored against Pixie as well. So we'll see if Domain is just kind of S tier so far.
So this is a post-board game. Christopher Leonard picked up the first game between these 2. So from Dawson's side of things on Esper Pixie, what tools is he looking for in the next few hands?
Yeah, you know, trying to get pressure onto the battlefield, being able to do kind of what we saw from from Eggenschweiler here a little bit earlier is have those aggressive Hopeless Nightmare Pixie style draws. You know, you don't really want to get the value draws as much, you know, the Overlords, Pixies, that kind of thing. You really want to be attacking their hand, but yeah, it looks like Dawson also mulliganed to 5 here, so not a good start for sure.
We've got double talents down on the board here, so a couple otters getting damage in where they can.
And that is some good pressure. If you can have maybe land 3 and this town ain't big enough to bounce these Storm Chasers talent, get 2 prowess triggers a turn, that can be a solid way to pressure Domain. But yeah, you really got to do it fast, as we've seen the late game from Domain. It just looks so powerful.
You're basically just sitting there watching them do everything that their deck can possibly do.
Yeah.
And then eventually you die, so.
Yeah, Domain has looked a lot better this event. Being able to kind of make the mana better, that's always been the struggle. And, you know, with kind of getting away from Cavern of Souls and kind of being more of an Abzan / maybe 4-color with blue deck, you really get to add some consistency to the power.
Yep, Elspeth Smite taking care of one of the critters. And in response, Dawson bounces both of the Storm Chasers' talents to hand.
And no 3rd land, though, so did have that kind of draw that you know, I was talking about, that you want to be able to have this pressure with these otters, but you needed the 3rd land there to get another otter into play. Just one creature here. Domain is very, very good at dealing with one creature.
Yeah, and you know, the Pixie deck doesn't apply as much pressure as the Gruul deck would, so Christopher's not too afraid to go down to, you know, like 6 or 5 or whatever it is.
Yeah.
Hey, there we go, Concealed Courtyard to get the white source.
Okay, perfect draw. Now, that being said, I do see from Christopher, I see Obstinate Baloth in hand, so if the Hopeless Nightmare plan is left in from Dawson and it gets played here, that is some bad news bears for any Esper Pixie gamers.
Yeah. Finally able to get down the Nurturing Pixie, and bouncing back the talent to hand, replays it, so these little otters are quite large.
Yep, so can at least get in 0 damage because it's a 3/3, but at least you're setting up for next turn.
Yeah, next turn. It's going to be totally fine.
Well,
Don't
that's a
worry
day of
about
judgment
it.
off the top from Christopher, so if Christopher ever wants to just throw away a Zur here,
It's
can
not,
do
it's
so.
Not, it's not totally fine.
It's not.
I may have lied.
Yeah. We did
Land
see,
4 in hand?
We did see a Leyline Binding as well. We don't have full Domain, but it does cost 2. So if Christopher has land 4, can Leyline Binding and activate Zur as just a phenomenal play.
Oh, that is land, right? Top of the hand?
Looks like it, not positive. Yep, okay, so has that play ready to go, as long as those aren't maybe verges, and I...
Yeah, no, that's all the surveillance.
Actually, that blue-white one.
Oh, the blue-white one is
a
flood farm.
So that would mean Leyline Binding does cost 3, so that play looks a lot less exciting.
Sure.
So now, I believe we did see a green Overlord as well, which is uncastable. So we're seeing a bit of the struggles from the Domain mana base, where if your mana doesn't agree with you, sometimes it's a little awkward.
Tapping 2 here, going for the Leyline Binding, taking one of the otters.
Oh yeah, of course.
Oh, nice.
The island does unlock the 4th type there, so that play is online. And Christopher wanted to do this proactively to be able to for sure turn this Leyline Binding into a creature, especially it doesn't have anything underneath it. So it is just a solid 6/6 lifelinker hexproof.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, hexproof, yeah. Even better.
Even better.
Azure.
And now 3 cards from Christopher. We see Overlord, Day of Judgment, and the Baloth. And one bit of information we know from Dawson is that 2nd Storm Chaser talent should be hanging around in hand still. But rough spot here, because now you need 2 removal spells. One for Zur and then 1 for the Binding.
Yeah, evasion not going to help in this one, because Pixie will just meet Zur in the air.
Yeah, and of course you can just level this, get back. This town ain't big enough and try to do something next turn, but you know, Christopher is just like, all right, a turn of reprieve, sweet. Now it's time to attack with a, you know, make your own Baneslayer Angel, essentially, with this Leyline Binding.
Oh boy. Still can't cast the Overlord, huh?
Unless we do a green source, doesn't look like it.
Oh, 6, sorry. I'm at 14, you're at 22.
Such a huge swing.
Yeah, that's big ol' life swing. Oh,
That was a good top
Overlord
deck.
of the Mist.
That was a good top deck. So now you have to deal with Zur right now or the game ends. As if you ever get to animate this Overlord and attack,
Yeah,
it's
it's
completely over. And that's the squeeze that Domain puts you in when you're the Esper Pixie deck is removal is bad against Domain. But removal is needed against the Zur plan, so it really stretches you thin from the Esper Pixie side as you want some removal, but you also need to be very proactive and put on a clock. So Destroy Evil ends up being like the best card as it hits the removal spells, hits Leyline Binding, and it can deal with Zur.
Yeah.
But outside of that, there's no like slam dunk sideboard card against Domain, which is makes this match really tricky.
You need a big reset button. That's what you need against this deck. So much value the longer the game goes. And, you know, just look at the difference in what the players are doing with their turns. It's just another Storm Chaser's talent.
Exactly. You can't.
Overlord and one of my Storm Chasers.
So I can target that because it's not a creature just yet.
Yep.
It's 2 prowess triggers. Yep.
And yeah, that's smart. You kind of have to do it now because if you wait till Christopher's turn, you know, you go to target it in response to a Zur trigger, you can just turn it again, animate it again.
So these otters are substantially sized.
Yeah. But whenever you're bouncing,
So these are
the
4/4.
thing that has a great come into play ability,
Yeah.
you know, you feel pretty bad about this.
I'll take 8.
Takes 8, trades with the Pixie.
Yeah, normally taking 8, huge. Like, that's a big deal. But when you're gaining 6 no matter what on the crackback, you took 2.
All right, Christopher. Can you wrap this up here and now? Let's see. Land off the top. Dev Judgment, essentially a blank piece of cardboard at this point.
Yep. And just going to be an easy slam down that Overlord once again and say, you know what, Dawson, if you just want to keep doing that.
I'm fine with it. I'll just
fine
go free,
with that.
free 2-1. 2 2-1s each turn.
Exactly. Christopher maybe getting that value over turn of level up talent, you know, be able to bounce the Overlord over and over again. And that's great if the Overlord wasn't bringing extra stuff along with it.
Yeah.
But this is not a sustainable game plan from Dawson. So Dawson will have to find something. And it kind of begins with Destroy Evil on Zur to stop the mayhem here.
13.
Man, who'd have thunk it we'd see Zur all this time after the set released.
Yeah, no kidding. Definitely just didn't have a home until you got the Overlords.
Until
The
Duskmorn
Overlords
came along,
really turned that card on. Leyline Binding with that was always kind of cool.
Yeah.
But you didn't want to just be an Esper deck and not have full domain. So Overlord of the Hauntwood really turned on Zur for sure.
Swing in here with the 6/6 and the 2/1. So another big life swing.
Yeah, and a good tell for anyone watching at home whenever domain is winning. When they attack, they're usually winning.
Yes.
That's a good signal. And with Matt Nass crushing it with Domain, and now Christopher looking to win with Domain here.
Yeah.
Be a couple of wins away from the top 8. Easily looking like the deck of the tournament.
I think so too. It had the best performance overnight. And it looks to be pretty well positioned here at this weekend's Pro Tour.
Technically, Ben Stark's Orzhov Pixie list had the best, as that was the only player with 100% win rate from Ben. But yeah, all right. With a larger sample size, you are 100%
Ben's still got some work to
right.
do, okay? If he
For
makes it into
sure.
the top 8 and then, you know, wins the whole darn thing, then sure, that's the deck of the tournament.
Yeah, absolutely. Had a rough draft, though, so might be in a rough spot for that. So there's land 6. Now you do have the talent. This town ain't big enough line. Online, you can do that basically every turn. But it's, once again, what do? Do you just keep bouncing the Overlord? Do you bounce the Zur? Like, none of the lines point to anything too amazing.
Dawson doing his best here, you know. He's also got to keep spinning his wheels until something off the top of the deck plays nice with the current board state, but you know, while Zer's hanging out there, next turn is going to be painful because that Overlord of the Mistmoors is going to join in on the fun.
Yep, absolutely.
He's got no flyers. Zer plus the insects.
Yeah.
You know, just that alone is enough.
Yeah, and this feels like just kind of desperation as Christopher, as long as he goes for it, just go, hey, animate Overlord, and if you go to do something in response, just animate it again.
Yeah. Target, target.
Now, the one thing I guess that Dawson's trying to line up is bounce the Zer here so there's no lifelink and try to have something on the crackback, and maybe that's possible. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, never. That is going to do it. Christopher Leonard picks up a pretty clean 2-0 there to improve his record to 10-2. So 2 more wins for him, and top 8 looks pretty good.
Yeah, if you can piece together a 2-1 there from Christopher, you are able to just automatically be into the top 8. You don't want to pick up that 12th win on that last round, as then your fate is up to the tiebreakers. So yeah, Christopher hoping to win 2 of the next 3 for sure.
Yes, keep your fate in your own hands and win before round 16, players. We have one more match to show you, friends. We're going to jump in here. We do not have one more match to show you, unfortunately. We are going to go to the news desk.
Welcome back to coverage of Pro Tour Etherdrift, where we are drifting through day 2 of coverage here live from Chicago, Illinois. 219 players. By the time we're done today, there will only be 8 remaining. We also got more than 17,000 people in the building with us celebrating MagicCon Chicago and everything Magic the Gathering. Live now in MTG Arena, enter the sealed event and win 6 matches matches before losing 2 to win the grand prize, an Etherdrift collector booster box shipped directly to you. Enter and win as many times as you want while this event is live from Friday through Sunday. For more information, check out our website for terms and FAQs. Hey everybody, welcome back to the News Desk. Maria Bartholdi and Monty Devuti getting ready for lucky round number 13 here in the building at Pro Tour Etherdrift. Let's check out our leaderboard and find out where we're at after 12 rounds of play. Things are heating up. Matt Nass once again back at the top of the leaderboard, leading the field at 11-1. And remember, the magic number here is 12 wins. If you get to 12 wins before the final round, you have locked up your spot in the top 8. So this next round for Matt Nass is a win and in. He could be our first player into the top 8, and take a good look at the names here on this slide, because a lot of them, everyone, could be our top 8 tomorrow. What are we thinking about records here, Monty?
Yeah, I think the big thing right now is with 4 rounds left to go, everybody at 9-3 can still reach 12 before that last round. So everybody on this first page of standings, players like Kenta Karane, Helena Break, Lucas Ducal, Eli Cassis, they are still live to rattle off 3 wins here and lock up their spot in the top 8 before that final round. When we go to the second page of standings and we get a look at some more players, this is where things start getting a little tougher, because starting at 24th place with Reed Duke at 8-3-1, he is no longer able to reach that magic number of 12 before the final round. So for everyone from 24th and down, they still have a shot at our top 8, but it is going to be the hard way there, which is going to involve winning every round from here, most likely.
Ooh, all right, so a tough road for some of these players, but magic left to play here on day number 2. We have a 6-way tie right now, people at 10-2. One of those players is none other than Etienne Eggenspieler, who has flown a little bit under the radar, but has put up really consistent results time and time again. They talked to Riley after the big win last round.
I'm here with Etienne Eggenspieler, who is 10-2, a terrific performance here in the feature match area, playing Esper Pixie. Etienne, tell us the reasons you selected this deck for the tournament and some of the matchups that you're looking forward to playing with it.
Well, first of all, I'd like to say just one thing. I think that professional Magic will be burst off today without the VML, which WotC recently decided to stop supporting. That being said, let's talk about Pixie. So I think Pixie is a great deck. I like playing it. And the number one reason we decided to play it, the people like my teammates who decided to play it as well, was the red matchup, specifically Gruul, which I just play. And well, it went just about as good as it could go, but that's the number one reason. That and the deck being really, I think just generically strong. It has a really strong proactive game plan, and it's very fun to play.
That's a very important factor to consider as well in situations like this. But a little more seriously now, at 10-2, getting towards the business end of things here at the Pro Tour, is the top 8 already starting to be something you're thinking about here? Where are you at in your own head about how you're looking for the rest of the day?
Honestly, top 8 is never something I think about too much. Now, of course, my record's pretty good, and I think the fact that I started 1-2 in this tournament makes it that this thought was very far off my mind, because I started pretty poorly and then just started winning more. So that's how I got here. So I think right now I'm pretty chill, and yeah, I don't know, I feel cool about it.
That's a good attitude to have, my friend. Well, Etienne, congratulations on your successes so far. Best of luck as we head closer and closer towards the top 8.
Wow, 1-2 and 10-2, feeling pretty good there with that record. Well, everybody, we had a guide from our Hall of Famers on how to draft Etherdrift, but what about this standard format? Let's hear from some of the best right now.
I'm here with the legendary Hall of Famer Willie Adel, who's joining us to share his thoughts on the standard format. Obviously, a bit of a renewal with the new Aetherdrift cards. What can you tell us about standard right now?
I think like standard has 3 big decks, which are Group Prowess, Esper, Pixie, and Domain. So unless you play one of these 3 decks, you should have a deck that at least has game against 2 of them. So to have game against these decks, you have to either focus like beating the small creatures, the small interactions that either Pixie and Group has. So you can build a deck to beat these 2, but usually this deck will be just destroyed by Domain. Or you can just play your own game. Let's say play a combo deck, you just play some deck that doesn't care about interaction, doesn't care about removal. Because like when I say you have like Pixie and Gruul as the top 2 decks, every single deck has to overload on removal to combat these 2 decks. So if you play a deck with no creatures, you invalidate like half of the deck like game 1, so you have a chance. So that's my thoughts about the format.
Maybe try to find a creatureless strategy. Well, Willie, thanks very much for joining us, and best of luck in Stand this weekend.
Thank you, Riley.
I'm here with Hall of Famer Reed Duke. Reed, I want to ask you about Standard. What is your perspective on this format, and has it changed very much with the addition of all the new cards from Aetherdrift?
Great question. So, new set came out just a few days ago. We were all really excited, felt a lot of pressure to use the new cards and find out the best way to get a leg up on the competition. The thing is, Standard is already a deep and powerful format. So the top decks, you think like your Gruul aggro, your Domain ramp, the Esper Pixie bounce decks, these are already setting a very high bar for the format and putting a lot of pressure on what you can and can't do. So for example, if you try to play a deck geared for the long game, you're going to get killed by these red decks too fast before you can even, do your stuff. If you try to build a deck based around small creatures, you're going to get shredded by Nowhere to Run and bouncing it and replaying it. So there's a lot that already existed in Standard to sort of stabilize the format, but there's a lot of cool stuff to work with from Etherdrift as well.
It was a hard barrier to break through to get those cards into Standard. Reed, thanks very much for your perspective. Best of luck this weekend. I'm here with Seth Manfield from the Hall of Fame, and I want to ask you, Seth, what do you think are the most important things a player should be thinking about when heading into Standard?
Well, there's really three pillars of the format, right? There's the super aggressive deck, which is the Gruul Mice deck. There is the bounce deck, which is Expert Pixie, and then there's the not really control deck. It's what I'm playing. It's the Domain Overlords deck, but it's a little bit of ramp. It does tend to have a better late game than those other decks. So those are the three pillars. And if you're able to kind of have a good matchup against 2 out of the 3, that's kind of what you're happy with. I wasn't able to find something that was good against all 3 of those decks. And I think when you look at the metagame breakdown, you'll see that reflected.
So you definitely got to at least have game against 2 of the big 3. All right, Seth Manfield, thanks for your expertise.
Thanks.
It is time for lucky round number 13 here at the building at Pro Tour Etherdrift. Let's find out who will watch battle in the feature match area. We've got a win and in for the top 8 for you, everybody, so don't go anywhere. You definitely want to see this. We've got Matt Nass, the player who's leading the tournament on 11-1, up against Christopher Leonard of Canada on 10-2. This is a Domain Overlords mirror, so it should be a very interesting matchup indeed. Matt Nass, hey, if you're a player who's been around the traps for a while and there was a GP, chances are Matt Nass was in the top 8 of it, and maybe he won it because he's top 8'd 13 of them over the years and won 5. Season goal, make a top 8. Well, he's so very close to achieving that here in this next round. Up against Christopher Leonard, been playing the game since 2003, qualified at a Calgary Regional Championship, winner of Grand Prix Montreal in 2018. So we've got a mirror match here. Monty, how does this play out?
Okay, well, usually I try not to be biased when we're doing these deck breakdowns, but fortunately they're both playing the same deck, and it's my favorite deck in Standard, so I can be as biased as I want. I love this deck. Domain Overlords, the base game plan is trying to land one of these 2 Overlords, Overlord of the Hauntwoods or Overlord of the Mistmoors, and then animate it with Zur Eternal Schemer, turn it into a large, life-linking, hexproof creature, and just end the game while continuing to get value. This deck is all about value, using up the beanstalk, but because this is a mirror match, one thing I want to highlight is the mirror breaker in each sideboard, and for Matt Nass, it's definitely going to be Elish Norn, Mother of Machines. Now on the other side, taking a look at Christopher Leonard's build of Domain Overlords, very similar deck, again, same game plan, some slight differences in the card choices. Instead of 4 Rides End, 2 copies of Get Lost here as well. We do see 1 copy of Atraxa in the main deck here, but once again, because it's a mirror match, I'm going to go to the sideboard, and for this sideboard, I'm going to highlight Doppelgang as the mirror breaker. This card is sick when your opponent is trying to go wide, and it can really do some damage.
All right, there's a look at the players and the decks here for round number 13. A win and into the top 8 for Matt Nass. Let's see what happens in this mirror match. I'm going to send it on over to the booth.
Thank you, Maria. Welcome back to the booth here at Pro Tour Etherdrift. Marshall Sutcliffe with Paul Cheon. And it's a little early for win and ins, but we do have one here, at least on the side of Matt Nass, capitalizing on that incredible start that he had to the tournament. He has now found himself in a position where just 1 match win will put him into the top 8.
Yeah, and this is going to be maybe a long matchup here. We have the Domain Overlord's Mirror. There's going to be a lot of card drawing. There's going to be a lot of removal spells being thrown back and forth. This can potentially be kind of a grind fest. You know, some of the cards that we've seen before, you know, old Domain decks used to have Jace just for this matchup because both decks, the games do go long, and then up the beanstalk, you're drawing a bunch of cards, and guess what happens? You only have like a few cards left in your library. That was a real win condition, but neither players have access to that either. So it'll be really interesting to see how both players kind of position themselves to try to get ahead in this matchup.
All right, well, Matt Nass is facing off against Christopher Leonard on the same list as Paul just outlined. Christopher having a fantastic tournament as well, 10-2, an excellent record and a good position for a top 8 run, but not quite in that beautiful spot that Matt Nass finds himself in, where a win actually puts him into the top 8. Like, and I mean it. I mean, like, he'll get to just leave and come back tomorrow.
That is a nice little mental reprieve. He gets to just kind of watch, relax, figure out what's likely to be in the top 8, maybe test some of those matchups.
There's an up the beanstalk on turn 2 for Matt Nass. That has to be the best possible thing.
Yeah, that is absolutely one of the most important cards. If you're the person who has beanstalk and your opponent doesn't, then that can just kind of run away with the game. Now, Matt Nass doesn't really have a whole lot to follow that up yet, but it's not like these decks are really kind of racing each other. And actually, never mind, Matt just top-decked Overlord of the Mistmores, which is going to be an incredible thing to cast here on turn 4 to go with that turn 2 up the beanstalk.
You see Analyze the Pollen and Beza in hand for Matt Nass. Christopher Leonard with a few of the awkward cards. You see the 2 Elspeth Smites there in hand. Zur.
Yeah, both players playing... the cards that both players don't want to draw are the ones that make their matchup, that really help shore up their matchups against the Girl aggro decks. So for example, Matt Nass playing 3 copies of Temporary Lockdown, not especially good in this matchup. Meanwhile, Christopher Leonard playing multiple copies of Elspeth Smite, which also don't really do a whole lot here.
Cards?
So there's a Zur, not too threatening right now. Get Lost is one of the only ways here with the mana that Matt has to get the Zur off the battlefield here. But again, he's got some time here. This isn't really that threatening given that there's no Overlord in play right now. Matt's got a Beza and an Overlord of the Mistmores here, just kind of contemplating what to do. But I feel like Overlord's kind of just what you want to do here.
Especially with the up the beanstalk.
Right.
And Matt's going to pass the turn back over.
Yeah, Chris kind of wants to find his own copy of Up the Beanstalk here. And he drew one just now, so that is excellent. But of course, Matt's got a good amount of pressure here on the battlefield because, you know, does he need to respect the fact that Matt might have a Zur next turn? Play that, activate Overlord of the Mistmores to attack for a ton of damage. But also a good shot that Chris Leonard has some kind of sweeper in hand, although currently he does not. I really like one random card that Chris Leonard is playing in his deck. One copy of Lumbering World Wagon. So that's kind of effectively his 5th ramp effect. We've seen just how powerful this rare can be in Etherdrift Limited, but also finding its way into Standard as well.
That's cool. Land number 5 hits for Matt Nass. And he's going to use Ride's End to take out Zur right now, and another 2-for-1, get a card.
Yeah, excellent, excellent addition from Etherdrift here, just giving you a nice removal spell. This isn't an aggro matchup, so you're totally fine just spending 5 mana to kill something, especially with Up the Beanstalk here. The Exile Clause also being very, very relevant.
Oh.
And look at this, double trouble.
You gotta do what you gotta do here, right? Those Elspeth Spite are not, there's basically no other targets for that, so might as well just use that to keep your life total pretty high.
Did you say Smite as well?
I don't know that I did.
Okay. 2 of them gets the job done.
Christopher here actually draws the 1 copy of Atraxa, but not in a position to play that here. and doesn't actually have a card that allows him. He can't actually draw a card here after off the beanstalk, other than the Leyline Binding that he has. But Leyline Binding on this board, it's kind of awkward, right? Do you really want to Leyline Binding an Overlord of the Mistmores? Because if you do, and Matt Nass has a Get Lost or his own Leyline Binding, all of a sudden you just get the Overlord back with 2 tokens.
Right.
Cards.
So you really have to pick your spots. Ideally, when you cast Leyline Binding, maybe you target permanents that don't have great come into play effects. Maybe Zur, that might be a really good target for the Leyline Binding. Matt with a second copy of Up the Beanstalk. Does have Analyze the Pollen, but doesn't quite have enough in the graveyard to collect evidence and get something big. Seems likely that he might just go ahead and run out a second copy of Up the Beanstalk. Beza is also an option, although not a particularly strong one on this board.
Play beans.
Oh, into Overlord of the Hauntwoods. That is big. Draw 2 cards, get a land?
Jeez. Just perfect.
Yeah, that was just the absolute perfect. Overlord of the Mistmores, of course, would have also been a good draw if he had an untapped land here.
Surveil.
Yeah, Matt's the one here with a great board advantage. He's got the advantage when it comes to Up the Beanstalk as well. Chris Leonard definitely on the back foot here. Does he have a way to crew the World Wagon, get some extra mana going? I don't see a big creature that he can run out yet. And remember, it's got a crew cost of 4.
Right now, Christopher's just trying to keep up. But Matt Nass is pulling ahead on all relevant metrics here with the double Beanstalk plus the extra lands.
That is Cavern of Souls, so mana source number 6. So Christopher's now 1 mana away from being able to run out that Atrexa. There's a Zur, but not especially good on this board. All you can do is animate the Up the Beanstalk, which doesn't really accomplish too much. Could still maybe just go Zur, pass, and keep up Get Lost and Leyline Binding. Certainly an option.
Avatar.
Going to play the Cavern naming Avatar.
Yeah, both of the Overlords, of course, avatars. It's just like, what? That's the problem here. It's like you have Leyline Binding. What are you Leyline Binding?
Yeah.
Maybe an Up the Beanstalk.
Yeah, I mean, if you can get it early enough.
The thing is, Chris really does want to find land number 7. Otherwise, he just has nothing else going. So might just be forced into running out of Binding just to draw a card and kind of get the action rolling on his side, because, I mean, Matt Nass is just up so many cards right now with turn 2 Beanstalk and then being able to go Beanstalk into the Hauntwoods.
Play Zur.
That's going to be Zur.
Oh, and Christopher Leonard does not have a sweeper here, so Matt Nass does have the ability to animate both of these Overlords here.
Regardless of if Zur is going to get handled.
Right, and Christopher Leonard can kill the Zur here. But Matt, of course, can animate both of these in response.
Okay. Maps.
So that was Get Lost on.
Could also just kill both of the Overlords instead and just leave the Zur around.
Yeah. This is just tough. It does stem the immediate short term.
Right.
But with the 2 Beanstalks and 6 cards in hand, for Matt Nass, it just doesn't feel like a viable long-term strategy.
Yeah, and now that the Overlord of the Mistmores has been killed, that has turned on the Analyze the Pollen. So Matt Nass can just go get another Overlord of the Mistmores here, collect evidence, and draw 2 more cards.
It's just
and 2 more
overwhelming.
tokens into play.
Then Zur resolves. Yep. Okay.
So that was with Zur on the stack.
Yeah, and Matt Nass does have a Hushwood Verge here, so does have the ability to go Analyze, but played a Surveil land here instead, maybe looking to just cast Get Lost on the Leyline Binding end of turn, possibly.
Pass to you.
Yeah, and then you just get an Overlord. Yeah, you can tell that Christopher wasn't happy about any of these.
Right. Didn't use any of the maps, interestingly enough. Because with the mana that Matt Nass has available, does have the ability to cast Get Lost, but not really else to do with the mana beyond that. All right, 7 mana, here it is.
Well, there's Atraxa. Get a card off of the up the beanstalk, and then it resolves. So
it's a lot of cards, and this is a card that Matt Nass has in the sideboard, but not in the main. And Christopher Leonard playing 1 copy main because, of course, 2 copies have Analyzed the Pollen. This could be a potential mirror breaker for the game 1s.
So 10 cards get revealed. And then pick a card type. You get one of each.
Yeah, I see a Herd Migration, which is a card most decks don't play anymore, but Christopher Leonard playing 1 copy of that card in the deck. Looks like a Zur, an Overlord of the Hauntwoods.
So that's enchantment creature.
Enchantment creature. You can get a sorcery here, Day of Judgment or Herd Migration. Going for the sweeper here just in case. And then a land.
Grab a land. And that looks like about it for this one.
So a 7/7 flying lifelinker gets you 4 lands, draws you a card off the beanstalk. Nice way to come back.
What about that Overlord? Yeah, there we go. Yeah, I don't think that one's going to get to stick on the battlefield here.
And now, I mean, that's a big enough creature, so you can also get in with the Lumbering World Wagon here, too.
Sure.
Just saddle that up.
Atraxa crewing just feels not right.
But you can kill the Leyline Binding and get your Overlord back, but that's just a trade, right? You get the Overlord, you do get another mana source, but that could be the better option, potentially.
Yeah, it's a question of when for Matt Nass.
But that, if Matt Nass uses the Get Lost, he will not have a way to actually kill the Atraxa, which then could pose a problem as well, just because it's a huge flyer.
Whoa. Block with the beans.
So he activated Zur on a beanstalk and chumped.
So doesn't actually think that he needs the second beanstalk here.
Well, not chumped, traded.
Yeah, because it gets Death Touch.
Death Touch, right.
Right, some aggressive lines here. A ton of mana here. Hauntwoods comes into play. Matt Nass can now attack back for a ton. Ooh, and an Overlord of the Mistmores here.
Boy, he must feel that he can really take control here. Is there a combo win he has access to?
Don't think he has enough damage this turn.
Okay.
As it doesn't give haste.
I get 2 tokens, I draw.
But it would be nice to just find a removal spell for the Atraxa just to kind of prevent the life gain.
But that's kind of why you keep up the beanstalk around, right? It feels like Matt is unconcerned.
Right. Just another one? Oh, man.
Just another one.
Now, remember, Christopher Leonard does have Day of Judgment in hand. So you can kind of clear this board.
But Matt knows that.
Matt does know that. Matt has a tremendous mana advantage here, though.
Yes, he does. And it's about to get even better.
14, I go to 28. I got one of these.
Also a nice life total swing thanks to Zur giving the lifelink here.
Yep. Still has a couple of map tokens.
I'll play beans.
Okay, well, replace the beanstalk with another and pass the turn back at 28 life.
Yeah, decking yourself is definitely something that's on the table. The Up the Beanstalk is a forced card draw effect. So if you have multiple Up the Beanstalks, that trade doesn't look nearly as bad.
Perhaps part of the reason why Matt is willing to trade off.
Yeah, still has 4 cards in hand and an Analyze the Pollen, and those Overlord of the Mistmores aren't currently creatures yet. So this might be enough pressure here to incentivize Christopher Leonard to go ahead and cast a Day of Judgment. If he does that, he definitely wants to attack with Atraxa first, gain a bunch of life. And Christopher Leonard has a full grip here.
These are extremely difficult games to navigate. But start off by getting in with Atraxa.
I'll block with one of these.
Gain 7.
So you go to 21.
Matt perhaps sensing the the sweeper as a possibility. He does know that Christopher has it.
I mean, Christopher is at 21. Might just hold on to it for now. Definitely on the table here.
Nope. There it is.
All right.
Day of Judgment.
We
also
have
clean up the board state.
We have reset, but Matt Ness is still the one with an extra beanstalk and 2 ticking Overlord of the Mistmores on the battlefield as well.
Yeah, plus the man advantage you talked about before.
Cast draw.
And like I said before, this matchup is extremely grindy. Both players, you know, once you get to this point of the game, you're just inevitably going to have enough the beanstalk in play. You just draw so many cards, and you have to fight through so many sweepers, removal spells. Things can go on for quite some time. So Matt Ness does have the ability to go Zur into activate both Mistmores here. That is a very, very large attack. That's a huge board, and if Christopher Leonard doesn't have another sweeper, it's a lot of pressure.
Is that the play here for Matt?
Yeah.
Yep. Oop.
Feels like it, and then Christopher Leonard might fire off a Get Lost here on one of the Overlords in response. Definitely doesn't care about Beza.
Beza, no. Zur.
I'll play Zur.
Any responses?
I imagine Chris is going to fire off one of the removal spells on the Overlord. He did that previously, right? Kill the Overlords in response to Zur, and he does have 2 mana available, so I do think he wants to kill one of the Overlords.
Yep, he's going to.
4 maps.
Wow, that's 4 maps in reserve, too?
Yeah.
I'll attack with just this. I get 2 thingies.
2 insects.
7.
Hits for 7.
14. I gain 7 up to 35. And then
there's a Leyline Binding, but not a lot of great targets. You could consider just getting the Beanstalk, but now finally choosing to utilize some of the maps tokens here.
He's going to use a map on one of the insects.
Oh,
jeez.
Do you want to keep draw 2 cards, get a land on top? Seems pretty good for 3 mana.
With a creature.
Yeah.
Yeah, sure.
So Christopher Leonard has Ride's End as the only interactive spell. Can't use it on the Overlord of the Mistmores because Zur is on the battlefield. So if he wants to start things off, needs to kill the Zur first. Drew a second copy of Up the Beanstalk, so does have the option to go Beanstalk into casting Ride's End on Zur, but it will be a full price Ride's End, meaning that that's still a ton of damage coming in. Beza could help stabilize the board a little bit, although there's a lot of flying on Matt's side. A Day of Judgment would be great here.
Sure. Christopher trying to play catch up here, finally has his second copy of Up the Beanstalk.
2 copies of Day of Judgment, already used 1, but 0 Sunfalls.
No Sunfall, yeah, Matt has 1 in the main.
Right.
But not Christopher, okay.
Oh, 1 Sunfall, 1 Sunfall.
Oh, there is 1
Okay,
Sunfall.
there is
okay.
1 Sunfall,
so 1 extra Day of Judgment and 1 Sunfall. Yeah, there's the Beza that you mentioned.
Right.
Looks like that's going to be the at least speed bump.
It makes some tokens, and you get a treasure. There's no way Christopher Leonard has more lands.
8, 10, 12. You have 3, 7, 11.
Oh, it's actually close.
So you're getting treasure, fish, and life, but not cards. Yeah, that's fine. So you go to 18.
So it does have Ride's End, but only access to 4 mana, it seems here.
I will pass turn.
All right, back over to Matt Nass.
So this will be another safe attack here from the Overlord of the Mistmores, putting more tokens into play. Matt's just drawing so many cards, right? You got the Overlord, draw 2 cards. Leyline Binding can draw you 2 cards. Analyze the Pollen, get you a big creature to draw you even more cards.
Jeez. He's going to draw eight extra cards over these next couple of turns.
And that's another Leyline Binding, so...
I'll play a Binding and draw two.
Sunfall Day of Judgment.
Probably don't want those.
Made Christopher jealous, but not really what Matt's looking for.
Oh, targeting the Beanstalks here. Especially if you're anticipating a Ride Zen from Chris's side. Granted, Matt's probably just not going to attack with Zerg, given that there's 4 mana available on the other side, so... Oh, just a fish?
Fish.
Okay.
If you still think about it, it was still 1 mana to draw 2 cards and kill a fish.
Yeah, yeah. And it's not coming back.
Right, exactly. That's another Leyline Binding. So we're just getting all the blockers out of the way here. Does Matt have enough to just attack for lethal
That's what
here?
I'm wondering, especially
7,
given
9,
that
11,
he's gone for both fishes.
15, 16. So that's 16 damage total with the ability to also animate the up the Beanstalks.
Draw 2, right.
Getting everywhere.
And now another Overlord.
Permanent overload here on Matt Nass's side.
Oh, kidding.
And now you can animate the Leyline Bindings without worry.
Yeah.
Right? Even if you kill it, it's totally fine. You don't get anything back.
He's going to animate now and get in for a huge
I'll play
attack.
a land.
Gosh.
I don't know if I got the second everywhere. Okay. I'll animate this thing.
Yeah. Up the Beanstalk. Doesn't care if it dies.
Yep.
Yep, Zerg doesn't attack here.
Huge attack, though, from Matt Nass.
Now, you can use the Ride Zen on the Beza, though.
I'll
The
talk
Beza
about these
Beza does not have hexproof here.
Ah. You see the 2/2/1 flying insects there come in.
So this is an attack for 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 17. Christopher Leonard sitting currently at 18. And so now Christopher Leonard really needs to find a sweeper here.
Yeah.
So gonna
He'll
be
have one more turn.
Gonna be using this Ride Zen. You get 2 draw steps here.
The Beza triggers.
And does have 2 sweepers to find. Day of Judgment or Sunfall.
Did not see those hit.
Bind it, okay, but there's a Leyline Binding though. Can he cast that with the mana that he has? Very likely at this point.
Is Zur the only relevant target here?
Yeah. Seems to be that way. That way your Beza doesn't die because the up the Beanstalk won't have Death Touch.
Right.
But Matt Nass does have
So you take
his own
7,
Leyline Binding.
10, 12 down to 6. These trade off. I gain 9 up to 44.
44?
A lot of life.
Go ahead.
Okay, sweeper time here for Christopher Leonard just to stay in this thing.
Lots of draws here, though. There is a Leyline Binding. You can just fire that off on a token if you're not too, if you're concerned about Matt Nass having his own removal spell, just to draw cards. He's got 2 cards he really wants to see, so I do think you probably run out the Binding, but Christopher choosing to be a little patient here.
That was not a sweeper.
Okay, surveil. Keep digging.
If it goes on the top, we have a pretty good chance we know what that is. Top.
Thinking.
Oh, top thinking.
If it's a sweeper, he definitely keeps it, so.
I have 7.
Cards in hand.
Both players, so many haymakers, but just still with full grips here.
Okay.
Oh, Overlord of the Mistmores. Yeah, that's probably not enough here.
Yeah, I think that's what Christopher's thinking as well. Okay, a third up the Beanstalk. So this is a clean look. And then also 3 cards coming.
Okay, no sweeper yet. How much mana are we looking at here? 8? 9?
2, yeah.
Okay, this is a draw 3.
That's Leyline Binding.
You can just target a token. Yep.
Yeah.
It's great.
Gotta find one here.
Okay, 3 more draws.
Nope.
Nope. Doesn't look like it here. Overlord of the Hauntwoods gives you 3 more draws, and you can still find a sweeper.
He found 6. He's looked at six cards this turn.
Yeah, I mean, you're going to do Hauntwoods now, and you have 5 lands available. So Sunfall or Day of
1.
Judgment. Okay,
there it is. Day of Judgment off the top. Finally.
And this is
That's
just
9 cards this turn,
Right.
by the way.
And this is just to stay alive. But if he casts this, Madness can then follow that up with the Zur and just animate the other Overlords, right?
Yeah.
Or the Leyline
Or
Bindings.
the Bindings.
So now that Chris Leonard just has no mana available, I think Madness is just going to take this here.
It took too long to find.
Right. You needed to have the sweeper plus additional instant speed removal.
Right. And Madness is going to be able to narrow this down. Oh.
All right.
So it looks like Madness took that first game. Yeah, he did. So we'll head into game number 2.
And, you know, usually after sideboard, the games do go a little bit longer because some of the sideboard cards are extremely impactful. So if you can get one of those cards down, let's say Christopher Leonard resolves Doppelgang for 3 or 4, or Matt Ness gets in Elish Norn into play. Elish Norn shuts down so many of the triggered abilities from the domain ramp strategy. So those are the types of cards that both players are going to be looking for here. Additionally, Matt Naz has access to 2 copies of Nissa Ascended Animist. You saw that the most important cards in these matchups, they're all enchantments, right? So if you can get out and stick a Nissa, once that's in play, all of a sudden you can start shooting down Beanstalks and Overlords, and that can also be a way to kind of be one of the mirror breakers.
Right now, both players playing the same game plan early here, getting down Overlord of the Hauntwoods to get the extra mana that everywhere is coming in.
Okay. Terra Sunder, excellent card.
You're all set.
Just a 2 mana removal spell basically in this matchup, and no worry about having the creature come back with cards like Leyline Binding here. Are we Zuring?
Yes.
We are. Okay. Matt Nass getting aggressive here. Now, Christopher Leonard, if he had his own Zur, that would be extremely strong.
15, 25. Go.
And go. Big turn here for Christopher. Yeah, there's a Zur there.
Okay. Run it out. Does he have 5 mana? Beanstalk maybe, 2 mana.
Yeah.
Oh, so
that's herd migration.
Maybe Christopher Leonard doesn't have an untapped land here to play. Just going for the cycle here.
Would be a
yeah, it doesn't.
Situation.
Yeah, it doesn't, and that is kind of tough. Now, Christopher Leonard does have some removal spells, but remember that Overlord of the Hauntwoods has hexproof as long as Zur is in play. So that's what makes it so tough. You need 2 removal spells.
Right.
Once the Overlord of the Hauntwoods, once you play Zur on 5 mana and activate something, you need to have double removal spells, or your opponent just kind of buries you in card advantage.
Exactly. In this case, mana advantage as well for Matt Nass. Matt's 1 win away from top 8 here, by the way. I know that sounds a little early if you're just joining us, but he's done so well. He's 11-1 that this is actually a legitimate winning in for top 8. And he picked up that first game.
It looks like Christopher not choosing to run out Leyline Binding here, or get lost, rather, on the Overlord of the Hauntwoods. Maybe just kind of, maybe concerned about potentially a Nissa from Matt Nass's side.
Okay.
Just going, you know what, at this point you have a bunch of mana, hit me, I'll kill it end of turn, because it's really important that I keep up negate for Nissa.
You see negate out of the sideboard there for Christopher Leonard. Wow.
And Christopher Leonard, I mean, that
Super
Overlord of the
patient
the Overlord of the Hauntwoods will turn on. Ooh, and a Ride's End. Really nice, clean answer here to the Overlord of the Hauntwoods. Might almost be incentivized to just fire it off now, because of course you don't want Matt Ness to attack again with the Overlord of the Hauntwoods.
Yeah, there we go. While it's tapped.
Matt Ness only has some removal spells left in hand, so needs to find something off the top here.
Yeah, interesting. It was a good quick start for Matt Nass, but 1 step behind Christopher Leonard finds himself in a better position now. I was up the Beanstalk off the top of the library there. So may as well see what's up.
I'll play Beans.
Yeah, that's a good draw. especially with the Leyline binding in hand. Terra Sunder also in Matt Nass's hand. Both players playing one copy of that on the sideboard.
Yep.
This negate, though, is looking very strong in Chris Leonard's hand.
Could be a very high leverage negate.
Yeah, I don't think Christopher Leonard really cares that the Overlord of the Hauntwoods
Leyline
dies.
Binding, draw.
It might also just let this resolve because he does have Get
binding's
Lost and his own binding.
Yep.
May even get an upgrade out of the deal.
Yeah. It's like, do you really want to kill an Overlord?
Sorry.
Yeah.
Target your binding. My fault.
Target your binding.
4 cards? 4, sorry.
So you can just Get Lost this in response or play your own binding. Playing the binding is nice because you can still keep up negate and it only costs 1 mana.
Unfortunately for him, there is no beanstalk
I have
around.
a binding targeting you. You're going to cast a binding targeting my binding.
And if that happens, the other binding just stays in play.
Right. But then Matt has a Terra Sunder, which can now possibly get negated, or you can use Get Lost to just kill the binding.
Oh, this is a real fight here.
Look at the stack.
No kidding. This looks like a control mirror somehow.
All right.
And there's negate to be the last thing to kind of shore it up.
This is countered. And there's a trigger here to here, but this gets eaten first.
And then that ability fizzles.
Right.
I'll play a beans.
Oh, okay.
So maybe the future is bright here for Matt Nass, but that sequence did not end in his favor.
But what is this? An attack for 10?
Yeah.
And if Matt, does Christopher Leonard have a Zur? Because then that's just lethal, isn't it? That's just an attack for 17.
That's Zur. Is it 17?
Yeah, 7, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17.
Oh, you're right.
Wow.
Oh, run the numbers.
Oh, it's 17.
Yeah, that's what we were thinking, Matt.
7.
That really did come out of nowhere.
It sure did.
I don't think Matt was aware that Azur would be lethal there. He's like, wait, is it 17?
Well, I don't think Matt expected that exchange when he was casting removal spells, right? It's like, wait, you have 3 things or 2 things to respond to what I'm trying to do?
Yeah.
And but the thing is, Matt, there was not much Matt could have done. He cast all the spells in his hand.
Uh-huh. Wow, game number 2 goes to Christopher Leonard, so we're going to get a decider. If Christopher can win this one, he'll improve to 11-2. And that will put him in the winning scenario next round. And yes, Matt will also be in that same scenario were he to lose this match.
Matt Nass with Elish Norn in hand. There's not a ton of ways to actually kill the Elish Norn. There are 2 Get Lost and a Terra Sunder, which I believe might be the only ways for Christopher Leonard's deck to actually kill Elish Norn once it resolves. Unless he kept in some sweepers as well.
Uh-huh. Pop Hats formation for Christopher?
Well, it's another way to just kill enchantments, right? It just destroy target Overlord. The sad thing is you're still down a card in the exchange.
Yeah.
But hey, you still also, if somehow a player gets to just keeping up the Beanstalk in play and keep your opponent off a Beanstalk, that could also be a win condition.
Another Surveil land here for Nass.
I'll leave it. Go ahead.
So Christopher now with the ramp effect here can go Zur activate. 4 mana. Okay, had this in the previous turn.
Yeah, this looks like last game.
Yeah. If you notice, Matt Nass actually keeping in Day of Judgment for the matchup.
Okay.
It's a pick a spot here and choose when to fire that one off.
Yeah, that was a meager turn there for Nass. All he did is play a Surveil land and say go.
Actually, Matt Nass is kind of hoping that because kind of the shields are down here, that Christopher Leonard just goes Zur, activate Overlord attack.
Okay.
And Matt Nass does have the Day of Judgment there, right? To just kind of clear out the board, get Zur and Overlord off the battlefield. Because you don't know if your opponent kept in sweepers, right? You could just rely on the the spot removal spells here. It can be very big. It can turn things around.
Oh, there it is, though. Zer's going to hit the
Right?
battlefield, and there's the Overlord.
And now Matt's going
And
to
it's
just
even
jump
the
block.
right one.
Yeah.
Oh, and I wonder what Christopher's going to think when the chump block comes in.
But there's not much he can do.
No,
though.
but he's going to go, oh, no, you did keep him in.
Yeah. He's like, wait a second.
That's bad news.
Yeah.
But cards are kind of face up at this point.
Yeah, and Matt Ness still gets to cast Day of Judgment and keep up Get Lost still to have a way, in case Christopher Leonard has another Zer, you can still use the Get Lost to kill the Overlord of the Hauntwoods.
That was pretty funny. Christopher, he put the dice down on the countdown, but he's just like, but
it's dead.
These aren't going to be here. The green one did need it, though. That clears all the insects plus Zer plus the Overlord.
All right, so Christopher Leonard with just a couple of reactive spells in hand and just the Avatar, the Overlord of the Hauntwoods, rather. Oh, and Christopher also keeping in some sweepers here, recognizing Elishnorn, really powerful card in this matchup.
Christopher says, your move. Overlord of the Hauntwoods is live now. Does Matt want to use up his mana right now with Get Lost?
Yeah, just fire that off on the Hauntwoods. Could
He
be.
is considering it.
Just kind of want to use your mana where you can.
I'll try to get lost.
I'll try to kill.
Could have negate, of course.
And it happened.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah, make sure you get your maps. There we go. But those
Yeah.
aren't going to do much at the moment.
And Chris can also be concerned about negate, so he might want to
Still
just
an
use Paw Patch Formation to get the Overlord of the Mistmores.
Now I can tap.
Okay, so both of them tap out,
Right.
relatively speaking.
And now you might just slam Elishnorn, right? There's just not too many things, theoretically, that Christopher Leonard can have. Now, of course, he did draw the Sunfall, which he will fire off.
Just to take care of Elishnorn.
Yeah, but Elishnorn is extremely powerful if you get to go off with it.
And Matt can't be too sad here. I mean, he drew a 5-mana sorcery to get rid of his creature.
Yeah, so, but now we're just completely even again.
Yeah, the only difference maker is going to be a 1/1.
Right.
That's what's breaking the synergy here.
Oh,
finally an up the
great draw.
beanstalk. We haven't seen one from either player this game 3.
And no, this is fantastic here, especially if Christopher feels the need to run out his Leyline Binding here on the beanstalk. Matt just has his own, right? So you just get to draw your cards back again. Probably can just run out the Zur as well, or do you wait until you get an Overlord and play? Being patient here.
Looks like Matt's going to wait. And we see Christopher pay to awaken his incubator token there. Also nice with the maps.
Ooh, I think that was a Terra Sunder.
He's going to start mapping right away.
Oh, look at that, getting some value. Yeah, that's the thing with Leyline Binding. You just want anything that doesn't come back and get you any value. So if you can prevent your opponent from mapping, that's still fine, especially with an Up the Beanstalk in play.
It also takes the only threat off the battlefield, even though it was small. Are they going to fight?
Yes.
So first, okay, everything resolves, so.
Oh, and that's an Overlord of the Hauntwoods from Matt Nass. Christopher Leonard probably wants to get the Up the Beanstalk off the battlefield before things get out of hand. And you probably want to use Terra Sunder.
Sure.
Okay, that's exactly what's going to happen. That'll exile it. And then he's going to pass the turn back with just Leyline Binding in hand with a Cavern of Souls.
Double Overlord of the Hauntwoods here. You couldn't technically just impend both.
Can you just double trouble it
Yeah,
here?
you impend both. Next turn you go Zur.
Yes.
Animate both.
Yeah,
right?
I like that.
That is very big.
I'll play
It was prudent for Christopher, though, to get that Up the Beanstalk off the battlefield, because this turn would have been way worse without that.
Gosh, actually, Madness has the ability to animate all of his enchantments.
All 3?
All 3. Next turn, we have? You need.
You're right.
9 mana?
Yeah, and
I
he's
think
got
it's
that
exactly
much right
9.
now, and maybe even have a land drop to give, too.
Okay.
So that's a hit for, what, 16 if he does that?
16 damage coming in, yes. I imagine a Leyline Binding will be used here on one of these creatures in response, because the Zur's ability, the most important thing about the Zur is just animating these enchantments.
Right, but that will already be done.
Exactly, so I think you just want to kill a 6-power creature here if you can.
Okay.
And currently, the Overlord of the Hauntwoods is the thing that's giving you the most value.
Yeah, it's Slightly smaller, but...
Oh, Matt Ness has his own binding, though. So this just isn't going to work.
Yeah.
It will mean that Matt doesn't get to wake up everything, but who
Yeah.
cares, right? I mean, two of these is plenty.
You can just wait. Yeah, you just let this happen and just animate the other things, right? Like, you know what?
Resolves. Yep. I'll take both of these. Yeah. I'll crunch you. Get 2 more of these.
Smash 10 damage down to 17.
Does Christopher Leonard have any other sweepers left? This is a big draw here.
And then these tick down as
Oh!
well. And that's going to do it. Matt Nass just made top 8 here in round 13.
12-1. What an incredible run. Matt Nass has not played in the Pro Tour for quite some time, has a ton of top finishes, qualified for this event through the limited event at the World Championship, and he's now leveraged that into a top 8 berth into Pro Tour Etherdrift.
Incredible run for Matt Nass. Right out of nowhere, that handshake came in, and that secured his seat. He hasn't played at the Pro Tour level in 4 years, something like that. He's around. You know, you'll see Matt around still. You know, the way he qualified for this was a 100K limited event that was at the MagicCon in Las Vegas that he had a deep finish in. So he's not disappeared or anything like that.
Right.
But boy, this is a way to make your comeback.
Yeah, I actually totally forgot that he had qualified. I saw him at the player party, and I was like, oh, are you just here to, like, hang out or something? And he's like, no, I'm qualified. I'm like, oh, well, good luck there, buddy. And yeah, I guess joke's on me because now he's the first person to top 8 the event, just playing beautifully here. He's back. It's really nice to see, right? You just seeing, we've seen a lot of new up-and-comers have some success, but also this is the event where a lot of the older players are also in the field here, given the fact that there's a ton of Hall of Famers in the field as well.
There are, yeah, really great field out there, and they can breathe a sigh of relief because Matt Nass now into the top 8. They don't have to play him anymore down the stretch. Congratulations to our first top 8 seat. It goes to the relieved Matt Nass. We're going to take a short break. When we come back, though, we'll have more magic for you here from Pro Tour Etherdrift. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back to coverage here of Pro Tour Etherdrift. I'm Marshall Sutcliffe. I'm with Paul Cheon. Thank you so much for joining us. We are in Chicago, Illinois for MagicCon. And we are well and truly down the stretch here at the Pro Tour on day 2. In fact, we just filled our first top 8 seat somehow. And if you think, wait, I just got here, we're already deep. No, it's just because Matt Nass kind of ran away with this thing. If you get to 12 wins before that round 16, you do automatically secure seed, and that's exactly what happened here.
he gets a nice little 4-hour break here. He doesn't have to play any more Magic. He gets to relax. Just make sure that he's calm and collected for the top 8 tomorrow.
That's right. Now we have players, of course, still vying for those other seats and putting themselves in the position that Matt found himself in this round, which is trying to get to that winning-in spot before round 16. We've got Eli Cassis and Etienne Egenschweiler. And you can see the records are similar, but not actually the same. 9-2-1 versus 10-2. And the decks, not similar at all. Azorius Control for Eli Cassis?
Is that even a deck?
That's what I was going to ask you.
Well, you know
I figured you would know.
He is
know.
a man after my own heart. I love me a control deck, and the fact that Eli found a collection of cards that he thought was good enough to bring that gets to play counter spells and card draw effects, sign me up.
Is he like the only one doing that right
I think
now?
he convinced a couple of members from Team Handshake.
He is very convincing.
Yeah, I think he convinced a couple of members of the team to also play the Azorius control deck, but I am really, really excited to see this deck in action.
Now, Etienne on the other side, they are playing Esper Pixie, a much more known quantity in Standard.
Yeah. One thing to note, one land that I really love in Eli Cassis' list that can probably be very, very handy in this matchup, 2 copies of Blast Zone.
Really?
Really, really good way to just deal with a bunch of 1-mana permanents that are on the battlefield. But
3 temporary lockdown in the main, plus the blast zones. You can tell that Eli had a rough time with some of these type of decks.
Absolutely. And my favorite card in this deck, by the way, Limited Powerhouse, 4 copies of Stock Up.
No!
As the card draw engine of choice here for Eli Cassis. That is awesome to see.
I'm always so jealous when anybody casts a Stock Up and they're just like, oh, what should I get?
Yeah. I mean, I feel like I've lost when my opponent does that,
absolutely.
right?
I mean, it makes me want to give up. You can see a quick start here for Etienne. They already had... Oh, there's a negate to perhaps stop the proceedings.
Yeah, well, Hopeless Nightmare is one of the most important cards in the deck, and probably the strongest card in this matchup specifically. So, yeah, you definitely go ahead and fire off Counterspell there when you can.
It has to be so annoying for the control player, too, right? Just eating away at their hand over time.
And really? Momentum Breaker has the out, by the way. You just discard a card. It's still like a bad Hopeless Nightmare. So this is one of the better Edict variants that we've seen. This card is incredible in this deck. I believe they play it as a one-of, but it is a very strong one-of.
So that's 2 cards already that Eli Cassis had to give up. There was Hopeless Nightmare resolved early in the game, even though the second time it tried to come down, it did get negated. Etienne continues to chip in for small amounts of damage. Oh, even smaller. Ride Zen's going to take out the Pixie. I mean, this is the game that Eli's forced to play.
Of course, yeah. Just want to keep your life total here as quickly as possible. If you take a little too much damage, Hopeless Nightmare bounce shenanigans can really just get you down. And that's a crazy thing about this Esper deck. It kind of, once you get that engine rolling, you kind of feel like you're an Esper burn deck almost. And with all the cheap spells, I even compared this to some, you know, it reminds me of like Delver decks in the past where everything costs 1 mana, everything is super efficient, and that just makes these kind of slower, clunkier decks just really, really tough to pilot those decks against this matchup.
I love these type of decks. Everything costs 1 or 2 mana. You get to replay stuff a bunch of times. It's about small incremental advantage over time, but it really adds up. And you can see the Storm Chaser's talent last turn and this turn has produced a couple of otters. Fear of Isolation in the air. That's an attack for 4.
That's down to 11, so Eli would really love to have discarded a Day of Judgment, but would like one to cast this turn just to kind of slow down the offense here. When that is a
Is that the Blast Zone right there?
That is a Blast Zone.
Oh, there's temporary lockdown.
Okay, that is exactly the type of card that he needed. Will note, though, that this deck just plays 4 copies of This Town Ain't Big Enough. So when the lockdown is in play, the Esper Pixie deck certainly just has a lot of ways to bounce that when they need,
and then
to maybe go for a lethal attack.
Or get some stuff back.
Exactly. Yeah. But this could certainly be a situation where Eli doesn't really have a choice, given all the attacks here.
And we're going to see creature land action here as well.
I go to 9.
as is often the case,
T9 speed 3.
creature lands can do a really good job of cleaning up the mess.
Sure. Go.
But it's just a creature land, right? No other creatures in play. Can Ely refuel his hand? Maybe he's got a stock up or something to try to draw some extra cards, but nothing else to play here.
It does feel like Ely is at that stage of the game where a card draw spell could break things open for him. But we haven't seen that yet. It's hard to imagine that the Restless Anchorage could go the distance. Oh.
Just a pass here. I wonder if this is this town ain't big enough, right? Otherwise, why would you not attack with the creature land here? You can just pay. You can bounce your map token for 2 mana. You can bounce a map token and the temporary lockdown. A lot of good options.
For 1? Yeah, sure.
Oh, and ticking this up to 2 because Ely knows the fact that there is a chance here that temporary lockdown can die. And when it gets bounced, then you can sack the blast zone. There you go, to kill the momentum breaker and the fear of isolation.
Yeah, and that's exactly what we see here. This town ain't big enough. Temporary lockdown.
You discard a card.
The other interesting part, right, is that the temporary lockdown is back in hand. It's only a temporary reprieve.
Right.
Which attacks? Sure.
Take the 3, or do you just pop the blast zone now?
Cards in it? Yes. 3.
Cards in hand, yes. More information, please. 3.
How many?
Yeah, keep going. Tell me more.
Yeah.
What do you got?
What are they?
Yeah.
Thank you.
And Etienne, of course, doesn't care about the life gain on momentum breaker, so just not going to choose to sacrifice it there.
Oh, there's Kaito, though.
And an activation here. Oh, this is brutal.
That has to be the worst case there for Ely Cassis.
And this top. Yep.
So even if you deal with the Kaito, you still have that creature land you need to deal with as well.
Overlord.
Oh, man. Just so much value, right?
No way out.
Go ahead.
At least there's an answer there for Cassis. No more lies, excuse me.
So absolutely needs to have an answer here to the Kaito, but still needs to also answer the Storm Chaser's Talon, which can tick up, and also the creature land in play. So there is a lot here because Ely hasn't played any big card draw effects here.
Yep. Trigger. Go to 10.
So this is Beza?
Yeah,
This is Beza.
We're basically the same always.
Can't even draw a card here.
And there's also no creature.
Just gained a life. Now he could block the Kaito, but of course Etienne can just minus here and just stun and lock down the Beza.
Oh, how about just go for the throat?
Just kill it here. And now this is a lot of damage. This is 6 damage coming in.
Plus.
7, excuse me.
So down to 3?
Oops. So 4, 5, 6. Go 4, yeah.
Oh, it was 6.
Oh, excuse me. I do not see Ely being able to come back from all of this pressure.
Right, this pressure is coming from multiple angles, right? It's not just a big board state of creatures or an annoying planeswalker. It's kind of all of it. And the Restless Anchorage there to clean up the mess as well. Etienne, looking good game 1. There's
Yeah, you can
Chase the Perfected Mind.
Gonna draw a card here. Just not gonna be enough here, I don't think.
I mean, not with only 2 mana. And that's game 1 going to Etienne Eggenschweiler, and that's 1 game away from 11-2, which again, as I was describing before, in this case, that would put Etienne in that position where if they were to win the next round, that's a top 8.
I am really excited to see if this actually ends up working. Ely Cassis, are you ready for the sideboard?
Yeah.
We have a Wilt Leaf Leech. Makes sense, right? If you make it this card, you get put it into play. 2 copies of Obstinate Baloth.
Oh.
You can't cast it.
Uncastable.
It is uncastable. Basically, Ely is just saying, I'm going to put this in my sideboard because he recognizes how powerful Hopeless Nightmare is in the matchup. So he's like, you know what? I dare you to run it out. Does he have one? Might need to just counter it.
I think he would have waited that long.
You counter it. Sorry.
No more lies. Etienne, a little hopeful there. They were like, oh,
yeah,
had the
pixie. Yeah, I had the pixie.
All right.
Go.
But this isn't as bad as long as Etienne doesn't have another Hopeless Nightmare. Oh, did they just run it as a one-mana 1/1? Didn't even pick up the Scavenger, right? Yeah, the Pixie is just a Suntail Hawk.
Yep.
Thanks.
Okay, still getting in.
Etienne says,
But this could be a Kaito.
may I swing?
You could Rides End the Scavenger or the
You do this
Pixie.
before or after blockers? You know which.
Yeah. Good question, Etienne. Good question. But Ely knew the answer. So
Big,
we see Kaito on the board already.
That is a very, very problematic permanent in the matchup.
Yeah, this is a big inflection point already. Does Ely have an answer?
Get Lost is really important.
That's critical. And Ely with an ominous pair of islands sitting there also.
It's nice to see Etienne still having some fun here despite being so close, right? Into the top 8. Huge, huge leverage match here.
I love that.
Yeah.
Okay, so one Otter, a +1/+1 counter.
And a map. You get to use the map.
But wait, there's more. Just gonna land.
It's good value there.
Go ahead.
And then tap land go. So we know one card in hand.
A sweeper here might be necessary here out of Ely Cassis. Possibly a temporary lockdown.
Gonna need another white source.
Or a Day of Judgment, right?
That's an one.
Last zone,
okay.
crack it.
So that does kill the 1-drops. Otter still in play. But sacking a land at this point in the game,
That's
still kind of tough.
That's really tough.
Animate.
Okay.
Yep, map.
Do you
Nope.
want a Fear of Isolation?
No good things to bounce here, so probably not, right?
Right.
4?
Yeah.
Yeah, 4 of course.
4 damage.
12, 20. Yeah, just try. And play that. Go.
Another big turn here for Ely. Finds himself on his back foot against Etienne.
Okay, finds the second white source. This could be a Jace. Oh, Overlord of the Mistmoors. Okay, so that is a nice way
Go
to
big.
Yeah, to go big. Now, the Restless Anchorage is looking like it's a 3/4.
It
so if Etienne does hit off the map, a non-land onto the anchorage, that does attack through the flying tokens here.
And that's going to be the attempt here. Let's see.
Doesn't want to land, wants a spell.
That's
okay,
a spell.
That is a spell.
That on top.
So can attack with the Otter here. Oh, maybe keeping the Otter back. Certainly attacking with the Restless Anchorage.
I'll take Just take 4.
Nearly down to 8 here with just a 2/1 Spirit token here. It is tough. This Pixie deck just
relentless.
Relentless. You just use your mana every single turn. Are we using the map again here? Might as well.
Go ahead.
That's a 5/6 land.
Yeah. Overlord of the Baelmerk on top of Library.
Still have the ability to at least chump block for a turn here. Maybe keep up some counter magic, namely for the Overlord of the Baelmerk that's about to be played or impended. This does play, having 3 mana up though also allows you to play around No More Lies.
So this is an impended Overlord.
Allows you to get back some action from the graveyard.
Yeah,
It's been very impressive as a 1-of in this deck all weekend.
Yeah, you mill 4. Although it looks like that's not. Oh, hold on. With that on the stack. With the trigger on the stack.
Okay. Okay.
Ability resolves?
And I believe it says non-avatar.
It does.
So you can't get itself back.
It does, yeah.
Unfortunately, it's non-avatar.
We got 3 commentators. Thank you, Etienne.
For whom?
That's the second copy's out of the sideboard. The first copy's in the main. So, what do you want to get instead?
Oh, you can get back Kaito. That is quite strong. You can get back a Planeswalker card from the graveyard, or you might be interested in just getting something cheap back. Perhaps an Optimistic Scavenger.
Optimistic Scavenger. Okay. Take one.
Oh, you animate it?
Yeah. Go to attacks.
Yep.
Another
Be the time if you had an answer. Yeah.
Could have a Right's End.
I guess Ely preferring to have that
Wanted the attack?
free map token.
Maybe playing around Spell Pierce.
Yeah, because it's tapped.
Right, could be playing around Spell Pierce there. Etienne has so many maps in play, maybe just thinking, look, if I just give them another map, I'd rather just make sure that they don't have...
There's 2 Spell Pierce.
Yeah.
So, yeah. You found it, Paul.
Ely will play around everything that he can afford to play around, of course.
And that's Beza again.
A gain 4, do you draw a card here? Oh, and you get a treasure.
But no creatures.
Right. Still a good Beza here.
So has Ely stabilized?
Certainly looking like it, and that Overlord, Overlord of Mistmore is also coming in play in a couple of turns here too. What is Etienne working with? Etienne had an incredible start, but kind of feels like they've kind of run out of gas just a little bit, especially after Ely had that get lost. Felt like Etienne was kind of all in on the Restless Anchorage, the 5/6 Restless Anchorage here. Gonna have to leverage these map tokens to try to get some damage through.
Ely deciding if perhaps an attack is in order, and the answer is no.
Up here?
Yep.
I guess that's to leave a double block for a 6/6.
You're right. Momentum Breaker doesn't seem especially good, especially with that Spirit token in play. Okay, that's the win. Are we just going to keep mapping away here? Try to find something great. The Kaito would be pretty strong.
Turbo maps.
Look at all these maps. Oh my God.
Goodness sakes.
It's a lot of
lands. 3 of them have been lands.
Final maps. Yeah.
Oh, 4 out of 5.
Well,
is anyone watching this?
Get lost, not good.
Hey, you know what? If the card on top is a good card, this is actually better.
Map's not good.
Yes. Wow.
And Overlord of the Mistmores online now at the end of Ely's turn. Beza can start getting in as well. I think Ely has turned a corner here. Active Fountain Port too, if you need more things to do with your mana.
Well,
Hard cast.
Cast it.
Attack you for 8?
I guess the dream is over.
That's 8. Both white.
Sick. I'll take the 10. I'll them take the 8 to 10.
Incredible.
Yeah.
What a weird sequence.
Oh my gosh.
And that's going to do it for game 2.
I was
Ely
already kind of
Cassis
started.
picks up the win.
Did not need to draw.
Every time I tested that deck as the animate for whatever we were working on, I did that every time. I was like, how does anybody play this deck? It's only 23 lands.
Like 15 lands or something like that?
4 out of 5.
19. Go.
Okay, Optimistic Scavenger on the play here for Etienne. So they're going to get a nice little start going. Ely has Seachrome Coast and nothing else currently.
Just one time, I want to see a turn 1 Hopeless Nightmare into discard one of the 4/4s, right?
It is weird because so many people have both of those, and it just hasn't been happening.
Oh, again,
Pixie.
just playing the Pixie, and this usually means
Kaito.
there is a Kaito coming into play on turn 3.
Pre-combat untapped land, and no reason to do anything here.
Yep. 17 now?
Yes.
Very nice start here for Etienne.
That's it. Yeah.
They've got Kaito down now.
Do the Surveil active ability.
That is so
Gonna
tough.
go for the 0.
Hexproof on your turn.
Yeah.
Ely just kind of has all of his mana stranded for the turn 2. Really just wanted to counter anything.
Plays around counter magic. Oh, it's so nice.
Okay.
So first order of business, never mind.
Wow, and no answer here to the Kaito.
Soul Guide land.
Because if Ely had something like a Get Lost, he would have had to cast it on his own turn.
Because of the hexproof
Right.
stuff? Or?
4, 11. Yes. I'll survive.
Draw more cards.
This one could fall apart very quickly for Ely because he's great start for Etienne.
And if you're Etienne, you're so far ahead here in terms of cards. If you did keep Hopeless Nightmare or something along those lines, I just don't think you play it.
You may not cast it just for fear of getting...
Kaito just proving itself to be so powerful. You know, it was one of the most important additions back in the Dimir mid-range era that we had previously. Extremely powerful Planeswalker here. So strong that it just found its way into this Esper Pixie shell as well.
Speaking of, there's the Pixie. And are we just going to
draw a card?
Cycle? Yeah. Soul Guide Lantern, not going to do much here, just 2 mana to get a card.
Really need to find a Get Lost. Beza would be pretty good here. Right,
There's a Beza in hand.
Yeah, you gain
Actually
4
get
life,
the token
make some
too.
tokens. Can't Spell Pierce it. I think there's a Spell Pierce in Etienne's hand, but
You're
doesn't
right.
work against the Beza.
6.
That is a great way to stabilize. No counterspell, right?
I'll
Can't have a
count this.
counterspell.
Bounce this in a token or bounce
No,
this
no,
in
in
a
response to the Beza. Beza resolves.
Oh, so this will prevent the tokens.
Yeah, yep. No, really heads up play there. Just gains the life, so Beza is just the 4/5 here. As the Kaito is only a creature on Etienne's turn. So only Optimistic Scavenger in play as a creature.
Yep, so same number on both sides.
Yeah, and you can see, I think Etienne does have Hopeless Nightmare in
You're
hand.
right. They do.
But I
am curious to see if it comes down.
I just don't think they're going to play it here.
Put the counter here, get
And by the way, there is an Obstinate Bailoff in hand too, so if we do see it...
K1.
Right. The thing is, you kind of need it to get your engine going if you don't draw Storm Chaser's Talent. But if you draw Storm Chaser's Talent, there's just no reason to do the Hopeless Nightmare thing.
And again, second other, which puts counter here as well.
Jeez. Oh, and this is brutal
This
here
is
because
a huge swing.
Etienne also has a Spell Pierce for Day of Judgment.
Yes.
So this is...
Etienne Eggenschweiler looking really good for a victory. A hard-fought 3-game match against Ely Cassis, but this start looks unassailable.
I mean, even if
everything costs 1 mana.
Yeah, even if you sacrifice the Blast Zone, that's still 2 Otters in play, and the Kaito, and that's just lethal off of 1 spell, right? As long as it can just plays 1 spell and ticks up the Kaito for the emblem, that's an attack for 8. If Ely sacrifices the Blast Zone to get the 1-drops and the Storm Chaser's Talent off the battle.
This is, okay, non-spell pierceable.
Yeah.
Overlord of the Hauntwoods, or excuse me, of the Mistmoors. Is that enough to...
I'm not sure that that's going to be enough.
Stay alive?
Well, of course, a large part of this just depends on what Etienne has here. At the very minimum, you will take 4 damage.
Okay.
If Ely blocks the 3/3 and the Kaito. Etienne just needs 2 spells.
I heard counting.
Yep.
Here, cast this, put the counter on Pix.
Oh, yeah. And
When
I
you're
think this
tapped
might
out
be
and your
enough.
opponent starts counting,
Yeah.
that's not good news for you.
So now you played a talent. The Otters are both 2/2s.
Put a counter here.
And so 1 3-power creature will get through, and that's 7 damage, and Ely is down to 7 here.
Yeah, this looks good for Etienne Eggenschweiler. Crunch in with the team.
3 power, 3 power, 3 power.
And this is 2 power.
Math does not math here for
Lethal
Cassis.
tech.
And that is going to be Etienne Eggenschweiler. They are going to improve to 11 and 2.
With you casting nothing.
Put themselves in that really nice spot for the next couple of rounds to try to secure top 8.
Yeah, they're in excellent position here. We still have 3 more rounds of Magic to play, so potentially That's 3 win-and-ins, at least guaranteed 2 win-and-ins. Because, of course, if you pick up win number 12 before round number 16, you're locked in. And you don't have to fight all the other people because based on what we've seen so far, if you go into the last round with 11 wins, there's going to be a pretty big scrum for who gets it and who doesn't make it with 12 wins. There's going to be a lot of tie-break stuff that happens on the horizon, but Etienne can still be the master of their own destiny if they win one of their next 2 matches.
That's right. You want to get that in there before that for that 16th round. Okay, well, that's going to do it for this round of coverage. We're going to take a short break, but when we come back, we'll be at the news desk prepping up for the next round. Don't you go anywhere.
Well, we are well into our way here on day 2 of Pro Tour Etherdrift live from Chicago, Illinois, working our way towards our top 8. 216 players came back today to battle. By the time we're done, only 8 will remain standing. Lots of people having fun over at the con as well. More than 17,000 of our closest friends enjoying the best game ever made, Magic the Gathering. Prove you're the best. The multiverse is seen with standard constructed matches at your local game store March 8th through March 30th. Participants will get a Deep Cavern Bat promo card. Top 8 players will receive a Preacher of the Schism promo card, and the store champion will take home a full art promo Virtue of Persistence while supplies last. Hey everyone, we're getting ready for round number 14 here on day 2 of Pro Tour Etherdrift. Welcome back to the news desk. Maria Bartholdi, Mani Devuti, and Riley Knight with you. And for the last time this tournament, we're going to check in with our top 8 players of Pro Tours past and find out where they were at this point in the tournament before they made the top 8 at their respective events. Let's check it out. 4 players were 12-1 at this point after 13 rounds of play. 1 player, 11-1-1, 6 out of 11-2, 4 at 10-2-1, and a whopping 19 were sitting at 10-3 at this point of play. So that gives you a good idea of where you can be in the tournament right now at this point and still have a shot at our top 8. Let's check out our leaderboard and find out where we're at here in the building in Chicago at this Pro Tour. Matt Nass, our first player into the top 8. 12 is the magic number before the final round of play. He has got to stop playing, can go and relax. I gave him a handshake, said great job, and off he went. He looked very, very happy to go off and take a much-deserved break before the top 8 tomorrow. So congratulations to the first player into our top 8, Matt Nass. That means 3 players below him there all have win and in matches this round. That's Yu-Chen Liu, Zevin Faust, and Etienne Eggenschwieler. So they've got a lot on their plate here coming up in round number 14. A lot of players as well on 10-3, perfectly able to make the top 8 as well. Alan Wu, Matt Sperling, Matthew Judas, been talking about him a lot this weekend. Kenta Harana, Lucas Dukow on 10-3. So there is going to be a bit of a scrum. And somebody like Reed Duke here and Eli Kassis-Mani at 9-3-1, what's that mean for them?
I think given the format that we have going on here, they can no longer get to 12 wins to lock it up automatically before the last round. But because all the players at 12 wins at that point will be out of it, if they win every round from here, they still have an extremely good chance at making the top 8. Now, onto the second page of the leaderboard, we do have one more player in the same spot as them. That's William Arajo there in 17th place. But for everyone starting from Nicole Dubin and going down, including huge names like Ken Yukihiro, Gab Nassif, Simon Nielsen, and Andrea Mengucci, things are a bit tougher because right now, it's going to look like, at best, if they can win out from here, they are looking at a tiebreaker scrum. But for a lot of these players, the first step is getting this win. That'll get their requalification for the next event, and then we'll see where things go from this round onwards.
All right, so we're getting down to the wire here at Pro Tour Etherdrift. Riley had a chance to talk with our first top 8 contender, Matt Nass, and also Zevin Faust, who's doing very well in the tournament at 11-2.
I'm here with Matt Nass, who with 12 wins this weekend will be appearing in the top 8. Matt, congratulations. You must be so thrilled to have scored another top 8 berth.
Yeah, a lot of it is relief because I got off to such a good start that I felt like I was kind of supposed to top 8 from an 8-0 start, but Paul Rietzel actually called this out to me. He's like, probably the only thing you're thinking is don't choke, don't choke, don't choke. And that's really what it felt like. And so I'm happy to get it done with nice and early. I'm out of the tournament. I just get buys the rest of the way, get to relax and watch some friends play Magic.
Well, let's talk about what your afternoon looks like now. Maybe a bit of extra preparation time as other people filter into the top 8. You can start to think about what those matchups maybe look like. So what are you going to do for the rest of the day now that you've locked up your spot in the top 8?
Yeah, I think a lot of it is rest. I mean, these matches are really tiring. Like, I can play, a million matches in testing without getting too tired, but in this, the stakes make you just get tired faster, and so 8 rounds a day is really intense, so definitely going to take advantage of the rest. I don't need to test the major matchups very much. Maybe if there's anything weird that seems to be doing well, for instance, Ben S's black-white deck, that's the type of thing that I might want to get some testing against, figure out a sideboard plan for, but for the most part, it's just a lot of rest, celebrating, and just, watching my friends who will hopefully also be in the top 8.
Well, those are the wise words of someone who's been here before, and we're so glad you're here again. Matt Nass, congratulations, another Pro Tour top 8.
Thank you so much.
I'm down in the feature match with Zevin Faust here, who has taken out a win to get you, Zevin, to 11-2. I want to talk to you about what that means in just a second, but let's kick things off with your deck. You're playing this green-black graveyard nonsense list. How did you come to choose this deck, and how's it perform for you this weekend?
Well, when our team was working on testing, obviously there's a lot of stuff with how quick the set is coming over. I think we were working a lot on the Insidious Roots deck, and one day I think someone found some Twitter post from some random Japanese person showing a deck with Up the Beanstalk, Overlord of the Baelmerk, and a bunch of creatures and spells that cost 1 less for each card in your graveyard. And we weren't feeling the Roots deck, so I decided to take this for a spin, see if I could tune it. It ended up being pretty good, but we were unsure about the Gruul matchup. I think Tuesday night, the day before decklist submissions, I was probably just going to register mono red like most of our team. And then one of my teammates, Joseph, just like calls me that night and says, hey, we found this card Souls of the Lost. It gets power and toughness equal to your Descend. We think it completely flips the script on the Gruul matchup. So just based on that, I played like 2 matches, decided to lock in 4 Souls of the Lost, and very glad I did.
Yeah, things are going very well for you so far. And again, 11-2. This means you're just 1 win away from that magic 12 wins, which will lock up your spot in the top 8. How is that feeling treating you right now? Are you feeling like you're under a lot of pressure, or is it sort of giving you is it giving you wind behind your wings?
It's not pressure. I'm just kind of, I can't believe that I'm here. Like, if you told me a year ago that I would be at the Pro Tour, let alone like have multiple win-ins for top 8, I would have laughed in your face. I mean, this is my first Pro Tour. I can't believe it, frankly.
It's incredible to see how...
It hasn't sunk in yet. Probably will tonight, tomorrow.
It's incredible to see how much this means to you, my friend. And listen, hey, with all of these win-ins, the very best of luck to you, my friend. I hope we get to see you in the top 8 tomorrow.
Thank you very much.
Oh, so wonderful to see some people so excited.
You could really tell that it meant so much to him to be in this position, and I'm really hoping that he makes the best of the next couple of rounds and we see him in the top 8, because I think this is someone who really wants to make the absolute most of the opportunity that's in front of them.
Absolutely. Wonderful interview, wonderful interview. We're going to check in on some of our teams now around the building and find out how they've been doing so far this weekend. We're now deep into the tournament. The first one we're going to check on is Sanctum, Riley.
Yes, indeed. Again, huge team. We weren't able to fit them all onto one slide. They're that big. And led out in front, Etienne Eggenspieler. This is a player who stands on the precipice here at 11-2. They could lock up a slot in the top 8 with just one more win. A couple of 9-4s here, although as we've already sort of alluded to, this is going to be a little trickier for Helena Break, Nathaniel Perigo and Nicole Tipple. A tough assignment for these players to make it to the top 8, but still live, at least in a technical sense. So we'll see how they go.
All right, what about Handshake, Monty?
All right, well, looking at Team Handshake, Moxfield, their 2 big live players here are Alan Wu at 10-3. He can still get to 12 before the final round and lock it up. And Ely Cassis at 9-3-1. They do have 4 more players at 9-4 trying to get themselves into that tiebreaker scrum. But the fact that they have 2 live players this deep into the tournament, still really strong.
All right, let's check out Team Channel Fireball. Ultimate Guard here and seeing how they're doing. Of course, Matt Nass into the top 8, so feeling very good about that. Matt Sperling is up next, currently sitting at 10-3. And then I asked you earlier, Monty, about a player like Reed Duke, who's sitting at 9-3-1. And then we have Gab Nassif, who is another Hall of Famer on this list at 9-4. So all these players potentially here with a shot at top 8 coming up. What about the people who 3-0 draft, Riley?
Yeah, well, this isn't necessarily a team, but we're looking here at the players who did really well in the opening stages of today's play, 3-0 trophying their drafts. Now, the question we're asking here is who can make top 8? And the answer to that simply is heaps of them, right? We can see Matt Nass locked it up 12-1. Yu Chun Liu, Zevon Faust, 11-2, each of them. We've got a bunch of players here at 10-3, including Australia's own Matthew Judas. Very pleased to see him get up and about. But the point here, the point to take away from this is the fact that the 3-0 in draft is critical as you're making your way towards the top 8. The fact that a limited record like that can underpin your campaign towards top 8, it really can't be overstated. It's something that I think a lot of people overlook, right? The fact that we only play 3 rounds of limited a day compared to the 5 rounds of standard. But it just goes to show, with such a strong limited record, how important draft is and how critical it is for these players to prepare their limited games if they want to make the best of these Pro Tours.
Absolutely. Well said. Well, if you're thinking about Standard Deck, you've been watching a lot of Standard here this weekend and wondering what to play, the players have you covered. Here's our first set of Deck Bites.
I'm here with Jim Wilkes from Canberra, Australia, to talk about the deck he's brought to the Pro Tour this weekend. Jim, what's your deck and what does it do?
I'm playing Gruul Mice today. It is a red-green aggro deck built around a combination of aggressive mice and pump spells and a couple of bits of burn as well.
What are the 3 most important cards in the list?
They're probably Hearthfire Hero, Manifold Mouse, and Monstrous Rage. Hero and Manifold Mouse combine together to create a fairly efficient threat and a huge mouse with double strike, and Monstrous Rage helps push the damage through on the end.
What's a good matchup for this list?
We feel like a good matchup is the Domain list that seemed really popular in the last week or so. it might be a bit closer now if things like Ride's End being added to the deck, but if I wanted to play against a deck today, it would be Domain.
And what's a bad matchup for this list?
The Esper Pixie matchup can be a bit tough. We feel like it's a bit closer than it should be, but hopefully we can dodge Nowhere to Run and this town just a little bit today.
I'm here with the Mythic champion, Eli Loveman. Eli, hey, still on the record books, my friend. Tell me, what list have you brought to play at Pro Tour Aetherdrift? What's your deck and what does it do?
We brought a mono-red version of the Gruul Mice deck this weekend. We thought that the green cards weren't going to be as important going into this weekend, so we decided to make our deck more consistent.
And what would you say are the 3 most important cards in your list?
Probably in our main deck, it's Lightning Strike. The Gruul deck doesn't get access to that, and it gives you some play versus times when the green cards wouldn't be able to help you out. In the sideboard, we have 4 Sunspine links. That's kind of our plan if games go long and we don't have access to the green cards. It kind of shores up that spot. And then once again, Monstrous Rage is just the best red card in the format right now. It's so messed up.
What do you think is a good matchup for your deck?
Probably what we're looking to play against the most is Domain. We made our deck even faster so that we can get under them before they get their kind of engine going. You run them over before they can get their feet under them.
And what would you say is a bad matchup?
Probably no matchup specifically. It's more about people being prepared for you. So cards like Sheltered by Ghost, if people are playing that in their decks, that card's really hard to beat. It gives lifelink, it kills your guy. It's just really tough.
I'm here with Zhao Li, who top-8'd the Foundation Spotlight in Atlanta. Zhao, what's the deck that you brought to the Pro Tour this weekend, and what does it do?
Hi, I brought Golgari Mill, and I'm looking to fill the graveyard and then cast creatures that get discounted by the number of creatures in my graveyard, and hopefully swing with a big swarm.
What are the 3 most important cards in your list?
The most important card by far is Up the Beanstalks. It refills my hand and acts as an engine on the turns I'm trying to go off. And then is Overlord of the Baelmerk. It's the best card at filling up the graveyard quickly, and it also triggers beans, which is great. And lastly, Overwhelming Remorse is an extremely efficient removal spell when my graveyard is full, and to help stave off the bleeding from the more aggressive decks.
What is a good matchup that you would say your list has?
Of the very popular decks, I would say Pixie is probably our best matchup. I think that we struggle a little bit pre-board with all of their flyers, but post-board we have 4 Scrap Shooters, which both tackles the resting pieces and also acts as a solid blocker against their swarm of flyers.
And what about a bad matchup for this list?
I would say of the popular decks, the most rough matchup is probably the Gruul Mice list or a mono-red aggro list. I think they're just really quick, and we have some tools to interact with them, but oftentimes it's not enough.
We have some more win and in magic for you here with round number 14 on the way. Let's find out who will watch in the feature match area coming up this round. Exciting stuff. A win and in always is here in round number 14. We are going to see Zevin Faust up against Etienne Eggenspieler. 11-2, both of these players. 12 is a magic number. Lock that up. You are into the top 8 and you can stop playing. Golgari Graveyard versus Esper Pixie. Let's get to know Zevin Faust. Saw his interview a little bit earlier. Started playing in 2015. Qualified by top 8ing regional championship in DC. Says his team found a broken deck for the weekend that qualified 4 of the 7 of them for this Pro Tour, which is pretty cool stuff. This is first PT. Etienne Eggenspieler on the other side of things here. Qualified via good 2024 performance on Team Sanctum of all. Got 9th at Pro Tour Thunder Junction, so just missed out on a top 8 berth there, hoping to do one better this time around at least. Those are the players. What about the decks, Monty?
All right, well, we're going to start by looking at Zevin's deck because unlike the big 3, this is something we haven't seen. We did just hear one of Zevin's teammates talking about this Golgari Graveyard deck. Slightly different build, but more or less the same idea. The all-star in this deck is, of course, Overlord of the Baelmerk, but what is actually the core strategy here? Well, this is a different take on an Up the Beanstalk deck. You're still trying to use Up the Beanstalk with cheaper ways to cast quote-unquote overcosted creatures using cards like Overlord of the Baelmerk as well as cards like Huskburster Swarm and Hollow Marauder to fill up your graveyard and then get cheap creatures that are overstatted out of it. This deck is very good at generating card advantage and creating big creatures. And in an interview with Riley, Zevin did say that the card that brought it all together and really pushed this deck over the top is Souls of the Lost. Now, on the other side, we get to take a look at Etienne's deck. Now, as for Pixie, this is a lot more of a standard deck. This is the second most played deck in the room that we've seen, and this deck is all about resource management, specifically trying to deprive your opponent of resources using cards like Nurturing Pixie, Fear of Isolation, and This Town Ain't Big Enough to continue reusing your Enters effects like Nowhere to Run, Hopeless Nightmare, and Storm Chaser's Talent. Typically, Esper Pixie struggles with decks that are generating tons of resources, or an easier way of putting it is up the beanstalk decks. Esper Pixie has a pretty rough matchup against Domain Overlords, and in theory, it should have a rough matchup against this Golgari Graveyard deck, as we heard Zevin's teammate Zhao say in that deck by earlier. I will say, though, one of Zevin's only 2 losses in this tournament are to Esper Pixie, so hoping not to repeat that performance this round.
Okay, very excited to see how this deck does this round. Winning in Magic, round number 14. 3 rounds of Swiss left to play, sending it on over to the booth.
Thanks so much, Maria Ailey alongside Corey Baumeister. We are looking to put somebody else into the top 8. Is it going to be Etienne Egenschweiler or is it going to be Zevin Faust? Time will tell. We got potentially 3 games here, Corey, to see who joins Matt Nass.
Yeah, absolutely. This part of the tournament gets to be so exciting when you see these win and in moments. It's going to be basically that from here on out. And we're going to see some of these players kind of dream come true. You know, as we were just talking to Zevin here a little bit ago, didn't even expect, you know, necessarily to be at the Pro Tour, let alone have a bunch of win and ins. So really exciting to see, you know, he can control those nerves and channel it in what seems like a good matchup. Of course, we've never seen a deck like this here in this Golgari Graveyard deck, but it seems good against Esper if I'm looking at it from the outside looking in.
Oh, yeah, you know, you want me to discard something? Oh, okay. Creature in the bin, creature in the bin, creature in the bin. And then all of a sudden, all these big chunguses are super duper cheap.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's the thing, is these really large creatures are already tough to deal with from the Esper Pixie decks because, well, Nowhere to Run is kind of laughable to them. And then if they get bounced with This Town Ain't Big Enough, then, well, you just get to replay them for 1 mana or 2 mana.
Yeah.
So, that being said, Zevin did mulligan here.
You really do get to play or replay your biggest threats for such a discount as Malt Tender hits the board first here for Zevin. And on the other side of things, Optimistic Scavenger is the first play for Etienne.
Yeah, and Molt Tender had to have been the card that really enabled this strategy to start excelling. Being able to mill and fuel your graveyard and do a little bit of ramping here has got to be exactly what this deck wants.
Gnawing Vermin? Yes. I'll target myself.
Gnawing Vermin. A card I never thought we would see.
Yeah, the standard staple here.
Yeah, but, you know, it puts 2 things in the bin for you.
Yep.
And then this puts a lot more things in the bin, so nice sequencing
lovely.
By milling some of these cards over first and then being able to select one of these cards.
Overlord of the Belmerk finds another rat, so that goes back to hand for Zevin. Turn passes back now to Etienne. Turn 2, where do we go? Storm Chaser's Talent to kick things off here, so a little Otter on the board.
Under a year? Yep.
Yeah, and one thing that Maria was alluding to is Zevin's team kind of breaking it at the RC and DC.
Yeah.
I remember we were commentating that it was that Celestia company deck that just ended up looking phenomenal. So Zevin and his team's really aware of trying to find these strategies that are maybe ignored and gain an edge that way. And it worked then.
Yeah.
It's clearly working now.
That's awesome. We love it when a team can innovate, and Etienne being on Sanctum of All, a team known for innovation.
Yes.
And Zevin Faust and his team also, you know, saying, hey, putting my hand up, I kind of want to be recognized here too because they're putting up results.
Yeah, love it when a plan comes together.
Yeah.
So hitting a creature here looks to be pretty big as we can play this Gravestalker here by exiling one of the non-creatures. And now you just have a solid 3-mana 5/4 here to be able to start getting some pressure going. Now there is only 2 of this card, so it is pretty clearly that this is the worst of the creatures to be bringing back. You know, there's some other gigantic creatures that get to be really nasty as well, but
hey, it's still a 5/4.
3-mana 5/4, you can't complain.
I know, it's awesome to see, you know, the new cards from the latest set making their way into an archetype, Molt Tender, just being able to use the irrelevant permanent Starry lands. in the yard to fuel this and to just ramp into whatever next big thing is coming down.
Yep, absolutely. And yeah, the 4 toughness here being key. You know, you're really looking at this Pro Tour, you want to be finding holes in the other deck's removal, and a lot of them are Torch the Tower for 3 damage, Nowhere to Run -3, -3. So 4 toughness has been a pretty good recipe for success, and you know, that's kind of what Sanctum came up with as well, was the Sarah Paragon. Etienne decided to not play that version and went with the tried and true version, but that is kind of where a lot of players' heads were at, is 4 toughness good.
And Etienne's decision working out very well for them so far, because every time we have seen this Esper deck in Etienne's hands, it's been absolutely brutal.
Yeah, Etienne has been playing phenomenally. Especially bring some attention to that match against, you know, the phenomenal Magic player Eli Cassis last round, where Etienne played phenomenally. They really made it look easy.
I do have to chuckle, because at Pro Tour OTJ Thunder Junction, where Etienne came 9th, you know, I asked them about limited, and they said, I don't want to draft, I just want to do constructed. And I don't think they had the best limited results there, but definitely an improvement this time around. So
for sure.
I think they may have been working on the limited side of things.
Yeah, at this point, 9th would be very disappointing. When you're at 11 and 2, you have a lot of chances to make the top 8 from both of these players. They're looking quite good. Win or lose here, really.
It's not over for whoever does end up losing this matchup. But whoever wins is going to lock up their spot in the top 8 alongside Matt Nass.
And now we're kind of seeing from Zevin's deck here, the bit of the problem with the deck, I would say, is when you don't have up the Beanstalk in play, like even if you top deck one of these giant creatures, it's just a one-of creature, where if you had a Beanstalk in play, you're drawing cards and you're getting that value engine going slowly over time.
Oh yeah, those are the things. That's what they told me last time.
No pseudo ETB effect or enters effect, getting the card along with the big body. So hopefully Zevin can find a Beanstalk soon.
Yep, and just attacking with the 4/4 here, leaving the Otter back to block potentially so that the Kaido can live. So if Zevin's able to find some removal, there's not a lot of removal, but overwhelming remorse, you could always kill the Otter and then attack down Kaido. That could be one of Zevin's best draws.
So minimal interaction from the deck itself. You know, barring the overwhelming remorse, like you mentioned. There is a Harvester of Misery, but it only does -2/-2, so kind of just relying on creatures, you know, big walls in the way of these smaller creatures.
Yep,
At least at the
absolutely.
beginning of things.
And just another land off the top, definitely not ideal, and this is the spot where the Esper Pixie deck, you know, doesn't run out of steam, where some other decks do, and that's kind of the draw to these type of decks. It's pretty tough to just go land go from the Esper Pixie side. There's just so much to do with your mana.
And now Etienne has Kaito on the board, a optimistic scavenger that is ginormous. So many things that they could be doing this turn.
Yeah, and I think the #1 plan, Nowhere to Run, get rid of the only blocker, attack for a bunch, and then use the Kaido ability to be able to find some more value, and maybe even just close the door, even if Zevin does find one of these giant creatures next turn.
Yeah. Hollow Marauder hits the bin there.
And that's probably the best draw, you know, being able to play a giant creature that's very cheap. Your opponent discards a card, you almost always draw a card. Unless like a Kaido is discarded or this town.
Stun counter coming off the only big creature there, but still no blockers available for Zevin, so I think we're going to be going to game 2 here very shortly.
Yep. And the one thing was the Overlord was coming off, so, you know, if Zevin didn't just draw 3 straight lands there, that's always the frustrating part, you know, when you're playing a deck like Zevin, is you draw 2 lands, and then, you end up milling some cards with your Molt Tender or whatever, and you mill your spells, and then you draw another land. It's like, oh, come on.
Yeah. You know, there's a lot of risk there, because you are trying to fill up your graveyard, but you also want to hit things off the top of the deck, but you know, there's not that many ways to get things back from the yard, barring the Overlord of the Belmerk.
Yep. And we see one of the spicy sideboard cards in Zevin's hand here, the Terror Tide, being able to give all creatures -X/-X, where X is the number of permanent cards in your graveyard. So it's really Black's only Wrath of God style of effect.
Yeah. Xenode Scout hits the board for Zevin. And on the other side of things, we have Storm Chaser's Talent. Up the Beanstalk makes an appearance. So things might go well this time around for Zevin.
Yep, gotta be the best possible start. Now, it does look like the hand is slightly clunky, but the one thing that Zevin for sure has going for him is the Overlord, being able to impend that, still draw the card off up the Beanstalk, and you get something back. And you fuel the graveyard.
Destroy Evil takes care of the up the Beanstalk, and Sadness goes on the stack because there's so many big things that would draw cards.
Yeah.
Curses. Overlord of the Belmark is gonna enter and gonna mill some stuff. Bring back a critter. There's a Scout we could get, a Marauder, and what's that, Baloth?
A Baloth, yep. So can return one of the creatures. We'll have a solid 3 creatures in the yard. Gets the Baloth just in case there is a way to discard. But, you know, now Egenschweiler is just like, well, I'm not going to have you discard a card. You know?
Yeah, it's anything that Etienne draws that says discard on it, I think they're just going to hang on to.
I don't know. Momentum Breaker does say it on there, and we just cast it. So a little, a little loophole there.
I see.
15 for Scout. Yes.
All right, so 4 creatures in the yard. Hoping to hit a land here. There we go. Big hit.
All right.
So 4 creatures in the yard, so has up to essentially 6. If there's anything to cast, so only the Overwhelming Remorse, which can be cast at instant speed for a 1-mana way to destroy something.
I'll take one. No way to run this. I'm at 18.
Scout out of there. This is making everything in his hand a lot cheaper, though.
Yep. And now we should be able to follow Marauder here next turn, which should be really strong.
Because you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Yep.
How many Scouts are in the graveyard?
Yep.
Looks like they all happened upon the same hole in the ground.
Yeah, there you go. So the nice thing about the Scout here is as long as you hit either a creature or a land, it still will reduce the cost of one of these.
Something, and if it's not big,
yeah, it's not 4 more I draw.
So if it's not the Kaido, Zevin gets to draw, but it's Kaido and land in hand and one other card in this town, so.
How important is Kaito here for Etienne to hold on to?
You would probably think pretty important because that is really the only thing that represents pressure on Etienne.
6.
And now here's the point where we're going to see Zevin just kind of pop off here, and I am pumped to see this deck in action.
Husk Burster Swarm, a card you probably haven't seen outside of Bloomborough Limited. It's cheap, it's menacing, it's got Death Touch, and it's a 6/6.
You barely saw it in Bloomborough Limited, really.
True, yeah. Turn passes back now to Etienne, who's got a little more pressure on them this time around.
Yep.
Zevin finding key pieces. Unfortunately, he lost his up the Beanstalk, so another one of those would be great. But for the most part, he's discard-proofed his hand with that Baloth.
Yep, absolutely. And nowhere to run, still able to clean up the Hollow Marauder. You know, it is one of the bigger creatures, but does have some low toughness. And Etienne's just lining up the ability to go nowhere to run on the Scout, and then Momentum Breaker on the gigantic 6/6 here. On the Swarm to be able to stabilize the board.
Yeah.
Big old Baloth hits the board. Zevin's thinking, okay, pretty sure a lot of the discard effects came out of Etienne's list.
Yeah, definitely, because they're especially bad if you see Baloths and stuff like that, but also if you're just fueling all these creatures that get cheaper if you discard creatures. Not great, so.
So yeah, I doubt there's any discard effects left in Etienne's list, barring, like you said, the Momentum Breaker. But that isn't going to be cost if there's something to kill.
Yep. So 5 damage coming in. Now this gigantic creature can put Etienne down to 1.
Jeez. And Overlord.
My turn.
So Overlord comes back. There's the Overwhelming Remorse to clear the way of something.
Oh yeah, and that's very cheap.
Yeah. Okay, an Overlord.
Practically free.
The other side as well.
4, 5, 6, 7,
But with only
10
5 mana, it's not ideal here as we can't Kaido plus Impending.
And you know what's interesting as well about Etienne's list is they're not playing any copies of Rest in Peace, which would be fantastic in this matchup.
Yeah, and I mean, that is a card that, sure, it's good against maybe the Insidious Roots deck, but that wouldn't be something I'd be expecting a lot of. So Rest in Peace, definitely not the most important card in the sideboard anymore from the Pixie decks, but it is a very real cost here. As you look at Rest in Peace and you look at this Golgari deck, what are you doing if you get Rest in Peace, you know?
Yeah, for Etienne's side of things, they're just hoping, okay, this is just an outlier. I don't have to worry about this deck again, hopefully. But, you know, both of these players have a good shot of being in our top 8.
Yep,
Depending
absolutely.
how the next round goes.
And Zevin's Hound is sweet here, being able to have 2 up the Beanstalks and 2 land.
Sick.
So no matter what, it's going to be really, really strong.
Very nice indeed.
And that exchange, you know, great.
You're fine with that. Yeah, replace itself.
Yeah, it took care of the Beanstalk. That is a problem, but it always replaced itself. So that just shows the power of a card like up the Beanstalk.
How much misery are we harvesting there? 3, good grief. Remorse, Beanstalk, a Duress, as well as the Overlord. Crikey.
Yep. So it is missing lands here.
Yeah, that's a little awkward.
Yep, but I believe this card spell cannot take up the Beanstalk anyways, so being able to...
Dreams of Steel and Oils, artifact and creature, I believe.
Yeah, and being able to, you know, exile stuff from the graveyard is actually very, very powerful here. So a great hand disruption spell against this Golgari deck.
Yep, 2 copies of that in Etienne's sideboard, so they'll be hoping to find the other one shortly.
Yeah, that's basically the Rest in Peace slot, it looks like, in Etienne's list. And now they're kind of out of gas, you know? I mean, a Kaito, if you can attack, that is great, but if Zevin draws a land specifically, you know, using the Harvester ability looks a little bit better, but didn't draw the land, but had the discipline to not go up the Beanstalk here. I think that's a good play, as this could really get brutal if a Kaito was on the battlefield.
Yeah. This town ain't big enough, and Grim Bauble in hand now for Etienne, and a very big difference in the hand sizes here, as Zevin has found land number 3, and Scrap Shooter hits the board.
Yeah, absolutely. Just a big creature here, and you know, you're able to destroy some of the enchantments if you want to give your opponent the gift, but either way, that 4 toughness, once again, being the important thing here.
It's just a big old trash panda. It's a dead trash panda now, unfortunately.
Yep,
but, it's another thing in the bin, which is awesome. So Harvester of Misery takes care of the creature on Etienne's side of things. This yard is getting nice and full, and here comes the Pixie.
And this is one of those games, one of the rare games where Etienne, they just don't have that kind of value string going. The Kaito would have allowed that, but looks like they had a mulligan, and there's no this town ain't big enough or Overlord value, and this is the exact kind of game Zevin wants to play. Zevin's looking great to move to the top 8 with a deck that most people didn't even think was a deck.
Yeah.
Probably including us, you know?
I mean... Yeah, we looked at it and we kind of went, what is this? This is just like big, dumb idiots. And they're doing an excellent job here. The graveyard is full. Everything has a massive discount on it now.
Yeah.
Underground Mortuary, Surveil, anything else going into the yard. Yep.
You can still cast this Marauder here, though, and it's a discard from Eggenschweiler, and you get to draw a card. So draws 2.
And a Synod Scout to explore. There's a Bale Merc. Okay.
Yeah.
Hold on to the Bale Merc. Zevin Faust is so close to join our top 8, and there it is. First Pro Tour, top 8s. In spectacular fashion, Corey.
Yes, and Zevin's doing it his way. You know, being able to have this really unique deck that is finding holes in, you know, different players' removal spells. That's exactly what the Celestia Company deck was. That he qualified him and 3 other teammates out of 7, by the way. I mean, 4 out of 7 players is incredible. So really cool stuff. Maybe we got a future master deck builder on our hands here in the hands of Zevin.
Love to see it, and so happy for Zevin.
Yes.
Cannot wait to see him playing in the top 8. So big congratulations. We're going to take a short break, and when we come back, we'll have more magic from this round, so don't go anywhere. Welcome back to coverage of Pro Tour Etherdrift here in a chilly Chicago. Thankfully, it's warming up a little bit outside, and things are certainly heating up in this venue as we have so many awesome events happening, so many cool people, and, you know, Chandra just setting fire to everything, including the rain, maybe, I don't know. Corey Baumeister alongside myself, Ailey Loney. Thank you for joining us today, friendos. We have just seen an excellent matchup between Etienne Eggenschwiler and Zevin Faust. Zevin making a top 8 in his very first Pro Tour.
Exciting.
We're going to show you another matchup now, though, Corey, with a deck that I'm very keen to see in action. Remy Roudier is playing Izzet Artifacts up against Abe Schnake on Selesnya Cage. This is going to be sweet.
This is going to be sweet. This Izzet deck, not something that we have seen really from any of the players, but this is really focusing on that repurposing Bay to be able to act as that pseudo birthing pod style of artifact, and then you do get to just play the synthesizer to create a bunch of really big artifact creatures and overwhelm your opponent with a bunch of value. Up against, on Abe's side, the Selesnya Cage, trying to have Collector's Cage, sneak in some white overlords and kind of go from there. But looks like we do have a mulligan to 5 here from Abe.
Lamaland to start things off on the other side of things, the Enigma Jewel. So I know at the top end, or the game plan at the end of this, there's some convoluted thing with crafting this Enigma Jewel, and then it all gets very complicated from there. So we'll see if that happens.
Exactly, we'll see here. But the one thing it's doing right now is kind of acting as a, you know, essentially a one-mana soul ring when you have the ability to activate abilities like the Maze Mind Tome here. So you get all this free value at, you know, as early as possible. Being able to activate a tome on turn 2 when you're not just scrying is very, very strong.
On the other side of things, Sanguine Evangelist on board here for Abe, along with its little bat friend.
Yeah, and a very slow start there for Abe. You know, this was the mull to 5, and the best that he could come up with so far, a little less than ideal. But here we go. We see the namesake card in action.
Ooh, synthesizer, repurposing bay.
Okay, so able to get the synthesizer down. Whenever another artifact comes into play, if its mana value is 3 or greater, you get one of these kind of constructs here.
Yeah, and they just get larger and larger and larger, depending on however many artifacts Remy can get on the board here. And thanks to that repurposing bay, that's quite a lot.
Yeah, absolutely. And this bay can keep going up. You can sack the synthesizer. Really the main thing, and actually the only thing that you can get after that is the Boommobile, the new really awesome card here from Aetherdrift. But here's a nice Gear Hulk to get some value going.
Yeah, and at every point on the curve, you know, is a specific card. So very definitely aiming for... you know, there's a game plan here with strong enter effects. And, you know, you've seen a couple of other decks similar to this where they have like a toolbox. They can go and fetch whatever they need. Nope, it's just like, okay, I'm going to get this, and then this, and then this.
Absolutely. Now, Gear Hulk doing an amazing job of picking up some 1-drops and kind of unmulliganing Abe here with getting Haywire Might here to be able to blow up one of these artifacts. That is excellent. And I'm sure Abe is going to be hyped to have as many Haywire Mites as possible from his 75 going into the main deck here after this game.
Oh, yeah. Duskrow's Reliquary is one of the finds for Bright Gloss Gear Hulk.
Yeah, so that means for Abe next turn has the ability to tap 3 mana and deal with 2 artifacts on the other side, essentially from Remy, which is very powerful.
Yeah, I mean, that's basically all of Remy's game plan.
Yeah, we'll see what kind of follow-up we have here. I saw another synthesizer in hand, as well as the Legion Extruder. Being able to deal a couple damage and sack an artifact to make a golem. Really nice if you are about to have some of your artifacts destroyed. In response, you can get rid of them, at least get some value out of them.
There comes another synthesizer. So this is a pretty sweet little setup going here.
Yeah.
The Simulacrum synthesizer going to be making quite a few little colorless, I say little, colorless constructs, which are going to get quite large quite quickly.
Yeah, very good. And the key word on that is whenever another artifact enters the battlefield, not when you cast it. So that really leads to these synergies being able to just completely go off. You know, that being said, Abe can deal with both of those next turn, but Remy can then just find more of them and keep this value train going.
Yeah, because there are obviously 4 of the synthesizers in the deck. Repurposing Bay can then go after Legion Extruder. I say go after. Sacrifice Legion Extruder for the good of the deck and go find another one. So Abe's going to have to keep coming up with answers.
See what the follow-up is here. We, of course, know about those 2 1-drops.
Gear Hulk and a bat up against a big old tin can suit.
Yeah, and I mean, this creature is already, you know, gigantic. We have a 6/6, which outclasses the Gear Hulk, but can shrink it down to a 4/4 and actually get an attack in here, but decides to get rid of the value engine that's making Remy's deck go here, and Remy correctly doesn't block there.
Llanowar Elves hits the board now.
Cool alternate art Llanowar, it looks like.
One of the new printings from Foundations, I believe.
Love it.
Or Jumpstart, one of the 2.
Now we'll see what kind of follow-up Remy has without the ability to keep, you know, upgrading these artifacts.
Yeah, repurposing Bay, getting Guts, you know, leaves a little bit of a hole in the game plan here, so Remy has to decide now, all right, where are we going? Do we just start beating down with the creature that's left over?
Yep. And I love that when we were talking to Matt Nass in one of his many winners interviews, he was like, well, I was trying to do any kind of cool combo stuff. And he said he tried the repurposing Bay, but he couldn't get it quite going. Glad to see Remy found the recipe here.
Yep. And in response to the Haywire Might trying to exile, Legion Extruder is able to sacrifice that artifact and create another golem. This one doesn't increase in size. It's just a good old 3/3.
Yeah, just a 3/3, but it is still an artifact, and then the second synthesizer comes in, which then makes another construct. So I believe that's 2 constructs and 1 golem.
Yes, I think so.
So, I mean, these creatures are gigantic.
Yeah, they're large. Good old chainsaw, just whacking Llanowar elves.
Yep.
Get that out of there and start swinging. That's a big chunk of damage for Abe Snake.
Yeah, and you got to think, you know, I mean, if we looked at these 2 deck lists going into this match, I would definitely give the advantage to Abe because these Gearhulks can just find so many ways to deal with these tricky permanents, these tricky artifacts. But, I mean, this game looks almost out of reach already from Abe as long as Remy has any follow-up.
Yeah, there's so many creatures on the board. All Abe was able to do that turn, I say all, is go and find 2 more things after bouncing the Gearhulk with the Pixie.
Yeah. And now that being said, this was a really slow draw from Abe. You know, the first play was a 3-drop, you know. So that just kind of can't happen in Standard. You got to, you know, 1 Llanowar and that this whole game has changed. And this Is It artifact deck really needs to snowball to be good. If you deal with every one of these artifacts as they get played, the deck looks a lot less impressive.
That was definitely a snowball. Collector's Vault hitting the board, then being able to discard, making a treasure, then everything's enormous, and Abe is just dead. So, game 2, let's go.
Yeah, so Remy did have what seems like the best draw you can have. The Enigma Jewel into a tome, into the repurposing bay. That seems like exactly what you want to be doing. So we'll see if the same thing can happen here.
With a Wabbit on the board, but super dead. Courtesy of Torch the Tower. But it comes back. Look, it's alive. It's fine, kids. Don't worry. Oh, no, it's dead again.
And there's so many 2-mana artifacts that just hang around but also kill creatures. So
yeah, I was reading Frank's article because this made the spiciest deck lists.
Yep.
And, you know, they basically said it needs to enter, it needs to do something. If it's just, you know, a pile of scraps, it's not worth it. It's not going to be in the deck.
Yeah, I mean, this looks great so far, and I imagine this isn't the matchup either of these players were really prepared for going in, but, you know, it does seem like, just seems like a rather close matchup regardless. There's so much removal from the Is It side, which is great against an aggressive deck, and just a go-wide creature deck like Abe, but Abe also just has the tools that we're going to see from this Gearhulk as well.
Pixie, Haywire Might, and a token to come alongside the Sandstorm Salvager, unless it was dealt with already.
Just the Golem was dealt with, but
right,
yeah. Now it's nice to see, you know, we saw Mockingbird earlier in the event to be able to copy Gearhulk, but Pixie kind of does the same thing here. You're just able to pick the Gearhulk up and play it again. Now you don't get to have 2 Gearhulks, which is obviously less cool, but...
Okay, listen, it's only an uncommon, right?
Yeah.
Mockingbirds are rare.
Okay,
It's got that going for it.
That's reasonable.
Land here, Haywire Might to take care of any of the important artifacts on Remy Roudier's side.
And there's another Haywire Might in hand as well, so Abe could go second Haywire Might and then have 2 of these ready to go to blow up some permanents here. And we'll see if we deal with one of these Maze Mine Tomes immediately, or if you just want to get rid of that artifact. So leaves the Haywire Might around, so Remy will be able to just keep getting card advantage with this tome.
Turn passes back now. 2 artifacts on the board here for Remy, but none of the important ones in the Repurposing Bay or the Simulacrum Synthesizer.
Yeah, 5 mana feels like the kind of important amount of mana so you can play the Repurposing Bay and activate, but with the Haywire Might, everything gets, well, exactly that, a little haywire.
Okay.
All right, the old Spider here to be able to get yourself some Power Stones.
You give some away as well, but, you know, it's a small price to pay.
Yeah, most other decks can't utilize them that well, but... Yeah, I guess Abe's deck can't utilize it that well either. I was going to say you can, like, cast some Gearhulks. Never mind. You do get to cast the Collector's Cage here, which got the value out of it. Now let's see if there was a gigantic threat underneath the cage. I don't think I saw an Overlord, but it could have been that last card. Now you can activate it. You have to put a counter on the Pixie or the Gear Hulk. And now you have a plethora of options here. Now, the one thing with this really wide battlefield here is this Izzet deck doesn't have really any effective sweepers. There's Pyroclasms, but this battlefield is well and truly out of Pyroclasm range.
All right, you are, friend. But things certainly going much better this time around for Abe Snake. He's getting the beatdowns in, and Remy is doing all that he can to try and stave off this damage. Lithomantic Barrage, targeting the Gear Hulk, that'll resolve. So at least able to prevent that from attacking next turn.
Yeah, and now can have the cage active. Could have only put it up to 5 toughness anyway, so couldn't have saved it there. But the cage at end step to be able to do something can for sure be relevant. All right, so it's time to see what's under the cage. Now, you don't always have to play it. You can kind of wait for the opportune moment, but looks like Remy's going to have a response here, deal with that golem. Oh, that was nice.
Nice.
Now it just gets the counter. There's not 3 creatures, and Haywire Might is the biggest threat for sure, as it just destroys any of Remy's permanents.
Would you say it's small but mighty?
I would not, no.
All right.
All right.
So that's dealt with. So Remy's artifacts are safe for the time being. Still another activation to go on Maze Mind Tome. If he's ever to strap up that chainsaw to a creature, it's going to be enormous.
Yeah, absolutely. Get this Thrown Spider gigantic here.
Who gave the spider a chainsaw? Sandstorm Salvager hits the board, brings another golemy friend along with it.
Okay, here's this, and I think I saw a beautiful Gear Hulk being flashed there from that underneath that cage. I could be wrong.
In response, Maze Mind Tome will draw a card.
Hello!
Whee! Free things, free things. I love free stuff.
Who doesn't? Who doesn't? And all the options that Abe has are just, you know, all incredible interaction. I mean, that's the thing that's pretty cool about this Gear Hulk is in some matchups, you get proactive threats. You know, you can get Paw Patch Recruit, Llanowar Elf, and in most matchups, we just see removal spells being able to be grabbed. So really shows the versatility of this Gear Hulk and kind of just proves that this is the best Gear Hulk for constructed out of the 5.
For sure. I don't think there's maybe 1 or 2 other lists submitted this weekend that played other Gear Hulks.
Yeah. We saw like some Dimir ones being played in like, you know, some full-on Dimir mid-range decks early on, but they were just okay, you know.
Dimir mid-range did not have a good weekend.
No, not really. No, it really didn't. Makes a lot of sense, though. I mean, the Dimir Bounce House, the Esper Pixies, just feel like the evolution of the Dimir mid-range that we saw, you know, of a couple tournaments ago.
It's going to be sweet to see where the next iterations of the decks go, you know?
Yeah. No, I mean, that's a really good point, you know, because it's standard. Everyone was kind of thinking, wow, Bounce House, Esper Pixie just seemed better than every other deck. Well, I think the pros and this Pro Tour in general very much proved that not only is that not correct.
Corey, Llama Land.
Yeah, we're getting it. Now this should just be a lethal attack.
Whee!
Unless we got anything here, you can sacrifice something to get one more blocker.
Yeah. So what, 3 things to block with?
You got the Boom Mobile to get in there, but yeah, this still looks pretty lethal as everything gets pumped.
Yeah, +1/+1, and the land itself.
Plus the cage can still be active as well, so yeah, that's gonna do it. But yeah, the thing I was saying is, you know, everyone was thinking these Bounce House decks were gonna be a step above everything else, and statistically, I mean, they're not even above 50-50, and a lot of decks, you know, have found their way to beat them.
Yeah.
So Standard is just incredible once again.
Super fun format to play, so, you know, if you're looking to get into the game, why not pick up a Standard deck? Come and join us at the next Spotlight events. Paw Patch Recruit hits the board for Abe Snake. On the other side of things, Remy Roudier. What are we kicking things off with here, good sir?
Probably a 2-mana artifact that
I
deals
would
with a creature,
imagine,
but I guess
it's
not.
No, it's just going to be good old Collector's Vault.
Okay. And I saw Abe had another recruit, and it looked like a Haywire Might. Maybe it's just looking to
Indeed.
Haywire Might right now to get rid of this vault. You know, the vault is quite strong.
Yeah. Yeah, it's not played a lot.
No.
You know, I think it's underrated, but
Yeah,
it
definitely.
has very good utility in the right decks. And
Yeah, it was
this
great
is-
and limited, that's
this
for
is it,
sure.
Yeah, yeah. It's good in Commander, too.
So now is the repurposing bay. So, I mean, if Abe doesn't have another way to deal with this, that maybe would be a regrettable thing.
Looks like
using
he's got a Duskro's Reliquary in hand, so...
Oh, looks like we have an Interrupter as well. That's going to be huge.
Ooh, that hurts.
So we'll see if Remy has a follow-up here. Another Chainsaw, something like that would be ideal.
So, anything out of exile, basically anything not played from hand is 2 extra.
Yeah, and I think Remy's making sure, oh, I can't cast that right now, right? And you do have to wait till the next turn.
Yes, because it is plotted, so...
Oh, okay, looks to counter it.
Oh.
There we go.
All right. So it says, no thank you, Spectral Interference.
That was a big deal. Now if
Yeah.
Abe doesn't have the ability to deal with this repurposing bay, and yeah, that's great and everything, and it will find an answer later, but no matter what, Remy's going to be able to turn that Chainsaw into a synthesizer almost assuredly. Could turn it into another repurposing bay. But yeah, it seems like synthesizer, maybe Thran Spider as well, if you want to get a blocker out. But seems like whenever you sack a 2-drop, it is time to synthesize.
Still a big thank you for Remy, just making sure that's what he wants to do. So the Chainsaw gets decommissioned, chucked in the yard, and let's see what 3-drop he finds.
Yeah, and there is another Haywire Might to be able to get it, but that is one way to insulate away from a Haywire Might is to just have 2 copies of this.
Yeah, so redundancy. Instead is what we're going for, so another repurposing bay. Now I guess one can chew on the other as needs be.
And we'll see if you even want to go for that. Since there's already 2 bays, you know, maybe you don't want to even try to deal with one of them, but, you know, you can sack one of them to the other and get a Boom Mobile or something like that. And if Remy just doesn't have another artifact, then this repurposing bay looks really, really bad.
Duskro's Reliquary. Gonna sacrifice. Not entirely sure what that little critter was.
Yeah, I'm not 100% sure what that card is either. But regardless, it clearly wasn't too important and just sacrificed it right away. And this is great. There we go. Mark it no. Okay.
Yeah, 'twas fodder.
Yeah, get rid of that. And then it has the Haywire Might to deal with the other bay. And this is looking great for Abe. That's got to be the only Market Gnome
It's
in the
the
tournament.
only one in the deck, yeah. From a distance, it looked like a walking starfish. I was like, wait a minute, what's going on here?
All right, this is a 2-turn clock.
Ooh, down to 4 goes Remy. Abe Snake looking very powerful here indeed. Another Maze Mind Tome hits the board. We're going to start digging.
This looks like desperation.
Does indeed, and that's the handshake extended. So Abe Snake improves his record to 10 wins.
Yep.
Congratulations.
Yeah.
Super cool to see that is a deck of action as well.
That really was cool. And yeah, 10 wins here, you know, so already has the 4 losses. So having to win out and then really hope for some good tiebreakers. But when you're 9-4, you know, your breakers are not going to be that impressive, but still could easily top 16.
Yep. We're going to take a break, my friends, and set up for our next round. So Maria will be with you all after this.
Just 2 rounds of Swiss left to play here at Pro Tour Etherdrift on day 2 of competition. Live from Chicago, Illinois. 219 players battling today, and we are so very close to knowing our top 8. Feel the wind in your hair and your foot on the gas at Standard Showdown, now through April 3rd. Update your deck with new Etherdrift cards and face off against your fellow racers each week for your shot at glory and sweet prizes. Weekly winners will take home a Lightning Strike promo card while supplies last. Well, everybody, it is time for the best hour of Magic. Maria Bartholdi and Mani Devuti with you here at the news desk because we've got a lot of win and in Magic to show you this round. We've got to find more members of our top 8. Let's take a look at our leaderboard and find out where we are at here at this point in the tournament. 2 people have locked up a spot in our top 8. Congratulations to Matt Nass and Zevin Faust. Both of those players can now sit back and relax. They're out of the tournament. They can hang out and chill until our top 8 tomorrow. But check that out, 8 players on 11 and 3 behind them. That means we have 4 win and in matches this round, and it does not get better than that. So you are not going to want to move for the next hour, and we're going to try and show you as much of that magic as we possibly can because it's so very exciting, Mani.
Yeah, absolutely. Those 4 matches are, in theory, win and ins, as long as they don't end in a draw, which is possible. The next most important name here on this leaderboard is 11th place. That's William Araujo at 10-3-1. Both of our other 9-3-1s have fallen with losses now. So he is the last player who is able to get 2 wins and be in the next best theoretical position for the top 8. So eyes on him for sure. From then on, the next 5 players that you see on the leaderboard, as well as our second page, that is everybody that is at 10-4. They are trying to win the next 2 rounds, and then it is all up to chance because there is going to be a massive tiebreaker scrum. You can definitely see that 10-4s is going down from 12th place all the way down to 29th place, which is, I believe, Christopher Larson, who is 8-0 in standard right now. So my fingers crossed that Chris Larson is not on the Matt Sperling path of 10-0 constructed for a potential 9th place, but we'll have to see how these rounds break out.
All right, well, one of our other top 8 members, the second person into our top 8, is Zevin Faust, who talked to Riley after his huge win last round.
I'm here with our next top 8 competitor at Pro Tour Etherdrift. He can't believe it, still in shock. Zevin Faust, talk us through how you're feeling right now.
I don't really know what to feel. I'm just kind of stunned. I guess I'm still in tournament mode. Like, I'm still just like not really thinking about it, but when I get back to my hotel room, I'm probably gonna go crazy. It's insane. I can't believe it. I'm made top 8 at the Pro Tour, and I'm playing a bunch of uncommons. It's ridiculous.
Mate, you deserve this victory so richly. You've outdone yourself today. This is an incredible performance. This is your first Pro Tour, is that right?
Pro Tour, yeah. My DC was my first RC, lucked out a top 8 there, and then it's insane. I didn't even think it was possible.
Well, you've done it, my friend. You're amongst Magic's best tomorrow. You are going to have your work cut out for you to make it through a stacked top 8, of course, but with this incredible list that you've brought to the Pro Tour, are you feeling confident? Are you feeling as though that this deck has still got something to say for itself?
I think the deck is solid. We realized like halfway through yesterday that we made a pretty big deck building error in our choice of 1-drops. So just glad that didn't come back to bite us in the butt. But I think the deck is still good, so I'll take it.
All right, well, we're very happy for you to have made it all the way to the top 8 in your first ever Pro Tour. Zevin, congratulations, mate. Take the time, process the win, and we will see you back here tomorrow. We're looking forward to it.
Thank you.
Let it sink in, buddy. You are in the top 8. Congratulations to Zevin Faust. And that's a cool deck, Mani.
It really is a cool deck. I think that we didn't really expect a deck like this using up the beanstalk to show up in this tournament, let alone show up in such a big way. To have it be our second deck locked in the top 8, really cool stuff.
All right, well, if you're still looking for a standard deck, we asked some of our pros for their opinions. We've got some more deck bites for you right now.
I'm here with Grixis guy, Corey Burkhardt, but you're not playing Grixis this weekend, Corey. What are you playing at Pro Tour Aetherdrift, and what does the deck do?
Yeah, I betrayed the Grixis guild here. We've joined the Esper Pixie Legion, so I'm casting a bunch of sweet fairies, picking my cards up, getting a bunch of awesome enter the battlefield abilities, and just trying to, outvalue my opponents this weekend.
What are the 3 most important cards in this deck?
So definitely Helpless Nightmare. Just running your opponent out of resources is huge. Beyond that, I prefer the Pixie, the 1 mana, should be usually a 2/2 flyer. And then This Town Ain't Big Enough is definitely the key card with this many enters the battlefield abilities.
What's the best matchup for Esper Pixie?
I think the thing that I would like to play against the most in terms of actual thing that I'm going to beat are sort of any of the graveyard strategies, the roots. Our team ended up playing a green-black sort of graveyard deck that isn't roots. I think those matchups tend to be quite good just because you can kill them in the air, you have Rest in Peace after sideboard. So yeah, I guess I would choose any of the graveyard decks, generally speaking.
And what about a bad matchup?
Oh, let's not fight Mono Red. Mono Red's you get burned out from a really high life total, you play a bunch of pain lands, it's real sketchy out there. It's not like the Grixis mana base from Modern, for sure.
Perfect mana basis, of course, with Grixis. Exactly right, Corey. Thanks very much.
Hey, absolute pleasure. Thank you for having me.
I'm here with Derek Davis. Derek, tell us, what deck are you playing here at Pro Tour Aetherdrift, and what does it do?
I'm playing Domain Overlords. It's a control deck that has a really powerful late game off the back of Zur to just take over games.
And what would you say are the 3 most important cards in this deck?
Definitely Up the Beanstalk, Leyline Binding, and Zur.
And what is the best matchup for Domain Overlords?
It's probably Esper Pixie.
And what would you say is the worst matchup, and why?
The red decks. They get onto the board really quickly, and cards like Sunspine Links are very scary for the deck.
I'm here with Matt Costa. Matt, what was the deck that you brought to Pro Tour Aetherdrift this weekend, and what does it do?
I'm playing Dimir Bounce as opposed to Esper Bounce, so, still relies on the Storm Chaser's talent, this town engine, but has a little bit more staying power with cards like Kaito, Enduring Curiosity, so it's a little bit more of a mid-range deck.
And what would you say are the 3 most important cards in this deck?
Well, This Town Ain't Big Enough. I'm sure folks have been seeing it. It's a really core engine card that just generates a lot of value with cheap permanents. Kaito is a really, really important card, especially against things like Domain, to sort of provide an aggressive draw and also a source of card advantage. And then a really important sideboard card is Fairy Mastermind for the same reason, because you need a little bit of a different plan against Domain than against a lot of other decks.
What would you say is one of the best matchups for this list?
I think that this list is really well set up against the other bounce decks like Esper Pixie, because you just have a little bit better of a long game, so as long as you can survive the early game, you're usually able to close it out.
And what about a bad matchup?
Definitely Domain. I fully expect to lose game 1 unless they, have a really bad draw or mulligan or something like that. But I'm sideboarding 10 cards against them and hoping to kind of flip the games around in games 2 and 3.
Round number 15 is on the way. Let's take a look at who will be watching first in our feature match area. We have 4 win and in matches this round. Let's kick it off with Kenta Harana on Jeskai Oculus versus Vinicius Karam on Esper Pixie. Both of these players at 11-3 looking for that magic number of 12 wins. Kenta Harana qualified by being top 24 at World Championship 30, started playing in 2015, has 5 Grand Prix top 8s under his belt, won an RC in 2024, and also won World Magic Cup with Japan in 2017. Vinicius Karam started playing in 2008, qualified via an RC, decided at the last minute to play it and took a 2 a.m. flight to play the RC, landed at 4 a.m., went to sleep at 5 a.m., woke up at 8 a.m., and then won the whole thing.
Look,
living the dream.
Tale as old as time, really. When you think,
absolutely.
Who among us hasn't been there?
So true. So true, bestie. Tell me about these decks.
Okay, well, we're going to start by taking a look at Kenta's list, and this is really cool because we haven't actually gotten a good look at Jeskai Oculus yet this weekend, even though it was one of the higher played decks. So we're taking the Azorius Oculus shell that has previously been in Standard, Abhorrent Oculus plus Recommission or Helping Hand to put it in the graveyard, but we've changed up the shell a bit. And this build is specifically focusing around fear of missing out. Fear of missing out, trying to get Delirium in the graveyard, also gives you a discard outlet, which you could use to fuel up this graveyard reanimation strategy. But the coolest combos in this deck go with the cards that provide you value for attacking. So Inti triggers each time you attack, whether with one creature or a group, and Proph's Eidetic Memory triggers at the beginning of combat, allowing you to put counters on a creature equal to the number of cards you've drawn this turn, -1. But the thing is, that card, very key, does not say the first combat this turn. So each time you go to combat with fear of missing out, you're getting a Proph's Eidetic Memory trigger, and that can get out of hand really quickly. On the other side, we are going to look at Vinicius's deck, which is Esper Pixie. Now, this is the deck that we've seen quite a bit of this weekend, and this is a bit of a unique build. You do see 3 copies of Spiteful Hex Mage in this build, but otherwise, the core idea of the deck is the same. You are trying to attack your opponent's resources, and specifically the key resource that this deck tries to attack is the board in creatures. Try to use cards like Momentum Breaker, as well as Nowhere to Run to keep your opponent's board clear, and Hopeless Nightmare to attack your opponent's hand. This deck is really good at keeping the board empty and then slowly taking over.
All right, there we have it, the players and the decks. It's time for round number 15. Hey, what do you say we put some more people in our top 8, Monty?
I would love to see 4 more people in this top 8.
All right, let's do it. I'm going to send it on over to the booth right now with round 15.
Yeah, thank you, Maria. Welcome back to the booth. We're well and truly down the stretch now. We've got win-and-ins across the board. We're going to be filling up those top 8 seats this round and next to see who makes it in, who doesn't quite make it in. That happens sometimes. But these players have that safety net in their hands that these are all win-and-ins.
Yeah, and it's pretty wild because we have a much bigger field tournament. We get 4 win-and-ins in the second to last round.
Crazy.
That is just something that you don't see that often here. And here we have kind of a matchup with, Kenta Harane, very, very established pro, always puts together good finishes at these pro tours. And then Vinicius just kind of living the dream here. Last minute flight, winning the whole thing, and now putting himself in position to potentially top 8 this event and qualify for the World Championship.
I mean, that's one of those decisions that you make that could change everything, right? Where you're like, I'm going to get on the flight. I'm just going to go. I'm just going to go. And now you find yourself playing for top 8 against Kenta Harane.
Table Alpha starting game 1.
Not sure how many cards Vinicius is on here. Is that a mold of 5?
I think it was 5. I believe I saw 2 go down below, but that is going to make things difficult.
That is brutal. You need to have a really nice aggressive start here, going first here, but this Jeskai Oculus deck, just a really nice, interesting spin on something that we've seen historically, which was kind of the Azorius Oculus deck. There's a lot more interaction, and this deck can attack you at this deck can attack you without doing the Reanimator thing, right? That is the kind of the way you can get free wins. Your opponent casts a Hopeless Nightmare, you cast a Recommission or a Helping Hand to get Oculus back, but it can very easily also just win by playing kind of a Jeskai Tempo style deck.
Kenta draws his card for the turn.
As a
big sigh.
Yeah, a lot of options. Tons of options here. You have Bitter Reunion here. Nothing great to discard, but maybe you're just interested in digging for more things. Or do you want to just keep your life total high? Do you just fire off a Torch to Tower, for example, on the Otter? If you do you want to just do it now, just to make sure it doesn't get too big? It looks like he is very interested here in dealing with the Otter. Now remember, he does have the bounce off too, so if somehow Vinicius plays too many spells here to get this out of reach, actually just firing off the bounce off, not having to worry about potential spells to trigger enough prowess to keep it alive.
All right, Scavenger is the follow-up with 2 mana up for Karam.
And if he fires off this Torch to Tower here, Vinicius will run out. This town ain't big enough and save the Scavenger here and pick up the Storm Chaser's Talent. So that's going to be a really nice turn.
Pretty nice.
Yeah.
Kenta does get a turn to kind of do whatever here.
Yeah, looking for an Oculus here if possible. Put that in the graveyard. Does have a Recommission in hand.
So Steam's Steam Core Scholar. And I put a creature with flying. A Siren goes into hand. That does mean that Kent is up a card there.
But here we're going to see Vinicius go Scavenger into the Storm Chaser's talent. Put a couple of permanents into play, get that nice +1/+1 kind of, ooh, Hopeless Nightmare as well.
Hey, when you're on 5, this is a pretty good start here for Karam.
And also, you're not as scared because Kenta cast the Steam Core Scholar. If he had an Oculus, he would have discarded it already.
Right.
Taking a look at Kenta's hand, you do have to be mindful of all the spell types here. Fear of missing out, caring about Delirium here. We already have Enchantment, Instant, and Creature in the graveyard here.
Yeah, that Bitter Reunion was discarded. He's got another in hand, however.
Some interesting options here. You do have an Inti here as well if you wanted to grow your creature, but no more interaction for Kenta Harane. Is it just another Steam Core Scholar, possibly?
It is.
All right.
Draw 2. And then you discard 2 unless it's an instant sorcery or creature with flying.
Yeah, might just discard.
Think of one.
Right. There's a pair of Intis. Could consider doing that. Do like a Seachrome Coast plus an Inti, maybe. Just a recommission.
Oh, it's instant sorcery or creature flying, right?
That's right.
17, 17.
Steam Core Scholar, for some reason, has Vigilance.
Yeah, why not? You gotta just push it a little bit.
Get in there for 2. Before passing the turn back over, Destroy Evil and Kaito in hand now.
Destroy Evil not really doing anything on this board, although it's a nice out, just keeping on that mana up, which does allow you to have an answer to a potential Oculus if Kenta finds one and puts it into the graveyard and tries to reanimate it. But right now, if you look at Kenta's hand, it's kind of just, hey, I'm just going to try to beat you down with my flyers here. I've got an Inti that I can run out next turn as well, right? And just start trying to race you with my flyers. But no interaction could make things very, very interesting, especially because Vinicius does have Kaito that he can potentially ninjutsu in if, for example, the Optimistic Scavenger doesn't get blocked. Kind of awkward here, though, because Kenta can possibly just double block. If Vinicius attacks with both, can single block both, and actually just doing nothing here.
Just a brick wall?
Yeah.
All right, back over to Kenta. Look, this beatdown in the air plant starts to look a little better when that's Karam's turn there.
Yeah, and Spell Pierce very good with Vinicius down to just stuck on 3 lands here. So if you can keep up that blue mana, you can shut down a lot of potential good draws here from Vinicius. For example, this town ain't big enough would basically be countered here with that Spell Pierce.
Okay, down to 13 falls Vinicius. Second main.
It's like going for a Bitter Reunion here, possibly? No, a post-combat Inti.
Usually you do that pre-combat.
Yeah,
but,
that is interesting. It's maybe just Kenta just maybe not interested in discarding anything right now anyways, because you would be down a card if you can't play the card that you reveal off the top. I will say this is not quite how I envisioned Kenta's deck would play out.
This is not plan A.
Yeah, but this is plan B and it's still effective. Yeah, and a Hopeless Nightmare here being surveilled. That's always a bad sign. That's the kind of the last thing you want to be doing here. Spiteful Hexmage, okay draw. It's nice that you do get a +1/+1 trigger here from the Optimistic Scavenger. And now the Scavenger is looking like a pretty nice attack because you get in with a 4/4. What's Kenta going to do? Double block?
No.
Right? That's going to be pretty tough. I think he would just take the 4 damage there.
Yeah, if Kenta thought that he could trade off the Inti, that would be fine. He's got a backup Inti in hand, but I don't think he wants to lose one of the flyers.
Now, yeah, and again, Destroy Evil, just the one of Destroy Evil not doing a whole lot here. You could potentially kill, I guess, your cursed roll token, right? That would, you know, trigger up, you would get a prowess trigger, but that's not especially strong. Yeah, but I do like this attack for 4. Try to get some damage in.
Sorry.
Kenta says, sure.
Totally fine.
Down to 13, and Vinicius passes the turn back.
Now remember, Inti triggers off of any discard, so
Yes.
now you can run out the Bitter Reunion and get some extra value here.
Start getting some counters going. Ooh, Torch the Tower.
Oh, excellent draw here from Kenta. Probably still going to run out the Bitter Reunion, try to find some action. What are we discarding? Probably the second Inti.
That's right.
Then you can exile the top card. Okay. Free land here to cast. Wow, that's a Prof's Eidetic Memory. We've drawn 2 cards already, so you run this out now. That is 3 +1/+1 counters.
Oh, Vinicius is like, oh no.
Oh, wow. That is a lot of damage. I mean, we can just have a 5/5 flying attacker with Vigilance.
Big in combat. Yep.
That's going to be very difficult.
Straight counters? Yes.
Now, Vinicius does have Destroy Evil, right? So you do get to use the Destroy Evil here to try and kill the 5/5 Scholar, but Kenta has Spell Pierce to counter the Destroy Evil here.
Jeez. Finally, a target appears for Destroy Evil, and it's going to be...
It just gets countered.
Countered anyway.
Yeah, and this is just a 2-turn clock here for Kenta Hirane.
No trigger?
No discard. And Vinicius has
That's
no
just
choice.
more bad news.
He has no choice.
No.
And Spell Pierce, yep.
7 points.
So you take 7, down to 4.
And it's pretty tough.
There's
If you're
some
the Esper
lethal
Pixie
threats
deck-
going now.
Right.
Yeah.
Your Esper Pixie deck, this is just a little bit too much. Even if you get the 5/5 off the battlefield,
Right.
the 2/2 is likely just going to be able to close it out here.
Vinicius just didn't really have enough tools to fight. Even, you know, more of a plan B type game there from Hirane. And it's worth noting that Vinicius was on
5.
So that is tough.
Much better hand here for Vinicius. No white source, but you do have Spiteful Hexmage plus Fear of Isolation. This is an aggressive start because what you can do is turn 2, play Fear of Isolation, bounce the Curse Roll token, and just get in for 3 if you want. And if you're on Kenta's side, you have Fear of Missing Out, turn 2 as the play. And then you have a Destroy Evil for something later down the line. Yeah, beat downs.
Nice.
Go ahead.
And this is the type of hand that Vinicius certainly wants. We'll note also after sideboard, very, very likely that Vinicius bringing in the 3 copies of Rest in Peace out of the sideboard just to kind of shut down the graveyard aspect of it. But Kenta has a really nice sideboard plan. Because he knows Rest in Peace is a card, bringing in multiple copies of Chandra Spark Hunter, a new card.
Very nice.
Coming in.
And Fear of Missing Out here helps too.
Right, which really helps with kind of the graveyard angle of attack that Vinicius will have after sideboard.
Take 1.
Oh, but Kaito
So with 19, you go
shows
14.
up, and this is a really difficult permanent to deal with.
Yeah, every time we've seen 2 small attackers, it's like Kaito's on the way.
Kaito's coming in.
All 0.
And it just gives you such a nice advantage.
Now look at Kenta's hand. Kenta doesn't have any answer for it right now.
No. Yeah, this is a big problem.
Okay.
Kenta can see a lot of cards, right? That's what this deck does. But it takes time. It takes mana.
Yeah.
You don't want to let a Kaito run away with things.
They draw Fear of Missing Out, probably running that out here just to have a creature in play that can potentially threaten to take some loyalty off of Kaito.
That is a steep hill to climb.
And given that the fear of missing out's in the graveyard, there are 3 types already in the yard in land, enchantment, and creature. So if Kenta can find a target for the Destroy Evil, that would give, oh, never mind, 2 good attackers here. Enchantment in the graveyard here. So just 1 spell needed here. 1 instant, rather. Helping Hand is a sorcery. So if Kenta can find a target for the Destroy Evil, then that is 2 fear of missing out triggers from Kenta's side of the battlefield.
Yeah, that can add up pretty quickly, but boy, you gotta like Vinicius' spot here. This is the 2nd attack and activation from Kaito now.
Kaito's so strong here, and Vinicius also has Destroy Evil. That is a removal spell for one of the fear of missing outs, if he wants. And oh, there's a Rest in Peace, which turns off the Delirium aspect.
Yeah, that makes those
Kenta's
a lot
side.
worse, yeah.
It's a really interesting turn here for Vinicius. You have Destroy Evil as a way to kill one of the fear of missing outs. You could consider going Destroy Evil plus Rest in Peace this turn, although, yeah, there's a Caves of Koilos in Vinicius' hand. That would only leave Kenta with 1 fear of missing out.
A 2-powered creature.
Right, which would get Kaito down to 2, and then I guess you could be a little bit concerned about Torch the Tower. Now, we know, however, that Kenta's got Chandra Spark Hunter in hand, so if Vinicius' plan is Rest in Peace plus Destroy Evil your creature, you just go Chandra, make a vehicle, and then crew it right away and attack.
Yeah, and then that will get Kaito off the board finally. Chandra Spark Hunter, quite powerful.
Yeah, we haven't seen it a ton, but it is extremely powerful card. And it just has so much loyalty, too.
Yeah, comes in at 4. It's also relatively easy to cast at 3 in a red.
Right, very splashable, too.
Right. Let's see if Vinicius wants to take the line that you described, Paul.
Doesn't really have too much to play around the Chandra here. Okay, playing a creature here. The Fear of Isolation does do a good job of just straight up blocking.
Yes.
But now if you're on Kenta's side, you do have a nice target for Destroy Evil, which will give you Delirium. So if you use Destroy Evil on Fear of Isolation, even if Vinicius has 1 removal spell for Fear of Missing Out, one of the Fear of Missing Outs will attack twice.
Yes.
That's a dead Kaito.
Whoa.
But it is also tempting to just run out Chandra, just in terms of mana efficiency, too. But you will not have Delirium then.
It really depends on Kenta's side how much he prioritizes, I wouldn't say guaranteed, but having such a good chance of getting Kaito off the board.
Right.
Oh, and look at this.
Yep.
He's going to take advantage.
That's a dead Kaito here.
Make hay while the sun is shining. And look at Vinicius. He's putting together what's about to happen. And it says, I just lost my Kaito somehow?
Sure did.
Because one of these can die.
Yeah, just from combat.
Target each other.
The thing is, regardless of what Vinicius chose to do there, I think he was going to lose the Kaito regardless. Because if Vinicius goes Rest in Peace into Destroy Evil, Kenta then just plays Chandra and can attack the Kaito down for 5.
Okay.
And Vinicius just lost his biggest edge, which was the Kaito here. Very flooded here as well.
To the point that Rest in Peace is so much less effective now.
Yeah, especially because Kenta has the Chandra Spark Hunter in hand.
Exactly. And that is Rest in Peace, by the way, hitting the battlefield. So graveyards are going to get exiled, and anything that would go there will also get exiled.
I wonder if Kenta's going to consider playing around Spell Pierce, if that's something that Vinicius has.
I'm curious. No, it looks like not Spell Pierce available.
No Spell Pierce, so yeah, no fear, just run it out. Big attack here for 5. Make a vehicle, give it haste, it automatically gets crewed. And what an awesome alternate win condition here for the Jeskai Oculus
This card
deck.
does not care about Rest in Peace. This is exactly what Vinicius did not want to see happen here. The last 2 turns, he lost Kaito and now has a really annoying threat that doesn't care about the sideboard plan particularly. This is tough sequence there.
Yeah, this is brutal here for Vinicius. And now Kenta can attack again for 5. Also take it up to Rummage. Get the lands out of the hand. Probably don't care too much about the land there. Getting close to embleming the Chandra too, potentially. Bitter Reunion. If you draw another creature here, you can potentially give that haste. Oculus will not do so much.
No, and a Spell Pierce.
Right.
All right, so the Rest in Peace doing something.
Yeah, absolutely.
But in the meantime, life totals are dropping quickly from Vinicius' side, down to 9.
But I will say, though, Rest in Peace is very effective, but not the end-all, be-all, because of the build of Jeskai Oculus. Azorius Oculus kind of folds to Rest in Peace, but not the Jeskai variant. You have a lot more creatures in your deck. You can just win by playing fair Magic.
I mean, these are all sideboard things that we've seen here, right? The Fear of Missing Outs and the Chandra that are just dominating this game.
Right. Well, I believe Fear Missing Out might be in the main.
Is it in the main?
It's in the main, but the Chandra was definitely a card that came in out of the sideboard.
Okay, just the Chandra. Gotcha. There's a Scavenger now for Vinicius.
But it just doesn't really do anything here. It's such a small creature. It doesn't really matter too much. And then if you get Chandra up to 8, you can emblem on the following turn. And then anytime an artifact comes into play, you can just deal 3 damage to something. It's just so hard and just
so tough. And look at all the lands.
Oh.
Like, this deck is not used to having 6 lands on the battlefield with 3 more to go in hand. Ouch. Kenta moving closer to a top 8. Kenta already has 1 top finish. And he'd love to pick up another one right here. Last chance, too, for the guaranteed.
For the guarantee, of course.
If you lose here but win next round, that'll put you in a tiebreaker fight.
Yeah, and with
where it's not really in your hands anymore.
Right, and with the number of players in this tournament, I do not want to be in that spot. This is the one you have to win. Brotherhood's End. It's a nice little sweeper effect. Although this would be worse here for Kenta.
Kenta plays 3 copies of Chandra Spark Hunter
out of the board.
Yeah, you can see why.
Yeah, it's an excellent card. A lot of people will play some number of graveyard hate cards out of the sideboard just to make sure that these Oculus decks keep them honest, right? There's a couple of graveyard decks too. There's the Oculus deck and there's also the Omniscience deck that we've seen previously. So it is important to have something in your sideboard for this type of matchup. But of course, on the flip side, it's important to have a plan when your opponents do have Ghost Vacuum or Rest in Peace.
No good blocks here for Vinicius, so he's going to fall down to just 4 life. And once again, Kenta's just going to pass. Is there anything that Vinicius can find? No, there's not. Kenta Hirane has made the top 8, taking that 3rd seat. And a 2nd top finish there for Kenta. Super impressive stuff. Kenta's the kind of player who's like always around and always near the top tables. And when you see a top 8 finish here, you're not that surprised.
Yeah, and I just want to talk about that deck too and just how impressive it looked just in terms of, you know, when a lot of people think about the Oculus stick, it's just kind of all about getting the Oculus into play. And he just won both games, didn't need the Oculus, and was just able to find lines. And that's what makes this deck so strong. Typically, historically speaking, the really good combo decks are the ones that have 2 modes of attack. Not just all in on one strategy, but hey, look, if this doesn't go well, I can still win the game another way. And they kind of found the right shell for that. And there you go, another win and the first member of Team Moriyama into the top 8 of the Pro Tour.
That's right. Really great stuff there from Kenta Hirane. Picking up that. We also have, by the way, all the rest of the matches here. They're winning ins for top 8 as well. We're going to take a short break. When we come back, we will have Yu Chen Liu versus Lucas Ducao. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back to coverage here of Pro Tour Etherdrift. Marshall Sutcliffe with Paul Cheon. And we're handing out top 8 slots. We still got another round to go after this. This is not the last round, but it kind of feels like it because we have 4 win-ins. We just gave a seat to Kenta Hirane, and now we're going to be bouncing around from table to table as we fill out those seats. There's still more to give, of course, in the last round. There'll be 2 more, but we just saw Kenta Hirane take his seat, and now we're going to go to Lucas Dukow versus Liu Yu Chen. This is kind of interesting. Gruul Mice versus Gruul Leyline. And we're going to see game 3, so don't go grab a drink right now.
Yeah, this is going to be really interesting. I think a few months ago, there was always the question, which version of Gruul is superior? And I think with the rise in popularity of the Esper Pixie decks, I think a lot of people have been favoring the Gruul Mice decks just because they can kind of grind into the late game a little bit better. But Lucas still playing the old version here and still doing extremely well.
Yeah, both of these players are top tier.
Absolutely.
Top tables at the Pro Tour level players. And it looks like 7 cards each, but Lucas on the play here, Paul. That's going to be huge for him.
On the play, but no ley line. So just going to have a good old-fashioned Gruul aggro mirror here. Now, Yu Chen had an amazing start today, 3-0ing his pod, and was 11-1. He has now lost back-to-back win-ins. This would be the 3rd one if he doesn't get there, and that would be heartbreaking.
This is his last chance for guaranteed.
Yes.
That said, if he were to lose here, his tiebreaker would probably be pretty good.
That is true.
But he would also have to win the last round.
Still needs to win a match, yeah.
Yeah, if he loses here, this is where you kind of go, splash a little water in your face, look in the mirror and say, okay, don't let the wheels fall off here.
Yeah, even the turn 1 play, Liu Yu Chen just thinking very, very deeply there, had a torch to tower in hand, wondering, should I just fire that off on the Monastery Swift Spear, or do I want to employ my game plan and play a creature on turn 1 instead? Because it would have been really bad if Lucas played something like an Innkeeper's Talent, but I'm not even sure if this version, going to have to take a look here to see if this version even plays Innkeeper's Talent. I don't think that it does.
Heartfire Heroes, the follow-up play here for Lucas after getting in for just the 1 damage. Lou's down to 18, but has a second land. He's got Higher Claw. He looks like he wants to attack. That makes sense.
It's 2 damage here.
So 18 apiece. He's got his own Heartfire Hero. Where have I seen this story before?
Yeah, has a pair of Monstrous Rages in hand, but kind of tough to just run that out when your opponent just has open red mana. We're talking about a deck that has access to, you know, multiple copies of Burst Lightning out of the sideboard. It's going to be tougher. Now, Lucas Dukow's list, because it is the Leyline version, actually does have less interaction. 2 copies of Burst Lightning in the sideboard, but not too much beyond that, actually. Oh, Snakeskin
Is that Snakeskin
Veil? Wow.
Oh.
So Torch to Tower does not resolve here, and this is a lot of damage. 2 prowess triggers as well here.
That was
from Monastery Swift Spear.
Right, that was Might of the Meek to draw out a burn spell, which is exactly what it did.
Into Snakeskin Veil, and the Snakeskin Veil is the type of card that used to be extremely strong, but again, with the rise in popularity of Nowhere to Run, all the Esper Pixie decks playing 4 copies of it, it's kind of fallen out of favor. But if you're playing the Gruul Leyline deck, it is very important, and specifically in this matchup, very, very strong.
Hero growing larger here as well. Also 2 triggers, down to 10 is Liu Yu Chen. Is this falling apart for him?
You have some monstrous rages here. Do you just try to race? Maybe keep a creature back? Hope Lucas isn't playing something like a doesn't have something like a Callous Sellsword in hand to just get a bunch of damage in with the Heartfire Hero and then just sacrifice it for the win?
Chen's doing math. Oh, that's a lot of counting. Like, that's not counting to 5, you know?
Yeah, but Lucas is at 18. There's just no combination here.
There's probably counting on what can I get you down to, and then is it possible I die on the next turn?
Right. Just like, what can you have? And Lucas's deck can have a lot in this spot. Remember, Lucas didn't play land number 3 here.
That's true. So
right? So
all
just
spells.
all spells.
Which is a good thing in some ways, but you know, if you can't deploy them in time, still, what's the average casting cost on this deck? Like
Everything just costs
1.2 or something.
Yeah. The only hope for Liu Chen is just maybe he just drew all of his Leyland of Resonances, right?
Yeah.
That's kind of the hope.
Cold peeled them.
Right.
See 4 cards in hand here for.
Oh god, and he has a Karplusan Forest here, it looks like. So
yes,
even if he fires off that Monstrous Rage, that 1 point can be super relevant here.
Emberheart Challenger hits the battlefield. It has haste and prowess. This is an opportunity to get a big chunk of damage in, but it will be very unforgiving, this race situation that Liu Chen is entering in. I just don't know that he has much of a choice.
Yeah, and
Monstrous Rage.
On the Heartfire Hero here. Prowess Trigger as well.
A Prowess Trigger on the side. Oh, is he going to live the Higher Claw back?
This is 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 damage. Lucas is at 10, but Lucas could just have lethal here.
Lucas draws his card for the turn, trying to work his way into another top 8 here.
Is this enough?
Both players with an 11-3 record. Oh no, now Lucas is doing math.
Yeah, well, this is way scarier when your opponent's at 9 and tapped out.
And you're tapped out than when you're at 18.
Oh, gosh.
Both creatures coming in. Does Lucas have it?
And Yu Chen has to block.
He left it back for that express reason, I assume.
He's just going, I hope you don't have Monstrous Rage. That's
Right.
kind of the hope. It's like, I probably just need to block this Heartfire Hero, and I just hope you don't have Monstrous Rage to kind of trample over for the win.
Boy, this is a good old-fashioned damage race here. They have been attacking.
Because if Lucas just has 2 +3 power spells here, he just wins the game. Because the unblocked creature, that's 2 prowess triggers off the Monastery. Swift Spear, +3 damage from something like a Turn Inside Out and a Monstrous Rage. That's just 9 damage right there.
By the way, the difference between 10 and 9.
So
you mentioned it, but he just didn't have a choice.
Right.
Karplusan Forest does hurt. This is about as close as they possibly get.
Because if Lucas is unable to kill Yu Chen Lu here,
then he's opened up the door.
Absolutely.
Block.
And that is possible here, because what is Lucas supposed to do? Go? Like, I'm going to block or something?
Math time.
This looks like he's double checking his math.
Yeah, well, this is for the top 8 here, so just got to make sure. Okay, +1/+0, trample, and draw a card.
But we're in the middle of combat. He only has the 1 mana left over.
Oh, he's tapping something.
Turn Inside Out. Your creature? Is that enough for lethal?
Take 3 trample, 3 here, 5 here.
He grew the Higher Claw so that his creature would die after this is over. He's going to take 6. And then the hero dies and it has 5 power.
That looks like 11 damage here.
And that's upstairs.
Wow, just off the 2 lands here.
Liu Chen double checking the math to make sure it all works out.
There's nothing else he can do. They just have to just make sure this works.
And that's going to be game. Lucas Dukow picks up another top 8 slot. And he just put Liu Chen in a very, very difficult position. He had 2 win-and-ins, lost one now, and he's got to do another one next round. And it's not a win-and-in. Like,
no, and I mean, imagine starting out this tournament. You are 11-1.
Oh.
You have 4 rounds to play. All you need is 1 win. All you need is 1 win. You have a great deck, and you've now lost 3 straight win-and-ins. Now, his tiebreakers are going to be look to be pretty good, but there's still a shot. Even if he wins the next round, he might not make it. So this is a really, really tough spot here. And that turn one, excuse me, not the turn 1 play, but one of the pivotal turns there was the Torch the Tower. Firing off that Torch the Tower, Lucas casting the spell. It's like, hey, do you want to use your Torch the Tower here? Do you want to use it? Oh, get you with the Snakeskin Veil. That was the match-winning play there for Lucas Dukow.
Definitely. Picks up that top 8. Lucas can take the rest of the day off. But boy, I am really curious to see how it goes for Liu Chen, because the wheels are coming off and he's got one more chance to redeem it. We've got another winning in for you, by the way. We've got Christopher Leonard versus Etienne Egenschweiler, and as you can see, they both have the same record that those competitors had. They're 11-3, and they're in the exact same position. A win puts them cleanly into the top 8, and a loss puts them into a precarious situation for the last round of play here.
Classic matchup here, right? We have our Domain Overlords deck going up against the Esper Pixie deck. Some will say that the Domain deck has a small edge in the matchup here, and it looks like Etienne here on the mulligan.
Etienne's going to put a card on the bottom of their library.
Oh, and Christopher's on the play here.
This is a game 3, by the way.
Both players at 6.
Both on 6, okay. Two completely different approaches to the format. One of them is using a bunch of 1 mana and sometimes 2 mana cards, recurring them over and over and over again. The other one is taking a very different approach, trying to enable huge creatures.
Just an attack for 1 and nothing on turn 2.
Okay.
It's got to be a great sign here if you're rooting for Christopher Leonard. Cavern of Souls, presumably naming Avatar here. Or Horror. Huntwoods? Oh, take a look at his hand, by the way. He's got an Obstinate Baloth in hand. So
interesting.
So if there is a Hopeless Nightmare or possibly a Momentum Breaker.
There is a Dreams of Steel and Oil I saw in Etienne's hand, but they didn't cast it. And it's interesting because you have to choose an artifact or creature. There it is. If it's the only choice.
It does exile, though.
So it doesn't matter anyway.
Right. Well, did hit.
How do you have that card in your deck? You get hit with a hand disruption spell and it still doesn't work.
En fait, si tu le défaussais. Mais ça le défausse pas, ça l'exile. Ça l'exile? Ouais.
Exile. Did you hear that? Oh, it gets exiled? Yes, it does.
That is a nice way to have a hand disruption spell that doesn't.
I'm so disappointed,
destroyed.
though.
Yeah, this was the wish list. This is what everybody wanted to see. And now he can run out the Hopeless Nightmare. Really great piece of tech here, having Dreams of Steel and Oil as a hand disruption spell as a proactive answer to people packing cards like Obstinate Baloth.
Incredible. Discard an island.
Still a lot more Magic to be played. We have a Pest Control here that does kill 1 mana permanents.
15, 17, 19.
So that is a nice way to just clean up the board here. I imagine Christopher is going to want to fire this off here. Still has access to Get Lost. You really don't want to play the game of Etienne just starting to pick up that Hopeless Nightmare, given that he's lost the Baloth now.
Yeah, it's a bitter pill to swallow, but it is one you must deal with if you want to try to win the long game against this deck.
Oh, he just draws a Baloth.
He just ripped another Baloth. Nice.
That is a large blocker.
Big.
Okay. Had the opportunity to get that off the battlefield, right?
Interestingly, no land again there for Etienne. So they're forced to just play 1 card a turn for a little while.
Yeah. The nice thing, though, is that the Esper Pixie deck is fully capable of running off a very, very low land count.
Mm-hmm.
And Etienne, given what we saw previously, really good at drawing millions of lands with this deck.
Indeed.
It's so awkward now because you know there's a Hopeless Nightmare in Etienne's hand, so the Pest Control only would get the Scavenger off the battlefield, but you almost want to play it now because if the Hopeless Nightmare comes into play, all of a sudden you have a 4/5 Fear of Isolation that you have to deal with. Now, Christopher does have Get Lost for that as well, but then that's kind of it.
Christopher attacks with the Baloth. It does get through.
Oh, can actually play out the entire hand, right? So you go Pest Control, play the Cavern of Souls, and then Etienne's gonna just...
Oh, that's one way to dodge the...
Right? Yeah, to play the lands like... All right.
Aha.
Wizard.
Wizard. And Hopeless Nightmare now just becomes an over-glorified shot to the face. Ooh, drop the Kaito.
Oops.
That's, yeah.
Just disregard.
Might want to utilize these map tokens here to find some lands.
Or no.
Or not. Keeping up some kind of 2-mana effect, destroy evil possibly. Or nowhere to run, making it harder to attack. Okay, destroy evil. 4 mana. Oh, great draw here.
Oh, wow.
Overlord of the Mistmoors off the top here.
You were going
to
peel one. That's the one.
And you got the destroy evil out of Etienne's hand too.
Yes.
And you're going to block. You know about the Kaito.
Uh-huh. That might matter.
Yeah, absolutely it will matter. Now he doesn't have the mana here to get the Kaito in play, so doesn't need to worry about it here.
And to you. Zur?
That would be great.
I mean, if we're just going to call our shots.
Sure. Double Beanstalk.
Right. Chain them.
Could be a removal spell here. He knows about the Kaito.
9.
Might be some way to just get the Otter out of the battlefield.
Go.
Passing. Okay.
What is that card?
It's not a land.
Not a land. It will be forced out of hand at some point.
It could be a Ride's End.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, there it is. Before.
That's why you're here, Paul.
Before blockers.
That's why you're here, Paul. Yes, definitely. Another Scavenger.
Just to grow and deal
just
2
get
damage.
A counter and get 2 in.
Yeah, but this is not a lot of pressure. Just have to make sure you don't get Kaito'd out. Overlord of the Mistmoors is just kind of a ticking time bomb here. 2 turns away from just being able to attack.
Yeah, and meanwhile, the insects are doing work.
Oh,
there's Zur.
there it is.
It was just a turn late.
Wow.
Oh,
That's
and that's
game.
for top 8 as well. That is how you peel, my friends. Right off the top of the library, bang, bang, bang. And Christopher Leonard is through to the top 8. That was some impressive top decking, if I don't say so myself.
Hey, you know what? That's kind of what it takes here. We've seen these players play well, extremely well, rather, all throughout the course of the weekend. But, you know, sometimes it just takes a little bit of luck, right? Sometimes it takes some good top decks. And, well, you know, when you play this Domain Overlords deck, when you get to the point where you're both top decking, nobody's going to top deck better than that deck.
That's true. They have the big hitters. 5 mana available will cover basically anything that you're going to draw at that point. Right. But still, you know, going Overlord of the Mistmoors into removal into Zur is not the worst.
Right.
Okay, well, we've got one more to bring you this round. Another top 8 seat to be taken. We've already filled up 3 of them. We've got Matt Sperling versus James Dimitrov. Esper Pixie versus Domain Overlords. Tell me if you've heard this one before.
Yeah, once again, and you know, a lot of the members on Matt Sperling's team on Team Channel Fireball actually playing the Domain ramp deck, but Matt Sperling clearly more comfortable with this Esper Pixie strategy instead, and of course it's been working out for him here. And both players, both players on 6 here, and the Domain player on the play. And Dimitrov, or James rather, does not, has 3 copies of Obstinate Baloth in the sideboard. The game just gets so much trickier to play when your opponents just have that on the board.
Spiteful Hexmage here.
James might just have a Get Lost or something, maybe just some kind of interactive spell to just run out right away, but just deciding maybe whether or not he should just play it out right now, possibly wait.
Matt qualified via Pro Tour Performance in 2024.
Tapping for blue.
Fear of Isolation, getting in for 3. It's a big attack.
17.
This is exactly the type of aggressive start you want in this matchup. You don't want to play a late game really with this deck.
Yep.
Overlord of the Hauntwoods, excellent here as well from James. If you can follow that up with possibly a sweeper or even a Zur if Matt Sperling's tapped out, that can completely just change the race here.
5 on 12.
Can James get his feet under him before this damage adds up too quickly?
Matt does not have land number. This is eerily similar to the other match that we saw here. Matt doesn't
feel like that.
seem to have a third land here. There's a Storm Chaser's Talent and a Pixie in hand. So Matt's best course of action just might be to just play everything and just hope you don't have a Zur or a Sweeper, because he doesn't really have that much else he can do. He can pass, and he has a discount ain't big enough in hand.
Okay.
But then are you just getting in for enough damage here to put enough pressure on James? Because if James goes Zur, you can respond, right? You can go discount ain't big enough, bounce the Overlord of the Hauntwoods plus your Spiteful Hexmage. That is an option you can do. But with 2 mana up, James probably doesn't go for that and might play a more defensive game here, play some removal spells, or just trying to kind of ramp and enact his game plan here. Could still have Leyline Binding here, given the Overlord of the Hauntwoods here as well, and just play it a little slower.
Damage is adding up quickly. 5 more?
Elspeth Smite, maybe?
Yeah, that's right.
Nope.
Oh, no, that's Leyline.
That's a Leyline Binding.
Yep.
And firing off this town ain't big enough on this doesn't really seem especially good, just because it's a 1 mana removal spell. I think you just kind of take the damage here and just move on. And now this is just not enough pressure. I think you just kind of have to go Storm Chaser's Talent into Pixie, if those are the cards that Matt has left over. And then just, hey, James, if you've got a Zur, you've got a Zur.
I take 1, I go to 18. Make an otter.
Play the Pixie.
Cross your fingers here and hope.
Okay, this is close your eyes
Go ahead.
and hope for Matt Sperling that James Dimitrov doesn't just start firing off Zur and crashing in.
But James also has a Pest Control in hand. That's going to be good enough. You just kill everything.
There it is, Pest
Overlords
Control.
are ticking down. And I think is that an Obstinate Baloth in hand too? You just run it out?
Sure.
Yeah, and look at this. I mean, James
Oh,
is just
boy.
up so many resources at this point. A 4/4 in play, 13 life, 6 lands. How is Matt going to come back from this board?
There's no way to come back from this, right? These Overlords are going to start crashing in next turn, and his life total is just going to come crashing down.
Yeah, this is just simply not enough here.
No, he's fighting the good fight, but 2 mana, no way. He's just completely overwhelmed at this point.
Yeah, and
a
that is
2 mana sweeper and a 4-drop in 1 turn. Get out of here.
Yeah, that is the thing with this Domain Overlords deck. It is just able to go over the top here of these Esper
James
Pixie decks.
Dimitrov qualified via regional championship. When asked what his goal for the season 1, it was win a Pro Tour or Worlds.
What?
Yeah, even Sperling was like, make a top 8. You know, like that's my...
Or, you know, the classic, hey, I'd like to just qualify for the next event. But
yeah,
you know
that's
what?
a good one too.
Let's just win it all.
Win a Pro Tour. I mean, that is the goal, right?
Yeah, you're not wrong.
And I got to say, James looks like he's about to take a nice step in that direction.
Make an otter.
So that was a good turn. 5 damage.
Yeah. Go.
There's so many cards that just completely close the door. Zur would do it.
Is this another?
Probably
Pest
just
control?
a removal spell.
This is 2 mana. Oh, up the Beanstalk. Okay.
Oh, okay, that's harmless enough. Another one.
Okay.
Somewhat harmless enough.
Once interaction.
Oh, and there that is.
jeez.
How do you survive 2 pest controls?
Did you see
if
how
you're
James
playing
cast that, by
deck?
the way? He's like, it's game over, right? He kind of just slammed it out there like it's just over.
He did, because he knows, and Sperling will know too. He tried to make a little comeback there, but no way.
Yeah, Sperling has no shot at this point. This is just far too much.
An overwhelming display here from James Dimitrov, capitalizing on the missed land drops from Sperling. Sperling still being able to do stuff.
Right.
But he's just falling too far behind. Now he's going to play a Scavenger.
And he has a discount ain't big enough. Draw 2 cards.
Wow, take
kill
away
the
your
Scavenger.
only threat. This is not quite a lethal attack, right?
Yeah.
As it sits. but like a Zur would do it.
This is just inevitability, though, right?
Absolutely. I was just wondering if it was right now or next turn. But.
Yeah.
Good luck in the top
And that's going to do it. James Dimitrov into the top 8, leaving Matt Sperling to fight for his tournament life next round. Boy, I guess when you set your sights high, the top 8's the easy part. He wants to win this thing.
Oh, well, he's in really, really good shape here. That's what, the 3rd domain deck now? In the top 8, it's just kind of weird how you see all these matchups play out, and kind of the deck that you expect to be slightly favored, all kind of coming out on top. The Esper Pixie deck's probably just destroying all the Gruul Mouse decks. We've seen them just really easily dispatch those decks, but then when you go up against these decks, it's just you're trying to grind them out, play that 1-for-1 game, but then, you know, all of a sudden you just play these cards that are all 2-for-1s on a stick. Then if you ever get a Beanstalk going, that's just far too much to overcome as well. And people were prepared for the Esper Pixie deck in this tournament. You saw that Pest Control just absolutely annihilate these Esper Pixie decks. And if an Esper Pixie deck makes its way into the top 8, they're going to have a really tough time through these domain decks.
Absolutely. They were prepared for that matchup, and we are seeing them populate those top 8 seats. We've got 6 of the 8 filled up now. Still 2 more to go, and a whole nother round of action to bring you as well. We're going to take a short break here from Chicago, but when we come back, we'll be getting set up for the last round of Swiss. Don't go anywhere.
One round of Swiss left here to play on day 2 of Pro Tour Etherdrift as we work our way towards our top 8 live here in Chicago, Illinois. As the sun starts to set, the magic is really heating up here in the building. One round left, and then we'll finally know our top 8 here at Pro Tour Etherdrift. Drivers at the ready. Commander Party events are rolling in February 21st to 27th and March 14th to 20th. Immerse yourself in the world of Etherdrift with a special rule set that brings some of the set's high-octane fun to Commander. Go for the gold at one of these events and receive a Rishkar's Expertise promo card for participating. Hey everybody, welcome back to the news desk. Marie Bartholdi and Mani Davuti here with you. One round left to play. Are you excited, Mani?
I'm so excited. We have fewer slots to determine than ever at this Pro Tour, but that just means that these matches matter so much, and there are still so many things to decide in this last round.
Absolutely. Let's take a look at our leaderboard and find out where we're at here with one round to play. Well, we have 6 people into our top 8. Matt Nass, Zevin Faust, Kenta Harana, Lucas Dukow, Christopher Leonard, and James Dimitrov are locked and in, and they do not have to play this final round of the tournament. But so very much is left to be decided here for those final 2 spots, Monty.
Yeah, absolutely. We have 2 slots left in our top 8. We have a lot of matches being played for it. And not only is it going to come down to a lot of potential tiebreakers, Charms, but also this round, any player who reaches 12 wins, they qualify for the next World Championship. So all of these matches that are happening between players that are 11 and 4 is a direct win, and not for the top 8, but for the upcoming World Championship at the end of this year. And looking at the second page of standings, the 11-4s continue going down all the way to 19th place. That's Christopher Larson, and Maria, it might just happen because he is 9-0 in constructed right now.
Wow.
Christopher Larson is on the precipice of a potential 10-0 standard run. Definitely not going to be for top 8. Let me tell you, those tiebreakers are bad, but could be a World Championship invite waiting for him.
Wow, what a great consolation prize, a World Championship invite for everybody.
Wouldn't be bad.
12 and 4, not bad at all. Well, Riley Knight talked to 3 people who are very happy indeed after their huge wins last round. Let's meet 3 new members of our top 8.
I'm here with Chris Leonard, who has made it to the top 8 of Pro Tour Etherdrift. Congratulations, Chris. Tell us how you're feeling. What does this top 8 mean to you?
It's crazy. Like, I can tell how I'm feeling. It's like I'm really overwhelmed right now. So yeah, really excited for tomorrow.
We're so pleased that you've made it through to the top 8, my friend. You're playing Domain Overlords. So thinking about, obviously we don't have the entire top 8 confirmed just yet, but what are the sorts of decks that you're hoping to play in tomorrow's top 8?
Honestly, I think I want to play against Pixie. I went undefeated against them during standard rounds. Pixie.
All right, well, hopefully there's some Pixie decks for you to take down tomorrow. Chris, once again, congratulations. Can't wait to see you on Sunday here at the Pro Tour.
Thank you.
I'm here with Lucas Dukow in the feature match area, our latest player to make it through to the top 8 of Pro Tour Etherdrift. Lucas, congratulations, my friend. Let's talk about the deck that has got you to our top 8 here, Mono Red with Ley Lines. Talk to us about why you selected this deck, and in particular, why you're playing the Ley Line version.
The main reason, I've been playing the normal Gruul deck for a few months and not enjoying the mirror matches. So I chose this. It has a slight advantage against the normal version of the Gruul deck.
And how have the Ley Lines been for you across the weekend?
I haven't had any like turn 2 wins or turn 3 wins, but I've had a few games where they've been strong.
Nice. All right. Well, we'll see if the Ley Line version ticks up in popularity. Now it's in the top 8 here. But Lucas, thinking about this top 8, is it something that is how are you feeling about having made it this far to a top 8 of a Pro Tour, like in this situation here? Are you excited? Are you feeling nervous? Is there a lot of pressure? What's going through your head?
I'm really excited. Really happy that a lot of my teammates are doing well too. Being on a team now helped me get these results, so I'm really excited that they're happy for me. And
well, we're excited to see you do so well, my friend. So congratulations once again. Looking forward to seeing how you go tomorrow, Lucas.
Thank you.
I'm here with our next top 8 competitor at Pro Tour Etherdrift, James Dimitrov. James, congratulations. A huge moment for you making the top 8, especially as this is your first Pro Tour. You must be over the moon.
I'm feeling incredible. Going in today, I was feeling good, but I was seeing how it goes, and it went really well, so I'm here now. Yeah.
It ended up going pretty well, mate. Oh, my goodness. So you're playing Domain Overlords. So this is a deck that I understand you were pretty sort of late to pick up heading into this event in terms of preparation.
Oh, yeah, definitely. I've only been on the deck for like maybe a week, so I tried Pixie, I tried Demir Bounce, but I really thought Domain had a good matchup against them, so I say you got to be the best deck or beat the best deck, and that's what I was trying to do today.
Well, it certainly seems like the deck has done very well for you, James. Congratulations on making the top 8. We can't wait to see how you go tomorrow.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
2 spots left to give away in our top 8 and 1 round left to do it. Let's take a look at our feature match here for round number 16 here at Pro Tour Etherdrift. All right, everybody, buckle up. We have William Araujo versus Yuchen Lu, Gruul Mice Mirror here. So we've got some exciting stuff on the line for potentially both of these players. William started playing in 1996, top 8 at an RC to make it here this weekend. Played in all 4 events last season and wants to do that again this season. Very happy in his photo as well. Yu-Chen Liu, all right, buddy, time to turn it around here. Has lost 2 win and in, so really, really tough spot. Needs to try and win this one. Qualified at a top 8 by a top 8 at an RC. Top 8 at Pro Tour Ether vote in 2017, so knows how to do well at an Ether-themed tournament. Let's see if he can do that here today. Tell me about these decks, Monty.
Okay, well, it is a mirror match. It is a very standard, or as Lucas just called it, a normal Gruul Mice mirror match. So taking a look at their decks, we're going to start with William Araujo's deck, and this is about what you expect to see. I think the one standout that I'm going to draw attention to in this build of Mice is there are no copies of Questing Druid anywhere in the 75, but the rest of the deck is the Mouse package, Screaming Nemesises, Paw Patch Recruit, and of course Innkeeper's Talent. The whole idea in this Gruul Mice deck, as we look over to the other side in Yu-Chen Liu's build, is to get on the board fast and continue putting on pressure. The Mouse package of Heartfire Hero, Emberheart Challenger, and Manifold Mouse have just done so much work, and as we've heard people say, Monstrous Rage might be the most broken card in Standard.
All right, let's see what happens here. Our final round of Swiss. Take it away. I'm sending it to the booth. 2 spots left in our top 8.
Thank you so much, Maria. Indeed, it is big stress time here for not us. Well, I mean, I think we get more stressed than the players, actually.
The edge of my seat is in trouble. I'm always on it for the last round.
Haley Lloyd alongside Corey Baumeister here to see if we can get Yu-Chen a win and potentially a top 8 spot for William Araujo. Things look a lot better for him in this matchup. So if he wins, he is good to go. But Yu-Chen, you know, it's fingers crossed and hope for the best amongst the rest of our playouts here, the rest of our matches at the top tables.
And Yu-Chen does have 65% tiebreakers, 3% up on the person below him, so it does look good. This is just a clean win in it, but it's not guaranteed for sure from Yu-Chen.
Yeah, we don't want to say anything too definitive here. Anything can happen in a game of Magic.
Yeah, tiebreakers can get wild towards those last rounds.
Let's kick things off here. Yu-Chen Liu with Heartfire Hero hitting the board here. Follow-up play in hand of Manifold Mouse. Also has the Paw Patch Recruits on the other side of things. We've got a Heartfire Hero here as well.
Yep, and pretty solid hands from both players. A little too many lands there from Yu-Chen, but being able to top deck. Oh, already had one of the Manifold Mouse, but top decking another one to be able to offspring this Paw Patch Recruit next turn, and then offspring Manifold Mouth the turn after, and you got some mice shenanigans.
That's a rodent problem. You don't want to call it Exterminator. At least if you are William Araujo. On his side of things, though, he's got a bit of a think here. Innkeeper's Talent or Manifold Mouse. Which way do you go?
Yep, it's always pretty close here. Manifold Mouth just has power, and otherwise it kind of does the same thing here, but this is kind of the bread and butter Gruul play of being able to have the hero into something that puts a counter on it and either gives it double strike or, you know, an additional counter with the Innkeeper's Talent.
I would call this the perfect mirror, except William's got the foil version of the deck, meanwhile. Does not.
That's fair, that's fair. Big difference for sure.
Absolutely. If they're shinier, they play better.
I think you're right, Yeah, and got to be really feeling for Yu-Chen here, you know. I mean, being put in that spot where you get to 11 wins really early on and you have so many winning and you're like, well, it doesn't even cross your mind that you're going to lose 4 in a row. But now you're at that last possible scenario to be able to get the job done.
It's such a rough spot to get in, you know, because you can't help but get into your own head, right?
Yeah.
So Yu-Chen just has to do his best here to stay focused on the match. It's a mirror. We haven't actually seen that many, at least on camera.
Yep.
What's the most important thing besides, you know, killing your opponent first?
It's just definitely figuring out, okay, can I lose on the crackback? Or, you know, is there like no way that I can lose? So knowing when to overcommit to the battlefield versus when to hold back. We kind of saw that last round with Yu-Chen up against Lucas Dukow. And it's that, you know, turns 2 and 3 are just very, very important to be able to really set the pace for the rest of the game. So,
well, as things stand, Yu-Chen has more life, has more critters, And William is going to have a big think about this turn. He's got plenty of action in hand, a Witchstalker's Frenzy as well to deal with one of these creatures on the other side.
Yeah, and what it's really going to come down to here is if Yu-Chen is able to top deck a meaningful thing, Monstrous Rage would almost always be the most important thing, maybe, questing Druid into some extra spells, then you got to put huge advantage to Yu-Chen as he was on the play and has a very wide battlefield here. And then from William's side, this is that really crucial turn 3 that I was talking about. And the one nice thing that William has is he can go like Innkeeper's Talent and then leave up 1 mana to have that Witchstalker's Frenzy.
Yeah.
There's almost assuredly 4 creatures coming at him, or at least 3 to be able to cast that for 1. So that's where my brain would go immediately, but we'll leave William to do the math here and we'll see what he decides.
Let him do a big think, deciding which lands he wants to tap.
Yeah, definitely want to tap the land that doesn't produce mana for your spells.
Innkeeper's Talent hits the board.
Yeah,
Now it's just a question of who gets the counter.
Yeah, I think I like the play of just put the counter on Heartfire and just double strike, say, okay, Yu-Chen, if you want to chump block, that's fine with me. Otherwise, take 8, and then William is able to represent an lethal attack next turn. And if Yu-Chen is chump blocking, you're always fine with that on the other side of Gruul.
Yeah. 2 Heartfire heroes available for Yu-Chen. Does one get thrown under the Heartfire hero bus here?
Yeah, and the one thing Yu-Chen knows for a fact is, well, he cannot die right now. Monstrous Rage would boost this up to 7 power double strike, only dealing 14 only.
That's a lot of power for a small mouse.
So Yu-Chen knows that no matter what, he's going to be able to untap next turn. So now, where does that put him type thing?
It's a hell of a lot of math in what I think most people would say, oh, it's just an aggro deck. There's a lot of math problems in this aggro deck, let me tell you.
The mirror match is actually very complex. You can't really make any mistake, and sometimes you're making, a decision, and you're like hoping it's working out, and you might make the correct play, but they had the other thing, and you still end up losing. So it's not always about, just making the absolute correct play with what you see. Sometimes they just have the other thing, and you're still in trouble.
Is that Screaming Nemesis? Yeah.
Right.
Okay, so another hasty threat. I think we're good to just turn things sideways and win.
So Heartfire Hero can get double strike and trample. Goes up to essentially 8 power.
Target, both targets. Double strike and tremble. Sure.
Okay. So has the one way to kill one creature, can block another one. I guess the best thing you can block is the Paw Patch.
That gives a counter to something.
Yeah, then you can kill the Heartfire Hero, and then you take 4. So 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I'm still counting 9, plus the Carplusion Force is 10. So I think the best William can do is go to -2 off my quick math.
Yeah, no, that's going to be far too much there, the hasty threat off the top there. And that's how quick these Gruul matchups can go. But even that was, pretty slow with all the thinks and the calculations going on there.
And the pretty wild thing there with, my math going to -2 there, with Screaming Nemesis on the top, if that wasn't there, it looks like William could have survived at 1.
Yeah.
So Yu-Chen needed to draw something there.
Yeah, and finding the timely Screaming Nemesis.
Okay, no 1 drop from William. That's a big deal.
Yeah. Oh, 2 Questing Druids in hand.
Okay.
So if this game somehow magically goes long, that'll come in handy. But let's see where this game goes. First and foremost, as Emberheart Challenger hits the board and hits Yu-Chen for 2.
I bet that's a change that Yu-Chen does in the mirror match here versus, let's say, Lucas last round. With the Leyline version being much more aggressive, I bet we didn't see as many Seek the Beast in the deck afterwards. But in this matchup, it's a little more grindy with Innkeeper's Talent and slow stuff like that.
Some green would be nice. No forests. Ooh. No forests.
Yeah, that is not great. So the choice is Emberheart Challenger or just Seek the Beast.
I mean, just start jamming.
Yeah.
Tap the top of the deck, hope for a forest.
And that's-
Otherwise, end step seek the beast.
Yeah, and that's the thing. If you know the top of your deck is a forest and a red card, you're like, great, Seek the Beast would be better. But, you know, if you don't have faith in the top of the deck, just play the Emberheart Challenger and go from there.
Manifold Mouse hits the board here. It's going to target Trigger, Exile. Ooh, nice. Finds
Huge
a
flip.
Torch the tower, so that Emberheart Challenger is going die-die.
Incredible flip there. William didn't have another play besides a Monstrous Rage if he wanted to go down that route. So that was an incredible flip there. It's a green source off the top, just a tap one.
Oh, nice. Don't do that, Corey. Don't give him
There
hope.
you go, yep. So it did have the option to go
Emberheart Challenger.
Emberheart Challenger there, but deciding to try to find some removal and just Yuchen recognizing I am firmly in the defensive stance here.
And that's not where you want to be with this deck.
No.
But it can defend decently, but not with the amount of tricks that this deck has to offer.
Yep.
So another Heartfire Hero in exile, courtesy of Emberheart Challenger. And off we go to combat.
And double Monstrous Rage available.
Whoop, 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 whoop. That's what it sounds like when a mouse gets monstrous.
Okay, okay. And this was just well and truly a chump block from Yuchen.
Yeah.
So that chump block is not great now. And that's just it straight away.
Okay, quick games of Magic here in our final round of Standard. This is the final round of our Swiss portion.
Yep.
And one of these players is going to make their way into the top 8.
This is a game of Magic for the top 8 of the Pro Tour, a guaranteed spot at the World Championship later on, and, you know, enough qualifications when you make the top 8 that you're going to be around on the Pro Tour for quite a while. So got to be the biggest game of both of these players' lives for sure.
Oh, 100%. I mean, if I'm not mistaken, this is Yu Chen's first Pro Tour.
Yeah.
Jeez. So many debutants absolutely making the most of this opportunity here this weekend, and you love to see it. So congratulations to everyone who's done such an excellent job this weekend.
Yep. And I will say, Yuchen has impressed me pretty much this whole weekend, but he's even more impressed me in these kind of troubling times of, you know, hey, losing a couple. He's playing the same as when he was playing that round when he was 11-1, you know.
He doesn't look flustered at all.
Very cool, calm, and collected.
Screaming Nemesis in there for 3. Hired Claw on the side here for William Arujo. William's down to 13, so this match could be over pretty darn quickly.
And Yuchen's hand is still great. You know, the Manifold Mouse Heartfire Hero to be able to just get that boosted up and win the game over the course of 2 turns, or this Monstrous Rage to go over the top and a missed land drop from William.
Ooh, that's bad news.
Yeah, and no real way to interact besides one Burst Lightning. Oh, this is all the momentum to Yuchen.
Boy. Oh, yeah, absolutely. No brakes, all gas. Here comes the cavalry.
And this is really saying, I'm not going to win this turn, but I'm setting it up for next turn to be able to give that Heartfire Hero double strike and then Monstrous Rage it to give it the trample and be able to win the game. But that Burst Lightning will interact with this, and maybe should have interacted already, to be honest.
Yeah.
Burst Lightning on the Manifold Mouse before it got to combat.
Triggered, yeah.
You know, it probably would have been, I would have been leaning on doing.
Tense moments here for Yu Chen Liu, who has missed a couple times now on the win and ins, so desperately wants to get the win here.
Yeah, and all this is just, you know, when you're this far ahead, you slow down. You know, some players speed up, and those are how you get those sloppy mistakes.
Don't want that.
Exactly. For a game with this much stake, this Screaming Nemesis, Yuchen's just like, what card can happen? Okay, so just... Wow.
Wow, okay. So takes the 3 anyway from the Screaming Nemesis dying.
Interesting. Needs a removal spell for one of these mice, or it is could be well and truly over.
Well, there's the land. Monstrous Rage in hand for Yu-Chen, a decently sized creature in Sentinel, the Nameless City, but I don't think that's going to get it done here.
Yeah, Screaming Nemesis on defense, it looks like the best option William has, and I think Yu-Chen can beat that.
Yeah. Double strike Heartfire Hero with a Monstrous Rage. I mean, what more do you want?
Yep. Okay, so the double strike puts that up to 3 power. Monstrous Rage puts it up to 6. Now, the one thing is the first strike damage you deal to Screaming Nemesis, and then it can redirect the damage to the Heartfire Hero.
Yeah.
But
that's still enough, isn't it?
It will have 4 toughness. 3.
And if the Manifold Mouse goes in as well.
Yeah, so 3, 6 with 4 toughness. Get to trample for 3 and then 9. Yeah, I think this is exactly 10. I guess the one way that it wouldn't be 10 is if the Screaming Nemesis first strike damage goes at the Manifold Mouse. That would make it 9, but with that Torch the Tower.
Does that change the math?
Yeah, we shall see. This is a tricky scenario. Because one thing you can do is like you can get the roll on the Heartfire Hero and then sacrifice that to torch the Screaming Nemesis. Yeah. But then it only has 3 toughness and the Heartfire Hero can die. So
yeah, that's a bit risky.
There might not be a way to get lethal, but even if you just get 9 damage through.
Oh yeah, you got to think it's pretty much over from that point onwards.
Yeah. If it blocks, which it has to block the Heartfire Hero, first strike damage puts William down to 7. The Screaming Nemesis will deal 3 to the Manifold Mouse, and then, you know, regular combat damage will be 6 more from Heartfire Hero. And normally Torch the Tower can push through that extra damage, but with Screaming Nemesis, it makes it a little trickier.
And also, if William wants to play and use all his mana next turn, he just dies to Carplusion Forest.
Yeah, we'll no longer be able to use the forest at all.
Monstrous Rage makes an appearance once again.
6-4.
Yeah, I think this isn't quite lethal, but it will just put William so far behind, and this Heartfire Hero gets to stick around.
Yeah.
Use this target.
Oh, wait a minute.
So not killing it, but just allowing extra trample damage to go over.
2 damage.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's
first strike damage.
Yeah, 2 damage here.
Yes.
First strike.
First time you take 5 first.
No. Oh yeah. Because the trample, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Take 5.
And it's gonna take 3, and I will give 3 more here.
Yeah, but normal
It
damage.
actually only deals 1. So yep, this does it.
Then you take normal damage.
Yeah, because it only deals 3 total damage to the Screaming Nemesis.
Yeah, because you don't have to. You'd never assign more than what you need to kill it.
Exactly.
Brilliant.
So yeah, this is lethal.
You know, if the double strike does damage, I take 5, and those 3,
yes,
I give to him.
Yes.
And that's only 3 damage on the Heartfire Hero.
Then this dies, you take 5.
Yep.
And this one. This dies.
Sure.
5, 6 damage.
Yep.
And you use 5 trample damage, 11 damage, 12 damage.
All the damage coming through there for Yu-Chen Liu. That was a sweet play there with the Screaming Nemesis.
Yeah, absolutely. Finds the way to win it right there, and big congratulations to Yu-Chen. You know, that is got to be very, very, you know, reassuring to be able to win after losing 3 win-ins before this. Now, it isn't a guaranteed in. Tiebreakers can go a little south on them, but it is looking pretty decent.
It is looking decent indeed. So hopefully, fingers crossed for Yu-Chen Liu that is the win. When we come back, friends, we're going to have Matt Sperling versus Ken Yukihiro. Take a look at our wonderful cosplayers in the meantime. Welcome back to the final round of Magic for today. It is Pro Tour Etherdrift here in Chicago. The sun is set, and we are looking forward to seeing who our top 8 is going to be. Coming back tomorrow here, Corey Baumeister, Ailey Loney. We have a very good matchup for you, friends. And it's going to be Matt Sperling versus Ken Yukihiro, 2 mainstays of Pro Magic, both looking to make their top 8 here this weekend.
Yeah, absolutely. These players are playing for, you know, that hope for the top 8, but no matter what, the winner still gets the World Championship.
Absolutely.
So this is a huge match of Magic. We just saw Matt fall this last round to Domain, and yeah, Domain putting 3 players into the top 8, you know?
Domain.
I'm here for our new Domain Overlords.
Yes.
I welcome them.
I do indeed. Ken Yukihiro, one of the coolest players in the game.
Oh, yeah.
Such a nice guy.
Very.
Every time we see him playing, he's just got a smile on his face. And Matt Sperling, you know, does it all. Full-time job, super dad, and able to just put up these results every single time we see him in action. So kicking things off here with one drop apiece in the Optimistic Scavenger and our little Siren, plus Siren.
Yep, and already one Jeskai Oculus into the top 8 with Kenta.
Yeah.
And really, so far, no Esper Pixie. I mean, I think that would be the biggest story going into this. Because going into this Pro Tour, a lot of people are thinking, okay, Esper Pixie, well and truly the best deck. You know, I thought the same. And to put maybe 0 copies in, that's really telling that, you know, if you want to beat a deck in Standard, you can do it. You just got to innovate.
Oh, man, are we going to see a turn to Oculus here, courtesy of a Hopeless Nightmare from Matt Sperling?
Maybe not quite yet. I saw Fear. There was the recommission, though, I believe. So next turn, we are good to go. And yeah, most decks just cannot beat that. When Oculus comes down that early, you just shrug and you're like, okay.
Oh, well.
What am I supposed to do?
Prophetic Memory hits the board here. This is a sweet new iteration of this deck that we've seen. Prophetic Memory with the Steam Core Scholars, making those 2 creatures freak-enormous.
Yeah.
When they, so just like another win con, basically.
And you know what's even sweeter with that?
What's that?
If you get Fear missing out Delirium and you get another combat, you'll get triggers from this twice. Yeah, so there's a lot of really cool combos that you have in this Oculus deck. It's not just your one-dimensional style deck like it kind of used to be when it was Azorius. There's a lot of play to it, even if you don't do the namesake thing of bringing back Oculus.
Oculus is such a sweet card. You know, had a bit of a hard time. And with everyone sideboarding in like paw patch formation, that sort of stuff. But here comes our Oculus back on board, courtesy of Recommission. Gets a counter 2. And we get to Manifest Dread shortly.
All right, and we'll see if there's an answer to this extremely powerful creature. Now, it's just a tough card to kill. You know, there's very minimal go for the throats, any kind of removal like that, and any momentum breakers, you know, the Oculus naturally insulates from because it puts that second body into play. So, yeah, you can bounce it with this town ain't big enough, and that's probably the best thing to do, but not always an option.
Sperling's got some work to do here against an ever-growing battlefield. Oculus is certainly good at replacing itself if it isn't dealt with immediately.
Yep.
And that's always the worst feeling, when they flip up another flyer.
Yeah.
And now there's multiple flyers in the deck, too, so it's just like, oh boy. Both these creatures need to die, and quickly.
Yeah, when it's another Oculus underneath there, you also shrug and be like, yeah, sure, you got me.
Another Pixie. Bringing back nowhere to run. So at least an answer for the Manifest creature.
Now you can at least attack into this Oculus as the combination of the -3/-3 plus the enchantment coming into play, putting a counter on something, you're able to deal with it, and this is a really smart block because if you do play Nowhere to Run and put the counter on the Scavenger, great, you know, you get to eat the Manifest, but the Manifest came along for free, and that Nowhere to Run, sure, it'll give Oculus -3/-3, but that's really pointless,
Now, it's just a question of, do you want to save your Optimistic Scavenger at this point?
Yeah, and, you know, this had to be one of the options Matt was considering, and if this was the case, maybe you don't want to attack with the Scavenger there, but sure, he had a plan. Maybe if we have Momentum Breaker here, this would be huge.
Do we?
Let's see. I mean, that would be a big reason to do that play.
Hopeless Nightmare, you?
Nope. Hopeless Nightmare.
Okay.
Ditches a land.
You go to 6?
Yep.
Down to 6 already.
That is a low life total, so Ken needs to get some gas going here. Storm Chaser's Talent is the final play for Matt Sperling's turn.
Yeah, and Matt couldn't really have done that pre-combat, as then Oculus gets to block pretty freely, so. But it was an option to just attack with Pixie and see what Ken does.
Ooh, we got the Lyrium.
Okay. So that is 1 trigger off the Identic Memory.
You have 4 type? Enchantment
Enchant,
land, creature,
sorcery creature.
Yeah.
Cool. So there is Delirium. It doesn't have haste.
Nope. And I see another Helping Hand in hand, so not ideal. You know, you don't want to bring back, it just looks like a Storm Chaser's Talent.
Good grief. Oh, we got a combat, and then
Or a
this.
Spyglass Siren, excuse me.
This Oculus is going to get huge.
Yeah, now you get to the point where does Ken want to put all his eggs in one basket and just make this gigantic?
Nice. That is a massive blocker. We're going to get the Manifest on the upkeep here from Matt Sperling.
Okay. 4 blockers, but only 1 flying blocker. So if Matt can get that Oculus out of the way, attack for 5, and have some other way to do some draining, which, you know, the deck has about 1,000 ways to bounce that Hopeless Nightmare. Then Matt's still going to be able to steal this game where Ken is well and truly stabilizing, and with these fear of missing outs, gaining a bunch of extra combat steps. Next turn could look very nasty for Matt. Like, easily could lose the game.
Is there this town? That's what I want to know.
No.
No. Okay, so Fear of Isolation, Optimistic Scavenger, and the Nowhere to Run.
Yeah, that is not amazing. So I don't really see a way to get lethal right now. So close, though.
Yeah, this is a sweet match again.
But now Matt has to worry, okay, how can I best interact with the multiple combats that Ken's going to have next turn?
Yeah. I mean, okay. Ken is tapped out. The Hopeless, the Nowhere to Run is available to take care of one of them.
Yep. And then you have the Scavenger.
I'm at 17.
Looks like Matt might be lining up Fear of Isolation, pick up a land. Okay.
Okay.
16. You go to 4?
Yep.
Gets rid of the last card.
And waits and says go. Okay.
And
no way to kill Ken there, so just passes the turn back.
Big draw step.
You see how he gives it a little rub on the table,
Yep.
like, come on, be good. That's at a Darker Wastes.
So
Another land that hurts.
Getting some extra combats is great, but I don't think the Oculus can get it there on its own, as you know, there's so many flying blockers here.
Yeah. Just gonna start things off here
Over
with
16.
an Explorer.
And with that fear of missing out, being able to draw an extra card, getting essentially, you know, at least 2 triggers off the Prof's Identic Memory, that would have helped a lot. Now time to do some math.
He's handshaking.
I mean, yeah, what a big moment. You know, both of these players have been to the World Championship. You know, both of them have been in the top 8 of these Pro Tours. But, you know, the one thing you want to do after you make it there, you want to do it again.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You
so
want to keep winning.
of course, this is a huge moment for them.
Ken Yukihira has a massive flying blocker. A potential here for
2 cards.
2 extra combat. What would you do here, Corey?
You know, I think the obvious thing is to attack with the fear of missing outs and the Oculus, and at least untap the Oculus, then kind of decide if you want to leave it back on defense. I think that's where I would start, but wow, and
Doesn't seem like it does anything, though.
An Into the Floodmaw, I think, was it in what's Ken's hand as well. So if anything, it deals a good chunk of damage, and then Ken can leave this back.
Okay.
So more than likely, Matt is not going to chump block here. Is just going to take the, what, 8 damage here.
And that's it.
4 blocks going to bounce. Interesting to block something first. I guess you're bouncing the 3/3 Pixie, as you don't want that kind of free block. I think that would be the only thing you would consider, because, yeah, this block's going to happen, but throwing away a fear of missing out.
8. Take 8.
Yeah.
You go to 8.
So now, you know, you can attack with the Oculus, as it's going to kind of block anyways, essentially. Now you get to untap it again and get another combat.
That was sweet.
So now Matt has to essentially double chump here.
Those two will bounce off each other. The Pixie will die.
Yep. And then the Oculus will get another combat.
Grief. That's one way to clear off a board, huh?
Yeah, and this is really smart of Matt, because if Matt put that 3/3 Pixie in front of the fear of missing out, then that Pixie will die, this other Pixie will die, and then the next combat, you can go into the Flood Mob, bounce the last flyer, and attack for exactly 8 and win.
Jeez.
So good job on Matt. Would have lost the game if he put that 3/3 Pixie in front of the fear of missing out.
Unbelievable.
And now you go to the point, do you want to attack or do you not want to with the Oculus? It's kind of the same of leaving it back. You force one creature to get blocked anyways, so I would think you just attack here.
Oh yeah, there's still that guy. Forgot about him.
Yep.
Here comes a Boron Oculus. 8 damage being represented here by this flying eyeball.
Yep. And now, with this into the Flood Maw, you can bounce the Pixie. The Pixie can bounce the Hopeless Nightmare and put Ken down to 2. So this is not lethal from Matt's side yet.
Not
that
yet,
into the
but
Flood Maw was huge.
This is intense.
Oh, was that a
It
Hopeless
is a
Nightmare?
Hopeless Nightmare in hand.
Okay.
Is that just GG?
No, I
we
don't
have another
think
black source.
so. Yeah, if you had 2 black sources, it's GG. Now, if Ken decides to take this Pixie, thinking that if I bounce it, you get to replay Hopeless Nightmare anyways, then Matt would pick up this game. So Ken has to bounce this here. Oh, does we have something?
Flippity flop. Hey, Spyglass Siren.
Huge.
Nowhere to run. Into the Flood Maw. Wow, that was such a sick game.
That was a game between 2 masters of the game. That was incredible.
Ken Yukihiro picking up the win there, having the Into the Flood Maw and the Spyglass Siren to prevent himself from dying there effectively.
And you have to reveal your cards at the end.
Oh yeah, what was at the end there?
An Oculus underneath there. So we had some stuff going on from Ken's side.
Yeah, secrets.
All right, Ken Yukihiro is 1 game away from hoping the
12
tiebreakers
wins, yeah.
hold up.
Matt took it.
And Matt's got some work to do.
Yeah, even if Ken doesn't crack the top 8 with 12 wins, as there are quite a few people that'll end at 12 and 4, does make it into the World Championship, which is awesome. We love to see Ken Yukihiro playing at Magic's biggest stage.
Absolutely. And out of these 2 players, the better chance for one of them to make it in is Matt.
Yes.
Matt has a good tiebreaker percentage lead, but Ken still has a solid chance, of course, if he beats Matt out of it.
Man, great start here for Matt Sperling.
Yeah.
Pixie, Scavenger, Otter, and the talent bounced back to hand on the other side of things. Spyglass Siren into Fear of Missing Out, it looks like here for Ken Yukihiro.
Okay. The great start, not the ideal thing to discard. No Oculus in sight for now. And, you know, the thing about this matchup is the ceiling on the Jeskai Oculus deck is much higher. You know, the best possible draw you can have. Oculus outpaces basically every creature.
Yeah.
But the floor is much lower from Ken. These creatures are a lot smaller than what the Esper Pixie creatures can be. There's a rest in peace from Matt, so can shut down that avenue of attack. And that would be the windmill slam play if Ken did discard an Oculus.
Just a land in the bin here for Ken Yukihiro so far. Also curious how many Oculus stay in the deck for Ken, you know, with that Steam Core Scholar backup plan.
Yeah, exactly. And it all kind of comes down to, you know, how many rest in pieces there are. There are 2 from Matt.
17.
But yeah, not only does the rest in peace shut down the ability to bring them back from the graveyard, but you're just never casting Oculus either. So it fully shuts down that card.
Yeah, it's effectively discard fodder for fear of missing out and Steam Core Scholars and the like.
So this is an attack for 9 on what, turn 3, turn 4?
2.
Yeah. Because the Otter getting the prowess triggers off of Rest in Peace and the
3/3. Yeah.
talent.
Yeah, this deck can just produce so much power. And I mean, this is kind of the nut draw. This is like the best it is, best you can get.
7, 4, 6.
Little Otter down. Takes 6, goes to 12, does Ken Yukihiro. And the turn passes back, so let's see what Ken can cobble together here against Matt Sperling, who is on a warpath.
Now, the rest in pieces from the Esper Pixie side are not just free, right? Like, they're not just amazing against your opponent and nothing bad happens to you. You know, we have the card right next to it, the Storm Chaser's Talent, which you don't have that value loop anymore. It is just a 1-mana Otter that you can sometimes pick it up to be able to put that Otter back into play. So, you know, you do affect your own cards a bit.
Unless there's some convoluted loop, I don't know entirely how it works with this talent big enough bouncing your own Rest in Peace. Would it get exiled once it's resolved? I have no idea.
I'm not 100% sure either, but yeah, you won't see that too often, as that is very risky to unlock the ability from Ken, because Ken could then have a Spell Pierce for it, something like that. You can always level it up to that level 3, but that's not really how these games play out.
It's usually not. You know, that's kind of like the, if you're sacrificing your Hopeless Nightmare, things are going badly. If you're getting to level 3 on that talent, things are going not so great. Maybe not badly, but nowhere to run, taking care of the critters here, and that's a big attack from Matt Sperling.
I mean, this is looking to be an absolute beating in favor of Matt here to be able to send this to one final game.
Game 3.
And there was an Oculus off the top.
It's a Prophetic Memory? No, it's a Spyglass Siren.
Either way, it's a lot of air. It's a lot of cards that find you other cards. It's not a way to really come back. But, speaking of, I mean, that is definitely a real thing.
Silex?
Yeah.
Yeah, Filigree Silex. What does that one do?
It does only sacrifice itself and destroy stuff equal to the numbers. So,
okay. So a sideboard card that's way too slow for what Matt Sperling assembled there. So game 3.
But it can be really nice against Otters. You can tick it up to 1 and get a bunch of creatures. So kind of the best Ratchet Bomb impression for anyone who used to play with that card. Okay, huge game 3. I would say the biggest game 3 of these players' lives, but that's probably not true with 2 established players like these 2.
Yeah, certainly a position where I think everyone else is more stressed out for them.
Yeah.
Especially teammates waiting to see if their friends will make it into tomorrow's top 8. Optimistic Scavenger to kick things off on this side, and Inti, Seneschal of the Sun. This card is so cool.
Yeah, very, very good. If there is the nowhere to run here to be able to deal with it.
it was so cool, and then it died. And now the Optimistic Scavenger is getting to work.
Yeah, Inti's always just been one of those cards that's been really solid.
Come back, come back. Yeah.
That's back. Now, what is that follow-up back there? Okay.
Nice, all right.
Excellent.
Yeah, get some counters on that. Try and get it out of nowhere to run range. Not yet, though.
Looks like we have a Scholar, 2 lands, and a Helping Hand there for Ken. So a nice follow-up turn next turn if Matt doesn't do anything to interrupt this Inti. Land, Pixie, nowhere to run again would be huge for Matt.
That would be ideal.
Yep.
Put Ken firmly on the back foot here. So Matt's not doing anything too quickly, which makes me concerned that there's no 3rd land. We see Fear of Isolation. Couple Pixies.
There is a Pixie, but no 3rd land, it looks like. Otherwise, it would have been just a windmill slam of Pixie and nowhere to run here, but oh no. was the fear of isolation, so you're able to return that.
Tap 2 here from Matt. Are we gonna fear of isolation? Yeah, looks like it, so.
Probably just picking up a land.
Putting a counter on the biggest blocker.
Okay.
So it's now a 3-4. That's a big birdie.
Nice 3-4, and just trying to say, okay, I want to block this Inti.
Inti can run away with games.
All right, now, I mean, with Matt not being able to kill this Inti, things can get out of hand. Being able to play...
out of hand.
Yeah,
Sorry.
there you go. Being able to play the Scholar to be able to draw a couple cards here,
That would
you
be
can,
sick.
on surface value, put Inti up to a 5-power creature. And
this prophetic glamour on the board, yeah.
Yeah. This is going to be a great turn for Ken. There was a fear of missing out as well. So yeah, Ken has a bunch of value here. And that stumble from Matt could very well be a Pro Tour top 8 costing fortunate draw.
Oh boy. We're going to draw so many cards here. And then on the attack trigger as well with Inti.
Oh, Ailey. So I think you can discard a fear of missing out, play an untapped white source, bring it back with the helping hand.
Yeah.
And draw an additional card. So you draw 3 cards. You can put 3 counters onto Inti then. Or you try to play one of these creatures as well, of course. But that is an option here for Ken.
How many? Sorry. 3 cards.
How many cards have I drawn this turn?
Okay, there is the helping hand.
That's so cool. Oh man, the value here. This deck is just popping off here for Ken Yukihiro.
And trigger.
We hardly saw Jeskai Oculus all weekend, and now it looks like we might have 2 in the top 8 here this weekend.
Absolutely. I mean, it was our 4th most played deck, but yeah, it's been slowly and quietly creeping up. Let's see where we want to put these counters.
Okay, so not going for the attack, just building up his army here. As Matt Sperling gets the turn back. Did we find land 3?
2 cards, 2 pass.
And now you have a 5-power Vigilance flyer here. So, I mean, that playing defense and offense here is going to be excellent for Ken.
It's such a cool little piece of tech that this deck has incorporated.
Yeah, this deck is really awesome.
Oh, man. Doesn't look like we found land 3 there, so a little bit of a unfortunate end to the tournament for Matt Sperling.
Yeah, we'll see. Plenty of game left to be played here. Matt still has a pretty solid board, but definitely needs a decent turn here. And land 3 would for sure be helpful.
Yeah. If this is how it ends, it's going to be heartbreaking. So come on, Matt. Picking up the talent, gets another otter. And just trying to build up his board as well to defend against said massive Steam Core Scholar.
Yep, gets to get in a hit for 5 here. And yeah, Matt at his last Pro Tour he played in Amsterdam took 9th, you know.
Pyroclasm.
Oh, that would be huge. Oh my, it sure is. Wow, Pyroclasm is a 4-for-1.
Jeez.
Oh my.
I mean, that's got to be it.
That's got to be too much to come back from. Now there's land sorcery in the yard. If you can also get Delirium, then we are well and truly done. But even as it stands, this is going to be just too much. There's the instant.
That's going to do it. That is going to do it. So Ken Yukihiro picks up the victory there. And now, cross fingers, hold thumbs, and hope that that is enough to make it into the top 8. Congratulations, Ken. Commiserations to Matt Sperling, who put up an excellent fight here this weekend.
Yeah, absolutely. And you can see how much it means to Ken there. Gets up, you know, and just absolutely stoked.
Yeah.
Like, nothing better than seeing players, you know, get into the top 8 of a Pro Tour. Really exciting stuff.
Congratulations once again. We still don't know who our top 8 is going to be, and we still have one more match to show you, my friends. So let's jump straight into Scott McNamara versus Abe Schnake. We're going to go into game 2 here. Demir Bounce. This is the deck that you fancied quite a lot over the last couple of pro events.
Yep.
Up against Selesnya Cage.
And kind of the creator, him and his team, of the Demir Bounce deck. And you know, just having a great pro tour here so far. But the Selesnya Cage deck was really built to beat this deck.
Oh, yeah?
It is really the counter to this deck. Well and truly, you know, it is supposed to beat Demir at a really high percentage, you know, something like 60-40, maybe even 65-35. And there's not many of those matchups, you know, so this is a really tough one.
Scott on the back foot, on a mulligan as well. Kicks things off here with a Storm Chaser's Talent. Llanowar Elves hits the board for Abe Schnake, who is up a game. So this is game 2. And just a reminder, everyone, that if you get 12 wins here but don't make the top 8, those players will still be joining us at the World Championship. So not a terrible consolation prize.
Exactly. These players, it will be tricky for them to make the top 8. Winner of this, probably 9th, 10th, 11th. Who knows? Could be 8th as well. But being able to automatically make it to the World Championship, I mean, this is a huge match.
That's awesome. So the first Llanowar Elves taken care of. The second one, and a Paw Patch Recruit takes its place. Go for the throat. The culprit there.
And this is why this matchup is so hard. You know, the removal spells from the Demir side are so taxed by everything that this Selesnya Cage deck is doing, whether it's Paw Patch Recruits, whether it's, you know, your small creatures getting boosted up by Collector's Cage, whether it's you're putting a bunch of tokens down, so spot removal does like nothing to these. It is so taxing on the removal, and that's the Demir Bounce's best aspect of attack. You know, that's how it wins. It repeatable removal spells over and over.
And Abe Schnake just putting on a clinic here as to why the Selesnya Cage deck is pretty darn good.
Yep.
Getting so much pressure on the board. Overlord of the Mistmoors now threatening as Scott McNamara starts taking damage. Obstinate Baloth now hitting the board here too for Abe, padding the life total and just getting a big ol' 4/4 body on the board.
Yep, and that takes away another avenue of attack. The Hopeless Nightmares are taxed from this.
Oh, hi, Shieldred.
Scott goes for that kind of plan B of like, well, if I don't have a good way of beating you with removal and Hopeless Nightmare, let's put some big old Shieldreds into play.
Yeah, remember when Shieldred was like in every single deck as a 4-off?
Yes.
Hey, Market Gnome, I remember you now. And Shieldred goes bye-bye under the Dusk Rose Reliquary.
What a combo. Market Gnome to come into play, get sacrificed immediately.
Yeah. Hi guys, how's it going? Oh, I'm dead. Man, and the beatdown begins. Obstinate Baloth getting in there. Scott McNamara now down to 13. Grimbobble takes care of one little creature. Storm Chaser's Talent. Leaves little buddy behind. So that's going to be doing some chump blocking. And okay, nice. All right, nice little combo taking care of the Obstinate Baloth.
Yeah, and just another tricky threat, though. You're able to search up a couple more cards. Plus, this Overlord is coming off and pending here in 2 turns. It's just so hard to keep up with this Selesnya deck with the Demir Bounce deck. I mean, Scott does have the ability to go level up the talent, get back this town ain't big enough, and interact in a little way, but
so slow.
Even this Paw Patch Recruit that can be Offspring next turn. What do you do? It's a really frustrating match to play from the Demir Bounce side, I must say.
Absolutely. All right. So, levels it up, gets back this town ain't big enough. I believe was the choice there.
Yep.
So Paw Patch and the Dusk Rose Reliquary were fetched off the Bright Glass Gear Hulk.
Yep, and even just the play of Offspring the Paw Patch Recruit and doing nothing else looks pretty good. Yeah. So, I mean, that's the worst play Abe has available, and I see a Pixie as well, so you get to throw that in.
Bounce, bounce, bounce.
Not even Offspringing it.
Okay. Got some other action going there, another Llanowar Elves.
Now, something that could get Scott back into this is maybe like a Gix command. Sack the Overlord, get rid of the small creatures, only have the Gear Hulk to deal with. That's kind of the only thing that looks really good right now. And even if that happens, the Pixie to pick up Gear Hulk, okay,
There it is.
We're playing Magic.
Gix's command. You summoned it into being, Corey.
Yeah, and we'll see. Is there something that Abe can do? Okay. Oh, this is excellent. So the mode we basically never see is being able to just blink out the Overlord, not gifting a fish so it's not being exiled. And now you sacrifice the Gearhulk instead. And at end step, surprise, we got some more Overlords.
Back.
And some more
I think it might be very lethal there. That was so cool.
I know you want to do it too, right?
Yeah, turn him sideways. There we go. Abe Snake 2-0 in the final game and match here of his tournament for today.
Yeah.
We don't know if Abe is going to make the top 8. We're going to find out
Yeah.
as soon as they crunch all the numbers back there. All the smart people are doing stuff, Corey.
Yeah.
That was sweet.
And absolutely condolences there to Scott. Scott made it all the way from the Spotlight Series in Atlanta, taking second there with the same deck and translated that into easily a top 32, maybe a top 16. So big congratulations to him. He's a great guy and a really good deck builder with him and his team for that Dimir Bounce deck that really just broke the metagame for a while.
It was awesome. It was awesome. We've seen some excellent magic, and I believe we are about to go and find out who our top 8 is. So, Maria, put us out of our misery here. Not misery. You know what I mean. Who's in it?
I get it. All right. Thank you so much, Ailey and Corey. Yes, we are waiting on our top 8 announcement. So while we get ready for that, Monty and I are going to bide our time by talking about the tournament as a whole. It's been an exciting one, Monty. For you, when you look back at this, what is going to be the big story? I mean, we don't know the winner yet, but the big story so far of the tournament this weekend.
Yeah, I think the big story is really just how much Up the Beanstalk decks have performed so far in this tournament. I believe at last count, we had 4 of them potentially in the top 8, which is pretty incredible. A lot of people maybe rode them off just because of the prevalence of Gruul in the format. But when you do get a 3 big deck format like this, where each of the deck counters one of the others, it's always cool to see, rather than all of them keep each other in check in equal numbers, one of them rise to the top and overcome the bad matchups. And again, I'm a little biased. It is my favorite deck, but you know what? I think I can show a little glee here.
Absolutely.
A little restrained glee.
I mean, it's a very fun deck to play as well, everybody. If you haven't checked it out, I do recommend it. All right, it is time for our top 8 announcement. I'm going to pass it on over to Riley Knight.
Thank you very much, and welcome to the feature match area here at Pro Tour Etherdrift for the announcement of our top 8. We've had a long and hard-fought series of Swiss rounds, but it all comes down to the 8 names that I'm about to read to you now. They will be the players coming back tomorrow for our top 8. In first place, the first player to reach the coveted 12 match wins this weekend with a record of 15-1 from the United States of America, Matt Nass. And in second place, playing in his first ever Pro Tour, making it all the way to the top 8 from the United States with 42 match points, Zevon Faust. We come now to the players on 39 match points, and leading this particular pack from Japan, it's Kenta Harane. Also on 39 match points with a record of 13-3 from the United States of America, Lucas Duco. Another player on 39 match points, 13-3 from Quebec in Canada, Chris Leonard. And our final player on 39 match points in 6th place from the United States of America, James Dimitrov. We have a nervous cohort of players waiting in the wings here, but only 2 of them will round out our top 8 today. With a record of 12-4 on 36 match points, our clear 7th place competitor on tiebreakers from China, Yuchen Liu. And our final slots in the top 8 here at Pro Tour Etherdrift on 36 match points from the United States of America, it is Ian Robb. My friends, please put your hands together for the top 8 of Pro Tour Etherdrift.
Shock and awe on some of these faces here in our top 8 and a lot of smiles. We certainly have an excellent group of 8 for you here tomorrow. Monty, your reactions on our top 8?
Just really incredible stuff. I think seeing how those tiebreakers broke down in the last round, a lot of us definitely weren't expecting it. There were some big shifts. Liu was definitely the favorite, had the tiebreakers, lost multiple win innings to get there. But that last 8th place slot could have gone to anyone, and it is really cool to see a new team to the Pro Tour Nerd Rage Gaming putting 2 players into their top 8.
Yes, and you can hear fans and teammates, friends applauding in the gallery here at the convention center for our top 8 one more time. So much excitement here in the building for tomorrow, where we will find out who wins the entire thing. So Monty, your deck of the day, important decision.
Do you really have to ask?
I know it's
Come
gonna be.
on. 3 copies in the top 8. Give me Domain Overlords every time. This deck is a work of art. It's got card advantage. It has big, beefy creatures, and it has Zerg just to round it all together in a beautiful package. This build of the deck from Matt Nass has just done so much work all weekend and got him to be the first player in our top 8 for a very good reason.
We welcome our new overlords indeed with this deck, Monty. That is our deck of the day. What about our player of the day?
I mean, come on. It has to be Matt Nass. He just absolutely dominated this tournament. 8-0 into the top 8, lost into day 2, excuse me, lost 1 round in limited, and then just stopped losing, got the job done as quickly as he could, and was our first player as we look at his round to round, just really making it look absolutely easy, whether it's in the mirror, whether it's in the good matchups like Esper Pixie, or the bad matchups like Gruul Mice. Matt Nass just got the job done time and time again, and even overcame Azorius control.
Absolutely, and looked pretty cool, calm, and collected while doing it too.
Yeah, I think he said that teammate Paul Rietzel, been there a few times before, just told him, hey, you're probably just thinking don't choke. It's okay, you got this.
Yeah,
you know what?
He did.
He did have this.
He did have this. That's our player of the day. Congratulations to Matt Nass, our first player to lock up a spot in our top 8. But what about our match of the day? Does that go to Nass as well, Monty?
It kind of goes to Nass in a way. It doesn't actually go to Nass because our match of the day is round 11, the limited finals of Draft Pod 1 between Yuchen Liu and Matt Nass. Matt's deck to me looked like an absolute masterpiece of blue-red discard. But Yuchen Liu with a black-green graveyard deck with a splash of blue just masterfully navigated a really tough match that was back and forth over the course of 3 games and was able to get the job done. his play was impeccable throughout a really nice match of Limited.
Yes, and the limited drafts that we got to see today were just excellent. I'm a huge, huge fan of this format. Congratulations once again to our top 8 competitors. We will see them tomorrow on the Sunday stage. Matt Nass, Zevin Faust, Kenta Harana, Lucas Dukow, Christopher Leonard, James Dimitrov, Yuchen Liu, and Ian Robb will be back here to battle for $50,000 and first place. Make sure you don't miss a minute of the action, everybody. Come on back tomorrow. We're going to start at 10 a.m. Central for the big show here in our top 8. It's going to be best 3 out of 5 games. Check it out. That's 11 a.m. Eastern, 5 p.m. and 1 a.m. depending on your time zone. 10 a.m. here Chicago time tomorrow for our top 8. We've had a very exciting 2 days here in Chicago at Pro Tour Etherdrift, starting our engines with 348 players showing up to throw down in the Windy City in 16 rounds of standard and draft. We kicked off day 2 with 2 undefeated players and another amazing 3 rounds of Etherdrift Draft that proved sometimes slow and steady does, in fact, win the race. Likewise, standard showed that there are nearly infinite possibilities when it comes to what 75 to pack here at the Pro Tour if you want to win. When the dust settled and our engines cooled, 8 players remain standing ready to cross the finish line tomorrow, hopefully with a trophy in hand. See you all then.